Chapter 1. The Awakening Ceremony of Spiritual Roots. In the Great Wu Dynasty, the struggle for the throne among the seven princes has plunged the court into turmoil. Amidst a severe drought in the northwest, corpses litter the land, and the imperial edict to increase taxes has left the common folk in unbearable suffering. Rebellion and banditry abound, leading to widespread chaos. Desperate, people are selling their wives and children. While the outside world is engulfed in disasters and warfare, Family Village, a small hamlet nestled deep within the mountains, remains as tranquil and harmonious as ever. The villagers rise with the sun and retire at dusk, leading simple and content lives, undisturbed by external turmoil. This peace can be attributed to the Immortal sect. Located 1,000 miles from Family Village, this sect of immortals is known only by its reputation, with no one aware of its name. It is said that those who enter and exit the sect possess extraordinary powers, and thus the place is referred to as the Immortal Gate. Every 3 years, the Immortal sect sends its immortal beings down the mountain to recruit children of suitable age who possess spiritual roots. The village from which a child is chosen receives a substantial reward, allowing countless small villages like Family Village to thrive in peace and prosperity. Consequently, the people within a 300-mile radius of the Immortal sect are filled with gratitude, and villagers take pride in sending their children to cultivate in the sect. On a clear morning, as the mist has yet to fully dissipate, a clearing beside the ancestral hall of Family Village is filled with the sound of children. The village head, a white-haired elder with a face etched with wrinkles, leans on his cane, casting a serious gaze upon the dozens of children practicing their stances. The children, both boys and girls, appear to be around 7 or 8 years old, their front teeth clenched tightly, their faces flushed with exertion. The old village head proclaims, "The immortals of the sect have often mentioned that children with healthy bodies and abundant vitality have a far greater chance of awakening their spiritual roots than those who are weak in constitution. Therefore, if one wishes to enter the immortal sect and live a life of divinity, one must train diligently." Hidden among the trees on the hillside, a pair of envious eyes watches the scene unfold. I too wish to become an immortal, rather than be forced by my aunt to chop firewood for a lifetime. The boy, named Yizhou, is clad in tattered rough cloth, his gaze resolute. Due to his meager diet of leftovers, he is particularly frail, carrying a large basket of firewood on his back. Clenching his fists, Yizhou adheres to the stance taught by the village head, gritting his teeth as he trains. His dedication far surpasses that of the other children practicing in the clearing. Orphaned at a young age when his parents were killed by bandits while away on business, the only memento he has of them is a small, light yellow gourd that hangs around his neck. After his parents' death, his aunt's family took over their land, and he was forced to toil as a servant, enduring poor meals and restless nights, facing harsh beatings for the slightest transgressions. His aunt never intended for him to train with the other children, perhaps fearing that he might awaken his spiritual roots and return as an immortal to take vengeance upon her. He has been caught training in secret by his aunt several times, each instance resulting in days without food. Yet Yizhou has never given up. He understands that without entering the immortal sect, he will have no prospects for the future. As spring gives way to autumn, time passes swiftly, and before long, the day of the spiritual root awakening arrives once more. Early in the morning, the entrance of the ancestral hall in Family Village is crowded with parents bringing their children. "Whoever pushes me will regret it." Yizhou's aunt, Zhang Hohot, arrives with 2 of her own children, both plump boys known as Depang and Erpang. As for Yizhou, he was awakened before dawn and ordered to chop firewood in the mountains. The immortal has arrived. The immortal has finally come. The crowd erupts in cheers. "Immortal, please take a look at my son, Dogsheng." Villagers in the front row eagerly push their children forward, believing that whoever is seen first by the immortal will surely enter the sect. Even Zhang Hohot is unwilling to be outdone, shoving her 2 children forward. "Silence! Silence!" The village head, his hair white and face flushed, exerts all his strength to maintain order, but no one pays him any heed. His frail voice is quickly drowned out by the clamor. "Quiet!" A steady male voice suddenly cuts through the noise, accompanied by a powerful aura that silences the crowd instantly. Everyone feels as if a heavy stone has been placed upon them, and they gaze at the newcomer with a mix of reverence and fear. Yizhou, who had been hiding at the back of the crowd, now finds himself pushed to the front, peering through the gaps in the throng to catch a glimpse of the immortal. Before him stands a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, towering at about 6 feet, his expression inscrutable as he gazes at the villagers. Yizhou notices a red character resembling blood embroidered onto the left shoulder of the man's robe. The immortal has arrived. You must be weary from your journey. Please, take a seat, the village head says, panting slightly as he approaches the man in black. The black-robed immortal surveys the surroundings and, upon noticing the presence of more than 20 eligible children from a family village, softens his previously expressionless demeanor. He nods and follows the village head into the ancestral hall, taking a seat of honor, while the villagers, who have been waiting eagerly, hastily present him with a cup of hot tea. Immortal, please enjoy the tea, the village head offers. I do not partake in the mundane drinks of mortals. Let us begin, the black-robed immortal replies coldly. The village head, unperturbed, nods repeatedly and moves to the entrance of the hall. All the children, step forward and line up to enter the ancestral hall one by one, the village head instructs. Go on, children. Villagers hurriedly push their own offspring to the front of the line. At that moment, a slender figure, using all his strength, finally breaks free from the crowd and rushes toward the entrance of the ancestral hall. This figure is none other than Yizhou, who was supposed to be chopping firewood in the mountains. Yizhou had known that today was the day of the awakening ceremony and had been hiding in the nearby woods, waiting for this moment. He longs to cultivate immortality, to become a part of the immortal sect, to rise above all others and become an immortal being. He refuses to accept a life of chopping wood and remaining a mere mortal. Even if it means completely angering his aunt, the consequences would be dire. He is willing to take the risk. Zhang Hohot is taken aback and shouts, "You foolish boy! Your body is so frail, how could you possibly awaken your spiritual roots? Don't come home afterward, or you'll have to face the consequences." At that moment, the gaze of the immortal turns toward her. Zhang Hohot's face pales, and she hurriedly falls silent. Known for her fierce demeanor in Yi family village, she is now too intimidated to act out in the presence of the immortal. After all, according to the rules of the immortal sect, every child of 8 or 9 years old in the village must participate in the awakening ceremony to test for their potential. All right, everyone, please enter. Seeing the children lined up, the village head gestures for them to proceed into the ancestral hall. Once the last child has entered, he slams the door shut with a clang. Chapter 2. The Gourd That Swallows Immortal Herbs. Once inside, Yizhou's heart races with excitement. At last, he can partake in the awakening ceremony like the other children. The opportunity to become an immortal is within reach. The village head respectfully approaches, saying, "Immortal, all the eligible children from our village have gathered." Good, the black-robed immortal nods, reaching into a pouch at his waist to retrieve a handful of vibrant green herbs, which he hands to the village head. Behold, this is an immortal herb. Consuming it will stimulate the awakening of your spiritual roots, the immortal explains. Yizhou's eyes widen in curiosity as he gazes at the herb in the black-robed immortal's hand. The herb measures about 3 inches long, adorned with 3 narrow leaves that have a slight red tinge at the tips. As soon as the herb is revealed, a rich fragrance fills the room, invigorating everyone present, as if even a whiff of the herb brings unparalleled comfort and sharpens their minds. Though Yizhou has accompanied the village herbalist on foraging trips, he has never encountered this particular herb. He has not even heard of it. This herb is truly extraordinary, beyond the realm of mortals. As per tradition, each of you shall receive 1 herb to consume on your own. You have 3 days. Should you fail to awaken your spiritual roots after consuming the herb for 3 days, it signifies a lack of destiny with the immortals. The village head carefully distributes the herbs to each child. Once they receive their herbs, as instructed, each child enters a small room within the ancestral hall to consume the herb in solitude. Yizhou selects a relatively secluded room tucked away in the corner. With his heart racing with anticipation, he jogs excitedly, but as he strides into the small room, he suddenly slips and falls flat on his face, causing the herb and the small yellow gourd hanging around his neck to fly from his hands. Ignoring the minor scrapes on his body, Yizhou scrambles to retrieve the herb. However, he notices that the cork of the gourd has popped out, and a beam of yellow light emits from its spout, enveloping the herb and causing it to vanish into thin air. Yizhou is stunned. How could this little gourd emit light? More importantly, The thumb-sized gourd has swallowed the immortal herb. Panic sets in for Yizhou. The herb is crucial for his awakening and becoming an immortal. Yizhou attempts to reinsert the cork into the gourd, but regardless of whether he pulls, twists, or pries, it seems as if the cork is glued to the gourd, refusing to budge. What to do? Yizhou's heart races with anxiety. He desires to enter the immortal sect more than anyone else here, for without it, he has no path forward. Yizhou forces himself to calm down and begins to contemplate a solution. If I were to venture outside and confess that the celestial herb was swallowed by the tiny gourd, would the immortal truly believe me? A gourd no larger than a thumb has consumed a herb 3 inches in length. It is hard to imagine that anyone would take such a tale seriously. Moreover, this gourd is the sole relic left by my parents. What if the immortal were to deem it a treasure and take it away? As Yizhou lingered at the doorway, he suddenly heard the adjacent room's door creak open. He recalled that the occupant of that room was the village chief's grandson. It had only been half a day. Could it be that he had completely absorbed the medicinal herbs? Curiosity piqued, Yizhou peered through the crack in the door. Come here. The immortal in the black robe beckoned to the village chief's grandson, who approached. The immortal placed his hand atop the boy's head, closed his eyes for a moment, and then withdrew his hand. Unawakened spiritual roots. The immortal's voice was cold as he uttered these 5 words. How could this be? The village chief was taken aback, disbelief written across his face as he gazed at his grandson, whom he had held in such high regard. His wrinkled visage drooped, revealing an expression of despair. Immortal, I beseech you, grant my grandson another chance. Come, kneel and plead with the immortal for another celestial herb. The village chief tugged his grandson to kneel before the immortal, desperately imploring. This was the first time Yizhou had witnessed the esteemed village chief groveling for help. The immortal's expression remained unyielding, and his words were still frigid. Celestial herbs are precious, they cannot be squandered. With that, he closed his eyes, disregarding the kneeling pair. It seems my Yi family is devoid of celestial affinity, the village chief lamented, tears streaming down his aged face as he embraced his grandson. Upon witnessing this, Yizhou abandoned the thought of stepping outside to seek a celestial herb. If even the village chief was powerless, what could an orphan like him possibly do? Yizhou, overwhelmed by despair, sank to the ground, staring vacantly at the gourd in his hand. This tiny gourd was the only memento left by his parents, a cherished possession he had worn around his neck, never revealing it to others. Whenever he thought of his parents, he would take it out to play with it. He had tried various methods to open the gourd's stopper but had never succeeded. Over time, he had ceased to entertain the idea of prying it open. Yet today, inexplicably, a gentle toss had caused the stopper to come loose. Could it be that his parents, watching from the heavens, did not wish for him to approach the immortal's realm? Thinking of his parents, Yizhou tightened his grip on the small gourd, a flood of memories washing over him. Accompanied by these reminiscences, he quietly drifted into slumber. That night, as the moon ascended, a vast expanse of silvery light streamed through the window, illuminating the small gourd in Yizhou's hand, transforming it into a myriad of twinkling white specks that vanished into the gourd. A night passed, and Yizhou experienced the most peaceful and relaxed sleep he had ever known. No one demanded he chop wood or wash clothes late into the night, nor did anyone require him to rise early to gather grass or collect firewood. Upon awakening, as he stretched languidly, the memory of the celestial herb consumed by the gourd flooded back, plunging his spirits into the depths of despair. He could not resist the urge to make one final attempt. If he could not pry open the stopper to retrieve the herb, he would have to venture outside after all. Avoidance was not a viable solution. Furthermore, the immortal in the black robe had granted them only 3 days to absorb the celestial herb, having squandered 1 day. Only 2 remained. Just as Yizhou reached out to dislodge the stopper, it unexpectedly popped open with the slightest touch, as if it had taken root upon the gourd. What? Yizhou was overwhelmed with joy as a beam of golden light burst from the mouth of the gourd, revealing a celestial herb measuring 15 inches in length, which appeared in his embrace. The moment the herb materialized, the stopper sealed itself once more. Staring at the transformed herb in his hands, Yizhou had no time to ponder how it had been contained within the tiny gourd. He was solely concerned with whether this herb still possessed medicinal properties. Observing the herb closely, He noted that in addition to the original 3 slender leaves, it had sprouted 12 additional elongated leaves. Not only that, but a cluster of dew-sized fruits had emerged at the tip, and the entire plant's color had shifted from vibrant green to a deep crimson. Gazing at this bizarre celestial herb, Yizhou was filled with trepidation. Could it still be consumed? Considering the alternatives outside, he found nothing could be worse. With a resolute heart, Yizhou plucked the cluster of fruits and tucked them into his pocket. He bit into the root of the herb, releasing a pungent and bitter juice that splattered in his mouth. The taste was exponentially more bitter than the traditional medicine he had endured while ill. Yizhou nearly retched but persevered, grinding the herb into bits and swallowing it whole. He took another bite, and it was unclear how long he continued this process until he finally consumed the entirety of the 15-inch herb. At that moment, the medicinal effects began to manifest. A sudden warmth surged within Yizhou's abdomen, enveloping his entire being. Initially, he felt merely warm, but within a quarter hour, it felt as if he were submerged in a vat of boiling water, causing him to wince, though he could still endure it with gritted teeth. As another quarter hour passed, just as Yizhou began to acclimatize to the heat, an intensity comparable to being plunged into scalding water surged through him, prompting him to leap about the room in distress. Chapter 3: Departure from Yi Family Village. Yizhou gritted his teeth, stifling a cry of anguish, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan, scurrying about the small room. After approximately 1 or 2 hours, he began to adapt, albeit barely, but was soon engulfed by another wave of ferocious heat, rendering him incapable of running, forcing him to roll helplessly on the ground. At this moment, Yizhou's entire body was flushed a deep crimson, akin to a severe burn. Puffs of white smoke occasionally emitted from his mouth and nose as the moisture within him evaporated rapidly. After the mystical herb had grown larger, its potency increased exponentially. While other children who had consumed the herb also felt discomfort akin to Yizhou's, none experienced it as severely as he did. Unable to endure any longer, Yizhou suddenly recalled the water tank in the room, specifically placed there for emergencies, such as a fire. With immense effort against the searing heat enveloping him, he dashed towards the tank and plunged headfirst into the water. Sizzle! The sound resembled pouring ice water onto a glowing iron. As plumes of white smoke erupted from Yizhou's overheated body, causing the water in the tank to evaporate rapidly. Feeling a semblance of coolness from the water, Yizhou's consciousness began to fade, and he fainted within the tank. When Yizhou regained consciousness, he had no idea how much time had passed. The heat within him had dissipated, and the water in the tank had completely evaporated. Emerging from the tank, he noticed that dusk was approaching outside. A profound sense of relief washed over him, and his mind felt clearer than ever, allowing him to distinctly hear voices in the courtyard. Are there still a few children who haven't come out? Reporting to the Immortal Master, there is still one named Yizhou from Zhang Hohat's family. The village chief cautiously responded. The 3-day deadline has come. It is time for me to return to my sect and report. Why Yizhou was astonished to realize he had been unconscious for a full 2 days from the Immortal Master's words. It seemed he was not inclined to wait for Yizhou any longer. Panic set in as Yizhou rushed out, calling after the Immortal Master. Immortal Master! Immortal Master! Wait! A child's clear and powerful shout halted the footsteps of the black-robed Immortal Master. Turning around, the Immortal Master saw a thin, dark-skinned boy emerging from the last closed door, running with urgency, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Come here, let me take a look. The Immortal Master extended his hand towards the hastily approaching Yizhou. Yizhou stepped forward, feeling a large hand rest upon his head, as a surge of energy flowed into him, resonating vaguely with a certain power within him. The Immortal Master's eyes sparkled with delight. This sensation was unmistakable. This child has awakened his spiritual root. The Immortal Master appeared quite pleased. He had not anticipated taking 3 children with awakened spiritual roots from Yi Family Village. Upon returning to his sect, he would receive greater rewards. The village chief, upon hearing this, chuckled and seized the opportunity to inquire, Immortal Master, it truly is a blessing from our ancestors. This year, 3 children from our village have passed. Might we receive an increase in the goods allocated to our village this year? Rest assured, the goods distributed to your village this year will be doubled, in light of the 3 children with spiritual roots. The Immortal Master was quite agreeable, causing the village chief's joy to deepen. Though Yizhou could not comprehend what the Immortal Master meant by spiritual roots, He understood that he had been accepted into the sect. Contemplating his future path within the sect, he envisioned himself becoming an immortal master like the black-robed figure, having heard tales of powerful immortal masters capable of soaring through the clouds, summoning winds and rains, turning stone to gold, and living for centuries. With these thoughts, Yizhou's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What delighted him most was the prospect of no longer being bullied in Yi family village or being forced to toil in the fields. Father, mother, do you see this from the heavens? Your son is about to become an immortal master. Yizhou unknowingly gazed up at the sky, as if his parents were watching over him from above. At the village entrance, a throng of villagers from Yi family village gathered, all aware that the immortal master was departing. Among them, 2 women in the front row stared at the tightly shut ancestral hall doors, covering their mouths as silent tears streamed down their faces. They were the mothers of the other 2 children who had successfully awakened their spiritual roots. This is a joyous day for the children. Why weep? Once they reach the sect, they will live lives of luxury and comfort, never again needing to scrape for food as we do. This is a good thing, if the children achieve greatness. Perhaps our families will benefit from their fortunes. The rugged man beside the women wore a broad smile, while those surrounding them cast envious and jealous glances at the 2 families. Having children chosen by the immortal master meant that both families would enjoy years of carefree living. A prospect that many could only envy. Isn't that Zhang Hohot? Why didn't your 2 children get chosen by the immortal master? A woman, who usually had a poor relationship with Zhang Hohot, seized the opportunity to mock without reservation. Do you think this is like picking vegetables? Your child wasn't chosen either. Besides, my nephew Yizhou is still inside. How do you know he hasn't been selected? Zhang Hohot retorted defiantly. Humph. The woman scanned the crowd, noticing that indeed, Yizhou was nowhere to be found, and snorted derisively, choosing not to engage further with Zhang Hohot. Mother, the sun is about to set. I'm hungry. Yes, mother, you promised to make me sweet pancakes the other day? And you still haven't eaten to Pang. And Xiaopeng tugged at Zhang Hohot's clothing, pouting in grievance. What are you whining about? All you think about is food. Not chosen by the immortal master and still wanting sweet pancakes. Having some thin gruel is already a luxury. Zhang Hohot rolled her eyes at her 2 sons, frustrated that her years of planning had come to naught. At that moment, the ancestral hall doors swung open. The village chief emerged alongside the black-robed immortal master, and all eyes turned to the 3 children, led by Yizhou. Village chief, was my Yizhou chosen? Zhang Hohot eagerly inquired. The village chief smiled and nodded. Zhang Hohot felt a mix of fear and joy. She feared that Yizhou, having gained power, might return to trouble her, yet she was delighted that he had awakened his spiritual roots, potentially bringing considerable wealth to her family. You 3, bid a brief farewell to your families. I shall await you at the carriage, the black-robed immortal master declared before striding towards the carriage. The other 2 children naturally embraced their parents, weeping profusely, as they were still merely 7 or 8 years old. Yizhou stood dazedly in place, watching as the mother and child beside him wept sorrowfully, while his aunt, Zhang Hohot, was busy inquiring with the village chief about how much wealth would be allocated to her family this year. Just then, a thin little hand gently tugged at the hem of Yizhou's garment. He turned to find Xiaohua, the daughter of the village's herbalist, one of Yizhou's few playmates, standing before him with her sun-kissed hair. Come over here. Xiaohua beckoned to Yizhou, leading him to a secluded corner where no one was paying attention. Cautiously, she retrieved an object wrapped in a coarse cloth handkerchief from her bosom and pressed it into Yizhou's hands. This is worth quite a bit. If you find yourself in need of money, you can sell it. Xiaohua's voice trembled slightly, and before Yizhou could refuse, she dashed away. Unwrapping the handkerchief, Yizhou discovered a 6-inch-long wild ginseng lying quietly within. Chapter 4. The spirit sword slays. The wild ginseng was still fresh, with traces of earth clinging to its roots. This item was far too precious. Yizhou quickly wrapped the wild ginseng back up, intending to return it to Xiaohua, but she had already vanished from sight. Why, Yizhou, hurry! The immortal master is about to depart. The village chief had sent off the 2 children on the carriage, but could not find Yizhou's figure after searching. He finally located him and hurriedly pulled him towards the carriage. Glimpsing the impatient black-robed immortal master waiting a short distance away, Yizhou tucked the handkerchief into his bosom. Village chief, may I trouble you with a request? Yizhou looked at the village chief, resolute in his decision. Speak. Due to Yizhou's presence, the village would receive double the wealth this year, and the village chief held a favorable impression of him. As long as Yi Zhou did not make any unreasonable demands, he would comply. I wish to allocate all the wealth the sect bestows upon my family to Xiao Hua's family. Xiao Hua's family had no sons, and her mother was bedridden, with their livelihood relying solely on her father foraging for herbs in the mountains, resulting in a life of hardship. The village chief hesitated, having never encountered such a request before. To Xiao Hua's family? Absolutely not. You've lived off my family for so many years. If I give everything to another family, wouldn't that mean I've raised you for nothing? Yi Zhou's voice was not quiet, and Zhang Hohot, standing nearby, naturally heard it. She rushed forward, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Zhou. Village chief, esteemed uncles and aunts, you all know that I am an orphan, with my family's land entirely taken by my uncles and aunts. Moreover, I have only lived with my aunt for 3 years, working diligently from dawn till dusk to repay my debts. This money is mine to give as I pleased. Yi Zhou poured out all the words he had bottled up inside. Seeing the village chief still wavering, Yi Zhou added, if the village chief is unwilling, then I shall not go to the sect. Upon joining the celestial sect and acquiring power, Yi Zhou often contemplated avenging the Zhang family after enduring beatings and insults. However, now that he has truly awakened his spiritual roots, the desire for revenge has significantly diminished. Although merely an 8 or 9-year-old child, Yi Zhou understands that while his uncle and aunt may have treated him like a servant, they nonetheless allowed him to survive. He harbors no hatred towards them now, nor does he wish for them to prosper through his entrance into the celestial sect. In his eyes, his aunt's family has become akin to strangers, with whom he shares no debts. His feelings for them are far less than those he holds for his companion. Xiao Hua. Yi Zhou's claim of not wishing to enter the celestial sect is merely a tactic to exert pressure on the village head. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. Now, be swift, he instructed. Upon hearing Yi Zhou's refusal, the village head grew anxious, realizing that the double treasure he anticipated would vanish, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. With the village head's assurance secured, Yi Zhou felt a sense of relief as he boarded the carriage. As they departed Yijia village, the carriage sped along, and initially, his 2 companions wept bitterly, but eventually, their cries faded into slumber. In the corner of the carriage, Yi Zhou displayed little sorrow. Instead, he was filled with anticipation and curiosity for the celestial sect that lay ahead. Just as the carriage had traversed several dozen miles from Yijia village, it suddenly came to a screeching halt. Yi Zhou and his companions were caught off guard and tumbled onto the carriage floor. Among them, Yi Zhou reacted quickly, scrambling to his feet and assisting his fallen friends. Zhuang and Go Shangzi. That moment, a booming voice echoed from outside. Robbery! A chill ran down their spines as they realized they were confronted by bandits. Yi Zhou's parents had fallen victim to bandits, and he harbored an innate fear of such marauders. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhou quickly regained his composure and even found the situation somewhat amusing. What audacity these bandits possessed to dare rob a carriage belonging to the celestial sect. They must be tired of living. Curious, Yi Zhou lifted a side curtain to peer outside. He beheld a calm figure in a black robe, eyes closed, seemingly unperturbed as he meditated at the front of the carriage. A couple of 100 meters away, a group of over 10 fierce-looking bandits surrounded another carriage, brandishing weapons. So this is the situation. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be out-of-town ruffians, preying on villagers. The surrounding villages had grown prosperous due to the presence of the celestial sect, attracting bandits hoping to make a fortune before retiring to a life of luxury. The gang of bandits seemed eager to rob the occupants of the front carriage, oblivious to the approaching celestial vehicle. Do not waste time with them. Kill these beggars. There seems to be other movements behind. At that moment, the black-clad figure suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson glint flashing within. His voice, cold and indifferent, resonated. Within the protection of the celestial sect, you shall not act wantonly. With a swift motion, a slender, glimmering sword shot forth from his waist, effortlessly traversing the 100-meter distance, and with a mere flick, severed the throats of 3 bandits, their blood gushing forth as their leader fell lifeless. The remaining bandits, upon witnessing this, turned pale with terror, discarding their weapons and fleeing in disarray. Run! It's a cultivator. Spare us, we meant no offense. We were unaware of your status within the celestial sect. Great sir, ignorance is no crime. The black-clad figure merely scoffed, waving his hand as the suspended sword twisted and pierced the chests of several more bandits. Their bodies collapsing in a cascade of blood in mere breaths, the bandits were all slain, leaving not a single survivor. "Sir has killed. He has killed!" A piercing scream erupted from behind Yizhou. It was Erzhuang, who had regained his senses. Driven by curiosity, he peeked outside, only to witness the black-robed figure in the act of murder, causing him to faint in horror. Being but a child of 7 or 8 years, their spirits were evidently less resilient than Yizhou's, who had endured various hardships from a young age. Yet, despite not displaying overt fear, his heart raced. This was the first time he had witnessed death up close. The terrified expressions of the bandits lingering in his mind. At that moment, a bloodied sword zipped towards the carriage, startling Yizhou into falling back onto the floor. The sword returned to the black-robed figure's waist. Yizhou gazed with profound envy. Throughout the encounter, the celestial figure remained motionless, while the bandits met their demise from a distance. When would he possess such a sword capable of slaying dozens in an instant? The occupants of the rescued carriage hurriedly dismounted and prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "Thank you, great sir, for saving our lives." The black-robed figure coldly replied, "Return home swiftly, and may you bear more children with spiritual roots as the best gratitude to the celestial sect." "Understood. We shall bear many soon." The villagers departed in their carriage. Chapter 5. Arrival at the celestial sect. At that moment, the black-robed figure, who had remained seated, suddenly moved. He retrieved a small black cauldron, no larger than a fist, from his waist, balancing it in one hand as he leaped down from the carriage. His hand rested upon one of the corpses, murmuring an incantation. A wisp of white mist emerged from the corpse's head and flew into the cauldron. The black-robed figure continued this practice, collecting the white mist from each corpse, including that of the unfortunate villagers. What could the black-robed figure be doing? Yizhou watched with curiosity as the white mist vanished into the cauldron, leaving no trace behind, while the figure's face bore a hint of satisfaction. "You possess quite the audacity, far more suited to survival within the celestial sect than they." Returning to the carriage, the black-robed figure glanced at the now-recovered Erzhuang and the timid Go Shengzi, before casting an appreciative look at the noticeably more composed Yizhou. Ignoring the corpses lying on the ground, the carriage resumed its journey. The vehicle did not traverse through towns, but instead took the most desolate paths. As they ventured further from Yizhou village, Yizhou observed an increasing number of corpses littering the roadside, with flocks of crows circling above, feasting on the remains. At times, the carriage would come to an abrupt halt, and Yizhou would witness the black-robed figure collecting more white mist from the corpses. As the number of bodies increased, so did the frequency of their stops. In the tales his parents had told him about deities, none depicted a celestial being as one who collected the essence from dead bodies. Could it be that the black-robed figure was not the celestial being his parents had described? Yet, he had indeed intervened to protect the villagers, acting as a champion of the oppressed. As this thought crossed Yizhou's mind, he could not help but feel a sense of dread and confusion. Perhaps the celestial sect he had longed for was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. Would he, too, become like the black-robed figure, roaming about to collect the essence from putrid corpses? Regardless of whether the celestial sect was as beautiful as he imagined, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Yizhou clenched his fists tightly. He must become more formidable than the celestial figure to earn the right to freedom. As for his two companions, they had transitioned from being terrified at the sight of death to expressing curiosity, even hinting at excitement in their eyes. Yizhou instinctively sensed that his friends were undergoing a transformation, adopting traits reminiscent of the black-robed figure. They seemed to relish the feeling of wielding power over life and death. On the fourth day, the black-robed figure appeared to have gathered sufficient white mist and summoned a large floating lotus leaf. "Come, I shall take you back to the sect." The black-robed immortal, with little to say, directly seated himself upon a lotus leaf. Yizhou and the sturdy dog Sheng hurriedly climbed aboard as well. Once the three had settled, the lotus leaf began to ascend into the sky. For Yizhou, who was experiencing flight for the first time, the sight of the trees and hills shrinking around him made his legs feel a touch wobbly. Turning to glance at the two sturdy companions, he saw them cowering on the lotus leaf, too frightened to move or even looked. A chuckle bubbled up within Yizhou at their expense. As they flew for a while, the tension within Yizhou gradually dissipated. replaced by a burgeoning curiosity as he surveyed the enchanting scenery around him. Below, the mountains and houses appeared as mere miniature versions of themselves, and wisps of sparse clouds drifted past, as if he were traversing a realm of celestial beauty. Suddenly, a bird soaring in the sky broke through the clouds, heading straight for the four of them. Yi Zhou swiftly sidestepped, watching as the bird, just moments away from colliding with the lotus leaf, was repelled by an invisible barrier and sent tumbling away. Intrigued, he reached out his hand and felt a solid, transparent barrier before him, prompting him to marvel at the phenomenon. The lotus leaf moved with remarkable speed, covering the distance to the celestial gate, which would have taken 2 days by foot. In just 1 hour, as the lotus leaf descended, the trio found themselves enveloped by towering green mountains, their peaks rising like a long wall stretching into the heavens. The highest summit was shrouded in mist, adorned with ancient trees and sheer cliffs, where monkeys occasionally swung by. A winding stone path snaked its way from the base of the mountain to its pinnacle, resembling a staircase to the heavens. Instead of following the stone path upward, the lotus leaf glided to a massive, smooth stone wall, before which the black-robed immortal produced a black token from his waist and waved it in front of the wall. A ripple emanated from the stone, creating concentric waves, and a dark entrance materialized at its center. This opening, approximately 2 zhang in height, was wide enough for more than 10 individuals to pass through simultaneously. The lotus leaf approached the entrance, and upon contact, the entrance shimmered with waves, causing the entire lotus leaf to vanish into the darkness, which then closed, leaving only the smooth stone wall behind. Upon emerging from the passage, Yi Zhou was momentarily blinded by a sudden brightness, squinting until his eyes adjusted to the new surroundings, which were markedly different from what he had seen outside. Looking up, he found that the undulating mountains had vanished, replaced by 3 towering peaks, each crowned with pavilions of varying heights. Figures clad in black robes soared through the air on swords, flitting between the 3 mountains. Turning back, Yi Zhou noticed a tall stone wall behind him. The entrance through which they had come had long since disappeared. The lotus leaf carried the trio toward the tallest of the peaks. Along the way, Yi Zhou spied a vast platform that had appeared in the clearing before the 3 mountains, divided into dozens of varying-sized stages. Numerous individuals were engaged in combat atop these stages, surrounded by excited onlookers in black robes who cheered fervently. Between every 2 stages stood a small white hill, roughly 2 men high. Focusing on one particular stage, Yi Zhou saw that the battle was nearing its conclusion point. One of the black-robed figures wielded a black banner, which he waved vigorously, releasing a torrent of black mist that surged toward another black-robed opponent. The assailed figure, engulfed in the swirling black fog, let out a series of agonizing screams before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The black mist was subsequently drawn back into the banner, and upon looking at the fallen figure again, Yi Zhou was horrified to see that he had transformed into a human-skinned skeleton. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed that this skeleton had once belonged to a living person. The victor, filled with excitement, retrieved a pouch from the waist of the human-skinned skeleton and waved it in triumph, while the surrounding black-robed spectators erupted in cheers, as if celebrating this brutal act of slaughter among peers. At that moment, a hunched figure, who had been waiting beside the stage, stepped forward and tossed the skeleton onto the nearby white hill, revealing that these hills were indeed composed of stacked bones. Chapter 6. Wasted spiritual roots. Gazing upon the dozens of white hills in the clearing, Yi Zhou felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of how many lives must have been lost to accumulate such a mountain of corpses. This was no celestial sect. It was a veritable hell on earth. Determined more than ever to find a way to escape this so-called celestial gate, Yi Zhou could scarcely process the scene unfolding before him. Before he could gather his thoughts, the lotus leaf gently descended to the ground. With a flash of azure light, it transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the black-robed immortal's waist. Yi Zhou looked ahead to find himself in an ancient hall, where wisps of blue smoke curled upward, and a frail old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged at the center. Before this old man stood 2 children of similar age to Yi Zhou, one of whom placed his hand upon a rotating array in front of the old man. The black-robed immortal stood respectfully outside the hall with Yi Zhou and his companions. Gradually, the array came to a halt, emanating a gentle white light that faintly revealed 5 golden characters. Before Yi Zhou could discern the meaning of these characters, The frail old man waved his sleeve and retracted the array. This child possesses wasted spiritual roots. Allowing him to remain in the sect would squander valuable resources. Take him away and dispose of him. His voice was sharp and shrill, reminiscent of a crow's call. Understood, responded the black-robed attendant, who swiftly seized the child. Before the boy could struggle, a familiar small black cauldron descended upon his forehead. A crisp sound of cracking bones echoed, and a cloud of white mist was drawn into the cauldron. When Yi Zhou looked again, the boy's face had turned pale, devoid of any breath of life. This chilling sight sent shivers down Yi Zhou's spine. The child had done nothing wrong, yet he was condemned to death by a mere utterance from the old man. His very soul extracted. Overwhelmed by fear, Yi Zhou's resolve to flee the celestial gate was all but forgotten. Beside him, the two sturdy companions were already sobbing in terror, clutching their heads. However, their cries were swiftly silenced by a piercing glare from the black-robed immortal. How dare you kill on Blood Cloud Peak? You disturb the Master's meditation. I shall hold you accountable. The frail old man's expression darkened, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he regarded the black-robed attendant. I beg Elder Second for forgiveness. This disciple will never dare again, the attendant pleaded, trembling as he knelt. Begone! The elder's command sent the attendant fleeing, clutching the remaining child as he wielded his sword to escape. Leaving behind the lifeless body, which the elder incinerated with a flick of his fingers, turning it to ashes. Elder Second, these three children require your assessment of their spiritual roots, the black-robed immortal said respectfully after the attendant had departed. Pushing Yi Zhou and his companions forward. Very well, bring the children forth, the elder instructed. The two sturdy companions, still shaken by the earlier scene, approached the elder with trepidation. The elder produced the array once more. And Yi Zhou finally got a clear look at its entirety. It was a palm-sized 5-element array, inscribed with the characters for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yi Zhou had secretly trained his body and learned to recognize characters through the teachings of Xiaohua. So his comprehension was not lacking. Place your hand upon the array and close your eyes, the elder instructed. The nearest sturdy companion complied. The elder murmured a few incantations, and the array began to spin rapidly. Just as it was about to stop, a burst of white light emanated from it, revealing 4 characters: gold, wood, earth, fire. With an impassive expression, the elder declared, "You possess low-grade spiritual roots. You may enter my blood spirit sect." Yi Zhou's heart sank at the revelation of the sect's name, which did not sound like that of a benevolent celestial order. Relieved to have narrowly escaped doom, the sturdy companion stepped aside. Next was Dog Sheng's turn to assess his spiritual roots. Following the elder's instructions, Dog Sheng shakily placed his hand on the array, which began to whirl again. Moments later, the array emitted a brilliant light, revealing 3 characters: gold, fire, earth. To Yi Zhou's surprise, a smile appeared on the elder's face, a mid-grade spiritual root. Your potential is quite commendable, he praised, his eyes gleaming with approval as he regarded Dog Sheng. This scene stirred something within Yi Zhou, who began to piece together the connection between the number of characters revealed and the quality of spiritual roots. It seemed the fewer the characters, the better the roots. He fervently hoped his own would not yield 5 characters, lest he share the same fate as the unfortunate child. As Dog Sheng stepped aside, Yi Zhou realized it was now his turn to test his spiritual roots. When he finally focused, he saw the elder's gaze fixed upon him, signaling it was time. Yi Zhou hurriedly stepped forward, standing before the elder, and apprehensively placed his small hand upon the array. Closing his eyes, Yi Zhou silently prayed, "Please, let it not be wasted spiritual roots. I do not wish to die." After a brief moment, he heard the array's spinning come to a halt and could not resist opening his eyes. To his delight, a radiant white light shone from the array, only to reveal an alarming number of characters floating above it. Yi Zhou counted them and found there were 5. His expression of joy suddenly faltered, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, and his hands and feet grew cold. The second elder, with an impassive demeanor, remarked, "Another waste of a spiritual root. Take him away and dispose of him." This pronouncement was akin to a death sentence for Yi Zhou. Beside him, Zhuang and Go Sheng, upon hearing this, were simultaneously gripped by a flicker of concern. Having emerged from the same village, They were now forced to witness Yizhou's impending demise before their very eyes. They gazed at the second elder, their hearts yearning to intercede on Yizhou's behalf, yet fearing the elder's ire might turn upon them. They could only lower their heads in silence, at that moment. Yizhou felt a tightening in his chest. He had come to the celestial sect, expecting to lead a life akin to that of a deity, yet fate had not favored him. Memories of his arduous training during childhood flooded back, and he could not help but tightly clench his small hands at his sides. What could possibly grant him a glimmer of hope? He was unwilling to succumb to death here, yet behind him lay an abyss. And surrounding him were disciples capable of wielding swords. Where could he possibly escape? Had he known this was the celestial sect, he would have remained in Yi family village, where perhaps a sliver of hope still lingered. Now, he faced certain death. A sound of air being sliced through reached his ears. Disciples of the sect had arrived. Yizhou's face turned ashen as he stepped forward, pleading with the elder, "Immortal, I beseech you to accept me. I am willing to do anything. Chop wood, cook." He could not relinquish this final opportunity for survival. The disciples of the sect dared not execute him on this peak. He feared that the moment he descended, his life would be forfeit. Thus, he racked his brain for any skill he might possess, hoping the second elder might reconsider. But the second elder had already closed his eyes, indifferent to his plight. Chapter 7. Master Shu. A pair of strong hands seized Yizhou from behind. In the fearful gazes of Zhuang and Shang, Yizhou felt himself being lifted into the air. The wind howled against his face, and he saw the second elder receding into the distance, gradually shrinking to a mere speck, despair washing over him. He could not tell how long he had been flying when he was casually tossed onto a low hill, surrounded by withered grass, desolate and barren. Upon landing, he fell to the ground. "Kid, blame your ill fate. You were never born with a good spiritual root," the figure beside him said ominously, producing a small black cauldron. Preparing to take action. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky, "Stop." Both Yizhou and the figure turned their gazes upward to see an elderly man seated upon a colossal gourd artifact. His expression grim, he had no beard, and his triangular eyes drooped downwards, clad in a loose gray robe with disheveled gray-white hair cascading around him. "Greetings, Master Shu." The black-robed disciple beside Yizhou recognized the elder's identity and hurriedly bowed in respect. "Is this the waste of a spiritual root that you brought back?" the gray-robed elder inquired, casting a casual glance at Yizhou. "Indeed," the black-robed disciple replied. "Little brat, do you know how to tend to medicinal herbs?" the gray-robed elder asked Yizhou. "Yes, I learned some knowledge about herbs from the village herbalist, and I understand how to care for them," Yizhou hurriedly answered. "Master Shu, all the plants in your courtyard are spiritual herbs. He is merely a child of 7 or 8 years. Should he inadvertently kill your spiritual herbs, not even 10 of him would suffice to compensate for a single one of your plants. Allow me to dispose of him," the black-robed disciple said with a forced smile, advancing to take action, causing Yizhou's complexion to pale instantly. "Stop. I happen to lack a servant to tend to my medicinal herbs. I shall take this boy with me." A gray light shot forth from the elder's hand, intercepting the black-robed disciple from harming Yizhou. The black-robed disciple hastily sidestepped, casting a reluctant glance at Yizhou. He had intended to refine his 100-ghost banner and only needed a few more souls. He had thought to seize a cheap opportunity today, but unexpectedly, Master Shu had intervened in the end. He had to leave in a dejected manner, soaring away on his sword. Grateful for having salvaged his life, Yizhou looked at the gray-robed elder with appreciation. "Follow me," with a flick of his sleeve. The gourd turned in the air, not heading toward any of the 3 peaks, but rather flying toward the back mountain. Upon seeing this, Yizhou hurriedly ran in the direction the gourd was heading. An hour later, panting heavily, Yizhou arrived at a small courtyard of black tiles and green bricks, fragrant with the scent of herbs. A layer of misty barriers surrounded the entrance. As Yizhou approached, a stone pathway emerged from the fog, leading him into the courtyard. The courtyard was rectangular, featuring 4 or 5 rooms and a small open area. The remaining space was cultivated into 6 neatly arranged small herb fields, filled with various types of spiritual herbs, most of which Yizhou had never seen before. Without time to examine the herbs in detail, Yizhou quickly sought the gray-robed elder's figure. He lifted his gaze to find the elder standing under the eaves with a slightly displeased expression. Seemingly having awaited his arrival for some time, Wei Zhou, not daring to delay, hurriedly approached to await his orders. You may call me Master Shu from now on. You shall serve as the caretaker of my herb fields. Take this token. With it, you may freely enter and exit the courtyard. Master Shu raised his hand, and a black token flew toward Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou quickly extended his hand to catch it, glancing down to see the character for herbs inscribed upon the black token. Aside from tending to my herb fields daily, remember to clean the courtyard. Should there be any damage to the spiritual herbs within, I will hold you accountable. The methods for caring for the herbs are written in the book. Look for yourself and make an effort to memorize all the herbs in the fields. Master Shu instructed, gesturing toward a door beside him. I reside in a courtyard on the hillside. Do not disturb me unless necessary. As for your living quarters, you may choose any room in this courtyard. Except for the locked one. After finishing his words, Master Shu removed the gourd from his waist and threw it to the ground, which instantly transformed into a large floating gourd. He lightly leaped onto it and soared toward the back mountain. By the way, remember, every 3 months, you must provide me with the herbs listed in the book. If you delay, there will be no need for others to act. I will first take your life. As the last echoes of Master Shu's voice faded away, the figure had long since vanished. After bidding farewell to Master Shu, Yi Zhou finally relaxed the anxious heart that had been lifted. Reflecting on the day's events, he realized it had indeed been fraught with challenges. Without time for rest, Yi Zhou pushed open the door to his room, eager to examine the booklet Master Shu had mentioned. For after all, this head of his was but a temporary abode for his mind. Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the medicinal fields in the courtyard, Yi Zhou retrieved the booklet spoken of by Master Shu. He settled onto a small stool in the courtyard and began to read intently. The booklet provided a detailed account of the medicinal properties and cultivation methods of each type of spiritual herb in the fields. By adhering to the instructions within, Yi Zhou felt confident he could easily tend to the spiritual herbs in his garden. As for the herbs requested by Master Shu, as long as he cared for the ones in the courtyard, it would pose no challenge. Holding the booklet, Yi Zhou began to meticulously distinguish the spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields, for he wished to avoid the dire consequences of misidentifying a herb and thus causing it to wither away. Before he realized it, night had fallen, shrouding the sky in darkness and scattering stars across the heavens. Only then did Yi Zhou rise from the medicinal fields, closing the booklet in his hands. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes, he acknowledged that after an afternoon of careful identification, he had memorized over a dozen types of spiritual herbs. Yi Zhou had always possessed a sharper memory than most. The characters taught to him by Xiaohua, no matter how complex, were etched into his mind after a single glance. Since consuming the spiritual herbs that had awakened his spiritual roots, his memory had only improved. He was confident that within 2 months, he would be able to remember all 800 or 900 types of spiritual herbs in the courtyard. With the booklet tucked into his clothing, Yi Zhou's gaze fell upon the small gourd hanging around his neck. Through his newfound knowledge of spiritual herbs, he had come to understand the gourd's purpose, to extend the age of the herbs placed within it by 500 years. His certainty about the 500 years stemmed from the characteristics of the blood herb, which only bore fruit after 500 years of growth. However, he remained uncertain whether the gourd's effect was temporary or permanent. And that night, Yi Zhou prepared to conduct a test. He retrieved a younger blood herb from the medicinal fields and placed it at the opening of the gourd. The gourd's lid opened automatically, drawing the blood herb inside before sealing itself once more. With the protective restrictions laid down by Master Shu surrounding him, Yi Zhou felt no concern about the gourd's secret being discovered. Now, he could only await the results come morning. After a restful night, Yi Zhou arose early the next day to wash up and began chopping wood, fetching water, and tending to the medicinal fields, while also reinforcing the surrounding courtyard walls. Once these tasks were completed, he returned to the medicinal fields, once again poring over the booklet to identify the spiritual herbs. As night descended, Yi Zhou hurried back to his room, eagerly removing the small gourd to unveil its contents. Upon uncorking it, a 500-year-old blood herb appeared in his hands, confirming his expectations. This gourd was not a one-time use item. It could cultivate spiritual herbs indefinitely. Elated, he gazed at the blood herb and carefully plucked the dewdrop-like fruit from its tip. This was indeed a precious item. He cautiously placed the fruit into a wooden box he had prepared, which also housed a string of fruits obtained from awakening his spiritual roots. After 2 days of studying the booklet, he understood that the primary function of the blood herb was to generate spiritual energy within the body to stimulate the spiritual roots. The intense warmth Yizhou had felt upon consuming the blood herb was the spiritual energy being produced within him. It was said that cultivators required external spiritual energy to refine their skills. If one were to consume the blood herb while cultivating, could they not generate spiritual energy directly within themselves through external absorption? This would significantly reduce the time required for cultivation. The thought excited Yizhou greatly. Moreover, the medicinal fields were filled with younger blood herbs, and Master Shu would only pay attention to the older ones, leaving the younger herbs unattended. Cultivating one blood herb each day should suffice for his training. With this in mind, Yizhou hurriedly retrieved another young blood herb from the fields to place in the gourd. With the assistance of these spiritual herbs, he now needed to consider how to acquire a cultivation technique. Trading high-age herbs was out of the question. Given his current lack of strength, possessing an older herb would be akin to walking into a den of wolves. It seemed he would need to explore other avenues. After another restful night, before dawn broke, Yizhou rose to begin his tasks. Not long after, a disciple clad in black robes arrived, descending from his sword at the entrance of the small courtyard. "Are you the servant that Master Shu brought back?" the black-robed disciple inquired, his tone dripping with arrogance, for he was an outer sect disciple of the blood spirit sect, and his status far surpassed that of mere servants. Yizhou hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. New servants of the blood spirit sect must register at the duty hall. "Follow me," the black-robed disciple commanded. Seizing Yizhou's shoulder in an instant, Yizhou felt himself lifted off the ground. Standing upon the flying sword soared swiftly toward the mountain peak on the far right. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a large entrance labeled Duty Hall at the base of the mountain. Disembarking from the flying sword, Yizhou followed the black-robed disciple's lead and registered in front of a portly disciple seated at a long table by the entrance. "As a servant of our sect, you will receive 2 low-grade spirit stones monthly, distributed at the beginning of each month. After completing your assigned tasks, you may attend classes alongside lower-tier disciples on Wuming Peak and select a cultivation technique for personal training in the transmission room. Though entry to the library and similar places is prohibited," the portly disciple stated indifferently after Yizhou completed his registration. "Servants can cultivate?" Yizhou exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy. He had been worried about how to train, but he had not anticipated that servants of the blood spirit sect could attend classes and cultivate alongside lower-tier disciples. Of course, servants who reach the second level of qi refinement may also register for the annual promotion competition, where the top 10 will be promoted to outer sect disciples, the portly disciple explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Yizhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. The identity of an outer sect disciple was far more substantial than that of a servant. Becoming an outer sect disciple would mean having the protection of the blood spirit sect. Even if others wished to harm him, they would need to think twice. However, the status of outer sect disciple felt too distant at present. The immediate concern was to select a cultivation technique and begin training, for he had not forgotten that only at the second level of qi refinement would he qualify to register. "This is a low-grade storage pouch for servants and 2 low-grade spirit stones." The portly disciple produced a palm-sized black pouch and placed the 2 spirit stones on the table. Upon seeing the spirit stones, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. "So this is what a storage pouch looks like," Yizhou thought, having witnessed disciples of the blood spirit sect retrieving flying swords and magical artifacts from such pouches. He eagerly picked up the storage pouch, hoping to explore its mysteries, but after inspecting it for quite some time, he found nothing particularly special. The portly disciple interjected, "Once you cultivate spiritual power, you can infuse it into the storage pouch to retrieve items at will." Putting away the storage pouch, Yizhou gazed at the spirit stones beside it, understanding that these were treasures in the cultivation world. However, he was puzzled as to why he had been given spirit stones so soon after arriving. Sensing Yizhou's confusion, the portly disciple explained, "Every new disciple or servant of the blood spirit sect is entitled to receive a month's worth of spirit stones in advance." "Ah, that makes sense," Yizhou thought, as he reached for one of the spirit stones to tuck into his pocket, leaving the other on the table. Having been an orphan since childhood, Yizhou understood well that nothing in this world came without a price. The portly disciple had been so diligent in addressing his queries, clearly seeking some benefit from him. However, as a mere servant with little to offer, Yizhou could not think of anything besides these spirit stones that might pique the interest of a disciple from the blood spirit sect. Noticing Yizhou's deafness, a faint smile appeared on the portly disciple's face as he quickly snatched the spirit stone from the table and tucked it into his own storage pouch. Saying politely, "Once you enter the blood spirit sect, we are all comrades. My name is Wu Yong. You can call me Brother Wu. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Wu Yong's words were precisely what Yizhou needed to hear. He promptly bowed respectfully, grateful for the guidance he would require in this new environment. Perhaps it was the first time someone had treated him with such respect. For Wu Yong's smile became considerably warmer as he glanced around to ensure no one was listening. He leaned closer to Yizhou and whispered, "In the future, do not leave Master Shu's courtyard without reason." "Why is that?" Yizhou asked, puzzled. Could it be that the blood spirit sect restricted the movements of servants? "To be frank, you have offended someone." Wu Yong quickly relayed the circumstances to Yizhou. It turned out that caring for spiritual herbs at Master Shu's residence was a lucrative opportunity. Not only could servants receive sect spirit stones monthly, but Master Shu also distributed spirit stones himself. Furthermore, a small portion of the lower-tier spiritual herbs in the courtyard could be disposed of at their discretion. While these herbs held little value to those higher up, they were treasures for lower-tier outer sect disciples. It was no surprise that ordinary servants, let alone outer sect disciples at the second or third level of qi refinement, would vie for such a position. On the day Yizhou arrived, he had unwittingly stumbled upon a disciple tending the medicinal fields who had died in a brawl. Originally, the duty hall was supposed to send a disciple to fill the vacancy, but that spot had already been decided. Who would have thought that Yizhou would emerge as a contender? As for why Master Shu did not wait for the duty hall to send someone, Shu Lao has always possessed an eccentric temperament, often acting on whims. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of fate that day when he ventured out and happened upon Yizhou, finding him to be quite endearing. Thus, he casually brought him back to the small courtyard, which ultimately saved Yizhou's life. Chapter 9. The nameless residue. The menial worker who had been ousted from his position by Yizhou naturally harbored a deep resentment towards him, vowing to seek revenge. According to Wu Yong's thoughts, as long as Yizhou remained hidden within Shu Lao's courtyard, that individual would be powerless against him. After understanding the situation, Yizhou expressed his gratitude to Wu Yong once more, his resolve to diligently cultivate becoming even more steadfast. Only by acquiring strength would he ensure that others would think twice before humiliating him. Once he had ascertained the locations of the transmission room and the lecture hall for lower-tier disciples, Yizhou bid farewell to Wu Yong and made his way directly to the nearest lecture hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he could already hear the lecturer's voice resonating within. Peering inside, he noticed the room was filled to capacity, with several individuals resembling menial workers standing at the back to listen. Seeing this, Yizhou decided against entering and instead stood outside, attentively listening. The lecturer was discussing the various realms of cultivators, categorizing them into qi refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation. He explained that while the qi refinement stage is divided into 12 levels, the stages above foundation establishment comprise early, mid, late, and peak phases. Foundation establishment can be further classified into human, earth, and heavenly foundation establishment. Human foundation establishment can extend one's lifespan to 200 years, earth foundation establishment to 300 years, and heavenly foundation establishment to 500 years. Upon hearing this, Yizhou's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mind racing with thoughts of the 500 years granted by heavenly foundation establishment. Why Yizhou was not the only one captivated by the allure of heavenly foundation establishment. All the disciples in the lecture hall displayed expressions of longing. Observing this, the lecturer chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "Everyone desires heavenly foundation establishment, yet achieving it is akin to ascending to the heavens. In my youth, I toiled for countless years and could only obtain a single foundation establishment pill to achieve human foundation establishment. Why is it so challenging?" A disciple inquired eagerly. Human foundation establishment requires merely one foundation establishment pill, while Earth foundation establishment necessitates the consumption of various rare materials. As for heavenly foundation establishment, it demands a top-tier chaos pill. The crafting of such a pill not only requires a multitude of rare materials, but also a trace of chaotic energy, the lecturer elaborated. Moreover, countless rare materials have long since vanished from the world, and obtaining that trace of chaotic energy necessitates venturing alone into the heart of the demon realm. Only those with at least great ascension-level cultivation can undertake such a journey. Even if you are fortunate enough to gather all the materials, you still cannot produce a top-tier chaos pill, not only due to the scarcity of high-level alchemists, but also because the specific formula for the chaos pill has been lost to time, leaving no one to know the exact quantities of the required materials. Consequently, it has been ages since anyone could achieve heavenly foundation establishment. Such difficulty must yield benefits beyond mere longevity, correct? Someone curiously asked. Indeed, the type of foundation establishment determines the type of elixir produced. Human foundation establishment results in a human pill, earth foundation establishment yields an earth pill, while only heavenly foundation establishment produces a golden pill. A human pill can extend one's lifespan to 600 years, an earth pill to 800 years, and a golden pill can grant one a lifespan of up to 1200 years. The lecturer stated, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yizhou silently resolved that he would at least achieve earth pill, for while heavenly foundation establishment may be daunting for others, he possessed the small gourd, which would enable him to cultivate rare materials without worry. Once he achieved earth pill, he would gain an additional 800 years of life. What lies beyond the core formation stage? Yizhou asked, attempting to quell his yearning for the prospect of 800 years. Beyond the core formation stage is the nascent soul stage. However, it is no small feat for an ordinary cultivator to reach foundation establishment in their lifetime, let alone achieve core formation, which is exceedingly rare, the lecturer replied, shaking his head, indicating his reluctance to discuss the realms beyond core formation. Inspired by the allure of the nascent soul stage, Yizhou mused that if one could live to 600 years with a human pill, then achieving nascent soul would surely grant one the potential for a millennium of life. As the lecturer began to cover other topics, Yizhou suddenly remembered that he had been away for quite some time and feared that returning late might displease Xu Lao. Moreover, he still had the most crucial task to attend to, prompting him to hastily depart. From a distance, Yizhou spotted a disciple slumped over a table, dozing off at the entrance of the transmission room. Observing the empty transmission room, he stepped inside, and no sooner had he entered than an immense pressure, akin to a boulder, bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. Yizhou's heart tightened as he heard a cold voice emanate from nearby. Who dares to intrude upon the blood spirit sex transmission room? Following the sound, Yizhou beheld a gaunt old man seated in a shadowy corner. The dim lighting concealed his presence until Yizhou's gaze fell upon him. The old man's frail form appeared as though it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, yet Yizhou dared not underestimate him. The piercing brilliance in the old man's eyes made it clear that the oppressive force enveloping Yizhou originated from him. Hurriedly, Yizhou declared his identity to the old man, fearing he would be disbelieved. He quickly added that the token given to him by Xu Lao was securely tucked away in his bosom. The old man focused intently, his consciousness sweeping over Yizhou's chest, and indeed, he sensed the lingering aura of Xu Lao emanating from the token. Consequently, he lifted the pressure weighing upon Yizhou. Newly admitted disciples or menial workers may enter the transmission room to select a cultivation method. Choose wisely, and once you have made your selection, return to me, the old man instructed before closing his eyes once more. Disregarding Yizhou offered a slight bow to the old man before meticulously examining the available cultivation methods. The transmission room was modest, consisting of an empty chamber housing several shelves laden with jade slips. Numbering in the hundreds, however, the majority were spells, with only a scant few being cultivation methods. Yizhou picked up each jade slip in turn, perusing the brief descriptions of the cultivation methods contained within. Water technique. This technique allows the practitioner to infuse their spiritual energy with water attributes, reducing energy consumption and enhancing potency when paired with water-based spells. Wood technique. This method accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy for cultivators with wood attributes, providing an enhancement to wood-based spells. Fire technique. Cultivators with fire attributes practicing this technique can double their absorption of spiritual energy at noon, enhancing the power of fire-based spells. Yizhou read through all the jade slips in one breath, only to find that the contents he had encountered were merely introductions to the cultivation methods, without revealing the actual techniques. This made his selection rather challenging. Possessing 5 different spiritual roots, Yizhou could theoretically cultivate all these techniques. Yet he found himself dissatisfied with each. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a jade slip nestled in a corner, thickly coated in dust. This particular slip seemed to be overlooked. its neglect evident in the thick layer of grime. Yi Zhou brushed off the dust and examined it, only to discover that this jade slip bore no name and presented a rather peculiar cultivation process. Ordinary cultivation methods require one to absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment into their body, circulating it through the meridians, and ultimately converging it in the dantian to form spiritual power. However, this nameless method deviated from the norm, adding an additional step. The spiritual power formed in the dantian must then flow back through the body's meridians before finally reconvening in the dantian. As a result, a small portion of the spiritual power originally formed in the dantian would be expended. Yet, the spiritual power produced through this process would be denser than usual, making it easier to break through bottlenecks compared to conventional methods. Yi Zhou recalled the lecturer's expression when discussing the difficulties of breaking through bottlenecks, and thus felt an intense attraction to this nameless method. With the nameless technique in hand, Yi Zhou approached the old man. "Have you made your selection?" The old man opened his eyes, and upon seeing the dusty jade slip Yi Zhou held, his expression momentarily faltered before returning to a state of calm. "I have made my choice," Yi Zhou affirmed, extending the jade slip towards the old man, aware that the cultivation method stored here could not be taken away but could only be copied by the old man. However, the old man did not accept the jade slip from Yi Zhou, instead scoffing, "Young lad, have you truly examined the description of this cultivation method?" Yi Zhou nodded. "This method has been here for over 100 years. And aside from you, only one person has ever attempted to learn it," the old man reminisced. "Oh, I'm quite curious about the fate of the predecessor who chose this method," Yi Zhou inquired. "He was unlike you. He possessed superior spiritual roots. Regardless of which cultivation method he chose, his future would have been boundless. Yet, he selected this nameless method, laboring for decades, only to remain stuck at the 11th level of chi refinement before ultimately exhausting his lifespan and perishing." The old man replied coldly, "And you, with your inferior spiritual roots, dare to attempt this nameless technique? Ha! Do you believe your aptitude surpasses that of superior spiritual roots?" The old man sneered at Yi Zhou. "If you had any sense, you would return and select a different cultivation method," he continued. Yet Yi Zhou remained steadfast in his choice. "As long as I put in several times the effort of others, my cultivation speed will surely not lag," Yi Zhou countered. He had considered the old man's concerns about the difficulty of mastering the nameless technique. However, with the small gourd in his possession, which allowed for the unrestricted cultivation of auxiliary spiritual herbs, he had no reason to fear slow progress. While aptitude was undeniably important, resources held equal significance. Upon hearing Yi Zhou's words, the old man's eyes brimmed with mockery. Which cultivator does not strive diligently? Yet, some things cannot be compensated for through effort alone, such as aptitude. I have cultivated for 2 cycles of 60 years, witnessing numerous extraordinary individuals with superior spiritual roots, and even encountering a few possessing exceptional roots. Yet, I have never encountered a wasted spiritual root that, through sheer effort, surpasses those of superior quality. Although the initial consumption of spiritual energy when practicing this heart method is not particularly evident, as the practice deepens, the depletion of spiritual energy will become increasingly pronounced. Practitioners of this heart method will gradually find themselves falling further behind ordinary cultivators in terms of levels, especially for someone like you with a wasted spiritual root. The cultivation of this heart method is inherently slower than that of others. If you continue with this heart method, it is likely that while your peers reach the foundation establishment stage, you will still be struggling at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refinement. The elder rambled on, but Yi Zhou remained resolute in his decision. The elder, somewhat irked, seized the heart method from Yi Zhou's hands and declared, "Once you commence practicing this heart method, you must continue without switching to another." Yi Zhou nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Seeing this, the elder ceased his chatter and swiftly copied the heart method for Yi Zhou, tossing the replicated jade slip to him. "This copy is complimentary, but for future copies, you will need to pay with the spirit stone." Having said this, the elder closed his eyes and began meditating. Yi Zhou respectfully bowed to the elder and turned to leave the transmission hall. As he passed the miscellaneous hall, he noticed Wu Yong still stationed at the entrance. Yi Zhou approached him to bid farewell, only to see Wu Yong's anxious expression. "Why haven't you returned yet? This is dire." Yi Zhou, puzzled, then spotted a group of individuals approaching with menacing intent, their leader glaring at him fiercely. "I asked that the person you mentioned who was replaced by me in the herb field?" Yi Zhou inquired, Having recently joined the blood spirit sect and not having had much interaction with its members, thus having not offended anyone. Recognizing the hostile demeanor of the approaching group, he could easily surmise their identities. Indeed, Wu Yong confirmed. This person has reached the second level of qi refinement and is on the verge of breaking through to the third. He is one of the dark horses in this year's promotion competition. He is selfish and holds grudges, often employing ruthless methods. Numerous miscellaneous workers who have wronged him have mysteriously disappeared, and it is rumored he is backing within the sect, which is why the disappearances have not been investigated. Wu Yong shared all he knew about Zhao Su with Yi Zhou. As they spoke, Zhao Su and his group had already approached Yi Zhou. Wu Yong hurriedly withdrew, retreating to his position. "You are the little errand boy brought back by Elder Shu?" Zhao Su, with a sharp, monkey-like visage, regarded Yi Zhou with venomous eyes eyeing his gaze. Yi Zhou was already akin to a dead man. And what of it? Yi Zhou met Zhao Su's gaze calmly, harboring no fear within. Seeing Yi Zhou not only refuse to back down but also daring to meet his gaze, Wu Yong's heart sank. This was not how Yi Zhou had been handling matters moments ago. "You are quite bold," Zhao Su chuckled, his followers realizing that Yi Zhou was in grave danger. Before Yi Zhou could react, Zhao Su struck. His right hand transformed into a curved, powerful claw, aimed directly at Yi Zhou's face. Should this claw connect, it would undoubtedly leave 5 gaping holes on Yi Zhou's visage, exposing his very brain. As the claw approached, Yi Zhou hurriedly tried to dodge, but with his lack of cultivation, evading an attack from a second-level qi refinement practitioner was futile. Just as Wu Yong thought Yi Zhou was about to meet his end, a child's clear voice rang out, "Stop!" Yet Zhao Su did not relent. Instead, he accelerated his attack. At the moment Zhao Su's claw was about to strike Yi Zhou's face, a flying sword shot forth, colliding with Zhao Su's claw. Sensing the sword's power, Zhao Su's heart sank, and he quickly withdrew, barely escaping the sword's assault. At this moment, several individuals turned to the direction of the newcomer, and upon recognizing him, their expressions shifted drastically. The newcomer was none other than Go Shengzi, a fellow villager of Yi Zhou's, who had been directly accepted as an inner disciple of the blood spirit sect after demonstrating a medium-grade spiritual root. Just moments ago, Yi Zhou had spotted Go Shengzi, which had emboldened him to provoke Zhao Su. With Go Shengzi's current status as an inner disciple, he had no reason to fear Zhao Su, and upon seeing Yi Zhou in trouble, he had already sought assistance from his nearby senior. Zhao Su's expression darkened immensely as he whispered a threat. "Consider yourself fortunate today. I will give you 3 days. If you do not hand over the duties of tending the herb field by then, the day you leave the herb garden will be your last. I do not believe they will always be by your side." With that, Zhao Su swiftly departed with his subordinates. Chapter 11. Achieving the second level of qi refinement, Go Shengzi approached Yi Zhou with great delight. Expressing a hint of guilt, "This is wonderful. You are still alive." Yi Zhou and Go Shengzi embraced in a bear hug, although there had not been a deep bond between them in the village. Amidst the cruel and indifferent blood spirit sect, the presence of a fellow villager brought him immeasurable comfort. Yi Zhou recounted how he had been saved by Elder Shu and assigned as a steward for the spiritual herbs. "Just being alive is enough. I will come to visit you often with Erzhuang," Go Shengzi exclaimed excitedly. Yi Zhou turned to the black-robed youth standing beside Go Shengzi and slightly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for earlier." This was the individual who had repelled Zhao Su with the flying sword. "Junior brother, do not waste time. We must select our methods quickly. The master is waiting for our report," the black-robed youth urged, ignoring Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou did not take offense. After all, they were inner disciples. While he was merely a lowly errand boy, it was natural that they would overlook him, especially since the youth had just saved his life. "I will take my leave now, Yi Zhou. Be cautious of the other disciples competing against you. Safety comes first." Go Shengzi reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Zhou and headed towards the transmission hall. "I didn't realize you knew inner disciples," Wu Yong remarked, approaching. "He is a childhood friend from my village," Yi Zhou replied. Watching Go Shengzi's figure gradually fade away, he did not harbor the belief that relying on Go Shengzi would ensure his safety. Deep down, he thought the same as Zhao Su had said earlier. No one could always be there to protect him. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. One day, when he became an inner disciple, perhaps he would no longer be in a position where even a mere errand boy could threaten his life. With this thought, Yi Zhou could not help but clench his small fists. "Do not heed Zhao Su's words. They are mere bluster. Even if you hand over the herb field duties, he will not spare you." Wu Yong cautioned. Having overheard Zhao Su's earlier threats, I will remember. Yi Zhou acknowledged. He understood that Zhao Su was not one to back down easily. Handing over the duties, without the protection of the herb garden's formations, would only hasten his demise. The immediate priority was to rapidly enhance his own strength. Without cultivation, Yi Zhou was but a target for bullying in the eyes of the slightly more skilled errand boys. Today it was Zhao Su. Tomorrow it could be someone like Li Su or Wang Su. Besides, Zhao Su was merely at the second level of qi refinement. As long as he diligently practiced, he was certain he could surpass him soon. At this point, the departing Go Shengzi spoke again. In the future, try not to associate closely with these errand boys. But Go Shengzi hesitated, wanting to mention that Yi Zhou was his childhood friend. An errand boy is still an errand boy. Even if one day they leap into the ranks of outer disciples, given their potential, they will only reach that point. We are inner disciples of the blood spirit sect, with cultivation talents far exceeding those of others. We should not be distracted by worldly matters. All previous connections are but mundane ties. Cultivators must sever such ties and seek the great Tao, the black-robed senior declared with determination, while Go Shengzi quietly lowered his head. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yi Zhou did not begin practicing the nameless technique. Instead, he took the small booklet and entered the herb field, continuing to identify the spiritual herbs he had not yet recognized the previous day. Caring for the spiritual herbs growing in this field was his foremost responsibility at present. While cultivation was equally important, it could only be attended to during free moments. Immersed in reading the booklet, Yi Zhou lost track of time, only realizing the approaching dusk when he felt a twinge of stiffness in his body. Stretching, he stored away the booklet and eagerly returned to his room. Carefully retrieving the jade slip of the nameless technique to comprehend its contents, an hour later, Yi Zhou set down the jade slip, his brow furrowing slightly. Having perused the contents, he discovered that this nameless technique was but a fragment, detailing the cultivation methods from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, with no records regarding the methods post-foundation establishment. Never mind, a fragment is still a fragment. At worst, I will seek out the methods for the foundation establishment stage myself. Securing the doors and windows, Yi Zhou took out a 500-year-old blood vitality herb, swallowed a few mouthfuls, and felt the familiar warmth surge within him. Following the instructions from the jade slip, he began to meditate and cultivate. The intense heat that had once caused Yi Zhou excruciating pain transformed into obedient warm currents that coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian to form a faint trace of spiritual energy. Though this trace of spiritual energy was as fragile as a hair, it filled Yi Zhou with exhilaration. He had finally cultivated spiritual energy. This was a special force reserved for immortals, with spiritual energy. He could soar through the skies on a flying sword, summon winds and rain, and traverse the realms. The presence of spiritual energy signified that he had officially embarked on the path of cultivation. From this day forth, I, Yi Zhou, shall also be a revered and feared immortal. Yi Zhou was overwhelmed with excitement, almost bursting into a shout, yet he forcefully restrained the joy swelling within him. He cautiously guided the thread of spiritual energy from his dantian through the various meridians of his body once more. By the time this strand of energy returned to his dantian, it had diminished by a third. The energy depletion caused by practicing the nameless technique was truly astonishing. It was the first time Yi Zhou witnessed it firsthand, and he could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. However, he did not regret his choice. Harnessing the remaining abundant spiritual energy within him, Yi Zhou did not dare to hesitate and continued to circulate his cultivation method. With each cycle of his technique, the energy in his dantian gradually increased. At last, after 2 hours, having completed 6 cycles of his technique, the spiritual energy generated by the bloodgrass had been nearly exhausted. The moment the energy from the bloodgrass was depleted, Yi Zhou felt as if he was attempting to absorb the heavenly spiritual energy, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. He could not draw in a single drop. The issue of his wasteful spiritual roots and poor aptitude became glaringly apparent. With a sigh, Yi Zhou concluded his practice of the nameless technique. Feeling the slight increase of spiritual energy within him, Yi Zhou's previously furrowed brow relaxed and unfolded. Fortunately, with the presence of the small gourd, spiritual energy was not a significant concern. At this pace, he believed he could certainly reach the second level of qi refinement within 2 months. And this was while practicing the more challenging nameless technique. Had he been using an ordinary technique, he might have reached that level in just a month. What Yi Zhou did not realize was that such a training speed far exceeded that of an average mid-grade spiritual root, nearly rivaling that of a high-grade spiritual root. Yet, he remained unsatisfied with his current speed. He yearned for more rapid progress. Yi Zhou eagerly glanced at the small wooden box set aside, which contained the fruits of the bloodgrass. From the booklet he had perused, Yi Zhou learned that the fruits of the bloodgrass were exceptionally precious. A single fruit could yield spiritual energy far surpassing that of a 500-year-old bloodgrass plant by several times. Therefore, his recent cultivation of bloodgrass was not solely for the herb itself, but rather for its fruits. A 500-year-old bloodgrass could bear 12 fruits, and he already possessed 36, ample for his prolonged cultivation. Opening the wooden box, Yi Zhou plucked a dewdrop-like fruit and placed it in his mouth. The moment it entered his stomach, it transformed into a surge of spiritual energy several times more abundant than before. Erupting within Yi Zhou's body, overwhelmed, Yi Zhou felt as though his body was about to burst from this influx of energy. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly activated his mental technique to guide this torrent of energy through his meridians, gradually converting the wild surge into spiritual energy within his dantian. Time passed, and after 4 hours, when the spiritual energy within him was fully consumed, Yi Zhou slowly opened his eyes, his expression brimming with joy. Just from this single fruit, his internal spiritual energy had doubled. If he continued at this pace, he would reach the second level of qi refinement in a month, without needing to wait for 2. Such a terrifying cultivation speed, if it were to reach the ears of the blood spirit sect, would surely make the elder who had once ordered his execution deeply regretful. However, Yi Zhou had no intention of proclaiming this to the world. After all, his remarkable cultivation speed relied on the small gourd in his possession, and the secret of the gourd must never be divulged. Growing up in such a harsh environment, he understood the principle of not exposing one's wealth. Chapter 12. The reward from Elder Shu. A night passed, and as dawn broke, Yi Zhou concluded his meditation. As per his usual routine, he rose to wash up and tend to the herb field. Since successfully cultivating spiritual energy and entering the first level of qi refinement the night before, Yi Zhou had noticed an enhancement in his perception. His mind was clearer than ever, and he could identify spiritual herbs with increased speed. He recognized that these were the benefits of his cultivation. From this day forth, Yi Zhou began a routine of tending to the herb field and identifying spiritual herbs by day, and consuming spiritual herbs for cultivation by night. Since the herb garden was located in a secluded area behind the blood spirit sect, protected by a formation, he did not need to worry about anyone intruding on his training. As for Elder Shu, he had not seen him since he started working in the herb garden. A month slipped by unnoticed. That night, as Yi Zhou sat cross-legged in his room, his eyes tightly shut and a serious expression on his face, faint wisps of spiritual energy emanated from his body. Beside him lay an entire box of bloodgrass fruits, glimmering under the moonlight. An hour later, as the last trace of spiritual energy flowed back into his dantian, the energy within him had thickened to the girth of a pinky finger. He opened his eyes in delight. After a month of hard work, he had finally reached the second level of qi refinement today. This filled Yi Zhou with exhilaration. After all, he was still a child. He excitedly paced around the room, even wishing to share his joy with someone. However, as he opened the door and was greeted by the night breeze, he was reminded of his circumstances. He was in the blood spirit sect, not in a small village, with no companions to share in his happiness. Suppressing a tinge of disappointment, he closed the door and continued to meditate, wasting no time. Without the bloodgrass cultivated by the small gourd, with his pitiful spiritual roots, even if he were to toil for 3 more years, he might not have reached the second level of qi refinement. He now had a clearer understanding of the gourd's significance. Coupled with his recent readings, Yi Zhou was convinced that the small gourd was a treasure of the cultivation world. Once this secret spread, the entire realm of cultivation could very well go into a frenzy. Yi Zhou picked up a bloodgrass fruit and swallowed it, eager to consolidate his newfound second level of qi refinement. After 2 hours, he opened his eyes to gaze at the remaining bloodgrass fruits in the box, his expression growing peculiar. Typically, consuming a single bloodgrass fruit would provide him with enough spiritual energy for 4 hours of cultivation. Yet today, his energy had been exhausted in just 2 hours. Though he had anticipated this scenario, the fact that his energy requirements had doubled so soon after entering the second level of qi refinement was alarming. At the same time, he pondered whether his body had developed a tolerance to the bloodgrass fruit, or if the energy demands had simply increased with his rising cultivation. As a child, Yizhou could not comprehend this dilemma, nor did he wish to dwell on it. In his view, he still had plenty of bloodgrass fruits to consume. Even if their effects were halved, he could simply increase his intake, and the supply of spiritual energy would naturally keep pace. With this thought, Yizhou began to consume 2 bloodgrass fruits at once. Such extravagant behavior would surely cause any other cultivator to exclaim in wastefulness. Typically, cultivators would use spiritual herbs to refine pills to enhance their potency before consuming the resultant elixirs. Yet, Yizhou was entirely unconcerned about waste. With the small gourd in hand, the spiritual herbs that others deemed precious were to him no different than ordinary herbs. While consuming elixirs would undoubtedly be preferable, he currently lacked the means to do so. Alchemy was a skill he could only learn after becoming an outer sect disciple and gaining access to the alchemy pavilion. After swallowing 2 bloodgrass fruits, he felt his internal spiritual energy surge once more and immediately activated his technique to begin cultivating. After a night of training, before dawn had fully broken, Yizhou concluded his practice early. Upon opening the door, he was startled to see Elder Shu had arrived unannounced. Remembering that he had concealed the bloodgrass fruits in his storage pouch, he felt relieved and quickly approached Elder Shu. Elder Shu, Yizhou greeted respectfully, noticing from the corner of his eye that Elder Shu was meticulously inspecting the various spiritual herbs planted in the garden. Thanks to Yizhou's attentive care over the past month, the herbs were thriving. Some that had previously been on the brink of withering had miraculously revived, bursting with vitality. Elder Shu, who had initially harbored some concerns about Yizhou's ability to tend to the herbs, found his worries alleviated and his attitude towards Yizhou softened, no longer as cold as before. Yes, it is evident that you have been diligent in caring for the herb garden during this time. This is a reward for you. Elder Shu casually praised Yizhou, waving his hand to toss him 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Seeing the 10 low-grade spiritual stones in his hand, Yizhou felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated Elder Shu's generosity. Such a spontaneous reward could equal the earnings of a typical servant over 5 months, which explained why Zhao Su had gone to such lengths to work as a servant in Elder Shu's courtyard. After storing the spiritual stones in his pouch, Yizhou respectfully thanked Elder Shu for his reward. Little one, a month has passed. How many types of spiritual herbs in this garden have you memorized? After observing the herbs in the courtyard for a while, Elder Shu casually inquired. I have memorized all the spiritual herbs planted in the first half of the garden, Yizhou replied honestly, knowing that he could not afford any negligence if he wished to keep his life. Have you truly memorized half? Elder Shu looked at Yizhou with mild surprise. The herbs in this garden numbered in the thousands, with at least 800 or 900 species. For an ordinary person to memorize half in just a month was quite a challenge. Seeing Yizhou nod sincerely, Elder Shu continued, then let me test you. What is the name of the herb in the corner by the wall? Yohimbe grass. It prefers shade and should be planted in dark, damp places, watered once each in the early morning and evening. Yizhou answered, naming both the herb and its cultivation method without hesitation. What about the herb in the second row of the second section of the garden on the right? Elder Shu, satisfied with Yizhou's previous answer, swiftly followed up with another question. Withering summer grass, it prefers heat and should be planted in sunlit areas, watered once a month. Why Yizhou maintained his composure as he continued to respond to Elder Shu's inquiries regarding various spiritual herbs. Answering each question accurately and without error, Elder Shu nodded slightly, stroking his beard, remarking that Yizhou was indeed a diligent lad. He informed Yizhou that he could now enter the locked room in the courtyard to explore the knowledge pertaining to elixirs. In a month, I will be refining pills, and you will need to assist by adding herbs and fuel. Therefore, you must memorize every type of spiritual herb in my courtyard. If you mistakenly add the wrong herb, leading to the production of a useless pill, I shall throw you into the furnace to compensate for the loss. Elder Shu concluded, tossing a key to Yizhou before mounting his gourd and soaring away. Chapter 13. Practicing the fireball technique. After bidding farewell to Elder Shu, Yizhou eagerly used the key to unlock the room. As he pushed the door open, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. The spacious room was filled with a myriad of jade slips, far exceeding even the quantity found in the blood spirit sect's transmission room. Yizhou hurriedly stepped inside, meticulously examining each shelf, where the jade slips were neatly categorized into various subjects. spiritual herbs, spells, alchemy, geography, and knowledge of magical artifacts, among others. Overwhelming Yizhou with their abundance, he casually selected a jade slip on spells, sensing its contents, and discovered it contained a low-tier spell, the fireball technique. The ability to summon winds, rains, thunder, and flames was indeed a celestial skill, precisely what Yizhou yearned for. An hour passed before he set the jade slip down. Exhaling deeply as he extended his finger, swiftly concentrating his spiritual energy to form a glowing orb the size of a mung bean. However, the fireball extinguished with a soft pop after only a moment of concentration. Clearly, he needed more practice to master it. Yizhou sought a secluded corner in the courtyard, preparing to practice the fireball technique, when he heard someone calling his name from outside the array. Yizhou, it's Zhuang, come and see me. Quickly open the array. Yizhou felt a thrill of excitement and took out his token to part the array, revealing the familiar figure of Zhuang standing outside. Yizhou? Zhuang exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward him and embracing him tightly, warm tears streaming onto Yizhou's hand. Zhuang, what brings you here? Yizhou asked, equally excited, but noticed Zhuang looked considerably thinner than when he first arrived, indicating he had been struggling as well. I heard from Goshang that you were working as a laborer here. I finally found some time to come check on you, Zhuang said, wiping his tears as they quietly shared their experiences over the past days. While Zhuang had not fallen as low as Yizhou, he too faced difficulties, with his days filled with morning lessons and relentless training, facing harsh punishment from the senior brothers for any sign of laziness. Yizhou offered some comforting words to Zhuang. By the way, I came to warn you, don't go outside these days. There's a laborer named Zhao Su who has been lurking outside your courtyard for a month, just waiting to catch you, Zhuang cautioned. Yizhou's expression darkened at the mention of Zhao Su. After a brief exchange, as Zhuang needed to return to his training, Yizhou reluctantly saw him off, resuming his practice of the fireball technique. He held his breath, raised his right hand slightly, and focused intently on his empty palm. Following the method outlined in the jade slip, he softly recited the incantation, gradually channeling his spiritual energy into his right hand. After more than a minute, a fireball the size of a broad bean slowly floated from Yizhou's palm. Under Yizhou's eager gaze, the fireball quivered twice before dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Once more, Yizhou urged, immersing himself in fervent practice, as wisps of smoke of varying thicknesses emerged from the secluded corner of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, several figures were stealthily concealed among the overgrown grass, with a malevolent gaze fixated on the mist-enshrouded courtyard. This person was Zhao Su. Ever since he failed to eliminate Yizhou at Wuming Peak, Zhao Su had stationed himself outside the courtyard, waiting day and night to ambush him. Yet, a month had passed, and Yizhou had not emerged, akin to a tortoise retreating into its shell, leaving Zhao Su and his companions frustrated and helpless. Elder Shu had erected a barrier around the courtyard, and not only was it beyond their capability to breach, but they also lacked the courage to attempt it. Although Elder Shu's influence within the Blood Spirit sect was lesser compared to other elders, even they had to show him some respect. Zhaogu, do you think this kid has figured out we're looking for trouble and plans to hide in there for 3 to 5 years? One of Zhao Su's companions suggested with a worried expression. Exactly, Zhaogu, this situation cannot continue, echoed the others in agreement. Initially, they had expected to deal with Yizhou in just a day or two, believing he would comply with their threats, but to their surprise, Yizhou proved to be a tough nut to crack, remaining hidden for an entire month. The laborers, regardless of their idleness, still had tasks to attend to. If the higher-ups discovered their absence, Zhao Su had nothing to fear, but the rest of them would inevitably face punishment. Don't worry. I'm confident that this kid will definitely come out today. If he doesn't, we'll retreat, Zhao Su declared with conviction. Oh, why are you so sure? His companions inquired curiously. Today is the day when laborers collect their spiritual stones. All of them will head to Wuming Peak to claim them. The Blood Spirit sect stipulates that if one misses the monthly collection time without a valid reason, the stones become void. Thus, Zhao Su was so certain that Yizhou would emerge today. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Zhao Su's eyes as he gazed toward the mist. Unbeknownst to Yizhou, who was diligently practicing the fireball technique within the courtyard, Zhao Su and his cohort lay in wait at the entrance. Although aware that today was the day for collecting spiritual stones, Yizhou had no intention of stepping outside. Firstly, encountering Zhao Su was inevitable, and given his current strength, he would not fare well against Zhao Su. It was wiser to remain in the courtyard and focus on his cultivation for future endeavors. Secondly, since Wu Yong managed the distribution of the spiritual stones, Yi Zhou had previously arranged with him to collect his stones at any time, provided he offered Wu Yong a small gratuity. Unconcerned, Yi Zhou once again unleashed the fireball technique, this time producing a fireball the size of his thumb, radiating brilliantly. Just as he was about to direct the fireball with his will toward a stone a meter away, it extinguished with a soft pop. Yi Zhou's expression turned slightly pale. Just as he was about to cast the next fireball technique, a faint cramping pain surged from his dantian. Unbeknownst to him, the rapid depletion of spiritual energy from his dantian had triggered this discomfort, a signal of exhaustion. Nevertheless, Yi Zhou gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he forcibly conjured another fireball the size of a broad bean. With a whoosh, a flash of fire erupted, followed by a loud pop as flames exploded, sending waves of heat toward him. Yi Zhou's eyebrows and hair were singed, and although he had successfully cast the fireball technique, it detonated before reaching its intended target, leaving him charred and blackened. Yet, the excitement gleamed in his eyes as he contemplated the potential for destruction in the coming days. Calculating the number of times he had executed the fireball technique, he realized that with his current cultivation level, he could only cast it 6 times. This was due to his practice of the Wuming residual technique, which allowed his spiritual energy to be denser than that of an ordinary cultivator. Typically, a practitioner at the second level of Qi refinement could only perform it 4 times. After finishing his spellcasting, Yi Zhou gazed at the medicinal field in the courtyard and recalled that he still had half of the spiritual herbs to identify. He hastily retrieved his booklet from his pocket, eager to continue recognizing the remaining herbs. He was determined to memorize all of them before Elder Shu's alchemy session. Time flew by swiftly while immersed in the medicinal field. And before he knew it, night had fallen. The moon hung high, and with reluctance, Yi Zhou tucked the booklet away and returned to his room. He stretched, feeling a hint of fatigue, but chose to meditate and cultivate the Wuming technique to replenish the spiritual energy he had expended during the day. Yi Zhou was acutely aware that his aptitude did not match that of others, so he needed to work harder than anyone else. Chapter 14. The marvelous jade branch fruit outside the courtyard. As night descended and the bright moon shone above, Zhao Su's expression grew increasingly grim while lurking outside Elder Shu's courtyard. Zhao Gu, this brat must have steeled himself, willing to forego his spiritual stones rather than step outside. One of the leaner companions exchanged glances with the others, tentatively suggesting, "Perhaps we should just leave?" Zhao Su shot a fierce glare at the mist, rising abruptly to slam his hand against a massive stone before him. Instantly, the stone, half the height of a person, shattered into pieces under his strike, causing the nearby laborers to tremble in fear. "This infuriates me," he fumed. "When I finally catch this turtle, I will skin him alive and make his hide into insoles." Another night passed, and with the first light of dawn, Yi Zhou concluded his meditation, inspecting his dantian and discovering that not only had his exhausted spiritual energy fully recovered, but he also felt a faint increase. Could it be that exhausting his spiritual energy and replenishing it could enhance his cultivation? Contemplating this, Yi Zhou felt a subtle thrill in his heart. He eagerly rose to wash up and retreated to a secluded corner to continue his practice of the fireball technique. His lips moved slightly, and as he completed the incantation, a fireball the size of a broad bean rose from his palm, the surrounding air instantly becoming sweltering. With a flicker of thought, the fireball shot forth rapidly towards the stone before him. Mere inches from his position, it erupted with a resounding bang, scattering sparks in all directions. Fortunately, Yi Zhou had anticipated this, swiftly rolling to the side to evade the explosive waves of flame, avoiding the charred aftermath. Once more, Yi Zhou resumed chanting the incantation, channeling his spiritual energy anew. After a little over a moment, the fireball reappeared, hurtling towards the stone. Just as it was about to make contact, it once again erupted uncontrollably. This time, the distance was considerably greater than before. Yi Zhou's eyes brightened, and he continued to cast his spell in the tranquil courtyard. The sporadic crackling sounds of exploding fireballs echoed, and the wild grass surrounding Yi Zhou was scorched in patches. An hour later, Yi Zhou finally exhausted his spiritual energy, feeling a sharp pain radiating from his dantian, prompting him to cease his training in the fireball technique. Dragging his fatigued body, he continued to crouch in the courtyard. Identifying spiritual herbs. Before long, afternoon arrived. After identifying yet another spiritual herb, Yizhou stood up, acutely aware of the aches in his body, and stretched languidly to ease his muscles. With half of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field still unrecognized, a sense of gloom washed over him. Given his memory capacity, he believed he could memorize the remaining herbs within a month, but this would severely encroach upon his time for meditation and spell practice. Identifying herbs was merely a task assigned by Elder Shu, yet Yizhou felt that enhancing his own strength was of paramount importance. He could not live his life as a timid turtle, avoiding Zhao Su at every turn. Is there any way to accelerate his memorization of spiritual herbs? Yizhou furrowed his brow and paced in the courtyard, his small mind racing with thoughts as he earnestly contemplated the issue. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it the rich aroma of spiritual herbs that filled Yizhou's nostrils, invigorating him and clearing his previously heavy head. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Yes, certain rare spiritual medicines should enhance memory. A wave of excitement coursed through him as he hurriedly strode towards the study, rifling through the jade slips related to spiritual medicines. Shu Lanhua, flourishing in marshy areas. Blooms once every 300 years, its fragrance detoxifying and purifying. Shui Fuyong, found in icy highlands, blossoms every 800 years, its icy blue petals counteracting cold poison. Bingji Chao, thriving in glacial regions, flowers every 500 years. Its pure white blossoms fragrant enough to dispel heat toxins. Xiang Ko Chao, flourishing in moist, warm areas, blooms every 200 years and bears fruit every 400 years. Its pearl-like fruits exude a delightful aroma and can harmonize medicinal properties when used in elixirs. Yizhou picked up one jade slip after another, skimming through their contents before setting them back down. Time slipped away, and after 2 more hours, as Yizhou picked up a jade slip from the bottom of the pile, he felt a rush of joy upon sensing its content. Finally, he had discovered a spiritual medicine that enhances memory. Yu Gua, the fruit of the Yu Chao, which is entirely white and prefers shade. Blooms once every 500 years and bears fruit after another 500. The fruit is round and translucent as jade, and consuming it aids in strengthening the soul. Yizhou had encountered references to the soul in the nameless scriptures he studied, possessing a rudimentary understanding of its significance. The soul is the very essence of a cultivator. Strengthening the soul yields numerous benefits. Aside from enhancing memory, it also elevates comprehension and insight. A cultivator with a potent soul can utilize it to attack others. And if the opponent's soul is damaged, the repercussions can range from stagnation in cultivation to complete mental incapacitation. The soul is, alongside the dantian, the most crucial lifeline for a cultivator. Throughout history, countless cultivators have sought various methods to enhance their souls, ultimately discovering that aside from rare spiritual medicines and some exceptionally unique techniques, no other means exist to augment the soul. Thus, even a single herb capable of slightly enhancing the soul's potency can fetch exorbitant prices at auctions in the cultivation world. Rare indeed is a spiritual medicine like Yu Gua that can significantly bolster the soul. Apart from ancient sects with millennia of heritage, smaller sects and family clans struggle to procure even a single piece. While Yu Gua is scarce, lower-grade Yu Chao, on the other hand, proliferates in the cultivation world, with Elder Shu's medicinal field teeming with it like wildgrass. However, would the age of the spiritual herb placed in the small gourd accumulate over time? Only one way to find out. He ventured to the medicinal field, plucking a Yu Chao and placing it within the small gourd. In 2 days, he would know the outcome. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that the herb's age would not enhance. As a 500-year-old spiritual medicine was already a rare treasure in the world. 2 days passed swiftly as Yizhou diligently identified and studied the knowledge of spiritual herbs while engaging in earnest practice. He tightly shut the windows and doors of his room, then, nestled beneath the covers, opened the small gourd once more. A beam of yellow light shot forth from the gourd, and Yizhou quickly reached out to grasp it. As he felt the jade-like warmth in the palm of his hand, his heart surged with joy. Upon opening his hand, he beheld a fruit the size of a baby's fist, gleaming like jade and radiating a lustrous glow. Its surface hard and translucent, encasing a pool of milky white liquid. Remarkably, this liquid flowed gently within the fruit, almost as if it were alive. A peculiar, fragrant aroma wafted forth, and with a single inhalation, Yizhou felt his very soul quiver and rejoice. a wave of unparalleled comfort washing over him. This was the coveted Yuzhigua, desired by all in the cultivation world. While many sects cultivated Yuzhichao, the higher the age of the plant, the more demanding its environmental conditions, leading most Yuzhichao to wither away before even the flowering stage could be witnessed. Yet with the small gourd, Yizhou only needed to insert a Yuzhichao seedling, and in 2 days, he could harvest the Yuzhigua. Chapter 15. The benefits of strengthening the soul with a crisp crunch. Yizhou took a hearty bite. A wave of sweet, icy juice flowed into his mouth along with the fruit's flesh, and before he could even chew, it melted away. The Yuzhigua was so small that Yizhou swallowed it whole in just a few bites. It was simply divine. The Yuzhigua was undoubtedly the most exquisite fruit Yizhou had ever tasted in his life. Moments later, a refreshing aura radiated from within him. Yizhou suddenly felt invigorated, his mind clearer than ever before, and many previously perplexing thoughts became remarkably easy to comprehend. Even the vague memories of his childhood became strikingly vivid. Moreover, standing in his room, he only needed to close his eyes and concentrate to see clearly the gust of wind sweeping through the courtyard, causing a swath of spiritual herbs to sway, while a foot down, earthworms burrowed through the soil. This was the boon granted by an enhanced soul. Half an hour later, the medicinal properties of the Yuzhigua had been entirely absorbed by Yizhou's body. Thrilled, he stepped outside, quickly retrieving his small booklet, and strode purposefully into the medicinal field to identify new herbs. He was eager to test whether his memory had significantly improved due to consuming the Yuzhigua. Opening the booklet, Yizhou felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. The knowledge of spiritual herbs, which had once seemed cumbersome and difficult to remember, now flowed easily into his mind with just a few readings. He could even read for several hours without feeling the slightest fatigue, his spirit brimming with vitality, and his mind remained agile. His efficiency in memorizing herbs was at least 3 times greater than before, allowing him to effortlessly complete Elder Shu's tasks without hindering his meditation and spell practice. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had arrived as Yizhou closed his booklet. Feeling accomplished, at this rate, he would need less than 10 days to memorize the remaining spiritual herbs. Returning to his room, he swallowed 2 Bai Shuichao fruits, circulating his heart method, and began to fill his empty dantian. To his astonishment, the heart method that had previously progressed slowly now accelerated significantly. After 3 hours, Yizhou opened his eyes in delight. He had not anticipated that the Yuzhigua would also enhance the speed of his heart method's operation. No wonder it was highly regarded in the cultivation world. A rare treasure with extraordinarily miraculous effects. What previously took Yizhou 4 hours of practice could now be accomplished in merely 3. His cultivation speed had drastically increased. Additionally, whereas he once could only practice for 4 hours a night before feeling exhausted, he now felt he still had energy to continue. The next day, Yizhou once again placed a Yuzhichao seedling into the small gourd. Given the miraculous effects of the Yuzhigua, he naturally wanted to consume several more until its efficacy was completely exhausted to his satisfaction. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye in the courtyard. Yizhou faced a boulder pocked with craters, his lips moving as a fireball the size of a bird's egg materialized in his palm. The air around him grew scorching hot. Go! With a swift motion of his hand, the fireball shot towards the boulder like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Boom! The moment the fireball struck the boulder, it detonated with a thunderous explosion. A violent wave of flames surged forth in all directions. Just as the surging flames threatened to engulf him, Yizhou gently clapped his small hand towards the inferno, and in an instant, a wall of earthy yellow materialized, completely isolating him from the flames. This was his newly mastered earth wall technique, capable of withstanding magical assaults and potentially saving his life in critical moments. Over the past month, Yizhou not only effortlessly memorized all the spiritual herbs in the courtyard, but also experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Moreover, in Elder Shu's study, he acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding the realm of immortality. He was now merely a step away from breaking through to the 3rd level of chi refinement. With the substantial amplification of his spirit, his progress in practicing spells also accelerated. Currently, his fireball technique had reached a minor accomplishment, while the earthwall technique, though not yet fully mastered, boasted commendable defensive capabilities. After clearing the surrounding rubble and concealing the traces of his fireball practice, Yizhou tidied up the small courtyard. Today marked the time when Elder Shu was set to refine pills. Naturally, Yizhou wished to keep his spellcasting progress a secret from Elder Shu, thereby minimizing the possibility of exposing his small gourd. Before long, a large gourd descended gently from the sky. Upon Elder Shu's arrival, he initially wore a stern expression and subjected Yizhou to a rigorous examination. Seeing that Yizhou answered correctly, he waved his hand and rewarded him with 10 low-grade spirit stones. "You shall move the firewood outside the formation into the pill refining chamber," he commanded. "As you wish," Yizhou replied. Upon stepping outside the courtyard, he beheld several large carts brimming with neatly stacked firewood, exuding a delightful fragrance. This was the highly prized black linden wood, known for its fire-retardant, low smoke, and stable burning properties, making it the ideal choice for refining low-grade pills. Although Yizhou was small in stature, his cultivation had reached an impressive level, granting him strength comparable to that of a robust man. In just a few trips, he transported all the firewood into the pill refining chamber. Inside the chamber stood a massive pill furnace, towering to the height of a person. At the center of the room, in front of the furnace, lay a yellow mat, where Elder Shu sat in meditation. To his right was an enormous wooden table, 2 zhang long, upon which Elder Shu swiftly extracted various spiritual herbs from his storage bag, piling them high. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and fill the furnace with firewood," Elder Shu admonished coldly, prompting Yizhou to rush forward and stoke the flames. "The pill I am about to refine is the low-grade Huangyun Dan, which assists in enhancing the cultivation of disciples in the qi refinement stage. The refining process will take a month, during which I must concentrate entirely on controlling the fire and ensuring the pills take shape within the furnace, as for adding firewood and herbs. That will be your responsibility. You must not let your mind wander for even a moment. If you miscalculate the ingredients or add insufficient firewood, the consequences need not be elaborated upon," Elder Shu warned sternly. "Understood." Yizhou nodded eagerly. "Of course, if you diligently fulfill your duties, once the pills are completed, I shall reward you with a few Huangyun Dan. These pills are only granted to deserving disciples within the sect," Elder Shu added, his tone softening considerably. He understood the art of balancing rewards and discipline, a method to win the hearts of others. Yizhou felt a surge of excitement, not merely for the pills Elder Shu mentioned, but because he had learned during this period that consuming pills was far more beneficial for cultivation than merely taking herbs. With his current photographic memory, if he could memorize Elder Shu's refining steps, mastering pill refinement would mean an endless supply of pills in the future. Elder Shu remained unaware of Yizhou's thoughts, but upon seeing the excitement on his face, he assumed it was the effect of his balanced approach. Chapter 16. Refining Huangyun Dan. Once Yizhou had filled the furnace with black linden wood, Elder Shu waved his hand, and a deep red fireball, about the size of a small watermelon, shot towards the firewood beneath the pill furnace with a whoosh, boom. Flames erupted fiercely beneath the furnace. Yizhou was both astonished and envious. The power of Elder Shu's fireball technique exceeded his own by countless times, and he could control the explosive force, igniting the black linden wood without it detonating. When would he be able to unleash such a formidable fireball in an instant? Elder Shu sat cross-legged, seemingly in deep meditation. However, his consciousness remained closely tethered to the pill furnace, meticulously monitoring the temperature within. Yizhou wished to use his own spirit to sense the specific temperature of the furnace, laying a foundation for his future pill refinement, but he feared being detected by Elder Shu and could only silently keep track of time while observing the size of the flames. After a quarter of an hour, as the flames beneath the furnace began to steady, Elder Shu spoke slowly. "The temperature is sufficient now. You may add 3 taels of 5-flavored herb, 1 shen of beeching vine, 2 taels of wuguzizi, 2 taels of lawuzi, and half a gen of jiang fruit in succession." Yizhou dared not slacken, attentively monitoring the flames while swiftly and smoothly adding the herbs Elder Shu specified into the furnace. The strength of his spirit allowed him to multitask effortlessly, ensuring no mistakes were made. Once all the herbs were added, a fragrance wafted through the room as the herbs released their aroma under the intense heat. "Add more firewood," Elder Shu instructed. With the cooperation of Yizhou and Elder Shu, the pill refinement proceeded exceptionally well. A month later, the rich scent of pills began to emanate from the furnace. Yizhou couldn't help but take several deep breaths, feeling as though the spiritual energy within his dantian had thickened slightly. To his delight, merely inhaling the pill's fragrance had such remarkable effects. If he were to consume a few, he could easily break through to the third level of qi refinement. 3 days passed, and the scent of the pills grew even more intense. With each breath he took, the energies within him began to circulate spontaneously. Suddenly, the aroma from the pill furnace surged back into the furnace, and the massive furnace began to shake violently, causing the floor to tremble slightly as well. Yet, regardless of the commotion, the flames beneath the furnace remained calm, undisturbed by the tumult. This was Elder Shu's spirit skillfully controlling the fire. To learn pill refinement, one must first master fire control. Time slipped away, and as Yizhou lost track of how many times he had consumed the beaching fruit, the effects of the Huangyun Dan finally faded. Suddenly, Yizhou's body jolted, and a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from him. Causing the furniture in the room to tremble violently, Yizhou slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering within them. After 2 months of arduous cultivation, he had finally broken through to the third level of qi refinement. Now, his cultivation surpassed that of the notoriously domineering Zhao Su Yimph. The next time Zhao Su dares to cause trouble, he shall receive a fitting lesson. A fierce glint sparkled in Yizhou's eyes. The blood spirit sect was a den of evil. No one cared about the lives of the servant disciples, and far too many children with wasted spiritual roots were brought back each year. Yet, Yizhou could not yet find an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Su. Wu Yong had once warned him that Zhao Su possessed a certain background and had close ties with some outer disciples. Currently, he was not afraid of the strength of the servant disciples, but the outer disciples were formidable indeed. Each one was equipped with magical artifacts bestowed by their sects, far beyond what he could contend with at present. Unless, of course, he too could become an outer disciple and obtain a magical artifact of his own. Chapter 17. Brewing the Huangyun Dan elixir, the thought of becoming an outer disciple consumed all of Yizhou's mind. The reason others could bully him at will was not solely due to his low strength, but also because he was merely a servant. If he were to become an outer disciple, or even an inner disciple, his status would rise significantly, making his journey within the blood spirit sect much smoother. However, to become an outer disciple, he must rank within the top 10 in the sect's servant-disciple promotion competition. With the competition just 2 months away, the registration requirement was to reach the second level of qi refinement. Yizhou had already attained the third level. Nevertheless, he deemed his current third-level cultivation still precarious. Zhao Su was at the pinnacle of the second level, and there was no guarantee that none among the servant disciples was stronger than Zhao Su. Only by elevating his cultivation to the fourth level could he ensure a solid foundation. With this in mind, Yizhou embarked on a new round of frenzied cultivation. For several consecutive days, he consumed neither food nor drink, dedicating himself solely to his practice. It was only when he finished consuming all the Huangyun Dan bestowed by Elder Shu and felt the internal flow of his cultivation method slow down that he reluctantly concluded his training. After these days of cultivation, although Yizhou's strength had surged, he was still far from the fourth level of qi refinement. As Yizhou's cultivation increased, the difficulty of further advancement multiplied. Achieving the third level of qi refinement in 2 months was already a remarkable feat for an ordinary disciple. Even the most gifted individuals with superior spiritual roots in the blood spirit sect, who received abundant cultivation resources, could not match Yizhou's pace, if only he could consume Huangyun Dan every day. The effects of the elixir were indispensable. Once he savored the sweet taste of enhanced cultivation speed brought by the elixirs, Yizhou found that simply consuming spiritual herbs and fruits no longer held any appeal. The spiritual herbs and fruits cultivated by the small gourd, though far more potent than the materials used to brew Huangyun Dan, lacked the synergistic effects that came from the careful blending of various herbs, rendering them far less effective than Huangyun Dan. Time was slipping away, with less than 2 months remaining. Without the aid of elixirs, he could not guarantee his ability to reach the fourth level of qi refinement within that time. However, Huangyun Dan was extremely expensive, each costing 10 low-grade spirit stones, far beyond his means. His total assets amounted to just over 20 spirit stones, most of which were gifts from Elder Shu.it, seemed that to acquire a substantial amount of elixirs, he would have to concoct them himself, but the blood spirit sect forbade servant disciples from entering the alchemy pavilion to brew elixirs. Yizhou furrowed his brows, contemplating whether there was anything that could serve as a substitute for elixirs in his cultivation. The alchemical process taught by Elder Shu replayed in his mind. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. If he did not care about the end result of the elixir, then the process of brewing was quite similar to making medicine. as both aimed to extract the medicinal properties from the herbs. Since childhood, Yizhou had been tasked with brewing medicine by his aunt, and he was quite adept at it with this thought in mind. He took action. Yizhou had always been skilled with his hands. Scouring the small courtyard, he unearthed a heavy iron pot from a corner. After setting up the pot, he began to prepare the spiritual herbs needed for brewing Huangyun Dan. The process required a total of 25 different herbs, and since the small gourd could only cultivate one plant per day, it would be over 20 days before he could acquire all the 500-year-old materials. Fortunately, the herb field in the courtyard contained suitable plants, though he dared not use the high-grade materials closely monitored by Elder Shu. However, low-grade herbs were plentiful and worthless. The materials submitted each month were merely those of higher grade. By utilizing these low-grade herbs, Yizhou could simply work a bit harder to cultivate more to replenish his stock. Although brewing medicine was involved, Yizhou was meticulous about the order of adding herbs, strictly adhering to the steps Elder Shu used for alchemy. After several days of continuous brewing, the once full pot of spiritual herbs had condensed into a small bowl of dark liquid, exuding a bitter aroma, yet tinged with a hint of the unique scent of Huangyun Dan. Could this medicinal brew be consumed? Yizhou mused, gazing at the bowl of liquid with a furrowed brow. Though it appeared similar to ordinary traditional medicine, who could say for certain it was safe? What if it were toxic? The brewing of Huangyun Dan could potentially yield waste or even poison. Why Yizhou dared not be careless. If he were to be poisoned by a pot of medicine, the consequences would be dire. He stepped outside the courtyard and soon returned with a rather dim-witted, scruffy wild rabbit in TOW. Be good, little rabbit, drink this potion, and you shall ascend to immortality. Without hesitation, Yizhou administered a small spoonful of the dark liquid to the wild rabbit and then placed it in a cage. Watching closely, an hour passed, and the rabbit began to doze off. It seemed the concoction was safe. Relieved, Yizhou downed the bowl of dark liquid in one gulp. As the medicinal brew coursed through him, he felt the internal flow of his cultivation method subtly begin to accelerate. He hastily activated his cultivation technique and commenced his training. A day later, the effects of the medicine began to wane. Sensing an increase in his spiritual power, a satisfied smile spread across Yizhou's face. It must be said, this medicinal brew proved quite effective. Although its potency paled in comparison to Elder Shu's Huangyun Dan, it still possessed a third of its efficacy. This confirmed that his method of brewing medicine was indeed beneficial for his cultivation. Yizhou immersed himself in the processes of brewing and cultivating, leaving no room for complacency. Time swiftly passed, and another month flew by. One day, while seated in his room, Yizhou furrowed his brows tightly. Suddenly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him, and his aura intensified. He exhaled a breath of turbid energy, finally breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement, all thanks to the powerful brew made from 500-year-old herbs. Initially, the Huangyun Dan elixir he brewed had proven effective, but as he consumed it more frequently, its potency began to diminish. Fortunately, Yizhou had already begun preparing 500-year-old spiritual herbs and had brewed a large pot. Relying on the elixir made from these ancient herbs, Yizhou broke through the bottleneck and successfully reached the 4th level of qi refinement. However, to avoid drawing unwanted attention, he maintained the outward strength of his aura at the 2nd level of qi refinement. With his exceptionally strong spirit concealing his true cultivation level, it was difficult for anyone, except those skilled in powerful eye techniques, to discern his actual strength. With just a month remaining until the servant competition, Yizhou did not relax his training. Rather, he intensified his efforts. Each day was filled with rigorous practice and the study of spells, poring over various texts in the study, as his cultivation progressed. The effectiveness of the medicinal brews he concocted from Huangyun Dan recipes diminished rapidly. After half a month, aside from the elixir brewed from 500-year-old herbs, ordinary herbs no longer had any effect on him. Yizhou was in urgent need of a new recipe to brew medicine to aid his cultivation. Chapter 18. Registering for the servant competition regardless of the type of recipe. Acquiring one required a substantial amount of spirit stones, or even rare treasures and magical artifacts, with some recipes being priceless. Even if Yizhou possessed valuable treasures, he had no means to exchange them. Furrowing his brows, he gazed at the abundant spiritual herbs in the courtyard, akin to possessing a treasure trove. Yet unable to utilize them, was it truly necessary to rely on a recipe to brew medicine? A new idea began to form in Yizhou's mind. believing he had a deep understanding of the spiritual herbs in the courtyard. He pondered, why couldn't he experiment with blending the herbs based on their effects to brew his own concoctions? If he could devise a recipe similar to Huang Yundan, he could continue to consume elixirs for an extended period. With this thought ignited, Yizhou began selecting herbs, preparing to conduct his own experiments. To prevent chaotic effects, he initially chose only a few herbs with similar properties. In his first experiment, Yizhou produced a bowl of peculiar-smelling liquid. Following his usual protocol, he first administered a sip to the wild rabbit. Seeing that the rabbit was unharmed, he then consumed it himself. However, upon ingesting the liquid, he found that the acceleration of his internal cultivation was only marginally improved. It appeared the potency was too weak, so Yizhou continued to refine his recipe. After several days of countless experiments, Yizhou successfully formulated over a dozen recipes, yet none yielded satisfactory results. On this particular day, he brewed a pot of medicine that was an alarming shade of green, with a peculiar fragrance wafting from the pot. Upon catching a whiff of this aroma, Yizhou felt invigorated. Surely, this time he would achieve success. Yizhou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he casually seized a wild rabbit from the cage and administered the medicinal concoction. In less than a quarter of an hour, the drugged rabbit eagerly began to climb over the other rabbits in the cage. Despite having concocted a formula even for river crab medicine, he still failed to replicate something akin to Huang Yundan. It seemed he had been overly naive. Yizhou's cheeks flushed, and just as he contemplated discarding the potion, he reconsidered. What if it proved useful in the future? He could always resort to it against formidable foes. He swiftly poured the potion into a small porcelain vial and resumed his alchemical endeavors. Days rushed by, and once again, a pot full of herbs was placed over the fire, as the flames roared higher. The ingredients within began to boil and churn, releasing a faintly fishy odor that wafted through the air. Unbeknownst to Yizhou, the nearby grass had begun to turn a slight yellow from the stench. A day later, as the liquid in the pot diminished, a sudden sizzle echoed, and a pale green mist rose from beneath the stove. To his astonishment, the iron pot had developed a leak. Yizhou hurriedly collected the remaining potion, observing with alarm that the pot was visibly corroding. Moments later, he gazed in shock at the small bowl of salvaged liquid on the table. Undeniably, the potion had eroded the iron pot, revealing yet another potent poison. An idea sparked in Yizhou's mind as he filled the small porcelain vial with the toxic substance. If it could corrode iron so swiftly, it might also be capable of damaging other cultivators' magical tools. With the iron pot now rendered useless, he had no choice but to venture out and procure a larger one. Furthermore, the time for signing up for the upcoming promotion competition was fast approaching. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait another year to ascend to the status of an outer sect disciple. Departing from his small courtyard, Yizhou deftly made his way to Wuming Peak. After several months, Wu Yong was once again dozing at the entrance of the miscellaneous hall, appearing quite idle. As Yizhou approached, Wu Yong awoke with a start. "Why are you out here?" Wu Yong exclaimed. Glancing around nervously upon spotting Yizhou, "I've come to register and collect my spirit stones," Yizhou replied with a smile. "Oh, in that case, after deducting the previously agreed upon fees, you are entitled to 10 low-grade spirit stones for the past 6 months. Wu Yong stated, retrieving the stones from his storage pouch and placing them on the table, which Yizhou accepted. "You mentioned you came to register. For what? The promotion competition for miscellaneous disciples?" Wu Yong asked. Clearly surprised, Yizhou nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I would appreciate your assistance in registering. Your cultivation has reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. So quickly?" Wu Yong exclaimed, scrutinizing Yizhou closely and finally detecting the unmistakable aura of the 2nd level of qi refinement emanating from him. It is well known that most miscellaneous disciples require at least 8 to 9 months to reach this level. Yizhou had achieved it in just 6 months. Could it be that he was not a waste spirit root? Noticing the look of confusion in Wu Yong's eyes, Yizhou calmly explained, "I am indeed a waste spirit root, but have you forgotten whom I serve as a miscellaneous disciple?" Wu Yong's eyes widened with realization. "Shu Lao has bestowed pills upon you, hasn't he?" Yizhou smiled in acknowledgement. This was merely an excuse he had prepared for his rapid advancement to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Even if others doubted him, they could inquire with Shu Lao to discover that he had indeed been gifted pills, and besides, no one would bother Shu Lao with such trivial matters. Seeing Yizhou nod, Wu Yong's eyes sparkled with envy. You must have accumulated some great virtue in your past life to be chosen by Shu Lao as a miscellaneous disciple. Even I am beginning to feel jealous. However, although you have now reached the second level of Qi refinement, meeting the registration requirements, I advise against entering, Wu Yong cautioned, his tone shifting. You are new here and unaware of how brutal this promotion competition can be. Each year, at least 100 miscellaneous disciples meet their demise in this contest. Those who perish are all capable of the second level of Qi refinement, some even at the peak, just a step away from the third level. Given your recent entry into the second level, participating in the competition would be akin to courting death. Wu Yong spoke with palpable concern, as if recalling a nightmarish vision. Yi Zhou, however, seemed to have anticipated the cruel nature of the miscellaneous disciples competition. Yet at this moment, he felt entirely unfazed. While there aren't many witnesses yet, you should return quickly and stay out of sight to avoid being discovered by Zhao Su. He has recently broken through to the third level of Qi refinement and has essentially secured a spot as an outer sect disciple. Shortly after you left Wuming Peak, Zhao Su brought people to block you outside Shu Lao's courtyard. When he failed to find you, he vowed to dismember you if he saw you again. Wu Yong, noticing Yi Zhou's silence, assumed he was daunted by the harsh reality of the promotion competition and urged him to leave. Thank you for the warning, Wu Shixiang, but I have already mastered my spells and am not afraid of him. To be frank, I plan to teach him a lesson in the competition, Yi Zhou declared fiercely. Wu Yong grew anxious. Why won't you heed my advice, alas? If you disregard the wisdom of elders, you may soon regret it. I will register you, but you must rely on your own fortune. Although Yi Zhou had some dealings with Wu Yong, he was not overly concerned. He saw no reason to elaborate further. After completing the registration, Yi Zhou did not leave, but instead placed 2 spirit stones on the table before Wu Yong. Is there any guidance you could offer me for this competition? Wu Shixiao, Wu Yong, without hesitation, accepted the stones and tossed them into his storage pouch, his face breaking into a broad smile that, of course, I wish you great success in the competition. He then proceeded to share information about other formidable miscellaneous disciples who were competing. Chapter 19. Battling Zhao Su to Yi Zhou's astonishment. Within this seemingly minor miscellaneous disciple promotion competition, several participants were already at the third level of Qi refinement. No wonder the annual death toll was so high. However, as of now, many miscellaneous disciples had yet to register, leaving the possibility of even more third-level cultivators among them. It appeared that for Zhao Su to smoothly become an outer sect disciple with his recent entry into the third level of Qi refinement would not be an easy feat. Yet, according to Wu Shixiang, Zhao Su had been exceedingly confident during his registration. Could he possess some hidden trump card? Lost in thought on his way back, Yi Zhou was abruptly blocked by a figure just as he left Wuming Peak. The imposing presence belonged to none other than Zhao Su. You finally decided to come out? Huh? I thought you were going to be a turtle for the rest of your life. Zhao Su glowered at Yi Zhou. And upon discerning his cultivation level of the second level of Qi refinement, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I can't believe Shu Lao actually bestowed pills upon you. Zhao Su's voice was laced with venom. Pills of that nature were something he had only heard of from other outer sect disciples during his nearly 2-year tenure, while Yi Zhou had managed to acquire them in less than 6 months since joining the Schwelling sect. How could he not be furious? This position as a miscellaneous disciple had rightfully belonged to him, and the pills Yi Zhou consumed should have been his. Yi Zhou had seized his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhao Su's hatred for Yi Zhou was palpable, and he exuded the aura of the third level of Qi refinement. Any average practitioner at the second level of Qi refinement would have felt fear and hesitated under such pressure. However, Yi Zhou, with his own cultivation at the fourth level of Qi refinement, dismissed Zhao Su's aura effortlessly. I've grown weary of you. Today, we shall settle our scores, Yi Zhou declared coldly. Though he was merely 9 years old, Yi Zhou had endured countless hardships. He had nearly been killed upon entering the Schwelling sect due to his perceived lack of talent, and this experience had transformed him from a Navi countryside child into someone far more astute. He understood that in the Schwelling sect, one could not simply remain uninvolved and expect to thrive. Without waiting for Zhao Su to make the first move, Yi Zhou flicked his wrist, launching 3 fist-sized, radiant fireballs toward Zhao Su's head, chest, and dantian. The fireball technique was not limited to a single launch. It could be unleashed in succession, as long as the practitioner possessed sufficient spiritual power. They could release 10 or even 100 fireballs without issue. Having honed this technique for several months, Yizhou's mastery had reached terrifying heights. Zhao Su was taken aback, instinctively retreating. He had not anticipated that despite revealing his formidable third level of qi refinement, Yizhou would neither cower nor plead for mercy. Instead, he responded by hurling 3 fireballs without a word. With the fireballs homing in on him, Zhao Su felt a surge of panic. How is this possible? When did you master the fireball technique to such perfection? Yizhou scoffed. Do I owe you a report on my cultivation? Prepare to meet your end. Zhao Su felt the murderous intent emanating from Yizhou, causing a chill to creep down his spine. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, summoning a dozen slender icicles that materialized before him. As he pushed forward, these icicles shot towards Yizhou with remarkable speed. Yet, Zhao Su did not cease his actions. He thrust his hands forward once more, conjuring a blue ice shield that firmly shielded his body. This was a technique known as Ice Shield, which Zhao Su had mastered upon reaching the pinnacle of the second stage of qi cultivation. The icicles, faster than fireballs, rapidly traversed the distance and reached a mere 10 meters from Yizhou in the blink of an eye. Yizhou clapped his hands together, and a solid earthen wall, towering a full meter high, rose from the ground to shield him. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the wall emerged, the icicles pierced through it with the sound of silent destruction, vanishing without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the fireballs unleashed by Yizhou collided with the ice shield, creating 3 resounding explosions. The fiery sparks enveloped Zhao Su and his ice shield, obscuring him from view. Observing the spectacle of Zhao Su engulfed in flames, Yizhou swiftly conjured 2 additional fireballs and hurled them towards him. In an instant, the fireballs plunged into the inferno, erupting into an even greater display of sparks. Crack, crack, crack. Yizhou heard a series of crisp sounds, resembling the shattering of ice, emanating from the flames, filling him with delight. Zhao Su's ice shield had been breached. Perish, however, to Yizhou's astonishment, as the flames dissipated. Zhao Su remained unscathed. 3 peculiar black orbs swirled rapidly around him, forming a protective barrier. It was these enigmatic orbs that had shielded Zhao Su amidst the inferno. A magical artifact? No wonder I heard you had already secured a place among the outer disciples. In a moment of dire necessity, Zhao Su activated his trump card, his gaze icy and his expression twisted with ferocity. Very well, very well. Impressive indeed. To have forced me into such a predicament with your mere cultivation at the second stage of qi. In just a few months, Yizhou had not only reached the second stage of qi but also managed to gain the upper hand in their confrontation, compelling Zhao Su to resort to a borrowed artifact for self-preservation. It was evident that, given time, once Yizhou's cultivation surpassed his own, Zhao Su's life would be forfeit at Yizhou's hands. Zhao Su could not allow Yizhou the opportunity to continue his ascent. Extending his hand, the 3 protective black orbs immediately halted and flew to his front. This ends now. To be slain by my artifact will be a fitting demise for you. Zhao Su bellowed at Yizhou, sweeping his hand as the 3 black orbs surged towards Yizhou's slender form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black orbs raced forward with incredible velocity, producing a sound akin to tearing through the air as they neared Yizhou. Yizhou's expression darkened, and he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, erecting 3 solid earthen walls before him in an instant. Ha ha ha! Do you truly believe these low-tier earthen walls can withstand my iron green's assault? Such a delusion, Zhao Su sneered coldly. The earthen wall technique was the most formidable defensive spell Yizhou had mastered thus far. Revealing his cultivation at the 4th stage of qi to counter Zhao Su was out of the question. Should his true cultivation be exposed, it would raise suspicions among the others, even drawing the attention of Elder Shu, jeopardizing his secrets. As his mind raced, desperately seeking a countermeasure, Yizhou pondered. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Yizhou was lost in thought, the 3 iron greens simultaneously pierced through the first earthen wall, continuing unabated towards the second. Yizhou's heart sank. These iron greens, as expected of magical artifacts, tore through the robust earthen walls as easily as slicing through tofu. Under Zhao Su's triumphant gaze, the 3 earthen walls collapsed in quick succession. Just as he prepared to unleash the iron greens to claim Yizhou's life, Yizhou swiftly retrieved several unassuming porcelain vials from his bag and hurled them towards the iron greens. Chapter 20. Defeating Zhao Su and seizing the artifact, Zhao Su was utterly unprepared for Yi Zhou to produce several seemingly ordinary porcelain vials in this dire moment. These vials emitted not a hint of spiritual energy. Zhao Su momentarily froze, then began to laugh. Truly, a desperate gambit from one facing imminent death. As predicted, the 3 iron greens shattered the earthen walls with ease, promptly smashing the porcelain vials to pieces. Splattering a mysterious black liquid everywhere, drenching the iron greens. Meanwhile, Yi Zhou had already distanced himself by over 10 meters, wearing an expression of peculiar delight. As Zhao Su processed the situation, his face fell in disbelief. How could this be? What foul substance did you conceal within those vials? At the very moment the iron greens were enveloped in the black liquid, Zhao Su felt an abrupt severance of the spiritual connection between himself and the iron greens. Boom, boom, boom. The iron greens, now uncontrollable, crashed into the ground, creating 3 massive craters. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A vile smoke began to rise from the iron greens. Yi Zhou was elated. Initially, he had feared that if the potion proved ineffective against the iron greens, he would have no choice but to reveal his cultivation at the 4th stage of Qi to withstand their assault. Though the risk of exposing his secrets was great, it was still preferable to being killed by Zhao Su. Had there been no other disciples of the blood spirit sect nearby to witness, he would have slain Zhao Su on the spot, and his cultivation at the 4th stage of Qi would remain undisclosed. Yet, he had not anticipated that in this moment of crisis, a desperate measure would indeed turn the tide in his favor. Fortunately, I have enhanced my spirit and possess an impeccable memory, recalling the formulas for all these peculiar potions. This substance can corrode magical artifacts and sever spiritual connections. If employed unexpectedly during battle, it could decisively alter the outcome. Yi Zhou mused, resolving to prepare more of such extraordinary potions in the future. Zhao Su, now in a state of panic, concentrated all his efforts to regain control over the iron greens, but no matter how he urged them, they remained inert. Yi Zhou laughed menacingly. Zhao Su, our fates are sealed. Do not harbor any further illusions of resistance. Your prized artifact has been rendered useless, so bring forth any remaining abilities you possess. With a flick of his wrist, several fireballs shot towards Zhao Su with fierce intent. In haste, Zhao Su conjured 2 ice shields before him. Boom! In the instant the ice shields manifested, the fireballs collided with them, unleashing a series of violent explosions. The moment the fireballs detonated, Zhao Su's 2 ice shields shattered in quick succession, the shockwave propelling him several yards away, crashing heavily to the ground. Disheveled and covered in dirt, Zhao Su scrambled to his feet, only to see Yi Zhou extracting a massive porcelain vial from his storage bag. Yi Zhou carefully removed his outer garment and wrapped the 3 fallen iron greens within it before placing them into the vial, which he then stowed away. Brother Zhao Su, you insisted on presenting your junior with a fine artifact, and I shall graciously accept. Yi Zhou beamed with delight. Although the black potion had the capacity to corrode magical artifacts, the iron greens were not crafted from mundane iron. Thus, the quantity he possessed was far from sufficient to completely dissolve them. Perhaps after a thorough cleansing, he could refine Zhao Su's spiritual imprint from the iron greens for his own use. How dare you? Zhao Su, his face charred from the fireball attack, wore a menacing expression. What is there to fear? Yi Zhou replied, extending his right hand as a brilliant fireball began to form once more. Zhao Su recoiled in terror. Be frank. This iron green is not my own but belongs to another outer disciple within our sect. It bears his spiritual imprint, allowing him to sense its location within a 100-mile radius. Should you claim this iron green today, you will owe your life in return. Be wise and return the iron green to me. And offer your apologies. I shall let bygones be bygones, Zhao Su implored, fully aware of his inferiority to Yi Zhou, hastily invoking the support of his peers. I, in his view, a lowly servant like Yi Zhou, devoid of power and influence, would not dare to offend an outer disciple of the sect. Yi Zhou furrowed his brow, realizing the artifact had been borrowed from an outer disciple. In a wonder, he had found it perplexing how Zhao Su, a mere servant, could possess such a valuable magical item. Simply return the artifact was out of the question. Zhao Su was a malicious and petty individual, and there was no telling when he might attempt to use the iron greens against him again. Thus, Yi Zhou coldly addressed Zhao Su. Magical artifacts are rightfully earned through one's own merit. There exists no rule in our sect's regulations mandating the return of spoils acquired in battle. You have lost your senior's artifact. The one who should fear is you, not I. In times past, Yizhou harbored a profound trepidation towards the outer sect disciples, yet now, his fear has significantly diminished. After a fortnight, he too shall ascend to the rank of an outer sect disciple. During this interim, he intends to retreat to Elder Shu's courtyard, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Following this period, during the miscellaneous disciples competition, to ensure fairness, even the inner sect disciples are prohibited from laying a hand on the miscellaneous disciples on the day of the contest. He holds firm in his belief that a mere outer sect disciple would dare to defy the ironclad rules established by the supreme master of the Blood Spirit sect. This is, after all, a demonic sect, where violations within the sect are met with severe repercussions. Once he attains the status of an outer sect disciple, his standing will be markedly different. Any debts of gratitude between outer and inner sect disciples must be settled in the Shura arena through battles of life and death. Contingent upon mutual consent, as long as he refrains from accepting such a challenge after becoming an outer sect disciple, his life will be free from peril. Very well, await your demise. Zhao Su seethed. Reiterating his disdain thrice, his countenance darkening as he prepared to depart. However, Yizhou could not allow him such an easy exit. The sect's regulations dictate that miscellaneous disciples must not engage in mutual combat within the sect. Yet, the enforcement of this rule is notoriously lenient. Zhao Su, backed by powerful connections, could eliminate him without fear of punishment, while Yizhou lacks such support. Should he kill Zhao Su, the latter's allies would undoubtedly seek retribution. And as he is not yet an outer sect disciple, he cannot afford to fall foul of the sect's laws before securing that status. Though Zhao Su is a target marked for death in Yizhou's heart, it would be far more advantageous to eliminate him openly during the miscellaneous contest or, alternatively, to bide his time until he has become an outer or inner sect disciple before striking in the shadows. Leave behind your storage bag, and I shall spare your life, Yizhou declared, eyeing the storage bag at Zhao Su's waist. Given that Zhao Su had been a disciple longer than he and often flaunted his dominance, he surely possessed a collection of valuable items. This presented a prime opportunity for Yizhou to profit. He could allow Zhao Su to escape today, but only if the latter paid the price for a few more days of existence. How dare you? Zhao Su, upon hearing Yizhou's intention to seize his storage bag, was stricken with a blend of fear and fury. His face, already charred from the fireball technique, paled to a ghastly white as he hastily scrambled to his feet. Disregarding his injuries in a desperate bid to flee, the storage bag contained all of a cultivator's possessions and secrets, the treasures amassed over a lifetime. To have it snatched away would be tantamount to death itself. Yizhou merely scoffed. What is there to fear? I shall grant you a reprieve today, but next time, you will meet your end. With a swift motion, Yizhou lunged forward, quickly catching up to the injured Zhao Su and delivering a punch to the back of his head. You? Zhao Su's vision darkened, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Unconscious, he had never imagined that today, meant for his ambush on Yizhou, would culminate in his own defeat, with both his borrowed artifact and the storage bag filled with valuables stolen from him. As Yizhou seized the storage bag from Zhao Su's waist, he also searched through his pockets for any additional treasures, but found nothing of note. Having completed this venture, Yizhou wasted no time in making his escape. His destination set for Elder Shu's small pharmacy. Now that he had made an enemy of Zhao Su's influential connections, lingering outside would be unwise, lest he attract unwanted attention. Though Yizhou had cultivated to the 4th level of qi refining and was not necessarily weaker than the outer sect disciples, he could not afford to reveal himself to it. Appeared he would have to remain in hiding once more, awaiting the day of the assessment. The small pharmacy, shielded by Elder Shu's protective formations, should remain untouched by any ill-intentioned outer sect disciples. As the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the courtyard, Yizhou's tense nerves finally began to relax, allowing him to assess the spoils of his conquest. He cautiously retrieved the iron-green child, tainted with venom, and washed it clean with water before examining it closely. Noting only a few faint marks of corrosion from the black liquid, he marveled at the resilience of this artifact, far surpassing that of his sturdy iron pot. The iron-green child felt substantial in his hand, each piece roughly the size of a pigeon egg, appearing as 3 ordinary black iron spheres. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint dark radiance flickered across their surfaces. Wei Yizhou attempted to infuse his consciousness into the iron green child, sensing a faint, foreign consciousness within, likely the soul imprint of the outer sect disciple Zhao Su had mentioned. With someone else's soul imprint residing within, the iron green child was rendered useless to him and could potentially be manipulated by another. Go master the iron green child. He would need to refine the foreign soul imprint and establish his own connection through blood. Seating himself cross-legged, Yizhou penetrated the iron green child with his own spirit, gradually eroding the soul imprint. Half an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. Refining another's artifact was not as arduous as he had anticipated. Were other cultivators to hear this, they might have bled from the ears in disbelief. Unbeknownst to Yizhou, his ease in refining another's artifact stemmed from his consumption of an abundance of jade branch fruits, which had dramatically enhanced his spiritual essence. For most cultivators, the process could take several arduous days, if not months. After successfully refining the artifact, Yizhou bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the largest iron green child. This one would serve as the primary artifact, while the other two would naturally comply once the primary one recognized its master. Instantly, a surge of mental connection surged through him as the three iron green children soared into the air, glimmering with a dark light. Excellent! I now possess my own artifact, Yizhou exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. I in a cavern on Wu Ming Peak, an outer sect disciple, resembling Zhao Su by 6 or 7 parts, felt a surge of nauseous sweetness in his throat as he lost all sense of his iron green child the moment Yizhou erased the spiritual imprint within. Who dares such audacity to seize my artifact? The outer sect disciple, filled with rage, swept his sleeve, shattering a stone bed within the cavern into mere dust. The moment the spiritual imprint was inscribed, Yizhou sensed a faint, ethereal connection with the three iron green children. As if no matter where they were, he could always locate them. Excitedly, he channeled his spiritual essence into the iron green children, mimicking Zhao Su's earlier actions, commanding them to orbit around him for protection before launching them towards a massive boulder. With a thunderous crash, the three iron green children effortlessly shattered the towering boulder before him. With a mere thought, he summoned them back to his palm, unscathed. This artifact is remarkable, capable of both offense and defense. Yizhou marveled, tucking the iron green children into his storage bag. Now armed with an artifact, he felt a newfound confidence in battles against others. Next, he rummaged through Zhao Su's storage bag, sweeping his consciousness within to reveal its contents. After a moment, a frown creased his brow. Only a meager 20 or so low-grade spirit stones in such a large storage bag. Beyond that, merely a small, mysterious map fragment, a handful of low-tier spell jade slips. And some clothing. He is scarcely better off than I. Yizhou pondered, curious if Zhao Su had neglected to bring his full fortune. Very well, when next I encounter him, I shall reclaim my dues with interest. In truth, Yizhou had misjudged Zhao Su. The miscellaneous disciples of the blood spirit sect rarely encountered someone as generous as Elder Shu. Most could only rely on the 2 spirit stones dispersed monthly by the sect, a portion of which they were required to offer to certain outer sect disciples. Though Zhao Su fared slightly better than the average miscellaneous disciple, the spirit stones he acquired annually were pitifully few. And the 20 or so stones he possessed represented the culmination of 2 years of arduous toil. Having claimed the spirit stones and map fragment, Yizhou hurled a fireball, incinerating Zhao Su's storage bag along with its contents into ashes. Without skipping a beat, he resumed his practice of the fireball technique in the upcoming miscellaneous competition. A sea of skilled participants would undoubtedly emerge, including numerous disciples at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Some wielding artifacts. To secure victory against them with his 2nd level Qi refining prowess, he must cultivate the fireball technique to its pinnacle. The pinnacle represents the ultimate realm of spells or techniques, capable of turning the mundane into the extraordinary, a feat only achievable by those possessing profound insight. In his confrontation with Zhao Su, he discerned the shortcomings of his fireball technique. While its power surpassed that of other elemental spells, its speed lagged behind. If he could master the fireball technique to its pinnacle, not only would its potency increase, but its velocity would also enhance, enabling him to catch opponents off guard and potentially dispatch 3rd level Qi refining cultivators in an instant. Moreover, he sought to learn an additional, less challenging spell for self-defense. As for which spell to pursue, he had already made his decision. The Earth Trap Technique, Chapter 22. The Art of Fireball in the Transformation Realm over the course of 2 weeks. Yi Zhou diligently engaged in rigorous training day and night. By day, he tended to the medicinal fields, while dedicating himself to mastering the Fireball Technique and the Earth Sync Technique. At night, he consumed medicinal pills to cultivate the nameless art. Thus, day after day, the fortnight swiftly passed. On one particular morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the small courtyard, the door that had been tightly shut all night creaked open. Emerging from within was Yi Zhou, his spirit invigorated after a night of cultivation. Standing on the steps, he took several deep breaths of the cool, moist air that filled the courtyard, before skillfully making his way to a vacant patch of ground. With a serious demeanor, he extended his right hand, and moments later, a fireball, as large as a small watermelon, shimmering with intense light, appeared in his palm. A terrifying wave of heat radiated outward, causing the dew on the ground to evaporate rapidly. He had successfully broken through to the transformation realm in the Fireball Technique just the day before. Achieving this breakthrough meant that his Fireball Technique had reached its pinnacle, on par with the esteemed Elder Shu, whom he had long admired. However, it was evident that Yi Zhou's spiritual power paled in comparison to Elder Shu's. In the same realm, Elder Shu's prowess in the Fireball Technique surpassed Yi Zhou's by an immeasurable margin. Naturally, the consumption of spiritual power required to unleash the Fireball Technique had also increased significantly. For an ordinary cultivator, mastering a low-tier spell to the transformation realm would take at least 1 or 2 years. Yet, ever since Yi Zhou consumed the Jade Branch fruit to enhance his soul, his comprehension of spells had accelerated considerably. The aspect of the soul is not typically assessed when one first enters a sect. Generally, an ordinary person's soul is not extraordinarily gifted, but some individuals possess an innate strength in their souls, allowing them to remember things better and learn at a pace far superior to that of others with weaker souls. Therefore, even if Yi Zhou's stronger soul were to be exposed, it would be justifiable, potentially garnering the attention of the sect. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the fireball hurtling towards a massive boulder 3 zhang away. In an instant, the fireball collided with the stone, producing a deafening explosion, sending a shower of sparks cascading outward. Yi Zhou swiftly clapped his hands, conjuring a sturdy earthen wall to shield himself from the billowing flames. Once the residual heat dissipated, Yi Zhou surveyed the scene, only to find that the once solid boulder had been reduced to a pile of rubble, and a large crater, half a zhang deep, had formed in its place. This pit was perfectly sized to hold water, making it even more convenient for irrigating the medicinal fields. Surely, Elder Shu would not concern himself with such trivial matters if he were to face Zhao Su again. This single fireball would be more than sufficient. However, the immense consumption of spiritual power required for the transformation realm Fireball Technique was quite taxing. With his current cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he could likely only cast it 5 or 6 times. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he resolved to refrain from using the transformation realm Fireball Technique, as the power of the perfected Fireball Technique was already commendable. Recalling the significant depletion of 1/5 of his spiritual power upon casting the fireball, he muttered to himself, somewhat shaken. He retreated to his room to quickly meditate and restore the spiritual power he had just expended. Today marked the day of the promotion competition, and he needed to ensure his spiritual energy was at its peak prior to the contest. Moreover, Yi Zhou had prepared some medicinal concoctions designed to swiftly replenish his spiritual power. Just in case the need arose as he emerged from his room, fully revitalized, Elder Shu arrived just in time. "Youngster, there's still a chance to withdraw," Elder Shu admonished sternly. "Do you truly believe that with your mere 2nd layer of Qi refinement, you can ascend to become an outer disciple amidst hundreds of miscellaneous servants?" Without waiting for Yi Zhou to respond, Elder Shu's seriousness was palpable. He would never have gone out of his way to dissuade anyone else. But Yi Zhou was the most satisfactory apprentice he had encountered among the miscellaneous servants. Thus it would indeed be a pity if he were to perish in this promotion competition. Elder Shu gestured towards the large crater. Yi Zhou bowed respectfully to Elder Shu, refraining from further explanations. Elder Shu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise as he remarked, "Is this the transformation realm Fireball Technique? Well done. It's no wonder your memory is exceptional, and you've made no mistakes in alchemy. Your soul appears to be far stronger than that of other miscellaneous disciples. With this Fireball Technique, You indeed have a chance to secure a position, but be cautious. In the realm of cultivation, life and death are often determined in an instant, and many times, luck outweighs skill. Go if you wish. I will keep your duties as a miscellaneous servant here until the competition concludes. Seeing Yi Zhou's resolve, Elder Shu waved his hand, ending the conversation. Before the unnamed peak of the Blood Spirit sect, there lay a vast plaza, spanning about 100 zhang in width. 4 imposing black pillars rose from the edges of the square, each adorned with the lifelike carvings of ferocious beasts. These 4 creatures, standing or seated in various postures, all possessed crimson eyes that greedily fixed upon the plaza below, as if poised to pounce at any moment. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the miscellaneous servants standing within the square, their hairs standing on end. Upon seeing these fearsome beasts, Yi Zhou nearly mistook them for living creatures. His consciousness swept over them, and only when he discerned they were mere sculptures did he relax. He took his position in a corner, unnoticed, preparing to carefully observe the strength of his opponents to mentally prepare himself. Yi Zhou was not alone in his vigilance. Nearly every participant in the plaza was discreetly assessing their rivals. However, before Yi Zhou could release his consciousness, he felt several probing gazes sweep over him. Upon sensing his cultivation at the second layer of qi refinement, these consciousnesses swiftly lost interest and moved on. Seeing that others were equally discreet, Yi Zhou began to confidently probe the strength of his opponents. After a thorough assessment, he discovered that among the more than 150 miscellaneous servants participating in the competition, over 130 were at the peak of the second layer of qi refinement, while more than 10 had reached the third layer. Among these 10, 2 individuals exuded a far more profound aura than the average third-layer cultivators, indicating they were not mere novices. One of these individuals was a robust young man clad in coarse garments, who was laughing and joking with several peak second-layer miscellaneous servants, his honest face occasionally breaking into a simple smile. Though he appeared exceedingly simple-minded, Yi Zhou recognized the depth of his cunning. Among the probing consciousnesses that had swept over him earlier, one belonged to this burly youth. Even while engaging in light-hearted banter, he remained acutely aware of everyone entering and exiting the plaza, leaving no corner unmonitored. Such a person, feigning a naive demeanor, was undoubtedly deeply scheming. It was uncertain how many would fall prey to his seemingly innocent exterior. The other was a slender youth dressed in light blue satin, seemingly fragile, wielding a folding fan, resembling a scholar incapable of harming even a chicken. He too was flanked by several peak second-layer miscellaneous servants. This individual was nearly equal in strength to the robust young man. In a one-on-one confrontation, Yi Zhou might not fear them, but with their companions by their side, he could not be entirely confident in his ability to fend them off. Chapter 23. Rules of the competition. It seemed that these 2 individuals would prove to be formidable adversaries in Yi Zhou's promotion competition, and he kept a wary eye on them. Just then, Zhao Su, whom Yi Zhou had incapacitated half a month prior, made his appearance, accompanied by a young man who bore a slight resemblance to him, dressed in the robes of an outer disciple. The arrival of these 2 instantly captured the attention of all the miscellaneous servants present, many displaying expressions of fear and loathing. Brother, rest assured. With your treasures to assist me this time, I will undoubtedly ascend to become an outer disciple effortlessly. As for that artifact, I will surely reclaim it from that little brat. Zhao Su's voice rose in pitch as he uttered the words little brat, his gaze filled with venomous intent directed at Yi Zhou, as if he wished to flay him alive to vent his pent-up rage. Instantly, the disciples standing beside Yi Zhou hurriedly dispersed, fearful of drawing Zhao Su's ire by being too close to him. Yet Yi Zhou wore a smile, completely unfazed. Senior brother Zhao, the iron-green child you gifted me last time was quite effective. What treasures do you have for me this time? Yi Zhou inquired, feigning innocence. Upon hearing Yi Zhou's words, Zhao Su's eyes turned crimson with rage, eager to rush at Yi Zhou for a life-or-death confrontation. However, he was restrained by the outer disciple he referred to as brother. Foolish! He seeks to provoke you into acting now, allowing the law enforcement hall to deal with you. At this, Zhao Su's face paled in fear, and he coldly retorted, little brat, we shall see. Furthermore, in this competition, if you fail to retrieve my iron-green child, there will be no need for you to return to is that understood. The outer disciple Zhao Chong stated coldly. Zhao Su, startled, shivered at the realization that Zhao Chong was not merely issuing threats. Though they were biological brothers, Zhao Chong had always possessed a cold and selfish disposition, which had only intensified since joining the Blood Spirit sect. Had it not been for Zhao Su's promise to surrender all the Huangyun pills obtained during the promotion competition, as well as every subsequent monthly allocation, he would have never lent his artifact to Zhao Su. The consequences of failing to reclaim the precious iron-green child from Yizhou were too dire for Zhao Su to contemplate. As time passed and the sun reached its zenith, the head of the promotion competition, riding a black flying sword, slowly descended from the Shura Peak. "Is everyone gathered?" The official inquired of the outer disciples, counting the participants. "Reporting to you, Manager Zhang, all the miscellaneous servants registered for the promotion competition have arrived. There are a total of 156 participants. Standing respectfully outside the enforcement hall, the outer disciples replied. "All right, first distribute a stone cave map and a token to each participating servant." Zhang, the steward, retrieved a storage bag and tossed it to the outer disciples below, who began to orderly hand out items to each servant. Soon, it was Yizhou's turn. He accepted the crudely made map and glanced at it, discovering that it not only marked the routes and entrances but also pinpointed small red dots in various corners. Upon careful counting, Yizhou noted that there were a total of 30 small red dots indicated on the map. Unfamiliar with their significance, he overheard others discussing how the competition for servant disciples promotion changes its format every few years. Wondering what the rules would be this year. Once everyone had received their map and token, Zhang continued, "The rules for this promotion competition are as follows. All participating disciples will enter the competition cave. Leaving the cave before the contest concludes will be deemed as voluntary forfeiture. The competition will last for 3 days. After 3 days, the top 10 holders of tokens will be promoted to outer disciples. The disciple with the highest number of tokens will receive a powerful magical artifact as a reward, while the second and third will each receive 10 Huangyun Dan as a prize." Hearing this, the servants in the square greedily eyed the tokens held by others, swallowing hard. This was a call for them to engage in combat and seize tokens from one another. Sensing the hostile gazes around him, Yizhou promptly placed his token into the storage bag. Furthermore, the sect master has specifically prepared 30 Huangyun Dan as an additional incentive. Each small red on your maps indicates a location where a special jade orb has been placed. After 3 days, regardless of whether you are promoted to an outer disciple or not, you can exchange the number of jade orbs you possess for Huangyun Dan upon exiting the cave. 1 jade orb can be exchanged for 1 Huangyun Dan. As soon as Zhang's words fell, nearly all the servants present displayed an intense gleam in their eyes. Huangyun Dan, each valued at 10 spirit stones, was something they rarely had the chance to obtain in a year. Not only the servants, but even the outer disciples responsible for maintaining order were visibly envious, lamenting their own identities that barred them from entering the cave to seize the Huangyun Dan. Outer disciples received only 1 Huangyun Dan per month in previous years. To encourage servants to actively participate in the promotion competition, the sect master had offered Huangyun Dan as rewards, but there were only 20. Yet this year it had increased to 30. Silence. Zhang's voice suddenly emanated a powerful pressure that swept across the entire square. The crowd, startled by this force, ceased their discussions and followed him toward the cave. A beam of black light erupted from the storage bag at Zhang's waist, dissipating to reveal a small, palm-sized black ruler hovering in the air. Upon being released from the storage bag, the ruler expanded dramatically in size, quickly growing to dozens of feet long, emanating an aura of formidable danger. Wei Zhou was astounded. What a powerful artifact! If this ruler were to strike down, it would likely turn hundreds present into mere pulp. Someone gasped softly, "That is the Wudong ruler, a mid-grade artifact for Foundation establishment. When will I ever possess such a remarkable item?" Zhang declared, "The cave is far from this sect. Stand firm. I shall transport you there." The hovering black ruler descended abruptly, stopping just 2 feet above the ground. The crowd excitedly leaped onto the ruler, finding their balance. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhang sent the ruler soaring into the sky at an astonishing speed. Surpassing even the sword flight of the outer disciples in less than half a day, the ruler suddenly decelerated, gently descending from the high altitude. "We have arrived," Zhang announced. Wei Zhou carefully examined the surrounding environment. Noting the withered trees and barren ground, a mere 10 feet away lay a fathomless cave, measuring 2 zhang in height and 3 zhang in width, with faint black mist emanating from within. A breeze wafted from the cave, carrying with it a pungent odor of decaying corpses, causing Yi Zhou's complexion to pale, and noticing that the others also appeared quite unwell. This cave exuded a sinister aura, certainly not a good place. Chapter 24. A lethal ambush. All participants must refrain from engaging in combat with other competitors for half an hour after entering the cave. After that, everyone may showcase their abilities. Disciples from the enforcement hall have been assigned to monitor within the cave. Violations of these rules will not only result in disqualification from the competition, but also severe punishment from the enforcement hall. Go! The accompanying outer disciples jumped off the Wudong ruler and surged into the cave. Eager to be the first to locate the jade orbs marked on the map that could be exchanged for Huang Yundan, most participants rushed inside, with Zhao Su being the fastest. However, Yi Zhou did not join the frantic scramble. Instead, he discreetly positioned himself at the back of the line. Examining the map with great care, he discerned that the cave's terrain was intricate and vast, realizing that entering it slightly earlier or later would not make much difference. As for the jade orbs marked on the map, Yi Zhou had no intention of competing for them at this moment. Those who obtained the jade orbs first would undoubtedly become targets for frenzied attacks and schemes from other competitors, which might not be beneficial. More importantly, the cave was filled with ominous energy, potentially harboring other dangers. Allowing others to scout ahead was, naturally, the safest approach. Once most of the other servants had entered, Yi Zhou calmly followed suit. The entrance he found himself in resembled a vast hall, piled high with numerous desiccated corpses against the walls, the stench of decay emanating from this very spot. As he ventured deeper, the cave narrowed drastically, branching into 3 paths, each barely wide enough for a single person to pass. Each servant entering would choose one of the paths. Yi Zhou did not hastily select a route, but instead paused to observe. Contemplating the map, according to its indications, the 3 paths were convoluted, with most being interconnected, while only a few led to dead ends. The majority of entrants opted for the right and middle paths, likely due to the greater number of jade orbs placed along those routes. After most had made their choices, Yi Zhou proceeded to take the leftmost path, which had the fewest jade orbs and was positioned farther away, resulting in less competition. Currently, most competitors were forming alliances, with Zhao Su having contacted several disciples at the 2nd level of Qi refinement before entering the cave. Individuals like Yi Zhou, who preferred to act alone, were few in number. He felt no need to engage multiple opponents for a few jade orbs at the competition's outset. Yi Zhou's primary objective was to collect as many tokens as possible to qualify as an outer disciple. Of course, if he could also conveniently acquire a few jade orbs for Huang Yundan, that would be splendid. If not, he would not force it. With only 30 jade orbs and 10 slots for outer disciples, yet over 100 participants, the odds were slim. As time passed, these temporary alliances would likely fracture due to competing interests. At that point, it would be the perfect opportunity for Yi Zhou to act. Outside the cave, after all the servants had entered, Zhang coldly declared, "If the number of eliminated participants does not exceed half after 1 day, we will activate the soul summoning array to release 100 ghosts into the cave." Understood. A dozen outer disciples respectfully bowed to Zhang before stealthily entering the cave. Initially, the cave entrance was narrow, allowing only 1 person to pass, but it became increasingly spacious as they ventured deeper. Along the way, Yi Zhou encountered several servant disciples, all of whom regarded him warily and quickly distanced themselves. Although Yi Zhou's exposed cultivation level was at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, it was evident from his conversation with Zhao Su that his true combat power, bolstered by the artifact Taya Kingzi, rivaled that of participants at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. It was wise for them to avoid provoking him. As Yi Zhou hastened along, the half-hour safety period elapsed. He made every effort to conceal his presence, becoming increasingly cautious. Faint sounds of combat echoed within the cave, and as he passed, he even stumbled upon several corpses of servant disciples, some charred black from fireball techniques, others frozen into ice sculptures from ice spike techniques, and yet others with skin turned black from venom. Just as Yi Zhou carefully approached an opening, a sharp, piercing shriek suddenly rang in his ears. Whoosh! A sharp ice spike shot from his blind spot, aimed directly at Yi Zhou's dantian. Humph! A mere 2nd level Qi refinement dares to participate in the competition. Hand over the Taya Kingzi you snatched from that Zhao fellow, and I might spare your life. A low, ominous voice echoed, and Yi Zhou remained ever vigilant throughout his journey, having anticipated the possibility of an ambush. Upon sensing danger, his reaction was swift. he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack of an ice spear. The assailant was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a rapid response from Yizhou, and immediately unleashed 3 more ice spears, targeting Yizhou's dantian and chest. With a flick of his hand, Yizhou conjured a sturdy earthen wall that effortlessly absorbed the onslaught of ice spears, which punctured the wall with a series of muffled thuds. Suddenly, he detected an intense murderous intent emerging from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yizhou hurled his right hand backward, launching 3 blazing fireballs that illuminated the cavern with their brilliance as they sped toward the source of the sound. A violent explosion followed, accompanied by a chilling scream from behind Yizhou. Turning around, he beheld a servant struck by his fireball, charred and bloodied, devoid of life. Beside him, a walnut-sized fireball dissipated into thin air. This individual had intended to ambush Yizhou from behind. But to their utter disbelief, it was as if Yizhou had eyes in the back of his head. Even before the fireball technique had fully formed, Yizhou's attack had already been unleashed. A shiver ran down Yizhou's spine as he recalled Master Shu's words. In the realm of cultivation, life and death could hinge upon a mere instant. Had he not been alert, even sensing the impending danger might not have been sufficient to evade the ice spikes, and he would have become just another frozen corpse. Fortunately, after consuming the Yuji fruit, his spirit had greatly enhanced, sharpening his senses far beyond those of other qi refining stage cultivators. The assailant was likely allied with the individual who had previously attacked him with ice spears. They had coordinated their efforts, one distracting the victim while the other struck from the shadows. Upon witnessing his companion fall to Yizhou's fireballs, the attacker in front had vanished without a trace, presumably fleeing for their life. Yizhou bent down and scavenged the corpse's storage bag. Acquiring a dozen low-grade spirit stones, a token, and a cloth-like mid-grade qi refining artifact, he infused a modicum of spiritual energy into the cloth. It seamlessly melded with the surrounding environment. Yizhou suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he had initially failed to detect the presence of someone hidden here. It was due to a cloaking artifact. This cloth possessed exceptional camouflage capabilities. Had he not employed his spiritual perception with utmost vigilance, he would have noticed nothing amiss. It was truly an artifact designed for ambush or escape. However, this artifact bore another spiritual imprint, suggesting that this person had borrowed it from another outer sect disciple. While it would not hinder Yizhou's usage, should he encounter the rightful owner, it would undoubtedly be forcibly reclaimed. He could only wait for a safe opportunity to refine it and imprint his own spirit before he could use it with complete confidence. Chapter 25. Corpse poison not far from Yizhou. Within a narrow passageway, a frail young boy held a luminescent jade orb, his face alight with joy. If he could bring the orb out of the cave, regardless of whether he passed the servant examination to become an outer sect disciple, he could exchange it for the invaluable Huang Yun Dan. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, 2 shadowy figures suddenly emerged from behind him, flanking him from both sides. One was tall, the other short, both greedily eyeing the jade orb in the boy's possession. Damn it, I didn't expect someone to get here first. But no matter, we can still acquire another token. Hand over the token and the jade orb, and we'll spare your life. The frail boy scoffed. Do you think I would come to seize the jade orb without any backup? The precious treasure was not something he would relinquish so easily. He swiftly stowed the jade orb into his storage bag. From the bag, he produced 2 low-level talismans, activating them with a flick of his wrist. Instantly, the talismans transformed into 2 walnut-sized fireballs that hurtled toward the 2 assailants. Relying on the talismans proved far quicker and required significantly less spiritual energy than casting spells. The attackers' expressions changed, and they instinctively dodged, affording the frail boy a chance to escape through a gap. Damn it, he's getting away. Quick, pursue him. The 2 assailants hastily turned to chase after the frail boy, who seemed to have trained in a movement technique, darting several zhang away in an instant. Yet, the 2 were not slow either. Maintaining close proximity to the boy, the taller of the 2, watching the boy's retreating figure, revealed a sinister glint in his eyes. With a swift motion, he summoned several slender ice spikes, reminiscent of chopsticks, that shot toward the boy's back. Hearing the whistling sound of the projectiles, the frail boy pivoted on his toes, changing direction and slipping into the left passageway, the ice spikes missing him entirely and instead embedding themselves into the cavern wall with a series of resounding thuds. The ice shards shattered and melted, releasing a putrid liquid that corroded the ground beneath. These ice spikes contained venom. Undeterred by the miss, the two continued their pursuit, intermittently launching fireballs and ice spikes, all of which the agile boy deftly evaded. Meanwhile, he occasionally tossed low-level fireball talismans from his storage bag, forcing the relentless duo to divert their attention and allowing him to gain distance. Just as it seemed they would lose him, the boy's expression shifted. He realized something was amiss and turned back. In his haste to flee, he had inadvertently run into a dead end. Seizing the opportunity, the two assailants swiftly closed the gap between them and the boy. The taller one, eyeing the faint glow emanating from the storage bag at the boy's waist, could not help but swallow hard. Initially, you could have avoided this by handing over the token and the jade orb, but now we've changed our minds. Let's do this together and kill him. Just then, from a side passage emerged a dark-skinned, unremarkable-looking youth, Yizhou, who had come to check if the jade orb was still there. Upon seeing Yizhou, the frail boy's eyes darted, and he hastily called out, "Run! I've got the jade orb. Let's meet at the designated spot." Yizhou, taken aback by the boy's words, replied, "What jade orb?" At that moment, the taller assailant mistakenly assumed that Yizhou and the boy were allies, and the ice spikes he had conjured suddenly veered toward Yizhou. Yizhou's expression darkened. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed he had no choice but to engage. Clapping his hands together, he summoned an earthen wall before him, and the incoming ice spikes pierced through the wall with a series of dull thuds, disappearing from sight. Observing that Yizhou had just entered the second level of qi refining, the two exchanged glances. "I didn't expect to encounter that brat from the Iron Science sect here. You go after the jade orb, and I'll deal with him," the shorter one declared fiercely. The taller one smirked coldly. "With that in hand, it's foolproof. I'll await your good news. Once we obtain the Iron Science sect's resources, you'll have to share the spoils with that." He dashed off in pursuit of the boy with the jade orb. Yizhou, not one to linger, knew escaping would not be as simple, so he hurled 3 fireballs toward the grinning short man, who hastily conjured an earthen wall in defense. The explosion from Yizhou's fireballs shattered the wall, sending the shorter man tumbling to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quickly scrambled to his feet and retrieved a black sphere the size of an egg from his storage bag. "Yizhou, is it? This treasure cost me everything I had. It was meant for dealing with a third-level qi refining expert. I never expected to use it on you, but if it means capturing the Iron Scion brat, it will be worth it. You can rest easy." With that, the short man hurled the black sphere toward Yizhou. Yizhou's brow furrowed, and he dared not underestimate the threat. He launched a fireball at the incoming black sphere. "Ha! You've fallen into my trap, you fool." Yizhou's heart sank, sensing the impending danger. The black sphere collided with the fireball, erupting into a cloud of noxious black smoke. Yizhou quickly held his breath, but it was too late. The smoke infiltrated his body through his pores. He felt dizzy and weak. The short man swiftly consumed a pill, unaffected by the toxic fumes. "You've fallen victim to my meticulously refined corpse poison. Soon you'll feel dizzy, your limbs will grow weak, and your spiritual energy will falter. You'll find yourself powerless, watching as your flesh rots away into a pile of bones. How could I dare to face you alone without some means? You're simply too foolish. Ha ha ha. Yizhou, rest assured and die. Your spirit stones and artifacts will be mine," the short man declared, eyes gleaming as he reached for Yizhou's storage bag at his waist. In that instant, Yizhou quickly retrieved a 5-inch-long spiritual herb from his storage bag, tossing it into his mouth and chewing rapidly before swallowing. The black mist enveloping him vanished without a trace, and his complexion even brightened slightly, evidently having replenished his vitality. Yizhou had consumed the divine dragon grass cultivated from the small gourd. Shinnon grass is an exceedingly ordinary spiritual herb, ubiquitous in its presence. Low-year Shinnon grass possesses no remarkable efficacy, merely serving as an auxiliary ingredient in certain detoxification elixirs. However, the high-year Shinnon grass is a miraculous remedy capable of countering myriad toxins. Upon encountering its description in the study, Yizhou noted that Shulao's medicinal field was abundant with Shinnon grass. Cautiously, he contemplated cultivating some for future use in the event of poisoning. Little did he expect to find himself poisoned today. This particular herb, which he had nurtured for 2 days, was a 1,000-year-old Shinnon grass, capable of neutralizing not only low-level corpse toxins, but even the venom of a corpse king. The slender figure's complexion paled drastically upon witnessing this. Drained of all color. How is this possible? What on earth did you consume? In response, Yi Zhou unleashed a terrifying fireball the size of a watermelon, a deep crimson hue. Chapter 26, The Pursuit. This is the fireball technique of the transformation realm. The slender figure's eyes were filled with dread as they glowed a fiery, or in a reflexive panic. He hastily retreated while channeling all his spiritual energy to conjure a super earthen wall, half a yard thick, before him. Boom! The cave trembled violently. Stones flew in every direction. The slender figure barely had time to scream as he and the earthen wall he had summoned were instantly engulfed by the flames unleashed by the colossal fireball. Moments later, as the flames subsided, a vast pit was left in the ground, within which lay a storage bag along with several charred bones. The words you spoke earlier suit you better. Beneath my transformation realm fireball technique, you should prepare to meet your end. The transformation realm fireball technique consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy, and Yi Zhou was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. However, this slender figure was exceptionally sinister and ruthless, nearly costing him his life. Such a person could not be spared. With an indifferent expression, Yi Zhou swiftly retrieved the storage bag from the ground and hastened toward the direction the tall figure had pursued. The tall figure, intent on chasing down the youth who had schemed against Yi Zhou, dashed forward with purpose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of 5 or 6 ice spikes sealed the path of the frail youth, causing him to momentarily halt. Keep running. Weren't you quite fast just now? The tall figure sneered, launching 2 more ice spikes aimed directly at the frail youth's legs. The frail youth quickly activated 2 low-tier fireball talismans, sending the fireballs hurtling toward the ice spikes. Boom! The fireball shattered the ice spikes upon impact. Before the tall figure could act further, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Did you obtain the Taikingzi? The tall figure initially believed that his slender companion had dispatched Yi Zhou and was now arriving, causing a flicker of excitement within him. Taikingzi? Yes, I have it. It has been in my possession all along, came a somewhat indifferent voice, though it was not that of the slender figure. Almost simultaneously, both the youth and the tall figure turned to look behind them, their expressions shifting dramatically. The newcomer was not the slender figure, but Yi Zhou. The tall figure was overwhelmed with terror, unable to fathom how Yi Zhou had managed to neutralize the corpse toxin pill. Where had his slender companion vanished? Perhaps he was already lost. Yi Zhou, let us talk this over. You are powerful, and a wise man does not hold grudges against the weak, I concede. Let me go, and I shall forfeit the jade orb and token. The frail youth's countenance darkened upon seeing Yi Zhou. At this moment, Yi Zhou appeared immaculate, his complexion rosy as if he had consumed a revitalizing tonic. Bearing no semblance of having just endured a fierce battle, it was evident that Yi Zhou had effortlessly dealt with the diminutive figure possessing the lethal trump card. He had previously deceived Yi Zhou. Could Yi Zhou possibly let him off? Given his strength, he had no chance against Yi Zhou. Therefore, his only recourse was to ally with the tall figure for a sliver of hope. With this thought in mind, the frail youth turned to the tall figure and said, "Abandon the fantasy of escape. You have already attacked him. Do you think he would spare you? If he intended to let you live, why would he pursue us? If we join forces, we may have a chance of victory." The tall figure hesitated, contemplating briefly before gritting his teeth and stepping back towards the frail youth. The erstwhile adversaries, who had been locked in a deadly struggle, now found themselves allied in the face of Yi Zhou's pressure. But let us agree on this first. Once we defeat him, the Taikingzi belongs to me. While his possessions will be yours, I shall not covet your jade orb. Joining forces rekindled the tall figure's confidence. Let us act swiftly. We must not allow him the upper hand. The frail youth quickly produced 5 low-tier fireball talismans from his storage bag. The 5 talismans transformed into fireballs that shot toward Yi Zhou with great speed. The tall figure was not to be outdone. He flung out 3 sharp, toxic ice spikes that completely sealed Yi Zhou's escape route. Observing the duo's combined attack, Yi Zhou's expression grew slightly grave. With a quick clap of his hands, 2 formidable earthen walls rose from the ground to shield him. Boom! Deafening crash echoed as the 5 fireballs obliterated the first earthen wall. the shockwave striking the second wall and sending clouds of dust swirling, leaving a thick layer of earth atop it. The 3 ice spikes followed closely behind, piercing the second wall and corroding it with their liquid venom. Creating 3 large holes in that moment, the frail youth suddenly dashed toward Yizhou, unleashing several fireball talismans at cunning angles, which transformed mid-air into multiple fireballs aimed directly at Yizhou. I have sealed off all your escape routes. At this proximity, most would be unable to cast even the earth wall technique. I wonder how you intend to respond. After releasing the talismans, the frail youth retreated to the side, wearing a chilling smile. Simultaneously, a furious shout from the tall figure rang out behind him. Die! With this fierce declaration, several toxic ice spikes sliced through the air, hurtling toward Yizhou's vital points. Yizhou quickly summoned 3 Taikingzi from his storage bag, which began to whirl rapidly around him, forming a massive, translucent black shield. Crackling sounds erupted as the shield was formed, deflecting the oncoming fireballs and ice spikes, preventing them from breaching his defenses. The expressions of the 2 youths darkened as they realized their combined assault had been effortlessly thwarted by Yizhou. What should we do? The tall figure inquired, his gaze darting in panic, already contemplating retreat. Buy me half a moment. I possess a high-tier talisman that can surely vanquish him. The frail youth gritted his teeth, reluctantly extracting a wooden box from his storage bag. Hurry up then. The tall figure, recognizing the frail youth's distress over the talisman's value, stepped forward to unleash several ice spikes toward Yizhou. Thud, thud, thud. The ice spikes struck the shield formed by the Taikingzi, sending ripples across its surface. A watermelon-sized deep crimson fireball materialized before the tall figure and the youth, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. Oh no, it's over. This is the fireball technique of the transformation realm. Stop activating talismans and quickly summon the earth wall technique for defense. The tall figure's face was gripped by despair, finally grasping how his diminutive partner had met his demise. In a frenzy, the 2 of them summoned their spiritual energy, erecting 4 sturdy earthen walls before them. Boom! The ground shook violently. Chapter 27. The unveiling of the talisman. The 4 thick earthen walls crumbled under the onslaught of the fiery projectile. The expressions of the tall figure and the youth shifted once more. The fleeting confidence they had gained dissipated in the wake of Yizhou's overwhelming display. Yet before the tall figure could react, the youth, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly struck the tall figure, sending him hurtling toward the approaching fireball. The tall figure barely had time to curse the youth before the searing fireball engulfed him, reducing him to a charred husk, leaving only the storage bag on the ground. After sending the tall figure flying, the youth promptly turned to flee, swiftly putting several yards between himself and the scene. Yizhou snorted disdainfully. Do you think you can escape? This youth had initially plotted against him, and in a moment of crisis, had unhesitatingly sacrificed his erstwhile ally to shield himself from the fireball. Such treachery could not be allowed to live on, lest it pose future threats. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 Taikingzi surrounding Yizhou transformed into streaks that tore through the air, instantly pursuing the fleeing youth. Filled with despair, the youth realized that while he was agile, he could never outrun the Taikingzi. Regret flooded him. Had he not provoked Yizhou, he might have been able to withstand the tall figure and the slender figure. He had never anticipated Yizhou would possess such strength, wielding the Transformation Realm Fireball technique. Transformation Realm spells were typically only attainable by foundational cultivators, yet Yizhou, merely a second-level Qi practitioner, had surpassed all expectations. But in this world, there is no remedy for regret. At this moment, he understood that Yizhou had resolved to eliminate him without hesitation. Desperation surged within him as he seized a handful of earth-colored talismans. Activating them in haste. 5 earthen walls rose to shield him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 iron-blue projectiles swiftly pierced through 3 of them, significantly reducing their force. Just as the young man felt a surge of joy, a deep crimson flame shot toward him once more. Boom! The intense heat engulfed him entirely. Moments later, only a few charred bones and a dark storage bag remained on the ground. After retrieving the storage bag, Yizhou let out a faint sigh of relief. Among these 3 adversaries, aside from the tall one who had little exceptional skill, the others were formidable, although they were merely at the second level of Qi refinement. Their hidden cards possessed the strength to defeat challengers at the third level. His internal energy had been depleted by nearly half, necessitating a swift recovery. It was not wise to linger in this place. The sounds of their previous battle had been so loud that anyone within several kilometers could likely hear the explosion of the transformation fireball technique. It was prudent to make a hasty exit. Indeed, less than half a quarter of an hour after Yizhou departed, 4 or 5 individuals arrived, drawn by the noise, but upon finding nothing of value, they cursed and left in frustration. Yizhou sought refuge in a remote cave to recuperate his energy. For reasons unknown, this cave was not marked on any map, suggesting it was relatively safe. The entrance was exceedingly narrow, allowing only someone as slender as Yizhou to crawl inside. He gathered some stones to seal the entrance, and then consumed a few sips of a potion designed for rapid energy recovery, activating the unnamed technique to hasten his recuperation. Once his internal energy was fully restored, he retrieved 3 storage bags and began to sort through the spoils of his recent encounter. The bags belonging to the tall and thin adversaries were quite meager, containing fewer than 10 spirit stones combined. However, they collectively held 5 tokens, indicating they had already claimed 3 lives prior to their ambush on the youth-wielding talismans. Aside from the valuable spirit stones, there were merely miscellaneous items, those typically discarded and left behind. It truly was as the Thin One had said. They had expended all their possessions to obtain corpse poison pills, Yizhou mused. As Yizhou's consciousness swept through the youth's storage bag, a flicker of delight sparked within him. Besides a dozen spirit stones, it contained a luminescent jade orb, 2 tokens, several low-level fireball talismans, 1 high-level wind blade talisman, and a jade slip, along with some assorted items. Yizhou examined the jade slip, discovering it inscribed with initial talisman creation. In a wonder that youth possessed such a plethora of talismans. Given his status as a menial worker, he could scarcely afford them. It turned out he had crafted them himself. Yizhou recognized the title of the book. It seemed to be an excellent resource for learning how to create basic talismans. He had seen a similar book in Elder Shu's study, which contained some knowledge about talismans, and he understood that certain spells could be inscribed within talismans using unique runes, allowing for rapid activation in battle with minimal energy. However, the book did not detail the creation process for talismans. Although disciples within the Blood Spirit sect sold talismans, books on talisman crafting were as precious as alchemical formulas, tightly guarded and rarely shared. Yizhou wondered where this youth had encountered such fortune. Of course, that youth's fortune had now become his own. Once he became an outer disciple, he intended to learn talisman crafting and stockpile a substantial reserve of transformation fireball techniques for future needs. He collected the jade slip and all the items, carefully sifting through the thin youth's miscellaneous belongings. After a thorough search, Yizhou discovered a translucent jade pendant the size of a chicken egg, inscribed with the character for Yi, likely the youth's surname. Aside from that, there was nothing else to ascertain the youth's identity. Yizhou contemplated burning the pendant along with the other items, but having never encountered such a beautifully crafted jade ornament before, he ultimately refrained and placed it into the storage bag as well. Subsequently, he took out the cloth-like mid-grade magical artifact and began the painstaking process of refining it. The moonlight poured over the earth like liquid silver. A figure, as elusive as a specter, emerged from the cave and knelt before Zhang Guanshi outside the entrance. Reporting to Zhang Guanshi, there are currently over 90 surviving menial workers inside the cave. In that case, let us increase their difficulty. Our sect only recruits elites, Zhang Guanshi replied slowly. Suddenly opening his eyes, which had been closed in meditation, he continued, all disciples, heed my command. Set up the soul summoning formation. Understood. The dozen or so outer disciples standing guard immediately rose, taking their positions on the empty ground before Zhang Guanshi. They chanted incantations and channeled their internal energy. A small formation began to manifest beneath their feet. Formation, activate. With a gentle wave of a small black flag in his hand, Zhang Guanshi commanded, and the disciples' spiritual energy rapidly flowed into the formation below. Once the formation was saturated with energy, it began to rotate slowly, releasing tendrils of black mist that writhed and surged upward. In an instant, the black mist within the formation multiplied into hundreds of tendrils. Go. At Zhang Guanshi's soft command, he pointed the black flag toward the cave, and the hundreds of trapped black mist tendrils surged into the cave as if guided by an unseen force. With the souls summoned by this formation, they should be able to eliminate even more participants. Two menial workers, having just concluded their battle, were about to bend down and retrieve the fallen storage bags when they suddenly saw several wisps of black mist racing toward them. What is this? Before they could finish their sentence, the wisps of black mist lunged into one of the men's bodies simultaneously, swirling chaotically within him. Within mere moments, his flesh and blood were entirely consumed. Chapter 28. Zhao Su's Deception in a Dead-End Alley. Zhao Su led 4 of his subordinates in an assault against 3 menial workers at the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Surrender and hand over all your tokens and jade orbs. If Brother Zhao becomes enraged, you shall face a fate worse than death. Those who are wise may yet find a way to live. At this moment, Zhao Su was far removed from the disheveled figure he had been after being defeated by Yi Zhou. Now, he wielded a black 100 ghost banner, exuding confidence. With this banner, he had effortlessly slain 5 menial workers at the 2nd level of Qi refinement and even driven off a skilled opponent at the 3rd level. Indeed, my brother was right. With this 100 ghost banner, I can practically stride through the cave. Zhao Su thought, controlling the banner to unleash a dozen ferocious ghosts. I died unjustly. The chilling wails of the ghosts intertwined, sending shivers down the spine. Unaware of your impending doom, kill them, Zhao Su commanded dominantly. Swish, swish, swish. The dozen ghosts transformed into swirling black mists that hurtled toward the surrounded menial workers, faces of varying ages and expressions. Both male and female, manifested within the black mist, each bearing a ghastly hunger for flesh and blood. The 3 encircled menial workers frantically cast ice spikes, fireballs, and other spells to fend off the ghosts. Terrified of close contact, but as time wore on, their energy began to wane. Zhao Su, we are all menial workers here, competing only for the chance to become outer disciples and obtain Huang Yundan. Is it truly necessary to resort to such lethal measures? We will give you our jade orbs and tokens, just spare our lives. One of them pleaded, initially clinging to a glimmer of hope for escape. They had only realized the futility of their situation once Zhao Su unleashed the ghosts, eye in the face of death. The jade orbs and tokens paled in comparison to their lives. Zhao Su pondered silently. These 3 were not weak. A head-on assault would surely take time, and if others were alerted, it would pose additional risks. Hearing their plea, a malicious glint flickered in Zhao Su's eyes, yet he feigned a gentle demeanor, saying, very well. As long as you hand over your jade orbs and tokens, I shall spare your lives. With that, Zhao Su waved the 100 ghost banner, and the ghosts immediately ceased their assault. The 3 men displayed ecstatic relief. Hastily tossing their jade orbs and tokens toward Zhao Su added, I have one more question. Does anyone know which path that little brat Yi Zhou took? One of them quickly replied. I know. Yi Zhou was among the last to enter the cave. I heard he chose the leftmost path. Since he possesses a magical artifact, I have been paying special attention to his movements. Zhao Su scoffed, bah, that magical artifact belongs to me. He is nothing but a pretender. All right, you may leave now. Just as the 3 breathed a sigh of relief and let their guard down, Zhao Su's thoughts shifted, directing a surge of energy into the 100 ghost banner. Instantly, the ghosts lunged toward them with astonishing speed. The 3 had no time to evade as the ghosts surged into their bodies. Ah, a piercing scream echoed. Zhao Su, you will not escape retribution. Moments later, the 3 withered forms collapsed to the ground, their desiccated faces forever frozen in expressions of despair at the moment of their demise. Zhao Su sneered, I never lied. This is just another way to depart. From the gaping mouths of the desiccated corpses, dozens of ravenous spirits surged forth, diving into the 100 ghost banner held by Zhao Su. The 3 peak stage Qi refinement disciples standing nearby, brimming with excitement, eagerly tore off the storage pouches from the waists of the 3 corpses and respectfully presented them to Zhao Xu. As he examined the contents of the storage pouches, one of the cunning-looking disciples leaned in to flatter him, saying, Brother Zhao, with this 100 ghost banner in your hand, you are destined to secure first place in this competition. When the time comes for you to ascend as an outer disciple, do not forget us, your loyal little brothers. Zhao Su's heart swelled with joy, his previously icy demeanor softening considerably, though he maintained a facade of indifference. In this competition, I am not the only one equipped with formidable artifacts. We must unite and work together to vanquish our foes one by one. The rewards will certainly not be scant for you. After inspecting the 3 storage pouches, a glimmer of delight appeared in his eyes, indicating a substantial harvest. This is your share from the spoils of battle. Each of you shall receive a spirit stone. Stick with your brother Su, and you'll enjoy the finer things in life. The benefits will be plentiful. He then stowed all 3 storage pouches into his own pocket. The 3 disciples exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of hesitance and discontent. After all, they had risked their lives to obtain these items. The value contained within those pouches was worth at least several dozen spirit stones, yet they were only being given 4. Furthermore, during the battle, they had always been at the forefront, while Zhao Su remained in the safest position. Commanding spirits from a distance, they bore the brunt of the danger, yet the meager reward felt profoundly unjust to them. Zhao Su's expression turned slightly frosty. What, are you dissatisfied? Without my 100-ghost banner? Do you think you could have so easily slain so many masters? And no, we wouldn't dare, Brother Su. You're overthinking it. We merely wish to inquire where we should head next, they stammered. Zhao Su's expression softened a bit. Yi Zhou is pursuing the left path. We shall naturally go find him. With the 100-ghost banner and your 4 formidable warriors, that insignificant Yi Zhou is hardly a concern. Once we eliminate him and reclaim my iron blue, you shall be richly rewarded. At least 2 spirit stones each. Brother Su, discussing money is rather ungrateful. Surely the token you possess is sufficient to secure a place in the top 10? Might we have a small share? Zhao Su feigned a hearty agreement. Of course, but only after we deal with that little scoundrel Yi Zhou. With that, Zhao Su and his small team began to advance down the left passageway. Ho-san, since you have practiced the sensing technique, lead the way. You should be familiar with Yi Zhou's aura. Find him, and I'll give you 2 extra spirit stones. The disciple named Ho-san nodded eagerly. I won't let you down, Brother Su. I have a plan that will surely allow us to easily trap and kill him. Zhao Su's eyes lit up. Dio share. 5 hours later, Ho-san, utilizing his sensing technique, successfully located Yi Zhou's presence. At that moment, Yi Zhou had just finished refining his concealing artifact, the Wuhan cloth, and emerged from the stone cavern, heading towards the farthest jade pearl placement point. Before Ho-san could approach, Yi Zhou had already sensed him, clutching 3 iron blues in his hand. Don't make a move. I'm here to form an alliance, Ho-san hurriedly exclaimed. I'm not interested, Yi Zhou replied coolly. With his strength, he had no need to ally with anyone, especially not with someone whose background he did not know. Why, Yi Zhou? Zhao Su has vowed to kill you and reclaim the iron blues. Don't you want to retaliate? Ho-san's eyes gleamed with cunning. I know Zhao Su's whereabouts. Very well, then let us cooperate, Yi Zhou said expressionlessly to Ho-san. Ho-san's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, with Brother Ye's assistance, our combined efforts will surely allow us to subdue Zhao Su effortlessly. Although Ho-san had intended to enter the blood spirit sect years before Yi Zhou, and Yi Zhou only exhibited the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement, logically, Yi Zhou should have addressed him as senior brother. However, due to Yi Zhou's possession of the iron blue, Ho-san, eager to curry favor, reversed their titles, flattering him excessively. Why, Yi Zhou laughed heartily. That's a certainty. Zhao Su is treacherous and vile, having committed numerous misdeeds in our sect. I have long intended to eliminate him in this competition. With your help, it will undoubtedly be a piece of cake. With that, Ho-san eagerly led the way, while Yi Zhou followed closely behind, the smile that had just graced his face vanishing without a trace. In truth, he was not wholly convinced by Ho-san's honeyed words. However, whether Ho-san spoke truthfully or deceitfully was of little consequence to Yi Zhou. What mattered was finding Zhao Su. With his current strength, he no longer feared facing many with few, but he had no intention of taking unnecessary risks unless absolutely necessary. Yet, in order to eliminate Zhao Su, he was willing to take a modicum of risk. The two forged ahead, disregarding the other cultivators and combatants they encountered along the way, until they arrived at a spacious area after traversing over 2 kilometers. Yi Zhou, growing impatient, inquired, "Where is Zhao Su? Are we there yet?" Ho-san restrained his laughter. We're here. Zhao Su is just ahead, already ensnared by the other 3 brothers. At that moment, Ho-san suddenly quickened his pace, shouting, "Brother Zhao, Yi Zhou is already here." With that, Ho-san darted ahead like a nimble monkey. Suddenly, several icy spikes shot towards Yi Zhou from behind. His expression turned cold, seemingly anticipating this, and he unleashed his spiritual energy, launching himself swiftly against the side wall. Thud, thud, thud. Yizhou expertly evaded the icy spikes, which embedded themselves into the wall. Zhao Su, with a triumphant expression, and the other three already lying in ambush, surrounded Yizhou. Yizhou, long time no see. Zhao has missed you dearly. Yizhou's gaze was frigid. Indeed, my junior brother has also missed you greatly, and I am most eager to see just how many valuable treasures you've managed to gather over the past 10 days. Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Yizhou pointed to the storage pouch at Zhao Su's waist. Soon, the treasures in your possession will belong to me. Thank you for your arduous efforts in collecting them. Zhao Su's fury ignited instantly. What audacity! Today, we shall see whether your iron blue is mightier or my 100-ghost banner. Yizhou ceased his chatter, swiftly producing 3 iron blues from his storage pouch. Launching them with a swift whoosh towards the rear point, 4 earthen walls, each a foot thick, erupted from the ground, shielding Zhao Su. Thud, thud, thud. The iron blues swiftly shattered 3 of the walls before their force diminished, and as the 4th wall began to crack, Zhao Su's expression shifted to one of alarm. Move quickly and kill Yizhou, or none of us will survive. At Zhao Su's command, several fireballs and icy spikes surged towards Yizhou from both fronts. Yizhou gestured, and the 3 iron blues swiftly returned to his side, hovering around him to form a protective barrier. The fireballs and icy spikes were effortlessly repelled by the barrier formed by the iron blues. Unable to breach his defenses, Zhao Su hastily retrieved the 100-ghost banner from his storage pouch, glaring at Yizhou with fury. Why, Yizhou? Today, I shall make you experience the torment of the 100 ghosts. I just wonder if your poison that can incapacitate artifacts will be effective against vengeful spirits. Spirits are ethereal entities, not tangible objects, as long as Zhao Su held the 100-ghost banner. He believed that as long as Yizhou's toxic concoction did not touch the banner, he had little to fear. This was the surefire strategy his brother had devised for him. With that, Zhao Su unleashed a surge of spiritual energy into the 100-ghost banner. Upon seeing the banner, Yizhou instantly recognized this insidious artifact. The 100-ghost banner, a mid-grade Qi refinement artifact, was the preferred choice for outer disciples of the Blood Spirit sect when crafting artifacts. When he first entered the Blood Spirit sect, he had nearly been killed by an outer disciple who sought to use him as material for crafting the 100-ghost banner due to his perceived uselessness. Yizhou had not anticipated that Zhao Su had acquired this specialized artifact to counter him, rendering his prepared poison utterly useless. However, in combating spirits, his fireball technique would prove exceedingly effective. The fireball technique, a spell generated from spiritual energy, could inflict devastating damage upon ethereal entities. Zhao Su activated the 100-ghost banner, releasing over a dozen vengeful spirits. Devour him. Instantly, more than a dozen clawing, howling specters coalesced into a swirling mass of darkness. Lunging towards Yizhou. With a flick of his hand, Yizhou unleashed several blazing fireballs towards the spirits, resulting in a series of explosive impacts. The spirits were thrown into disarray, their faces contorted in agony, blood gushing from their 7 orifices as they cried out in torment. However, before long, the injured spirits regained their strength and lunged at Yizhou with ferocity. Yet, as they made contact with the barrier formed by the iron blues, they were instantly obliterated into wisps of soul energy. In the blink of an eye, several spirits were annihilated by the iron blues, causing Zhao Su's complexion to pale slightly. Both the iron blue and the 100-ghost banner were mid-grade Qi refinement artifacts, and their powers would not differ significantly. Zhao Su coldly declared, "Today, we shall see whether your spiritual energy is more robust, or if my 100 ghosts outnumber your spirits." Yizhou's maintenance of the iron blue shield consumes considerable spiritual energy, and launching fireball attacks also requires a substantial amount. Prolonged expenditure will undoubtedly render him at a disadvantage. As Zhao Su spoke, he channeled several streams of spiritual energy into the 100-ghost banner. And in the next moment, over 20 specters surged forth from it. The number of approaching spirits surged dramatically, and the rapidly spinning iron blue shield seemed to be affected by the spirits. Its rotation gradually slowing down. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the spirits would breach the defense created by the iron blue shield. Yizhou began to incessantly condense formidable fireballs, relentlessly hurling them at the oncoming spirits, yet their numbers continued to swell. Observing Zhao Su's triumphant demeanor ahead, Yizhou could not help but let out a cold smile. There are indeed quite a few spirits, but the more they gather, the more enjoyable it will be for me to slay them. Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback, only to witness a fireball the size of a watermelon brewing in Yi Zhou's palm, causing his expression to change drastically. Not good, retreat quickly. It's the transformation fireball technique. However, it was already too late. With a resounding bang, the transformation fireball detonated amidst the throng of spirits, an overwhelming wave of heat instantaneously vaporizing over a dozen spirits. Chapter 30. Kill Zhao Su. Acquire the 100 Ghost Banner. Zhao Su's face turned ashen upon witnessing this scene. The spirits within the 100 Ghost Banner were painstakingly collected by his brother. While he could accept the loss of a few, this devastation of over 10 spirits was beyond acceptable. When he returned, his brother would surely be distraught. Too many had perished. Even if he killed Yi Zhou and reclaimed the iron blue shield, Zhao Su feared his brother would not reward him favorably. After all, the iron blue shield originally belonged to his brother, and reclaiming it would merely return it to its rightful owner. The loss of the fierce spirits within the 100 Ghost Banner was a tangible detriment. Before Yi Zhou could strike again, Zhao Su hastily poured nearly 2/3 of his spiritual energy into the 100 Ghost Banner, causing it to sway violently. Instantly, over 20 spirits were unleashed, charging towards Yi Zhou. Disperse your attacks, do not cluster together, Zhao Su commanded in a deep tone. In an instant, clusters of malevolent spirits lunged at Yi Zhou, their claws bared. And you fools, if you wish to survive, act quickly. We cannot allow Yi Zhou to counterattack successfully. The remaining 4 were also stunned by Yi Zhou's display of the transformation fireball technique, their faces pale with fear. If Yi Zhou were to direct that technique at them, they had no confidence in their ability to withstand it. Upon hearing Zhao Su's bellow, they hastily began casting spells at Yi Zhou, albeit half-heartedly. Their relationship with Zhao Su was purely one of convenience. They had no intention of risking their lives for him. They preferred to conserve their spiritual energy, waiting for Yi Zhou to eliminate Zhao Su, thus leaving them with a chance to escape. Alternatively, should both Yi Zhou and Zhao Su suffer mutual destruction, they could band together to eliminate both, benefiting from the conflict, a most favorable outcome. Watching Yi Zhou surrounded by spirits and various spell attacks, Zhao Su's countenance twisted into a sinister grin, inwardly contemplating. Yi Zhou, I am eager to see how long your spiritual energy can sustain you. Once the spirits were dispersed, encircling him from all sides, Yi Zhou realized that continuing to use the transformation fireball technique would only waste a significant amount of spiritual energy with minimal effect. Thus, he opted to employ the great accomplishment fireball to strike at the throng of spirits. As fireballs were launched and the iron blue shield maintained, Yi Zhou's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. He was now below 50%, and the speed at which he cast fireballs had noticeably slowed. Seeing this, Zhao Su was filled with delight, shouting, "Brothers, put in more effort. Yi Zhou is on the verge of collapsing. Once we eliminate him, I will reward each of you with 3 spiritual stones." The 4 glanced at one another, merely increasing the frequency of their spellcasting. Just as everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Yi Zhou retrieved 3 or 4 small vials from his storage bag, uncorked them, and consumed their contents. In an instant, Yi Zhou's spiritual energy surged back dramatically, and not only that, his complexion turned exceedingly vibrant. These vials contained potions he had brewed from 500 years' worth of herbs, far more potent than the elixirs he had consumed earlier. Ideal for rapid recovery during combat. While the effectiveness of these potions was nowhere near that of dedicated restorative elixirs, which were life-saving trump cards for masters at the peak of qi refining, or even the foundation establishment stage, Yi Zhou's concoction was a low-tier version, more than sufficient for restoring his qi refining 4th layer energy. As Yi Zhou's strength was restored, Zhao Su and the others were filled with ire. Possessing potions that could rapidly replenish spiritual energy was akin to cheating in battle, easily turning the tide. Damn it! Why do you keep pulling out those strange vials? Do you run a spiritual medicine shop at home? Zhao Su couldn't help but vent his frustration. Yi Zhou chuckled, apologies, but Old Shu's stock is far richer than that of any spiritual medicine shop. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's face turned a shade of fury. The errand work for Old Shu had originally been his. Now, it seemed, there was no time for delay. A swift resolution was imperative. The spirits of the 100 Ghost Banner were in disarray, and Zhao Su urged the spirits and the others to intensify their assault on Yi Zhou. Having regained some spiritual energy, Yi Zhou flipped his hand, swiftly conjuring a second transformation fireball, and before the first could travel far, a third followed closely behind, targeting Zhao Su. Zhao Su had ordered the spirits to disperse their attacks, inadvertently leaving gaps through which Yi Zhou could directly assault him with fireballs. Quickly, activate the defensive spells. Zhao Su's face turned pale as he desperately retreated, wielding the 100 Ghost Banner. The two individuals standing at the forefront hastily cast earthen wall techniques, erecting 5 or 6 walls of earth in an instant as a barrier. Boom! 2 fiery explosions erupted. The 5 or 6 earthen walls were obliterated by the first fireball's explosion, and the second fireball's detonation rendered any remaining defenses utterly futile. The searing heat waves swiftly engulfing Zhao Su and the two individuals before him. Moments later, only 3 charred skeletons remained on the ground. Yi Zhou exhaled softly, having finally dealt with the treacherous Zhao Su. The other two, witnessing Zhao Su consumed by flames, immediately turned to flee, their speed unmatched, fearing that Yi Zhou might pursue them, disregarding the spoils on the ground. However, their fears were unfounded. Yi Zhou had only intended to eliminate Zhao Su. The others were merely incidental. Killing 10 outer disciples would yield rewards lesser than those offered by the 100 Ghost Banner lying beside Zhao Su's charred remains. Its dark sheen vanished, and the spirits lost control. Returning to the 100 Ghost Banner after the explosion, as a mid-grade magical artifact, the 100 Ghost Banner could not possibly be damaged by a mere fireball from Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou dispelled the iron blue shield but did not retract it. Instead, he allowed it to hover before him. Glancing at the scattered storage bags on the ground, Yi Zhou refrained from bending down to collect them. Instead, he furrowed his brow and coldly addressed the figure lingering nearby. You have been watching this spectacle for quite some time. It is time for you to reveal yourself. During the battle, Yi Zhou had noticed the presence of another drawn to the tumultuous conflict. Ha ha ha, Yi junior brother. Not only are you incredibly powerful, but your vigilance is astonishing. I am thoroughly impressed. A sturdy and unassuming youth stepped out from the corner of the passage, exuding the aura of the chi refining third layer. Yi Zhou replied solemnly, if you have been waiting this long and wish to make your move, then come forth. Defeat me, and both the 100 Ghost Banner and the iron blue shield shall be yours. The stout youth hurriedly waved his hands, laughing. Misunderstanding, Yi junior brother. It is a misunderstanding. I merely stumbled upon this place by chance and have no intention of taking advantage of the situation. I shall take my leave. With that, the stout youth turned to depart, but as he did, the benign expression faded, revealing a sullen demeanor. He had intended to observe the battle from the sidelines and reap the rewards, but the formidable Yi Zhou had thwarted his plans. With the transformation fireball technique combined with the iron blue shield, Yi Zhou had defeated Zhao Su and the 4 disciples of Qi Refining second layer. Although he possessed the cultivation of Qi Refining third layer, the realization that Yi Zhou had detected him left him trembling with fear, devoid of any confidence in defeating him. Once the stout youth had left, Yi Zhou finally picked up the scattered storage bags and the 100 Ghost Banner. He did not immediately inspect the 100 Ghost Banner to avoid unforeseen complications, and his figure swiftly vanished. Chapter 31. Capture the 100 ghosts after navigating a convoluted path and avoiding numerous other miscellaneous disciples. Yi Zhou returned to the small cave where he had previously restored his spiritual energy. He moved a large stone to securely seal the cave once more before exhaling a long sigh of relief. Zhao Su was finally dealt with, but he had undoubtedly incurred the wrath of his brother, Zhao Chong. Yi Zhou now possesses the Iron Blue Child and the 100 Ghost Banner, both of which were lent to Zhao Su by Zhao Chong through the miscellaneous competition. Now, these magical artifacts are entirely in Yi Zhou's hands. The mere fact that he can casually wield these 2 items to assist Zhao Su indicates that Zhao Chong is undoubtedly a remarkable disciple among the outer sect. Exceedingly powerful and not to be trifled with. Offending such a person would likely require Yi Zhou to tread carefully should he become an outer sect disciple in the future. However, having acquired these treasures, Yi Zhou sees no reason to return them. Despite Zhao Chong's formidable nature, Yi Zhou does not fear him. Yi Zhou retrieves 3 storage bags and the 100 Ghost Banner, swiftly inspecting the spoils within the bags. Remarkably, Zhao Su must have eliminated quite a few individuals using the 100 Ghost Banner, as the gains are substantial. Yi Zhou feels a surge of excitement. In Zhao Su's storage bag, there are a total of 31 low-grade spirit stones, 23 examination tokens, and 6 jade pearls. In contrast, The combined contents of the other 2 storage bags yield only 7 spirit stones and 2 examination tokens. Consequently, along with the examination tokens he previously obtained, Yi Zhou now possesses a total of 30 tokens. With just over 150 participants in the examination, the top 10 with the most tokens can pass the assessment, meaning Yi Zhou has secured 1/5 of the required tokens. He is now assured of becoming an outer sect disciple. However, the wealth contained within the storage bags pales in comparison to the value of the 100 Ghost Banner. With just over a day remaining until the examination concludes, he has ample time to refine the 100 Ghost Banner. Yi Zhou sends a sliver of his consciousness into it, discovering that, like the storage bags, the 100 Ghost Banner harbors a space within. However, this space can only accommodate spirits and not other items. Within this space, over 40 clusters of vengeful spirits swirl and move slowly. Among these spirits, one possesses a slightly stronger aura, bound by dozens of black chains at the center of the 100 Ghost Banner, upon which a soul imprint has been placed. This must be the eye of the formation within the banner. As long as he refines the soul imprint from this spirit and replaces it with his own, the 100 Ghost Banner will rightfully belong to him. Upon sensing Yi Zhou's consciousness, the vengeful spirits within the banner suddenly begin to stir violently, their twisted and malevolent faces contorting in rage. Currently, the 100 Ghost Banner still belongs to Zhao Chong, and Yi Zhou is not their master. Driven by their nature, the spirits instinctively seek to attack him. However, without the command of the banner's operator, they cannot break free. Do not panic. It won't be long before I am your master, Yi Zhou proclaims as he sits cross-legged, holding the 100 Ghost Banner. He dedicates most of his consciousness to dispelling the soul imprint left by Zhao Chong at the banner's formation eye. While a small fraction remains vigilant. Yi Zhou's powerful consciousness allows him to refine the 100 Ghost Banner with remarkable speed. Initially, he devoted half an hour to refining the Iron Blue Child. This time, with his consciousness divided, it takes nearly half a day, indicating Zhao Chong's significant investment in the 100 Ghost Banner, as the soul imprint is considerably more robust. Upon mastering the 100 Ghost Banner, Yi Zhou cannot contain his exhilaration. He has finally acquired his second magical artifact in life, albeit both taken from the same individual. Excellent, excellent, little spirits, come forth and greet your master. He channels spiritual energy into the 100 Ghost Banner. And in an instant, a chilling wind sweeps through the cave, as clusters of black mist spiral out from the banner, swirling around Yi Zhou's form. Although Yi Zhou appears cunning and shrewd, he is, in fact, merely a 9-year-old child, compelled by his circumstances. The sight of the spirits affectionately surrounding him feels akin to having dozens of battle-ready pets, filling him with pride. After some playful interaction, Yi Zhou returns these spirits to the 100 Ghost Banner. The banner can accommodate up to 100 vengeful spirits, and it seems he must seek out a place rich in energy to capture more spirits as subordinates. Though Yi Zhou is affiliated with the Blood Spirit sect, and technically a demonic cultivator, he cannot bring himself to commit acts of senseless slaughter or transform innocents into vengeful spirits. Just as he prepares to stow away the 100 Ghost Banner, he suddenly feels a fierce wind surge around him, causing the temperature in the cave to plummet, and anguished cries echo throughout. Why Yi Zhou is startled. Where have so many wandering souls come from? Among them are several vengeful spirits that could threaten a second-layer chi refining practitioner. Yet, this turn of events is fortuitous. It appears he need not seek out spirits after all, as a horde of vengeful spirits careens toward him. Yi Zhou swiftly dislodges a large boulder blocking the cave entrance and, with a flick of his wrist, sends out 3 iron blue children that quickly spiral around him, forming a protective shield. He retrieves the 100 Ghost Banner, channels a few waves of spiritual energy, and soon the banner soars into the air, summoning a massive vortex of spiritual energy. This vortex possesses great pulling force. Designed specifically for capturing spirits, as Yi Zhou increases the flow of his spiritual energy, the vortex's suction intensifies. The first vengeful spirit lunges at him, but is swiftly engulfed by the immense pull of the 100 Ghost Banner. One after another, the spirits are drawn in, until the banner's capacity is reached and the vortex's strength begins to wane. Once the last spirit is absorbed, Yi Zhou stows away the iron blue children and halts the flow of energy into the banner. Without the support of spiritual energy, the 100 Ghost Banner gradually descends. Yi Zhou, filled with joy, reaches out to take the banner, only to be startled as a surge of spiritual energy strikes the banner from the far end of the passage. His expression shifts dramatically. Someone is attempting to seize his 100-ghost banner. The energy manifests as a thin thread that rapidly ensnares the banner, pulling it away. Zhou leaps forward, dashing toward the 100-ghost banner. Just as he grasps it and the energy thread snaps, a flash of cold light darts toward his dantian. Sensing an imminent threat, Zhou instinctively conjures two thick earthen walls before him. The sound of thud-thud reverberates as the incoming cold light effortlessly pierces through the two walls, though its speed is somewhat impeded. Zhou finally discerns the true nature of this cold light. A remarkably sharp small sword. Glimmering with silver hues, clearly not an ordinary item. After penetrating the earthen walls, the sword makes a swift turn in midair, aiming again at Zhou. He quickly activates the storage bag, and 3 iron blue children shoot forth, forming a protective barrier just before the sword strikes. Clang, clang, clang. As the sword clashes with the iron blue children, sparks fly. Having successfully reclaimed the 100-ghost banner and fended off the sword's ambush, Zhou waves his hand, sending a massive fireball toward the corner where the assailant is hiding. Boom! The cave trembles violently, and stones scatter in disarray. However, the fireball fails to hit its target, the assailant. Realizing the peril, swiftly calls back the small sword and retreats rapidly. At last, Zhou gets a clear look at the assailant, none other than the frail scholar clad in pale blue satin garments whom he had noticed earlier in the plaza. Zhou scoffs, "You think you can escape after failing your ambush? Dream on." With a swift leap, he pursues the scholar. Although Zhou's outward cultivation level appears to be that of a second-layer qi refining practitioner, his physical prowess has reached the 4th layer, granting him strength and speed that surpasses that of the 3rd-layer scholar. The distance between them closes rapidly. The scholar, hearing the footsteps drawing near, is filled with dread. For logically, he should not be overtaken by Zhou, who is of a lower cultivation level. This realization had emboldened him during his earlier ambush. Curse it! I did not anticipate this child had trained to enhance his physical abilities. In such a scenario, no one would suspect that Zhou's formidable physique stems from his cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refining. They would only surmise he had trained in a technique to strengthen his body. After all, at merely 9 years of age, it is impossible for someone of his background, an outer sect disciple with a waste spirit root, to reach the 4th layer of qi refining. Clenching his teeth, the scholar resolves to unleash a barrage of ice spikes in a desperate attempt to slow Zhou's pursuit. Zhou flicks his wrist, sending 3 iron blue children racing forward to shatter the incoming ice spikes, their momentum unyielding as they shoot toward the scholar's back. The scholar pales, frantically erecting 3 thick earthen walls, while the sharp small sword from his storage bag shoots forth to intercept the iron blue children. Yet, unexpectedly, the iron blue children veer off course, evading direct confrontation with the walls, while the spirit sword is left in disarray. Puzzled, the scholar wonders, what is happening? The iron blue children should not be inferior to my flying sword. Just then, a fierce wind sweeps through the cave, as more than 20 clusters of black mist surge forth from the 100-ghost banner, charging toward him. In an instant, the scholar's expression shifts drastically as he exclaims, "How is this possible? How can you manipulate 2 magical artifacts simultaneously? Even an inner sect disciple at the 8th layer of qi refining would find it difficult to achieve such a feat." The scholar was utterly terrified by the vengeful spirit released by Zhou, his heart racing in fear. After casting 2 or 3 fireball spells, he attempted to summon back his flying sword to vanquish the ghost. But unexpectedly, the 3 iron blue seeds scattered, causing the sword to clang noisily and rendering it unable to return for a short while. Zhou bellowed, "Beware of its spells. Directly consume its flesh and blood." Instantly, over 20 groups of ghostly energy dispersed, and the scholar's fireballs only struck 2 or 3 of the spirits that could not evade in time, failing to annihilate them. The injured specters howled mournfully as they were summoned back into the 100-ghosts banner. With just a touch of spiritual energy to nurture their wounds, they would soon recover. Seeing the spirits scatter and realizing his spells had little effect, and that his spiritual sword would not return in the immediate future, the scholar felt an overwhelming sense of despair. "Do not kill me. I will serve you like a beast, become your servant." Zhou lightly commanded, "100 ghosts devour souls." In an instant, over 20 groups of black mist successfully invaded the scholar's body, and the cavern echoed with piercing screams. Within a few breaths, the scholar was left with nothing but a mere human skin. The satiated spirits flew back into the 100 Ghosts banner, their powers enhanced. Yi Zhou retracted the iron blue seeds, picked up the small sword and storage pouch from the ground, and incinerated the scholar's skin with a fireball. This individual was remarkably powerful. There should be significant rewards from this encounter. As Yi Zhou's consciousness delved into the small sword, he was momentarily taken aback upon discovering that no soul imprint was left within. Could it be that this small sword was not borrowed from an outer sect disciple? That would be even better. A mere servant possessing a mid-grade chi refining artifact indicated that the scholar either had an extraordinary background or had experienced a great fortune. After stowing away the small sword, Yi Zhou turned his attention to the storage pouch. Inside, he found 25 tokens, 5 jade beads, and over 40 spirit stones, along with a heap of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as a jade slip. Yi Zhou had never encountered such a wealth of gold and jewels. Had this been before his cultivation journey, he could have lived a life of luxury solely on this fortune. However, as a cultivator now, worldly treasures held little allure for him. Perhaps they would be useful when he left the sect in the future. Yi Zhou examined the jade slip closely, discovering 3 small characters inscribed upon it. Conceal breath method, which seemed to record a technique for masking one's presence. Instantly, he was filled with joy. By practicing this technique, he could conceal his aura, evading the scrutiny of other cultivators. Yet, if the opponent possessed an exceptionally powerful and keen soul or had cultivated a technique to see through the conceal breath method, escape would be impossible. Nonetheless, having the conceal breath method was certainly better than lacking it entirely. Suppressing the urge to learn the method right then and there, Yi Zhou proceeded towards the cave's exit. Calculating the time, the competition should be concluding soon. In this competition, Yi Zhou could be considered to have returned triumphantly, further enhancing his strength after acquiring the 100 Ghosts banner. Outside the cave, Manager Zhang's voice resounded. The assessment time has concluded. All servant disciples must cease combat. Survivors, come forth to register the number of tokens and jade beads. Violators will face severe punishment. With that, Manager Zhang waved a black flag, causing the ghostly entities that had been searching for flesh within the cave to vanish. The servant participants of the promotion competition gradually emerged from the cave. Yi Zhou among them, an outer sect disciple from the law enforcement hall reported. All servant disciples have exited the cave. The total of 153 participants took part in the assessment, with 20 surviving. Hearing this, Manager Zhang stroked his beard, a rare smile gracing his face. Excellent. Those who survived are all elites. Even if they did not pass this time, they will surely succeed next time. Begin counting the tokens and jade beads. As soon as Manager Zhang finished speaking, for outer sect steward disciples stepped forward. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, 2 of whom held trays. To the left, jade beads. To the right, tokens. One of the outer sect steward disciples announced loudly, prompting the servants to place their tokens and jade beads on the trays in an orderly fashion. As each servant approached, the steward disciple meticulously recorded their name, token count, and jade bead count. Most of the servants carried only 1 or 2 tokens, with merely 3 or 4 holding more than 10. After the majority had submitted, Yi Zhou stepped forward, retrieving his storage pouch and pouring a small pile of tokens and jade beads onto the 2 wooden trays. Immediately, all eyes were drawn to him, even Manager Zhang displaying a hint of surprise. This lad is impressive. He has mastered the fireball technique within a year of entering, and his soul is extraordinary. The future looks promising. Once all tokens and jade beads were submitted, the steward disciples quickly began announcing the results of the competition. First place, Yi Zhou, with 55 tokens and 12 jade beads. Second place, Zhang Lei, with 30 tokens and 9 jade beads. Third place, Wang Fuguei, with 16 tokens and 5 jade beads. Manager Zhang proclaimed, "The 10 of you have passed this outer sect disciple assessment. From this moment forth, you shall be disciples of our blood spirit sect. You must diligently cultivate and avoid laziness. Always remember the sect rules and safeguard our interests." The 10 successful candidates bowed respectfully to Manager Zhang, responding, "We shall heed your teachings." Manager Zhang nodded with a smile, retrieving 10 outer sect disciple tokens, a palm-sized black shield, and 20 Huangyun pills from his storage pouch. Keep the tokens safe. They will serve as your identity symbol. With these tokens, you may freely enter and exit the sect. upon returning. You can collect the benefits of outer sect disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall with these tokens. After concluding, the 10 tokens flew towards Yizhou and the others. Yizhou caught the token. Feeling its weight, it was entirely black, with the character blood engraved on the front and a terrifying ghost face on the back. The recipients of the tokens, regardless of their usual cunning, could not help but show signs of joy on their faces. Yizhou, as the first in this assessment, according to the sect master's wishes, this is your deserved reward. Manager Zhang waved his sleeve, and the palm-sized black iron shield flew before Yizhou. He respectfully accepted the shield and bowed to Manager Zhang before stepping aside. Manager Zhang continued, this is a mid-grade Qi refining artifact, the black iron shield, crafted from Tianshan black iron over 49 days by a foundation establishment cultivator. It is impervious to ice and fire. Boasting exceptional defensive power. Utilize this shield wisely. It may save your life at a crucial moment. Zhang Lei and Wang Fugui, you two, as the second and third place in this promotion competition, here are 10 Huangyan pills as your reward. The 20 Huangyan pills flew towards Zhang Lei and Wang Fugui, at which point Yizhou noticed that the second place, Zhang Lei, was the honest youth he had encountered in the cave. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Zhang Lei and Wang Fugui exclaimed excitedly, bowing in gratitude. The outer sect disciple assessment finally came to a close. With Manager Zhang's command, everyone swiftly boarded the Wu Tong chariot, which soon ascended into the sky, rapidly flying towards the blood spirit sect. The journey there had felt slightly crowded, but now it was remarkably spacious. Yizhou gazed down at the mountains, rivers, and small villages below. Those who had perished in the cave could never have imagined that the so-called sacred abode of the immortal sect, revered by countless common folk, was as cruel and frigid as a hellish battlefield. Yizhou's heart began to change gradually since joining the blood spirit sect. Upon returning to the sect, Manager Zhang hurriedly departed, and the remaining outer sect disciples and servants dispersed. I wonder where the Internal Affairs Hall is. I suppose I can only ask Wu Yong, Yizhou thought, glancing helplessly at the towering Wuming Peak. Although he had visited a few times, he was unfamiliar with the layout of the other areas on the peak. Just as he was about to set off toward the Internal Affairs Hall, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Zhao Chong, Brother Zhao. Yizhou's expression changed slightly, but he remained composed. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Su's elder brother, Zhao Chong. Sensing the loss of the 100 Ghosts banner, Zhao Chong had anticipated trouble and awaited the return of the servant disciples who had participated in the assessment. You are Yizhou, correct? I advise you to hand over my 2 artifacts obediently. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate worse than death. Zhao Chong's eyes glinted with icy menace as the power of his 7th-level Qi refining erupted forcefully, pressing down on Yizhou. The oppressive force made Yizhou's complexion pale. It felt as though a colossal weight rested upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. However, he remained undaunted, raising his voice, Brother Zhao, we are all outer sect disciples now. Do you truly wish to violate the sect rules and resort to violence here? With that, Yizhou produced his outer sect disciple token. Zhao Chong snorted coldly, do not think that because you have become an outer sect disciple, I cannot take your life. With that, he retrieved a blood-red token from his storage pouch, upon which 3 large characters were inscribed, Life and Death Order. Since you are aware of the rules, we shall meet on the life and death stage. The so-called life and death platform is a place where disciples of both the outer and inner sects of the blood spirit sect resolve their conflicts. Once one ascends the life and death platform, only one person may descend alive. Yizhou chuckled, Brother Zhao, are you out of your mind? You are at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while I am merely at the 2nd. How could I possibly agree to duel with you? Zhao Chong sneered, it's understandable that you, having just joined the outer sect, are unaware of the specific sect rules. Allow me to enlighten you. Each year, our sect's disciples can expend 100 contribution points to exchange for a life and death order, enabling them to issue a challenge for a duel on the life and death platform to another disciple of the same rank. You may indeed refuse my invitation, but you may only do so 3 times. On the 4th refusal, regardless of your choice, I possess the right to strike you down. At this, Yizhou's expression shifted. He was aware that the rules for outer sect disciples differ from those for inner sect disciples and miscellaneous disciples, yet he had not anticipated such a stipulation. Zhao Chong continued, having been in the sect for 19 years, I can certainly wait 3 years for you, but I hope you do not perish at the hands of others. As he spoke, the life and death order in Zhao Chang's hand transformed into a beam of light that merged into Yi Zhou's outer sect disciple token, which then revealed an imprint of the character for death. Now Zhao Chang had consumed one life and death order. He merely needed to exchange for 3 more within the next 3 years, and Yi Zhou would be compelled to fight. Zhao Chang said no more, smirking as he waved his sleeve and departed. Yi Zhou immediately felt an invisible weight pressing upon his heart. 3 years from now, my cultivation must far surpass Zhao Chang's if I am to triumph over him on the life and death platform. Chapter 34. The sect rules for task execution. At the entrance of the miscellaneous affairs hall, Wu Yong was comfortably reclining in a chair, basking in the sun. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a hurried figure approaching from a distance, and he was instantly shocked into jumping up from his seat. Yi Zhou? You actually returned alive. Wu Yong trembled, pointing at Yi Zhou, who stood before him unharmed in disbelief. Could it be that the miscellaneous disciples competing this year are all quite weak? No, I personally registered several individuals at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, some even possessing magical artifacts. Wu Yong was both astonished and puzzled. At this moment, the outer sect disciple assessment had just concluded, and Yi Zhou's astonishing achievements had yet to spread among the lower-tier disciples of the Blood Spirit sect. Though Wu Yong was usually well-informed, he was unaware that Yi Zhou had already become an outer sect disciple like himself. He patted Yi Zhou on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Now you understand the brutality of the promotion competition, right? To survive is already a stroke of luck. It would be best for you to retreat and diligently cultivate for 3 to 5 years. Coupled with the elixirs bestowed by Elder Shu, you might have a chance to become an outer sect disciple then. Wu Yong intended to continue encouraging Yi Zhou, hoping he wouldn't lose confidence due to a single failure, but Yi Zhou cheerfully produced his outer sect disciple token. Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Wu, but I believe I need not wait 3 to 5 years. Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was outrageous that someone had passed the outer sect assessment without having practiced at the 2nd level of Qi refinement for many years. Yi Shidi, you are no ordinary individual. Yi Zhou laughed heartily. Not at all. It is you, Brother Wu, who is not an ordinary person. Being able to leisurely spend over a decade in the sect, I wonder if there is anything you could advise your junior. With that, Yi Zhou generously placed 5 spirit stones on Wu Yong's table. Wu Yong swiftly pocketed the spirit stones, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons with delight. Of course there is. This was also the primary reason Yi Zhou had come to find Wu Yong. Inquiring about the locations of the Internal Affairs Hall and Alchemy Pavilion was a secondary concern. Wu Yong glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, before lowering his voice. Are you aware that outer and inner sect disciples must execute a sect mission once a year? Yi Zhou nodded. I am naturally aware of that. Wu Yong continued. Sect missions are categorized into 4 levels. A, B, C, and D. A and B level missions are executed by inner sect disciples, while C and D level missions are for outer sect disciples. However, one crucial point to note is that A and B level missions can be chosen, but C and D level missions are mandatory and must be carried out. For instance, bringing a child with spiritual roots back to the sect is a D level mission. Yi Zhou nodded. I was not quite aware of that. Wu Yong added, D level missions are generally not difficult, but C level missions can be somewhat perilous. Every year, numerous outer sect disciples perish while carrying out C level missions. Yi Zhou's expression changed slightly. Does that mean disciples assigned to C level missions are rather unfortunate? Wu Yong chuckled. Indeed, but these missions can be negotiated. He then gave Yi Zhou a knowing, suggestive look. Leaning closer, he whispered, Do you know who my master is? Ah, never mind, you probably don't know. He is the one in charge of arranging tasks for the outer sect, so if you ever wish to undertake or avoid any tasks, you can come to me for a discussion. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, I can handle it with my master. Yi Zhou respectfully bowed to Wu Yong. Then I sincerely thank Brother Wu for your assistance. Wu Yong laughed heartily. It is only right to assist fellow disciples. Wu Yong then proceeded to share some other important points, such as the necessity to memorize the outer sect disciple regulations to avoid inadvertently violating them and facing punishment, thus preventing others from exploiting the rules against him. After expressing his gratitude to Wu Yong, Yi Zhou hurried to the Internal Affairs Hall. At the entrance of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yi Zhou happened upon a plump steward, leisurely explaining the sect regulations to several newly promoted outer sect disciples. Yi Zhou listened attentively, not daring to show any sign of impatience. Once the explanation concluded, The plump steward distributed storage bags and a low-grade flying sword for chi refinement to the disciples. The new storage bags were considerably more spacious than those used by the miscellaneous disciples, allowing for the accommodation of more items. Upon examining the low-grade flying sword he had received, Yizhou noted its rather crude craftsmanship. It was a basic item provided to every outer sect disciple. Should it be used in combat, it could easily be rendered scrap metal in just a few exchanges against a well-crafted medium-grade magical weapon. However, Yizhou was merely using it for transport. Although he had acquired a medium-grade flying sword by defeating a scholar, no one was aware that the scholar had met his demise at Yizhou's hands. So he could not afford to expose the scholar's flying sword. Should the scholar have any backing, it would spell trouble for him. Having already offended Zhao Chong, who was at the 7th level of chi refinement, Yizhou felt considerable pressure. Each outer sect disciple could choose a cave residence on Wuming Peak. They could select from among them. The plump steward waved his hand, and a miniature model of Wuming Peak, about the size of a thumb, flew out of his storage bag, floating in midair before gradually enlarging until it reached 3 feet tall. This was Yizhou's first time seeing the full view of Wuming Peak, and he couldn't help but scrutinize it closely while silently memorizing the layout of the buildings. Most of the caves indicated on the Wuming Peak model were marked with red flags, signifying occupied residences, while those marked with green flags were unclaimed. After careful observation, Yizhou noticed that the closer one got to the mountain peak, the more red flags there were, whereas green flags were predominantly distributed around the midslope and foot of the mountain. Naturally, there were a few at the peak as well, but they were exceedingly sparse and mostly located on the side farthest from the Shura Peak. What significance does selecting a cave residence hold? Yizhou pondered to himself that I choose that cave. Then I shall take that one. Just as Yizhou was mulling over his options, the individuals ahead of him hastily selected a few caves, located halfway up the mountain. And with a wave of the plump steward's hand, the caves chosen by those individuals were promptly marked as occupied. You truly have an eye for it. These caves are situated in the most spiritually rich area aside from the peak. The plump steward beamed as he praised those selected caves, eager to compare them to the residences of the sect leader and several elders. The annual residence fee for a cave is 15 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, the Internal Affairs Hall also generously provides each of you with a defensive formation, the Yellow Smoke Array, free of charge. This array can block the spiritual sense probing of cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage. After a round of praises, the plump steward, still smiling, extended his hand toward the group, indicating they should pay the spirit stones. Chapter 35. Selecting a cave residence upon hearing that they were to pay 15 low-grade spirit stones. The faces of the group changed. They hadn't anticipated the residence fee for these caves to be so steep. Nevertheless, considering the steward's words regarding the rich spiritual energy conducive to cultivation, they gritted their teeth and produced the spirit stones. The steward's smile widened even further upon receiving the payment. He turned around and casually retrieved several sets of somewhat worn-out formation flags and a few tokens from a wooden box behind him, tossing them to the group before eagerly shifting his gaze to Yizhou, who had yet to select a cave. He had learned that Yizhou had ranked first in the recent outer sect disciple assessment. Having killed so many competing miscellaneous disciples, he must be carrying a substantial sum. The individuals who received the formation flags and tokens left with expressions of excitement. Why Yizhou had not originally planned to select a cave residence. He was quite comfortable living in Elder Shu's small courtyard. However, upon reflection, while Elder Shu's courtyard was shielded by a formation that could block the probing of others within the sect, it did not prevent Elder Shu himself from entering. If he were to be discovered while cultivating medicinal herbs, wouldn't that expose the secret of his little gourd? Yizhou had no intention of selecting those expensive caves. He believed that no matter how rich in spiritual energy a cave was, it was no different from an ordinary one in his eyes. After all, he possessed a waste spirit root and could never rely on himself to absorb external spiritual energy for cultivation. He could only depend on elixirs and spiritual herbs for his advancement. Therefore, he merely sought a secluded cave, preferably at a lower cost. Accustomed to a life of hardship, even though he had obtained a handsome sum of spirit stones from this competition, he needed to save them for crucial expenses. He still had to establish his foundation, and the foundation-building elixirs were exorbitantly priced. His current spirit stones could hardly cover even a whiff of their scent. After a careful examination, he chose a cave located near the foot of the mountain, quite remote. This area contained only this single cave. May I inquire how many spirit stones this cave costs per year? Yizhou pointed at the cave and asked. The rotund steward chuckled as he turned to look in the direction Yizhou indicated. However, upon seeing the cave Yizhou had chosen, his smile faltered, and his gaze towards Yizhou became rather peculiar. This cave has exceedingly poor spiritual energy, Yizhou asked the disciple who topped the outer sect assessment. Even the sect master remembers your name. Choosing this place will undoubtedly hinder your cultivation. Why, Yizhou replied. What you may not know, esteemed steward, is that I must tend to Elder Shu's medicinal fields. I rarely return to the cave for cultivation. Now that I've selected a cave, it will only serve to store some larger items, functioning as a warehouse. Upon hearing Yizhou's words, the steward felt a pang of disappointment and bluntly stated, the annual residence fee for this cave is 5 spirit stones, and I shall gift you a set of minor defensive array flags, the Huangyan array. Yizhou produced 5 spirit stones and handed them over. After the steward accepted them, he quickly tossed a set of array flags and a token to Yizhou, then disregarded him entirely, turning to recline on a chair within the room to take a nap. After stowing the array flags, Yizhou exited the administrative hall and eagerly retrieved his flying sword from his storage bag to play with. Sword control was also one of the methods employed by immortals. Yizhou had long envied the outer and inner sect disciples who could ride swords. Now, he finally possessed his own flying sword. Instead of hastily stepping onto it to fly, Yizhou first manipulated the flying sword with his consciousness, allowing it to dart around in the air. Once he felt proficient in controlling it, he cautiously stood upon the sword, allowing it to carry him aloft. The sound of wind gradually intensified around his ears. Initially, Yizhou dared not ascend too high, only flying a mere 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Fearing he might fall and become a mere splatter, as he grew more accustomed, he began to rise slowly to 20 or 30 meters, emulating the other disciples as he circled the nameless peak at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, Yizhou had finally satiated his craving for sword flying and steered his sword towards the location of his cave. At this moment, his speed was only slightly slower than that of the other outer sect disciples. Upon arriving at the cave situated at the mountainside, Yizhou retracted his flying sword, retrieved the Huangyan array flags from his storage bag, tossed them outside the cave entrance, and simultaneously infused them with spiritual energy. The flags were instantly activated, beginning to arrange themselves automatically in no time. The array flags were set up, while Yizhou placed a spirit stone in the array's core. And with a thought, the Huangyan array began to operate, a thick, earthy yellow mist emanating from its center, enveloping the entire cave in just a few breaths. Yizhou tentatively probed his cave with his consciousness, only to find that upon encountering the earthy yellow mist, his spiritual perception was swiftly repelled. It appeared that the rotund steward had not deceived him. This Huangyan array indeed effectively blocked others from probing with their consciousness. However, this array was a real money guzzler, consuming 1 lower-grade spirit stone every month. Yizhou directly took out 10 lower-grade spirit stones and infused them into the array. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the array ceasing operation for over half a year. Taking out the token, Yizhou dripped his blood onto it to acknowledge its mastery. This array now established a faint connection with him, allowing him to sense whether anyone invaded his cave even from a distance. As Yizhou stepped into the array, he noticed the earthy yellow mist parting swiftly to the sides, forming a path leading to the cave entrance. Upon entering the cave, Yizhou glanced around and discovered that although it was somewhat cramped, it was furnished with tables, chairs, and beds, requiring no additional purchases on his part. Having familiarized himself with the cave briefly, Yizhou hurriedly departed to the alchemy pavilion. He had toiled and struggled to become an outer sect disciple solely to enter the alchemy pavilion and concoct the precious Huangyun Dan. Filled with excitement, Yizhou soared to the alchemy pavilion, where he found the doors wide open, with individuals coming and going in clusters, all seemingly in a hurry. As soon as Yizhou stepped through the entrance, a wave of heat washed over him. The temperature inside the alchemy pavilion was even more exaggerated than that of being scorched under the sun, accompanied by a pungent aroma of medicinal herbs. The alchemy pavilion was divided into 2 levels. The upper level consisted of stone-built alchemy rooms, while the lower level housed the servant disciples responsible for stoking the fires. Just as Yizhou was about to inquire about the process of alchemy, an elderly man with white hair and a beard impatiently blocked his path. "Who is this child? The alchemy pavilion is not a place for your frivolity," Be gone. Yizhou promptly produced his outer sect disciple token. Senior, I am Yizhou, here to practice alchemy. He respectfully addressed the old man. Here to practice alchemy? Ha ha ha. The old man seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Such audacity from a little brat. At your age, identifying all the medicinal materials is a challenge. Even among inner sect disciples, few dare to claim they can concoct elixirs. And you tell me you're here to practice alchemy? The surrounding servant disciples could not help but stifle their laughter at the exchange. Yizhou remained unfazed. I had the fortune of observing Elder Shu concoct the Huangyun Dan and learned a few rudimentary techniques. Am I to understand that there is an age restriction for practicing alchemy in this pavilion? Chapter 36. Purchasing an alchemy furnace. The old man was momentarily taken aback, his smile fading slightly. Elder Shu, you say? That old man is indeed highly skilled in alchemy. Very well, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may give it a try. The alchemy pavilion housed over 120 stone rooms, divided into a central area and an outer area. The stone rooms in the central area offered stable fire supply and strong flames, requiring a payment of 2 lower-grade spirit stones per day, while the outer area provided slightly unstable fire supply and weaker flames, costing only 1 spirit stone per day. Little brat, will you choose a room in the central area or the outer area? The old man asked, stroking his beard. I desire a room in the central area and wish to pay for 4 days in advance. Does the esteemed senior also sell alchemy furnaces? The stability of the fire supply directly influenced the success of alchemy and the quality of the elixirs, making it extremely important for an alchemist. The outer area seemed to be intended for honing alchemical skills and gaining experience. Yizhou possessed formidable spiritual strength and a remarkable memory. He recalled every detail of Elder Shu's alchemical process vividly. He was confident he could concoct some Huangyun Dan within 4 days. Naturally, he was also prepared for the possibility of failure. Regardless, success would be wonderful, and failure would merely serve as experience for the next attempt, once he gathered the necessary materials for the Huangyun Dan. Failure is the mother of success. Yizhou was confident that within a year at most, he would proficiently concoct enough Huangyun Dan for his own cultivation needs. Yizhou immediately retrieved 8 lower-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the old man. The old man accepted the spirit stones, proudly stroking his beard. I am the only one in this sect who excels in the crafting of alchemy furnaces. Even Elder Shu's Jin Yao De Dan furnace was crafted by me after spending 49 days collecting the essence of Xianjin and fusing it with a great deal of 10,000-year-old Xian Tai. As he spoke, the old man clapped his storage bag, and instantly dozens of alchemy furnaces of various sizes soared out, gracefully floating in front of Yizhou, circling him slowly. The old man pointed out a furnace that stood knee-high, adorned with 3 vividly lifelike dragon carvings. Every one of these alchemy furnaces has been infused with my considerable effort and is far superior to those from other sections. Take this Sanlong 2 Zhu furnace. For instance, it took me 3 months to hunt down and slay 3 8th-layer Qi refining giant pythons, fusing their demon cores and essence blood with 10,000-year-old Xian Tai to craft it. This furnace not only serves for alchemy but can also be used in battle to imprison enemies. Once captured, you can ignite the furnace to refine them into medicinal materials. This is the crowning achievement of my lifetime, even surpassing Elder Shu's Jin Yao De Dan furnace, priced at 800 lower-grade spirit stones, no discounts. Yizhou gazed at the Sanlong 2 Zhu furnace with wide eyes, intrigued by its craftsmanship. He could even faintly sense the fierce aura of the giant pythons emanating from it, but his financial means were far from sufficient to purchase it. The old man, perhaps perceiving Yizhou's youthful innocence as endearing, presented it to him, reveling in showcasing his furnace crafting skills. Yizhou licked his lips. Perhaps you could present a different option. When I have money in the future, I will certainly buy it from you. The old man chuckled with pride, stowing the Sanlong 2 Zhu furnace back into his storage bag, and gestured towards another furnace. This is the Xiang furnace, crafted from the true flames of an adult Xiang demon python. It guarantees even heating for your medicinal materials during alchemy, priced at a mere 600 spirit stones. Change it. I can't afford it. The elderly man continued to passionately introduce his various alchemical furnaces. This is the Qingyan furnace. This is the Longshu furnace. This is the Jinchi furnace. Yizhou listened attentively and soon realized that the old man was exceedingly loquacious when it came to showcasing his furnaces. If he were to listen to the entire presentation, it would undoubtedly consume a significant portion of his day. Therefore, he lifted a small, grayish furnace, about a foot wide, and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, how much is this little furnace?" "This furnace is crafted from the leftover materials of other furnaces," the old man replied. "It can refine up to 3 pills at a time, and has yet to be named. If you wish to acquire it, it will cost you 30 low-grade spirit stones." Yizhou felt a throbbing headache at the exorbitant price. "Very well, I shall take it," he conceded. Little did he expect that the furnace would be so costly. And in this transaction, he had expended half of his spirit stones. Fortunately, with the little gourd providing spiritual herbs and medicines at no cost. Otherwise, given Yizhou's financial means, alchemy would be a mere fantasy for him. Alchemy is an endeavor that incurs great expenses and necessitates a considerable accumulation of experience. This is also why formidable alchemists hold a revered status within the realm of cultivation. Why Yizhou paid the spirit stones in full and stowed the small furnace into his storage bag. The old man waved his sleeve, and instantly, the dozens of furnaces soared back into his own storage bag. He then retrieved a green token and handed it to Yizhou. "This is the key to stone chamber 28 in the central area. Take it and be cautious not to err in your path." Yizhou bowed in gratitude and turned to enter the passageway. As he stepped into the corridor, he was immediately greeted by a more intense wave of heat. He glanced to the sides and discovered that both flanks were lined with closed stone chambers. Continuing deeper, upon reaching the central area, he noticed the temperature of the surrounding air had risen even higher. Yet it remained within his tolerable range. Upon locating stone chamber 28, Yizhou brandished the token before the chamber's entrance. A flash of white light swept past, and the stone door opened automatically. Yizhou entered, and the door closed behind him. Although the chamber was modest in size, it was entirely isolated from the outside world. Regardless of what Yizhou did within, as long as the door remained shut, no one would be privy to the specifics of his alchemical endeavors. Inside the chamber, there rested a mat and a low stone platform, upon which lay a recess designed to accommodate the alchemical furnace. As Yizhou settled onto the mat, he felt a refreshing aura emanate from beneath him, instantly dispelling the heat that enveloped him. After taking out the furnace and establishing a bond of ownership through a drop of blood, a peculiar telepathic connection formed. Yizhou infused a strand of spiritual energy into the gray furnace, which promptly levitated and gently settled into the recess on the stone platform. With a crack, it seemed that a mechanism beneath the recess had been activated, and a flame flickered to life, concurrently raising the temperature within the chamber once more. Yizhou extended his consciousness downward, but as soon as it made contact with the stone slab, it was repelled by a formation designed to prevent prying eyes from intruding. This was likely a precaution set by the architects of the alchemical pavilion. As he extracted various spiritual herbs, a fragrant aroma wafted through the chamber, invigorating Yizhou's spirit. For this alchemical session, he had prepared 5 batches of herbs, 3 of which he had cultivated himself over many years, while the other 2 were of lesser age and had not been grown by him. Yizhou intended to use these 2 lesser herbs for his initial attempts, knowing that even in failure, he would not be disheartened. Once he completed his preparatory work, the furnace had reached an appropriate temperature. Yizhou focused his consciousness on the furnace, diligently regulating its heat. While his mind raced through Master Shu's alchemical procedures, his hands deftly placing the herbs into the furnace. Chapter 37. Crafting the Huangyan pill by hand as the herbs within the furnace were ground into powder. A delicate fragrance began to emanate from it. Yizhou felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, I possess a natural talent for alchemy. In the future, I shall enjoy Huangyan pills as if they were candy. Just as everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, the furnace began to hum and tremble. With a hiss, a plume of black smoke erupted from within, filling the alchemical chamber with a foul, charred odor. Yizhou was momentarily taken aback. So alchemy is indeed not an easy task. Though he believed he had memorized all of Master Shu's operational details, his first attempt at alchemy had ended in failure. Yizhou frowned slightly. The sequence of herb additions had been correct, precisely following Master Shu's method. Could it be an issue with the flame's intensity? He murmured softly, casting his gaze upon the stone platform. However, this was the central area of the alchemical pavilion, where the flame was remarkably stable. Where could the problem lie? Yizhou pondered intensely over the small furnace before him. Without resolving this issue, he could not attempt alchemy again. Otherwise, his initial failure would yield no valuable lessons. Sitting quietly on the mat, Yizhou's mind raced, replaying Master Shu's entire process in his thoughts. Could it be that the age of the herbs was insufficient? That didn't seem right, even if the herbs were younger. The efficacy of the Huangyun pill would merely be diminished. The flame. Yes, it was indeed the flame. Yizhou's eyes lit up as he finally discerned the crux of the issue. When Master Shu performed alchemy, he generated the fire himself. Although the flame appeared stable throughout, it fluctuated in intensity, seemingly stable but not as consistently so as the flames provided by the alchemical pavilion. In other words, the stability of Master Shu's fire did not equate to the stability of the pavilion's flame. Due to the different flames, the temperature within the furnace would naturally vary. Thus, he could not simply memorize and replicate Master Shu's entire process. Now it made sense, due to the variations in temperature. The timing for adding the herbs would also differ. It seemed that the more crucial aspect of alchemy was to sense the temperature within the furnace rather than rigidly adhering to the methods of the master. Having identified the issue, Yizhou swiftly cleared the remnants of black ash from the furnace and began to add herbs once more. Before long, the second batch of herbs had been entirely added, leaving him with no surplus for further experimentation. Only 3 furnaces of 500-year-old materials remained. The loss of the younger herbs was inconsequential, but if he were to ruin the 500-year materials, Yizhou would indeed feel a significant pang of regret. After all, the little gourd could only allow one herb to mature 500 years in a single day, and these materials had taken him considerable time to accumulate. If they were to be wasted, it would mean starting the arduous process of accumulation all over again. This time, Yizhou executed each movement with utmost caution, carefully recalling at what temperature Master Shu added each herb. As moments passed, a faint scent of elixir wafted from the furnace, lifting Yizhou's spirits. Crack, crack, crack. The furnace began to shake, and 3 already formed yellow pills were incessantly bumping against the lid, as if eager to escape. Yizhou waited for an additional 5 hours, and suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The timing was perfect. With a grand gesture, the lid flew open, and the 3 diminutive pills soared from the furnace. Gently landing in Yizhou's palm, as he opened his hand, he beheld 3 pearlescent-sized pills, exuding a delicate aroma, lying quietly within. Overcome with joy, he exclaimed, "The Huangyun pill, which I have longed for, has finally been successfully refined. Although the quality is somewhat lacking, I can draw from this experience next time, ensuring a more precise control over the timing of herb additions, thereby gradually enhancing the quality of the pills as I refine my technique." Yizhou retrieved a vial of restorative elixir and consumed it, preparing to meditate and restore all of his expended spiritual energy, so he could approach the next round of alchemy in optimal condition. Next, he would endeavor to concoct the Super Huangyun pill using the 500-year-old materials. How peculiar it was! The materials in Yizhou's hands for crafting the Huangyun pill were either too young with insufficient potency or too old, leading to explosive effects. He couldn't help but worry that the 500-year materials might yield a pill with such overwhelming potency that it could result in his demise. In that event, he would first consume half a pill to test its effects. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yizhou gazed delightedly at the 2 jade vials resting upon the stone platform. One contained the Huangyun pills made from the lower-grade herbs, while the other held 9 high-grade Huangyun pills. After placing the jade vials into his storage bag, Yizhou hurriedly exited the chamber, eager to return and test the efficacy of the high-grade Huangyun pills. Upon entering the main hall of the alchemical pavilion, the white-bearded elder spotted Yizhou at once and, with a curious smile, inquired, "Young lad, the 4 days have elapsed. Have you succeeded in refining the Huangyun pill?" Yizhou, feeling a touch of pride, replied, "Of course. I did mention that even Master Shu recognized my talent for alchemy, and I have certainly proven him right, much to his disappointment." Yizhou retrieved 3 Huangyun pills made from lower-grade materials from his storage bag. "It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, though. I prepared 10 batches of materials for practice, and in 10 days, I managed to refine only 1 batch, far from the over 100 high-quality pills that Master Shu can produce in a single session." Upon witnessing the 3 Huangyun pills, the elder was momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the fact that Yizhou had managed to succeed once in 10 attempts during his first foray into alchemy. This is already enough to render many inner disciples, who are studying alchemy, deeply ashamed. It is well known that the most challenging aspect of alchemy is achieving success with the first furnace. Once the initial success is attained, Subsequent endeavors tend to flow effortlessly, becoming significantly easier. Although this old man possesses exceptional skills in crafting alchemical furnaces, alchemy itself remains his Achilles heel. He recalls that when he attempted to refine the Huangyun pill, he had to discard over 100 furnaces before finally succeeding. What a bitter experience that was at that time. He was already nearing 30 years of age, while this young child is merely 9 or 10. The astonishment within him is truly unimaginable. What a remarkable lad. Although these 3 pills possess efficacy far inferior to that of an ordinary Huangyun pill, and their quality is somewhat lacking, the fact remains that they have been successfully refined. Could it be that this child is indeed the prodigy in alchemy that Elder Shu spoke of? Given time, his accomplishments in the realm of alchemy might even surpass those of Elder Shu. It is a pity, however, that his spiritual roots are too poor. Achieving a solid foundation in this lifetime may require him to endure countless trials and tribulations. Since your talent for alchemy is so extraordinary, I shall sell you my 3-dragon spitting pearls furnace for 300 spirit stones. However, you must promise to refine 100 high-quality Huangyun pills for me in the future, and I will provide the necessary herbs. The old man stroked his beard, speaking with a smile. 100 Huangyun pills are worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If this deal goes through, he stands to gain a considerable profit, while also finding a worthy owner for his beloved furnace. Chapter 38. The hardships of 9 months, 300 spirit stones. Is the esteemed elder serious? Yi Zhou's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was evident he was intrigued. The 3-dragon spitting pearls furnace is not only suitable for refining pills, but, if used in combat, would far surpass all the magical tools he currently possesses. The old man, still stroking his beard, replied with a grin. Of course I am serious, however. If you are unable to produce 100 high-quality Huangyun pills for me in 5 years, you must return my treasure to me, and the spirit stones you provided will not be refunded. Should Yi Zhou fail to refine the desired pills after 5 years, it would imply that his potential in alchemy falls short of expectations, rendering him unworthy of the 3-dragon spitting pearls furnace. Thus, you must consider carefully whether to proceed with this transaction. Yi Zhou swallowed hard. I will do it. Within half a year, I shall gather the 300 spirit stones to purchase your furnace. You must ensure it remains reserved for me. Presently, Yi Zhou lacks the 300 spirit stones. Even if he sold all his magical treasures, he would likely still fall short. However, now that he has mastered the art of refining Huangyun pills, how could a cultivator skilled in alchemy be impoverished? The cost of the herbs for an ordinary Huangyun pill is less than 3 spirit stones, yet a pill of acceptable quality can easily fetch 10 spirit stones. As long as he can procure a sufficient quantity of aged spiritual herbs, Yi Zhou is confident he can amass the 300 spirit stones. Very well, it is settled then. Nevertheless, this matter must be approached with careful planning, for stabilizing Elder Shu's trust is of greater importance to him. After bidding farewell to the old man, Yi Zhou returned to Elder Shu's small courtyard, his emotions in a state of complexity. Yi Zhou did not rush to consume the super Huangyun pills he had refined. Instead, he meticulously tended to the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field. After 7 or 8 days without care, some of the herbs had wilted slightly due to a lack of water, but fortunately, the rest were thriving. Seeing this, Yi Zhou felt a slight sense of relief. Elder Shu had saved his life, whether intentionally or not, and had imparted the knowledge of refining Huangyun pills to him. He did not wish to neglect Elder Shu's medicinal field. Weeding, watering, as in days past, Yi Zhou performed his tasks with utmost diligence. Just as he was about to finish tending to the entire medicinal field, Elder Shu, riding on his gourd, slowly emerged from the mist. From a distance, he could see Yi Zhou diligently at work, and he nodded approvingly. Noticing Elder Shu's presence, Yi Zhou quickly turned and respectfully bowed. Elder Shu? Elder Shu remarked. That old fellow, Mu, told me that you managed to refine 3 Huangyun pills at the alchemy pavilion. Show them to me at once. Yi Zhou did not dare to be negligent. He promptly retrieved a porcelain vial containing the 3 small Huangyun pills from his storage bag and handed it to Elder Shu. Elder Shu sniffed the fragrant aroma emanating from the vial, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What a remarkable child! You have only witnessed me refine pills once, yet you possess such innate talent. I fear that in the entire sect, there may not be anyone with superior alchemical skills. However, it is regrettable that the quality of your spiritual roots is too poor. Even if you master the art of alchemy and consume vast quantities of pills, achieving a solid foundation may remain an arduous challenge, and you are destined to be devoid of longevity. Moreover, to attain greater heights in the field of alchemy requires extensive time investment. Every renowned alchemist in the cultivation world is a master with profound cultivation and extended lifespans. Elder Shu expressed his deep regret. Alas, from now on, if you have any questions regarding alchemy, feel free to ask me. Elder Shu casually tossed the Huangyun pills back to Yi Zhou. Hearing this, Yi Zhou bowed deeply once more in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Shu? Elder Shu nodded slightly. I have heard that you made a bet with Mu, claiming you would earn 300 spirit stones within 6 months to purchase his 3-dragon spitting pearls furnace. Is that true? Yi Zhou nodded affirmatively. Elder Shu chuckled. That old fellow Mu is notoriously eccentric. I offered him 1,500 spirit stones for that furnace, yet he refused to sell it. Your good fortune in obtaining such an opportunity is indeed a stroke of luck. You may utilize the herbs in my alchemy room, but of course, you must ensure to cultivate even more in return for what you use. Yi Zhou felt both moved and elated. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. For a master of Elder Shu's caliber, the herbs might seem trivial, but for Yi Zhou, without selling off magical artifacts, he feared he could not gather enough funds. Rest assured, I shall devote my life to cultivating spiritual herbs for you, Elder Shu. Elder Shu laughed heartily, chiding. No need for such formalities, and remember, you are still young. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. My act of saving you was merely a spontaneous gesture, and the benefits I provide now are based on the potential I see in you to serve me in the future and seek mutual gain. The path of demonic cultivation is devoid of compassion. The path of immortality is even more ruthless. With that, Elder Shu departed on his gourd, leaving Yi Zhou in a state of contemplation for quite some time. Carefully pondering Elder Shu's words, the path of demonic cultivation is devoid of compassion. The path of immortality is even more ruthless. Regardless of the presence or absence of compassion, I only know that gratitude must be repaid, and enmity must be avenged. When the stars filled the night sky, Yi Zhou returned to his room, seated himself on the bed, and retrieved the vial of enhanced Huangyun pills from his storage bag. With a gentle twist, he removed the cap, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly enveloped the entire room. Yi Zhou felt his previously sluggish cultivation method begin to operate at an astonishing speed. As the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to rush eagerly into his body, Yi Zhou carefully extracted one of the pills, dividing it into 3 portions, and consumed the smallest piece. In an instant, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of potent medicinal energy erupting within him. His body's meridians expanded, blood surged wildly, his face flushed crimson, and his breathing quickened tenfold. This is bad. The potency is a bit too intense. Yi Zhou was alarmed and hastily accelerated the operation of his cultivation method, exerting all his mental focus to control the surging energy within, lest he meet with catastrophic consequences. Elder Shu's Huangyun pills were crafted from herbs aged for no more than a century, while Yi Zhou's super Huangyun pills were refined from materials aged 500 years, making their potency incomparably stronger. Fortunately, after 2 hours, he managed to regain control over the energy, and Yi Zhou's cultivation began to ascend rapidly once more. In the days that followed, Yi Zhou immersed himself in his training, neglecting all else. Apart from returning every few days to tend to the spiritual herbs in the courtyard, he dedicated the majority of his time to cultivation. Before long, 9 months had swiftly passed. During this time, Yi Zhou sought Elder Shu's guidance on numerous techniques for refining Huangyun pills. Initially, he experienced a certain failure rate in his refining endeavors, but eventually, he no longer encountered failure. Throughout these months, Yi Zhou produced a considerable number of ordinary Huangyun pills, selling them to the disciples within the sect as well as to Wu Yong, successfully earning enough to gather 300 spirit stones and acquire the coveted 3-dragon spitting pearls furnace. With the furnace in his possession, the quality of the Huangyun pills he refined approached excellence, much to the delight of the old man in the alchemy room. As for his cultivation, it had reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet the aura he projected outwardly only indicated the 4th level of qi refinement. Chapter 39. The hasty 3 years of growth alchemy pavilion. Yi, my young friend, you have returned once more. It seems you are preparing for another round of pill refinement, are you not? As soon as Yi Zhou entered the alchemy pavilion, the cheerful voice of the old man, Mu, greeted him. Why Yi Zhou's visits for alchemical pursuits were undoubtedly the highlight of Mu's days. The more rapidly Yi Zhou's alchemical skills progressed, the sooner he would be able to fulfill his promise of producing 100 high-quality Huangyun pills. Based on Yi Zhou's previous refining results, his current Huangyun pills were nearing excellence. Why Yi Zhou replied, "This time, I plan to refine pills for an extended period, aside from occasionally returning to water the spiritual herbs for Elder Shu. I will need to stay in the refining chamber for about a month." Over the past 9 months, Yi Zhou had visited the alchemy pavilion several times, growing increasingly familiar with the old man. After speaking, he handed over a small pile of spirit stones to Mu in a month. "Do you think you can manage that? Don't push yourself too hard, lest you meet an untimely demise, or rather, given your age, we should call it an early demise." After a month of seclusion and alchemy, only a master alchemist like Elder Shu, with profound skills and formidable cultivation, could navigate the process with ease. The art of alchemy is inherently tedious, demanding constant vigilance over the temperature of the cauldron and precise timing for the addition of spiritual herbs based on that temperature. Each attempt at crafting elixirs involves extensive calculations, posing a significant test to one's spirit and mental fortitude. Many novice alchemists, after a mere 3 to 5 days of seclusion, emerge pale and shaken, some even fainting mid-process and inadvertently falling into their own cauldron. I do not wish to frighten you. I am aware of your strong spirit, but do not overestimate your capabilities. Rest assured, Elder Mu, if my spirit wanes, I can always rely on medicinal aids to sustain myself. It is inconceivable that I would faint within the 3 dragons spitting pearls cauldron and end up refining myself. With that, Yi Zhou took the token from Elder Mu's hands and made his way towards the central area. Along the way, he repeatedly simulated and recalled his past experiences in alchemy within his mind. The purpose of this extensive alchemical endeavor was twofold: to enhance his alchemical skills and repay Elder Mu's debts as soon as possible, and to produce a substantial quantity of Super Huangyun pills, thereby eliminating the need for frequent trips to the alchemy chamber. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Zhou sat quietly in front of the stone platform, his complexion slightly pale yet his eyes gleaming with vitality as he focused on the 3 dragons spitting pearls cauldron, which emitted waves of fragrant aroma. This batch was not Huangyun pills, but rather the fasting pills he had learned about from Elder Shu. The fasting pills contained vast amounts of energy essence. Consuming one would allow a person to forego food and water for an entire month without the need for a restroom, thus saving considerable time for cultivation. Furthermore, as a cultivator, consuming excessive mundane food would only introduce more impurities into his body. Given his already poor spiritual root, prolonged consumption of earthly sustenance would further hinder his cultivation efficiency. At that moment, the aroma wafting from the cauldron was entirely absorbed back into the 3 dragons spitting pearls cauldron, which began to emit a series of popping sounds. After 5 attempts, success was finally achieved. Yi Zhou struck the stone platform, and the cauldron's lid flew open, releasing 6 fasting pills that shimmered with a faint silver glow. With his left hand, Yi Zhou swiftly grabbed an empty porcelain vial, while his right hand reached out to catch the 6 flying fasting pills, which he promptly secured into the vial. Satisfied, he stowed the 3 dragons spitting pearls cauldron into his storage pouch. Over the course of the month, he had successfully crafted 90 Super Huangyun pills, of which 70 were of excellent quality, leaving only 20 of ordinary grade. Although the quality of these 6 fasting pills was mediocre, they should suffice for 3 to 5 months without sustenance, and he planned to refine more next time. His current alchemical skills were sufficient to settle Elder Mu's debts, and he intended to discuss the matter with him next month. Yi Zhou returned to Elder Shu's small courtyard, where he spent his days refining his alchemical techniques and diligently cultivating. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, more than 2 years had elapsed, marking the 3rd year since Yi Zhou became an outer disciple. His youthful visage had matured, transforming him into a striking young man of 12 or 13. Due to his continuous consumption of spiritual herbs, his physique developed rapidly, now standing just slightly shorter than an adult. It was estimated that in another 2 years, he would fully catch up to a grown man in stature. Throughout these 3 years, aside from Zhaocheng visiting the small courtyard annually to deliver the life and death orders, no one else disturbed Yi Zhou's cultivation. For each yearly task, he utilized spirit stones to have Wu Yong arrange for the collection of spiritual herbs, completing his assignments effortlessly with herbs from Elder Shu. Without the need to venture into danger, the two childhood friends who had left the village with him maintained sporadic contact for the first year, but their communication dwindled over time. Reflecting on the past, Yizhou felt no sense of familiarity when encountering them. Their bond had grown increasingly distant, resembling that of strangers. Being part of the demonic sect, their personalities underwent drastic transformations. Yizhou could sense a palpable aura of hostility emanating from them, and their smiles had become a rarity in his presence. As for Elder Shu, after a brief message 2 years ago advising Yizhou to care for the spiritual herbs, he had not set foot in the courtyard since, leaving Yizhou unaware of his current endeavors. After 3 years of arduous cultivation, Yizhou's cultivation level had successfully reached the 9th layer of qi refining, while his outward aura projected that of the 6th layer. It was likely that Zhao Chong would soon come to deliver his final life and death order. With 3 years of preparation behind him, Yizhou felt no fear, even relying solely on his external presence of the 6th layer of qi refining. He was already capable of surpassing Zhao Chong, who was at the 7th layer. In the interludes of his cultivation, Yizhou also practiced the concealing aura technique and the fundamentals of talismans. After mastering the concealing aura technique, he was able to mask his presence more effectively, making it impossible even for foundational cultivators to discern his true cultivation level. Although he had previously concealed his cultivation, it could not withstand probing from stronger cultivators using specialized techniques. Now, only a golden core expert might be able to see through his true level. As for the fundamentals of talismans, Yizhou was unsure whether his learning pace was swift or slow. Over the span of 3 years, he had only mastered 3 commonly used low-tier talismans: the Fireball Talisman, Ice Spike Talisman, and Ice Shield Talisman. While learning and crafting, Yizhou had accumulated over 1,000 various talismans in his storage pouch. The materials for crafting talismans could be purchased with spirit stones within the sect, and Yizhou was now capable of consistently refining Huangyun pills of nearly perfect quality, earning him respect even from the elders of the sect. While Yizhou pondered these matters, a token suddenly shot through the courtyard's formation like an arrow, swiftly merging with the outer disciple token at his waist, adding a character for blood. Yizhou scoffed. "Well, Zhao Chong, you truly are persistent and never late." Chapter 40. The Life and Death Platform. This is quite convenient. It saves me the trouble of seeking him out. Yizhou rose and strode out of the courtyard. Zhao Chong was inherently more vengeful than Zhao Su. According to Wu Yong, Zhao Chong had attempted several times to leverage his connections to assign Yizhou a task far from the sect, intending to wait until Yizhou left the sect to kill him unnoticed. Fortunately, Wu Yong had intervened, as Yizhou had become a valued client of his. Especially after Yizhou mastered the craft of Huangyun pills, Wu Yong had been purchasing a substantial quantity at a discounted rate each year, some for sale and some for personal use. Each time the sect assigned tasks, Yizhou would spend a considerable number of spirit stones to convert them into herby collection tasks. In essence, Yizhou was his financial benefactor. Anyone who sought to kill Yizhou would be cutting off his source of income. A grim-faced Zhao Chong awaited outside Elder Shu's small courtyard. His brow furrowed as he observed the mist enveloping the area, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "Curse you!" Hiding like a turtle, he had issued 4 life and death orders to Yizhou, and according to sect rules, he had the right to kill Yizhou at any time. However, if Yizhou remained within Elder Shu's formation, he dared not intrude. Though Elder Shu was not an elder and held little renown, he was still a foundational stage elder. A mere qi refining cultivator would not dare offend the dignity of a foundational stage practitioner, feeling an instinctive reverence in their presence. Just as he was about to hurl insults at Yizhou, a path opened in the mist, and Yizhou's figure slowly emerged. Sensing Yizhou's aura, Zhao Chong was immediately astonished, his expression shifting dramatically. "How is this possible? In just 3 short years, you, a so-called waste spiritual root, have ascended from the 2nd layer of qi refining to the 6th. How many Huangyun pills have you refined for yourself during these years? Truly, my brother's futile attempts to become Elder Shu's apprentice were not without reason. This was far beyond what a waste spiritual root should be capable of achieving. Not to mention waste spiritual roots, even cultivators with medium-grade spiritual roots within the sect would find such progress challenging. As for Zhao Chong, possessing a low-grade spiritual root, it had taken him an entire decade to progress from the 1st to the 6th layer, and an additional 5 years to reach the 7th layer, followed by another 10 years to ascend to the 8th layer. Indeed, He had now broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refining, and once he passed this year's inner disciple examination, he would be promoted to an inner disciple, elevating his status significantly. After a moment of shock, Zhao Chang regained his composure. It was evident that Yi Zhou's emergence indicated his intention to confront him. With his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refining, along with the 3 dragons spitting pearls cauldron obtained from Elder Mu, Yi Zhou indeed possessed the potential to challenge him. This time, he was determined to eliminate Yi Zhou. Otherwise, in a few years, when Yi Zhou reached the 8th layer, defeating him would become increasingly difficult. Let us meet on the life and death platform, Zhao Chang thought, while Yi Zhou waved his hand. Summoning a flying sword from his storage pouch, he leaped onto the back of the flying sword and soared towards the Blood Spirit Sect's life and death platform. Have some courage. I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse. Zhao Chang let out a cold laugh as he drew forth his flying sword, trailing closely behind Yi Zhou. Although he now possessed the authority to launch an attack on Yi Zhou at any moment, engaging in a battle within the confines of the sect would inevitably result in damage to its facilities. According to sect rules, while he could kill Yi Zhou without consequence, any destruction of sect property would require compensation at full value. On the Blood Spirit Sect's life and death platform, 2 outer disciples were locked in a final, desperate struggle, surrounded by a throng of disciples fervently waving flags and shouting, "Senior Brother Li must slay that scoundrel for daring to target Ninger. Senior Brother Li must emerge victorious." The combatants were a somewhat dark-skinned man of rather unseemly appearance and a handsome youth clad in white. This fierce contest had persisted for nearly half an hour, and the prolonged engagement had drained both of their spiritual energies. They exchanged blows, wielding their spiritual swords and casting spells in a relentless struggle. The dark-skinned man caught a slight opening in his opponent's defense and, with a swift motion, directed his flying sword toward the heart of the white-clad youth. At that moment, a cold smile spread across the face of the white-clad youth. He deftly evaded the attack and unleashed a gleaming small sword that pierced through the dark-skinned disciple's dantian, then swiftly returned to impale his chest. "You fell for my trap. In your next life, do not covet the affections of others." The crowd erupted in cheers, and a servant, stationed at a corner of the life and death platform, hurried forward to seize the corpse of the outer disciple, carelessly tossing it onto the heap of bodies below. Beneath the life and death platform lay an abyssal chasm. "Next," the servant called out. In this arena of life and death, there were no rules. The only outcome was one side's death and the other's survival. Thus there was no need for overseers, only servants to collect the fallen. At that moment, a piercing whistle echoed from the heavens as a flying sword sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of 2 formidable presences, startling everyone. They beheld 2 figures descending onto the life and death platform. First, a boy of about 12 or 13 with an unremarkable appearance, followed by a cold, young man in his 20s. It was none other than Yi Zhou and Zhao Xu. As they touched down, a pungent stench of blood mingled with a strong odor of decay assaulted their senses. I and the Blood Spirit Sect, disciples engaged in fierce competition for various interests, with daily duels on the life and death platform leading to countless deaths each year. "Zhao Chang, Senior Brother Zhao has arrived." The disciples below instantly recognized Zhao Chang, their eyes filled with trepidation. Who is he fighting? Only at the 6th level of Qi refinement? Surely he is doomed. TSK, this is going to be entertaining. Given Zhao Chang's ruthless methods, he will undoubtedly torment his opponent before letting him die in agony. That face seems familiar. Ah, I remember now. He is the renowned outer disciple, Yi Zhou, known for his exceptional alchemy skills. Yi Zhou? No wonder. I heard he killed Zhao Chang's brother during the outer disciple assessment and even stole 2 of Zhao Chang's magical artifacts. All of Zhao Chang's life and death orders have been directed at him. It makes sense. I wondered how someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement would dare challenge a master of the 8th level. It turns out he was compelled to fight. It is said that Yi Zhou is incredibly wealthy, consuming Huangyun pills like candy. I am utterly envious. I've long wished to eliminate him. The surrounding disciples cast glances of schadenfreude toward Yi Zhou. Upon seeing Yi Zhou's calm demeanor, devoid of fear, Zhao Chang's murderous intent surged even further. With a swift motion, he struck his storage bag, and a cold gleam shot forth, aimed at Yi Zhou. Unfazed, Yi Zhou nonchalantly retrieved a yellow talisman from his own storage bag. Chapter 41. Zhao Chang's trump card upon seeing the yellow talisman in Yi Zhou's hand. Zhao Chang's brows furrowed. This was a talisman, at least a dozen of them, by rough estimation. The watching disciples gasped, many witnessing such an abundance of talismans for the first time, and a wonder Yi Zhou dared to challenge Zhao Chang. He must have invested a significant sum to acquire so many talismans. Each talisman held considerable value. A basic low-level talisman could fetch at least 5 low-grade spirit stones, a life-saving treasure in times of insufficient spiritual energy. The collection Yi Zhou held was worth nearly 100 spirit stones. This was not a battle. It was a display of extravagance. No one could have anticipated that all these talismans were self-crafted by Yi Zhou. In reality, each talisman cost him barely a couple of spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, individuals who excelled in the art of alchemy were already rare, and those proficient in talisman creation were even scarcer. To master both arts simultaneously was practically unheard of, at least within the blood spirit sect. Zhao Chang sneered coldly. Talismans are indeed valuable, but they are consumed upon use. I shall see just how many low-level talismans you have prepared to contend with me. Yi Zhou replied, that will depend on the extent of your prowess. With a sharp whoosh, the 3 talismans in Yi Zhou's hand transformed into 3 deep red fireballs the size of watermelons, shooting toward Zhao Chang. These were fireball talismans, each sealing a fireball technique at the transformation stage. Zhao Chang seemed to have anticipated this. With a resounding clang, his flying sword shot forth. As the first fireball appeared poised to collide with the sword. Zhao Chang hastily maneuvered it to the left, only to be struck by the second fireball. Boom! The explosion instantly engulfed the flying sword, yet it soon emerged from the blast. Zhao Chang was a master at the 8th level of qi refinement. Far superior to Zhao Su, a mere 3rd-level novice, a few transformation stage fireballs were insufficient to pose a lethal threat. Zhao Chang formed a hand seal, channeling spiritual energy into his flying sword, which suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Before the 3rd fireball could detonate, he cleaved it in half, dispersing it into the air. Zhao Chang taunted, talismans are nothing extraordinary. 3 transformation stage fireballs failed to impede the onslaught of Zhao Chang's flying sword, which shot toward Yi Zhou's chest. This flying sword had taken him 5 painstaking years to forge, its power vastly surpassing the standard flying swords wielded by outer disciples. Is that so? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Zhou's eyes as he struck his storage bag, unleashing 3 iron blue seeds that began to orbit around him, forming a protective barrier. Simultaneously, he activated 5 talismans, which transformed into fireballs and ice spikes, hurtling toward Zhao Chang's flying sword. Upon seeing the iron blue seeds, Zhao Chang's expression darkened. These were his prized possessions, now being used to block his own attack. After a series of spiritual energy strikes against the flying sword, its form surged tremendously, a chilling light forming along its blade as if intent on breaking through the defense of the iron blue seeds. Sword Qi. Zhao Chang had actually cultivated sword Qi. Some disciples recognized the source of the cold light and gasped, no, that's pseudo-sword Qi. Nonsense. Even our sect's elders have yet to master true sword Qi. Only genuine swordsmanship prodigies can achieve that. An informed cultivator shook his head in denial. Pseudo-sword Qi is formed from spiritual energy, while true sword Qi is the manifestation of sword intent. The difference in one word results in a vast disparity in power. However, this did not imply that pseudo-sword Qi lacked potency. It was equally formidable and capable of cleaving through magical artifacts. With a swift motion, Zhao Chang brought his hand down, and the flying sword unleashed a curved arc of cold light toward Yi Zhou. As the sword arc was executed, the sword's brilliance dimmed. Wherever the arc passed, ice spikes and fireballs erupted, and Yi Zhou hurriedly conjured 2 earthen walls in front of him. Yet, the sword arc cleaved through both walls in an instant, crashing against the shield before him. With a resounding clang, the arc struck one of the iron blue seeds, maintaining a standoff for a moment before dissipating, leaving a shallow scar on the resilient iron blue seed. What a formidable pseudo-sword Qi! Had it not been for Yi Zhou's earthwall technique, which had also reached the transformation stage, absorbing much of the pseudo-sword Qi's power, the iron blue seed would have surely succumbed to Zhao Chang's strike. Before Zhao Chang could act again, Yi Zhou urged the remaining talismans in his possession, transforming them into several fireballs that soared toward Zhao Chang. After unleashing the sword arc, Zhao Chang's energy diminished significantly, his complexion paling, suggesting that executing the arc had taken its toll. Upon witnessing the fireballs approaching, Zhao Chang hastily extended his hand, and a wall of earth, thicker and sturdier than a typical earthen wall, sprang up to shield him. In an instant, several fireballs collided with this wall, producing deafening explosions. When the dust settled, the wall was riddled with cracks before collapsing, revealing Zhao Chang behind it, clutching a battered large seal. My heavens, both of them have actually mastered the earth wall technique at the transformation stage. The disciples below erupted in astonished gasps. Even inner disciples might not have grasped transformation-level spells. Today was truly an eye-opening experience. Yi Zhou's gaze fell upon the large seal, sensing a threat akin to that posed by Zhongguan's Wu Tong ruler. Could it also be a Foundation establishment artifact? That was impossible. Only Foundation establishment cultivators could wield such artifacts. And for Qi refinement cultivators to forcefully utilize them would inevitably deplete their lifespan while significantly diminishing their power. Zhao Chang's expression was one of triumph. Indeed, this was the Zhen Tian Yin, a low-grade foundational artifact, which I fortuitously discovered within the ruins of an ancient immortals cave. Although its power has decayed over time to a mere 1/5 of its original might, I sought the assistance of my master to modify it, rendering it barely usable even by Qi refinement stage cultivators. Killing you with it shall be more than sufficient, Yi Zhou, to perish at the hands of my most prized artifact. You should be at peace. With a cold snort, Zhao Chang poured every remaining ounce of spiritual energy into the Zhen Tian Yin. Suddenly, the artifact emitted a dim glow, flickering ominously, its terrifying aura swelling in intensity. Yi Zhou's mind stirred, and 3 iron-green talismans hurtled towards Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang snorted disdainfully, deftly maneuvering the flying sword suspended in midair to engage the iron-green talismans in combat. With manic laughter, he declared, "My Zhen Tian Yin is certainly not something your meager 10 or so talismans can withstand." Prepare to meet your demise, however. Yi Zhou remained utterly unfazed, calmly responding, "Oh, is that so? If 10 talismans won't suffice, then allow me to employ 20. What say you, Brother Zhao?" With that, he tapped his storage bag, and a cascade of yellow talismans streamed forth. Chapter 42. Slaying Zhao Chang. Damn it! How could there be so many talismans? Zhao Chang, grinning widely as he clutched over 20 talismans, felt a surge of terror within. He had presumed Yi Zhou was out of talismans or had very few left, only to discover that he possessed far more than before. At that moment, the Zhen Tian Yin in Zhao Chang's grasp blazed with brilliance, expanding to the size of a grinding disc, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Let us see whose talismans are mightier, yours or my Zhen Tian Yin. Be obliterated. Zhao Chang bellowed as the disc-sized artifact zoomed towards Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou's expression darkened. It seemed that even 20 talismans might not be enough. He quickly tapped his storage bag again, unleashing another barrage of yellow talismans that floated before him. Go. Instantly, over 30 talismans transformed into fireballs and ice spikes, surging forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing the Zhen Tian Yin. Boom! A cacophony of deafening explosions and crashes erupted, the shockwave reverberating through the air, forcing even the outer sect disciples below to stagger back, the ground trembling violently beneath them. No, no, no! This cannot be happening. Zhao Chang spat a mouthful of blood, aghast at the scene unfolding before him. His Zhen Tian Yin had failed to vanquish Yi Zhou, and now, utterly depleted of spiritual energy, he could not summon a second attack. Defeat was inevitable. All of his spiritual energy had been channeled into the Zhen Tian Yin, and he could not even conjure a basic earth wall spell, left to watch helplessly as the fireballs consumed him. Clang! A flying sword suddenly burst forth from the explosion's aftermath, severing Zhao Chang's head cleanly. Simultaneously, a chilling wind swept across the battlefield, whisking away Zhao Chang's soul, ultimately drawing it into the 100 Ghosts banner in Yi Zhou's possession. The soul of a Qi refinement 8th layer cultivator, this was a splendid supplement for the 100 Ghosts banner. With a wave of his hand, Yi Zhou collected the Zhen Tian Yin and Zhao Chang's flying sword, which had shrunk to the size of a fist, along with his storage bag. He then glanced at the audience, who were left speechless in awe, and remarked nonchalantly, "I possess nothing of value. My cultivation talent is mediocre at best. Yet my alchemical skills are commendable. I have no shortage of elixirs or talismans. I advise any who wish to trouble me to first consider their own strength. I rely on wealth, not strength. In battle, with that, Yi Zhou soared into the sky on his sword. The gazes of all upon Yi Zhou were now tinged with fear. Zhao Chang's strength was comparable to that of an average inner sect disciple, likely to pass the inner sect assessment with ease. Yet, this formidable individual had been so effortlessly defeated by the extravagantly wealthy Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou had expended 50 talismans, each costing 5 spiritual stones, amounting to over 200 spiritual stones to slay Zhao Chang. Such an unimaginable fortune was beyond their comprehension. How infuriating! So what if he has wealth? Can money truly grant one free reign within the sect? It certainly appeared so. It would be prudent to provoke him as little as possible in the future. Humph! The inner sect assessment prohibits the use of talismans. A person who relies on talismans for combat must have little true strength. It could take him another 10 or 20 years to become an inner sect disciple. Once we achieve that status, we shall surely outrank him. As Yi Zhou's figure disappeared completely, the miscellaneous disciples finally regained their composure and called out. Next, Yi Zhou's audacity in establishing his reputation stemmed from his desire to deter those like Zhao Chang, who sought his life. He needed to display either strength or wealth to intimidate others. Now that his alchemical prowess was renowned, showcasing his wealth was entirely justified. Even without proclaiming his riches, it was evident to all no alchemist was a pauper. His spiritual stones were beyond the reach of foundational stage cultivators. And due to status and sect rules, they would not dare to strike at inner sect disciples easily. As for other chi refinement stage cultivators, even the most elite inner sect disciples would not pose much threat to Yi Zhou now, as he possessed over 1,000 talismans in his storage bag, granting him a considerable sense of security. Upon returning to Master Shu's small courtyard, Yi Zhou eagerly initiated the blood oath to claim the Zhantian Yin as his own. The Zhao brothers had become his fortuitous benefactors, as most of the powerful artifacts in his possession had been seized from them. The Zhantian Yin was immensely powerful, capable of withstanding Yi Zhou's 30 talismans in equal measure. And it remained undamaged. However, it was extremely taxing on spiritual energy. Although cultivating the nameless technique endowed him with a far greater spiritual reservoir than typical chi refinement 9th layer cultivators, he could only wield it 2 or 3 times at most. Yi Zhou then examined Zhao Chang's storage bag. Inside, he found over 100 low-grade spiritual stones, as well as a dozen Huang Yundan, several jade slips containing copy techniques, and various refining materials. He sifted through the items, selecting those of use to him and incinerating the rest in a fiery blaze. Afterward, he proceeded to refine Zhao Chang's flying sword. Although he did not lack for swords, having an extra during battle was always advantageous, and should he wish to sell it later, he could simply lift the soul imprint. Zhao Chang's sword, both sturdy and sharp, surpassed the ordinary swords issued by the sect. It was a mid-grade artifact of the chi refinement stage, on par with the sword he had obtained from that scholar. Moreover, this sword was inscribed with a formation for producing pseudo-sword chi, allowing it to unleash a fierce strike with the expenditure of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing its lethality. In terms of practical value, it far surpassed the scholar's sword. Having organized all of Zhao Chang's belongings, Yi Zhou sat cross-legged to recover the spiritual energy he had expended while contemplating his future cultivation plans. Now that he had reached the chi refinement 9th layer, it was time to consider foundational cultivation. Foundational cultivation is categorized into human, earth, and heaven pathways. The vast majority of foundational cultivators embark on the human pathway. Indeed, the ability to achieve human pathway foundational cultivation is a distant dream for most chi refinement stage practitioners, while the earth and heaven pathways are even more elusive. Though Yi Zhou yearned for heaven pathway foundational cultivation, he must also consider practicalities. One cannot set their goals too high. Otherwise, if he were never to obtain the rare materials required for heaven pathway foundational cultivation, he could never hope to cultivate at all. It would be wiser to set a smaller goal. If heaven pathway cultivation is too difficult to pursue, then let it be the earth pathway instead. However, regardless of the pathway chosen, high-quality foundational elixirs are essential. Foundational elixirs are exceedingly precious in the cultivation world, and acquiring them is no simple task. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Wu Yong for inquiries. Chapter 43. The difficulty of foundational cultivation. As daunting as ascending to the skies early the next morning, after tending to the spiritual herbs in his medicinal field, Yi Zhou soared on his sword towards Wuming Peak. Wu Yong, stationed at the entrance of the miscellaneous hall, spotted Yi Zhou from afar, his eyes narrowing into a smile as he warmly approached. "Little brother Yi, your victory yesterday was nothing short of spectacular. Overnight, your reputation within the sect has soared. Surely, no fool will dare to provoke you again." Yi Zhou replied, "That would be the best outcome." Wu Yong inquired quietly, "What task do you wish to undertake this time?" "Another medicinal herb gathering?" Yi Zhou produced 5 low-grade spiritual stones and placed them before Wu Yong. "I am not in a hurry to take on a task. I came to inquire about foundational elixirs." Wu Yong initially appeared taken aback, then asked, "What do you need such items for? While you possess the strength of a Qi Refinement 6th layer cultivator, you are still far from the Qi Refinement 12th layer's completion. Moreover, foundational elixirs are immensely precious. They are not treasures easily obtained by those of our status. Even if there are channels to acquire such elixirs, the cost would be far beyond what we can bear at this stage." Yi Zhou smiled. "You are aware of the rarity of foundational elixirs, but I am merely curious. On one hand, it broadens my horizons, and on the other, it allows me to plan ahead for the foundational undertaking many years hence." Wu Yong then revealed the specific channels through which the foundation establishment pills could be obtained. "Junior brother," he said, "inquiries about such matters are not considered sect secrets. However, among our outer disciples, very few are aware of this. While all inner disciples are fully informed, for only they are qualified to compete for the foundation establishment pills." Following this, Wu Yong shared all the information he knew with Yi Zhou. The Blood Spirit sect refines 5 extremely precious foundation establishment pills every decade, and only inner disciples who have contributed at least 5,000 merit points are allowed to participate in the competition. Outsiders are not even afforded the privilege of a glance. After relaying this information, Wu Yong felt somewhat parched, and after taking a sip of tea, he lamented, "For low-ranking outer disciples like us, it is far better to accumulate some spirit stones to exchange for longevity elixirs than to covet something as unattainable as the foundation establishment pill." Throughout the sect, those who successfully establish their foundations are invariably of at least medium-grade spiritual roots, and the least among them possess low-grade roots. I have never heard of anyone with a waste spiritual root successfully establishing their foundation. Wu Yong shook his head and sighed. "To speak a truth that you might not wish to hear, using a foundation establishment pill with a waste spiritual root is a wasteful act. I suspect that even consuming 10 high-quality foundation establishment pills would not guarantee success. The Blood Spirit sect only refines the foundation establishment pills once every 10 years, producing a mere 5 at a time. And these must be contended for by the meritorious inner disciples. Where can Yi Zhou find 10? The more he listened, the more despondent he felt, as his spirits sank to an all-time low. It is no wonder that, despite his rapid progress in cultivation, Elder Shu still does not foresee him breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. However, regardless of the challenges, he must establish his foundation. And it must be as authentic as possible. Since he cannot obtain enough foundation establishment pills from the sect, there remains but one path: to refine them himself. With this resolve, Yi Zhou gained a clear objective for the days to come. Wu Yong continued, "Of course, we must not abandon hope for the foundation establishment pills, right? Perhaps if we manage to secure 1 or 2, we might just walk into good fortune and succeed. Therefore, junior brother, you should start planning to become an inner disciple." Yi Zhou nodded, for he was determined to prepare multiple strategies. Outer disciples have no access to the formulas and materials for the foundation establishment pills. Only inner disciples are afforded such opportunities. "What must I do to participate in the next inner disciple assessment?" he inquired. Wu Yong replied, "Our sect's inner disciple assessments have a threshold for registration. An outer disciple must accumulate at least 1,000 merit points. The next assessment will be held in 1 year." Yi Zhou promptly produced his outer disciple token, requesting Wu Yong to check his merit points. Upon inspection, both Wu Yong and he could not help but share a bitter smile. He had only 120 points, still far from the required 1,000. Wu Yong explained, "Collecting medicinal herbs is the most basic of the Ding-level tasks, yielding only 20 to 30 points per completion. The sect's tasks are divided into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D, with more dangerous tasks offering higher merit points. So, to quickly accumulate 1,000 merit points, I must undertake C-level tasks, particularly those that are quite perilous?" Wu Yong nodded. "Indeed, however, given your current strength, completing C-level tasks should be well within your capabilities." Wu Yong then produced a jade slip containing C-level tasks that he had copied from his master. offering it to Yizhou for selection. Outer disciples of the Blood Spirit sect may accept up to 3 tasks at a time. Yizhou chose 3 tasks involving the extermination of malevolent spirits, which collectively amounted to over 400 merit points. He estimated that he would need to complete 6 C-level tasks to reach 1,000 merit points. As for why he chose to undertake tasks involving the extermination of evil spirits, it was due to his possession of the 100 Ghost Banner. The banner's focal spirit, when consuming the souls of other formidable spirits, would continuously enhance its own strength, thus elevating the banner's grade in tandem. Wu Yong rubbed his hands together with a grin. 3 tasks will cost you 60 spirit stones. Yizhou promptly handed over the amount. Wu Yong's face lit up with delight. Then I wish you smooth sailing in your tasks. By any chance, do you know when the next batch of Foundation establishment pills will be refined? Yizhou suddenly inquired as he was about to leave. Calculating the time, it will be in 3 years. Why? Are you so eager to contend for the Foundation establishment pills upon becoming an inner disciple? Wu Yong exclaimed, widening his eyes in astonishment at Yizhou. Although you have defeated Zhao Chong, his strength was merely at the bottom among the inner disciples. I advise you to focus on developing your abilities. You can pursue the Foundation establishment pills once you have grown stronger. Yizhou nodded naturally. I was merely asking out of curiosity. He began to contemplate in his mind. 3 years felt somewhat rushed. However, if he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another decade for a chance at a Foundation establishment pill. Securing one beforehand would undoubtedly be ideal. With that resolve, Yizhou took to the skies on his sword, making his way towards the nearest task point from the sect, to the north of the Great Wu Dynasty's imperial capital lay Luofeng City. Even before the customary time for closing the city gates, the soldiers stationed at the city were already preparing to secure the gates. Hold on, I wish to enter the city. The soldiers, upon hearing the voice, looked up to see a young boy clad in gray robes, around 12 or 13 years old, rushing towards them. The boy's fair complexion and bright, piercing eyes suggested he was no ordinary individual. This boy was, in fact, Yizhou, who had traveled all day. To avoid drawing attention and alarming the enemy, he had stored away his flying sword well before reaching Luofeng City and approached on foot. His first task was to be carried out within this very city. Chapter 44. The task of exorcising evil spirits. The city guards, suppressing their impatience, stood waiting for a moment. Thank you. Yizhou finally arrived and expressed his gratitude to the guards as he prepared to enter the city. Halt! You little brat, do you not understand the rules? The entry fee is 5 coins. One of the soldiers called out sternly. Yizhou was momentarily taken aback. Having lived in a small mountain village all his life, he had never entered a city and was thus unaware of such regulations. Fortunately, he had acquired a fair amount of gold and silver from the scholar previously, but he lacked any copper coins. He casually produced a piece of broken silver ingot and tossed it to a nearby soldier. The guard's eyes widened, and his tone shifted dramatically. Young man, we do not provide change here, and no need for change. Please inform me of the current whereabouts of the city lord, Yizhou requested. The report concerning the malevolent spirits came from the city lord of Luofeng City, and after the exorcism, he would need a letter of confirmation from the lord to return to the sect. What do you wish to do? The soldier eyed Yizhou warily. A 12 or 13-year-old boy casually tossing around silver, demanding to see the city lord, was indeed suspicious. Yizhou replied nonchalantly, what I wish to do is not your concern. Merely inform me of the direction and report back. As he spoke, Yizhou's aura subtly surged, and the 2 guards immediately felt a surge of terror wash over them, their faces turning pale. Why yes, sir. The city lord should currently be in the city lord's mansion and has not gone out. Realizing Yizhou's formidable presence, the soldiers understood that he was not someone they could question, and they hurriedly indicated the direction of the city lord's mansion. One of them hastily went to inform the city lord while the others stood still, not daring to breathe a word. The boy before them was undoubtedly a minor immortal. Even the city lord would treat him with utmost respect. How could these ordinary soldiers dare to offend him? The soldier who had received Yizhou's silver ingot quickly returned it. Since it is the city regulations, you may keep it. Once just a poor boy from a small mountain village, he could hardly have imagined that one day, these seemingly imposing soldiers would bow respectfully before him. Such was the gulf between the immortal and the mortal. Before long, the portly city lord, clad in official robes, hurried over, panting, followed by several others. While others might not recognize Yizhou, the city lord was well aware of who he was. He had long awaited the arrival of a celestial being from the blood spirit sect to assist him in exorcising the evil spirits. Where is that esteemed one? The plump city lord arrived, twisting his thick neck as he scanned the area, seemingly searching for the presence of the celestial being, completely overlooking the plain-looking boy before him. Wei Zhou remained unfazed. After all, in the minds of ordinary people, celestial beings typically appeared as elderly men with white beards, or at the very least, as mature and composed young individuals. It was indeed rare for someone of his age to undertake a C-level task as a disciple of the blood spirit sect. City Lord, this is the esteemed one who wishes to meet you. One of the soldiers stepped forward to introduce Yi Zhou. The City Lord finally took notice of him, displaying a hint of confusion. City Lord, may we speak privately? Although he harbored doubts about Yi Zhou's identity, he dared not offend him. Asked the City Lord. He was aware of certain matters concerning celestial sects and had heard of some exceptionally gifted disciples who, despite their youth, possessed remarkable abilities. The two retreated to a secluded corner, where Yi Zhou presented his outer disciple token from the blood spirit sect. Upon seeing it, the City Lord's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. My apologies for the delay, esteemed young immortal. Tonight, I will host a banquet for you at the City Lord's mansion. Please, allow me to escort you there. Yi Zhou tucked away the token, responding nonchalantly, there is no need for a banquet. I am here to exorcise the evil spirits. I require all information regarding their whereabouts. Yi Zhou had long since undertaken fasting, harboring no obsession with the pleasures of the palate. He merely wished to expel the malevolent spirits swiftly and proceed to the next mission point. Every additional day he lingered here could potentially cost the lives of dozens of innocent civilians. While Yi Zhou was not a paragon of virtue, he had once been a member of the impoverished populace and understood their suffering all too well. The City Lord's expression turned grim as he shook his head and sighed, saying, We do not even know where this malevolent spirit resides. This ghost is rather peculiar, and the matter of the haunting is too complex to summarize quickly. I implore you, esteemed sir, to accompany me to the City Lord's residence, where I shall retrieve the records and elaborate further. Yi Zhou had no choice but to nod in agreement and entered the City Lord's carriage. Arriving at the Lord's residence, upon entering the City Lord's estate, Yi Zhou was greeted by the sight of ancient pavilions and towers, adorned with intricately carved railings and painted beams, while a delightful floral fragrance wafted through the air. A closer inspection revealed that the grounds were filled with an array of vividly colored exotic flowers and plants, which, though not as precious as the spiritual herbs in Elder Shu's courtyard, were still quite rare in the world. Yi Zhou couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing why so many aspired to become officials. Life in such positions seemed exceedingly comfortable. The City Lord guided Yi Zhou to a room where records were stored, calling for the documents pertaining to the haunting while explaining, Esteemed sir, the ghostly troubles in the city can be traced back to more than a year ago. Yi Zhou suddenly interrupted the City Lord, asking sternly, If you state that this ghost appeared over a year ago, why did the City Lord wait until 2 months ago to seek aid from the Celestial Gate? Yi Zhou looked at the City Lord with confusion. Esteemed sir, you may not be aware, but initially, the ghost merely caused a ruckus in the city, peeping at women bathing without causing any fatalities. I thought it would either leave or dissipate on its own. Such a minor nuisance tends to appear from time to time, and I did not wish to trouble the Celestial Gate over this trivial matter. Yi Zhou nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. He had only ever heard of ghosts harming others, never of one that preferred to spy on women bathing. It was only over 2 months prior that a murder occurred in the city, with the ghost initially claiming a victim every 10 days. Then every 5, and now every 2 to 3 days. The scribe beside them added, as the ghost only appears at night. The City Lord dispatched all soldiers to patrol, yet they remain unable to prevent the ghost from claiming lives. The citizens are now filled with dread, and the night market has become deserted, leading many vendors in Luofeng City to suffer losses and even struggle to afford food. The City Lord himself has been unable to sleep, his mind troubled. As they spoke, the detailed records concerning the haunting were delivered. Yi Zhou picked up the documents and began to peruse them. Bring me a detailed map of Luofeng City, he commanded. Noticing the sky darkening towards dusk, he realized he must take this opportunity to survey the city's layout. As you wish, esteemed sir, please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, the scribe returned with the map. Yi Zhou compared it. He discovered that the ghost initially frequented the entertainment district and wealthy residential areas, spying primarily on courtesans and young ladies of affluent families. Later, however, the ghost had moved on to the impoverished districts to commit murder, with the distance between the two areas being quite significant. Simultaneously, during the period of the ghost's murders, it had not ceased its peeping activities, with some occurrences happening merely within the span of a tea break. It was uncertain whether it was indeed the same ghost responsible for all these actions. Zhou surmised that typical malevolent spirits possess a shallow self-awareness, driven by their lingering obsessions. Generally, when a person dies, they leave behind a singular fixation. He had never heard of a ghost harboring multiple obsessions. Therefore, it seemed improbable that such a ghost could have such broad interests. Clearly, the impoverished district and the entertainment district would be the focal points for tonight's patrol. Chapter 45. Using the courtesan as bait. An hour later, Zhou had thoroughly familiarized himself with the general layout of the buildings within the city. Observing that night had fallen, he set aside the map and rose, stating, "I shall take a stroll outside." "Esteemed sir, your timing is unfortunate. The ghost claimed a life just yesterday, and it is unlikely it will strike again today. You must be weary from your journey. It would be better to rest within the estate for the night." The city lord interjected promptly. "Did the murder in the impoverished district occur only yesterday? Then tonight we shall focus our efforts on the entertainment district. City lord, please assign someone well acquainted with the entertainment district to accompany me." Zhou replied nonchalantly. The city lord and the scribe exchanged glances, evidently apprehensive of the malevolent spirit. However, the stout scribe seemed to perceive the steely glint in the city lord's eyes and, gritting his teeth, volunteered, "The city lord must continue to work for the welfare of the people. Allow me to handle this matter." Although both of them understood that Zhou hailed from the celestial gate and possessed extraordinary abilities, he appeared merely as a boy of 12 or 13. There is a saying, "One without facial hair cannot be trusted with important matters." Their doubts lingered regarding Zhou's capabilities, and they preferred to accompany him to confront the ghost, fearing that should luck not be on their side, they might never return. The city lord nodded in approval at the scribe's words. "The scribe is dedicated. After the esteemed sir eliminates the ghost, I shall grant you a leave of absence and a raise." The scribe could only smile wryly in response. "Esteemed young sir, please follow me," he said, leading the way. The entertainment district was a fair distance from the city lord's residence. Upon exiting, Zhou boarded the luxurious carriage the city lord had prepared for them. While it could not match the speed of flying on a sword, it offered exceptional comfort. Zhou closed his eyes and began to meditate as soon as he settled in. "Esteemed young sir, which establishment in the entertainment district shall we visit first?" the scribe inquired. Zhou pondered briefly. "Baihua Tower." "As you wish." Baihua Tower was indeed where the ghost had recently been sighted most frequently. Before long, the scribe's voice echoed from outside. "Esteemed young sir, we have arrived. This is our Luofeng city's premier courtesan house, Baihua Tower." Zhou opened his eyes and drew back the curtain, only to be confronted by a veritable mountain of flesh barreling towards him. "Madam, are you attempting to suffocate me?" he exclaimed, noticing the scribe struggling for breath amidst the mountain of flesh. "Esteemed scribe, you seem to be quite the busy person. It has been a while since you've graced our Baihua Tower." A dulcet voice emerged from the mound of flesh. Zhou focused his gaze and realized that the mountain was, in fact, a rather fortunate-looking woman. The scribe cleared his throat twice, adopting a serious demeanor. Step aside. Today, I am here to accompany this esteemed young sir for a visit, not to indulge in frivolities." Upon seeing Zhou, the madam's face brightened. "This young gentleman appears unfamiliar. I assume it is your first visit to our Baihua Tower. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" While she fanned herself with a dainty hand fan, her mind raced with calculations. This young man, who not only rode in the city lord's carriage but was also accompanied by the scribe, must hold a significant position in the city lord's residence. If she could serve him well, he would undoubtedly reward her generously. Recently, Baihua Tower had been plagued by ghostly disturbances, making business rather difficult. Having finally welcomed such a distinguished guest, the madam felt elated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Why surname is Y.is the courtesan known as Xiaohong available?" Zhou inquired. Xiaohong was one of the young women frequently observed by the ghost, and Zhou sought her out for two reasons: to gather detailed information about her encounters with the ghost and to use her as bait. Young Master Yi possesses discerning taste. Selecting our Baihua Tower's courtesan upon his first visit, I must confess, she is currently in the back, preparing herself, the madam replied, her smile broadening at the prospect of a lucrative patron. Hearing that the young master specifically sought out the courtesan, the madam envisioned a veritable gold mine and could hardly contain her glee, though she struggled to maintain her composure, her wide grin betraying her excitement. I asked the young master interested in conversing with our Xiao Hong about poetry and song. Or would you prefer other services? The prices vary accordingly, the madam inquired, her tone shifting to an overnight stay. Yizhou stated without hesitation, for he could not ascertain when the ghost might next appear. The scribe cleared his throat again. Raising his voice, payment can be arranged for tomorrow. Tonight, it is imperative that young Master Yi enjoys himself thoroughly. Ensure that Miss Xiaohong complies with all his wishes, should this matter be delayed. Even if we were to sell the entire Baihua Tower, we could not compensate for the consequences, do you understand? The madam trembled at the scribe's words, having initially perceived Yizhou as merely a high-ranking young master. She was taken aback by the realization of his immense influence. Understood, understood. Young Master Yi, please step inside. I shall promptly inform Miss Xiaohong, ensuring she attends to your comfort and elevates your spirits, she said, leading Yizhou into Baihua Tower. Upon entering, a potent scent of cosmetics assailed his senses. Ascending to the upper floor, the madam guided Yizhou to a room, whereupon he infused his vision with spiritual energy. Causing his eyes to shimmer with a faint luminescence, a wisp of gray-black death energy coalesced within the room, indicating that this ghost had indeed visited several times before. It remained uncertain whether it would return tonight. Before long, a stunning young courtesan, around 15 or 16 years of age, entered the room, gracefully stepping forward and bowing to Yizhou. Xiao Hong pays her respects to the young master. Yizhou nodded slightly. No need for excessive formalities, Xiao Hong, seemingly aware of the madam's prior communication and feeling somewhat intimidated by Yizhou, cautiously asked, may I inquire how the young master wishes to be entertained? I possess an array of talents, including singing, playing instruments, and dancing, among other skills, as the conversation unfolded. Xiao Hong's complexion flushed, her demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness. Yet, Yizhou remained unmoved, merely stating in a nonchalant tone, this evening, you shall perform a bathing spectacle for me. Xiao Hong paused momentarily, taken aback by this peculiar penchant. However, under the prior instructions of the brothel keeper, she dared not refuse. Swiftly, she instructed her maidservants to bring forth a large wooden tub. Shedding her garments with diligence as she prepared for her bath, Yizhou, however, cast only a fleeting glance, for although he had aged since his youthful days, the trivial allure of worldly beauty no longer captivated him. Instead, he focused entirely on concealing his presence, awaiting the arrival of the spectral entities. That night, a crescent moon hung high in the starry sky, marking a moment of profound stillness, while the streets of the Flower Lane remained abuzz with commotion. This was largely due to the fact that the spectral killings occurred only in the commoner districts, and the Flower Lane had merely been an observer, never a scene of murder. A wisp of dark energy stealthily infiltrated the 100 Flowers Pavilion within the Flower Lane. This shadowy presence hovered quietly outside Xiao Hong's window, and through the panes, one could discern the swirling mist behind the screen, accompanied by the faint sound of water, as if a beauty was indulging in her bath. The dark energy surged with impatience, darting through the open window and into the room. Chapter 46. The invisible ghost. As the shadowy mass passed through the screen, it beheld a youth of around 12 or 13, clad in gray robes, who was smiling at it with a knowing gaze. This was none other than Yizhou, who had been waiting patiently. An ambush. The dark energy swiftly turned to flee, only to see a furnace adorned with 3 vividly realistic dragons spiraling toward it. Exuding a terrifying gravitational pull as if to draw it in, the dark energy hastily veered aside. At that moment, a whistling sound erupted from behind, and the spectral banner in Yizhou's hand had already soared before it. A vortex filled with suction manifesting upon the banner. You think a mere wild ghost can escape? My treasures are positioned before and behind you. Let us see how you intend to flee. Yet, as Yizhou's words fell, the dark energy suddenly quivered, dispersing like mist and vanishing entirely from the air. What just happened? Yizhou was taken aback, hastily scanning the room with his spiritual sense, and augmenting his vision with spiritual energy for a meticulous examination. To his astonishment, there was no trace of ghostly presence left within the room. The smile vanished from Yizhou's face, and his brows knitted into a furrow. Was his effort to be in vain tonight? Moreover, he had inadvertently alerted the serpent, making it even more challenging to lure the ghost out in the future. Young Master Yi, what just transpired? Xiao Hong, who had been immersed in her bathing, stood up abruptly from the tub. Panic-stricken, forgetting even to conceal her form. After all, Xiao Hong had been subjected to the ghost's voyeurism multiple times, rendering her quite anxious during her bath. However, just as Xiao Hong stood, a wisp of dark energy reappeared by the window, coalescing into the lewd visage of a man, clearly intoxicated with desire. Upon witnessing the face within the dark energy, Xiao Hong gasped in terror. Ah, a ghost. The ghost has returned. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted into the wooden tub. Yizhou felt a surge of delight within him. It seemed this was a ghost driven by insatiable lust, and Xiao Hong would effortlessly draw it out, with a wave of his hand. The dragon-ornamented furnace soared into the air, enveloping the dark energy completely. Now, let us see where you shall escape. Ignoring the unconscious Xiao Hong, Yizhou summoned the furnace to his grasp. Thud, thud, thud. The furnace began to tremble slightly upon being placed on the ground. As the ghost within seemed intent on bursting forth, Yizhou snorted coldly, still not compliant. A surge of spiritual energy coursed into the spectral banner, and the previously formed vortex reappeared upon its surface. Yizhou waved his hand, and a small opening was made in the furnace. In a swift motion, the dark energy shot out, but before it could make an escape, a powerful suction force drew it into the spectral banner. Immortal, I beseech you, spare me! The ensnared dark energy cried out in desperation. After retracting the spectral banner and the dragon-ornamented furnace, Yizhou glanced at the fainted Xiao Hong in the tub and retrieved a silver ingot from his storage pouch, placing it on the table as a reward for her. The steward, who had been waiting at the door, approached with a smile. I have captured one of the ghosts. Now we shall return to the Lord's mansion. Find me a secluded room. I wish to meditate. This ghost had completely vanished once, and even its formidable soul could not be sensed. There was surely something amiss, and he intended to interrogate it thoroughly upon their return. The steward was elated, showering praises on Yizhou. Immortal, your merits are immeasurable, your skills unparalleled. Surely you will ascend to the celestial realm and soar to the skies in daylight. Soon, Yizhou and the steward returned to the Lord's mansion. Following Yizhou's instructions, the steward quickly led him to a quiet, secluded chamber. Unless it is of utmost urgency, do not disturb my seclusion in the coming days. Otherwise, bear the consequences. The steward's expression shifted slightly. I dare not, absolutely not. I take my leave. Once the steward departed, Yizhou secured the doors and windows, retrieving the spectral banner. He promptly connected his consciousness to it. Immortal, spare me, spare me, the lewd ghost wailed upon sensing Yizhou's presence. Yizhou snorted disdainfully, reveal your method of invisibility, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall be consumed by the spirits I command, and your fate will be eternal disintegration. What? What method of invisibility? The ghost, bewildered and anxious, inquired. Yizhou replied with a cold laugh. Do you think that by merely remaining silent, I would not dare to kill you? With a thought, he commanded the spirits surrounding him to converge upon the dark energy. Their gazes filled with avarice. Immortal, I know nothing. I truly know nothing of this method of invisibility. Very well, I had hoped that if you were forthcoming, I might offer you a chance at survival. Since you do not cherish this opportunity, do not blame me for employing the soul-searching technique. Consider this a warning. Once I invoke this technique, you will disintegrate into nothingness. Yizhou spoke calmly, forming a gesture with his hand to cast a spell aimed at the dark energy. The soul-searching technique was merely a fabrication of Yizhou's imagination, intended to instill fear within the ghost and compel it to reveal the truth. As expected, upon hearing that it would face disintegration, the ghost was overcome with terror. Please, do not act. I will tell you, immortal. I shall speak without reservation. Yizhou exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this ghost had a limited understanding of cultivators' techniques. Otherwise, his ruse would not have worked. Speak, and if your answer satisfies me, I may consider sparing your life. Is the esteemed one truly serious? The ghost, sensing a glimmer of hope, inquired eagerly. You have no right to negotiate with me. Speak or die. The ghost bore no traces of bloodshed, leading Yizhou to conclude that it was merely a voyeur, having never taken a life. Furthermore, possessing the ability to become invisible, the knowledge of this technique or its potential value was considerable. I thank you in advance, esteemed one. The dark energy swirled, transforming into a frail, lascivious young man, who awkwardly bowed to Yizhou. Now, tell me, how did you acquire the method of invisibility? Yizhou pressed for answers. The lascivious youth quivered as he replied, respectfully, immortal, I have never learned the method of invisibility. Ever since I gained consciousness, I have possessed this ability, but it is extremely taxing on my soul energy. I can only use it once a day, and each instance cannot exceed a quarter of an hour. Yizhou furrowed his brows. He had perused numerous strange tales in Elder Shu's study and understood that the vast world was filled with wonders. The life of this voyeuristic ghost rested entirely in his hands. It would not dare to deceive him. It appeared he was simply not fated to learn the method of invisibility. So be it. A quiet sigh escaped Yizhou's lips as he resolved to let it go. This invisible ghost was likely a variant spirit, formed from a mutated soul, a transformation that was innate and could not be acquired later. Just as some individuals are born with 3 hands or 2 hearts. Yizhou then inquired, in the impoverished district of the city, a person dies every 2 or 3 days. Is there any connection between this and you? Chapter 47. Subduing the invisible ghost, devouring Zhao Chang's soul. Immortal, please discern my innocence. Though I cannot control my desires, I have never killed a soul, nor would I dare to speak to a beauty. Those who perished were slain by another powerful, wounded ghost within the city. The lascivious ghost's demeanor was one of fear and trepidation, anxious lest Yizhou attribute the murders to it. Another powerful, wounded ghost? Have you encountered it? The lascivious ghost nodded fervently. This malevolent spirit has sought me out several times, attempting to devour me. Thankfully, my innate ability to become invisible has allowed me to evade its attempts. Yizhou continued, if it can locate you, can you find its hiding place? The lascivious ghost's head shook vigorously, its face trembling. I possess only the power of invisibility, but not the ability to track it down. Moreover, I am far weaker than that formidable ghost. It would be impossible for me to find it, I understand. With that, Yizhou gently closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate. It seemed he would need to wait another couple of days until that malevolent spirit emerged to wreak havoc, so that he could eliminate it. Immortal, do you have any further inquiries? If not, may I take my leave? I assure you, I will never set foot in a populated area again. The lecherous ghost, summoning his courage, inquired, to which Yizhou replied calmly, I did mention that I would grant you a chance at survival, but I never promised to release you immediately. You are unable to resist the cravings that stir within your heart. When those desires awaken, your actions will no longer be governed by your own reason. Upon hearing this, the lecherous ghost gazed into the 100 Ghosts banner, where various fearsome spirits, much like himself, loomed, and a look of despair washed over him. Yizhou's words implied that he would be condemned to remain trapped within the 100 Ghosts banner, subjected to Yizhou's will, devoid of any freedom. For those spirits of lesser intellect, such a fate may hold little significance. But for a being of his heightened awareness, it would undoubtedly be a protracted torment. Yizhou seemed to perceive the turmoil within the lecherous ghost's mind. Do not fret. You are unlike the other malevolent spirits. You possess intelligence and unique abilities. To squander you in battle would be an utter waste. In the future, I can cultivate you, and through relentless training, you may enhance your powers and perhaps one day ascend to the rank of Ghost General or even Ghost King, ultimately condensing a Ghost Dan to become a formidable Ghost Emperor. Upon hearing these words, the lecherous ghost immediately prostrated himself, fervently beseeching, I implore you, esteemed immortal, grant me this unparalleled opportunity. At this juncture, he faced a choice: to become an ordinary malevolent spirit, wielded by Yizhou to vanquish foes, or, as Yizhou suggested, to become a valuable ghostly servant. Naturally, he opted for the latter, as it promised at least a temporary reprieve from the threat of death, while the former could see him perish in a single skirmish. Very well. What is your name? Yizhou inquired. Reporting to my master, I am called Xiaoshan, the lecherous ghost replied respectfully. Xiaoshan, I now appoint you as the focal spirit of the 100 Ghosts banner. You shall command all the spirits contained within it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he declared fervently, "I shall not disappoint you, master." With a swift series of incantations, Yi Zhou infused the 100 Ghosts banner with his power. Xiao Shan felt his soul rapidly strengthening, merging with the banner until he was no longer an ordinary wandering spirit. Yi Zhou continued, "As a reward, I shall allow you to consume this person's soul to bolster your strength. Currently, you are merely at the 3rd level of qi cultivation, which is woefully inadequate." The soul in question was none other than Zhao Chang's. Within the confines of the 100 Ghosts banner, Zhao Chang's soul, ensnared by chains, was now revealed. Before him stood a practitioner at the 8th level of qi cultivation. Upon death, his soul retained the same level of prowess. However, as he was not a ghostly cultivator, his power paled in comparison to a true 8th level ghost cultivator, though the essence of his soul remained the same. Zhao Chang's soul had originally been prepared by Yi Zhou to enhance the strength of the focal spirit, but the previous candidate's mediocre potential had rendered him unworthy of significant investment. Now that Xiao Shan had merged with the 100 Ghosts banner and acknowledged Yi Zhou as his master, he could fulfill Zhao Chang's final purpose. The moment Zhao Chang's soul manifested, a terrifying aura erupted, causing all spirits within the 100 Ghosts banner to tremble in fear. Xiao Shan, too, turned pale with terror. "Yi Zhou, you are bold indeed. Release me at once, for when my master seeks vengeance, you shall meet a most untimely demise." Zhao Chang's soul bellowed frantically as it regained consciousness. Yi Zhou merely snorted in disdain. "I am enforcing the rules of the sect by eliminating you. Your master is but a minor figure. Does he possess the audacity to breach the rules for one such as you, who is already deceased? In the realm of demonic sects, the bonds between master and disciple hold little value. They are merely reciprocal utilizations. Xiao Shan, do not fear. All of his power has been sealed by the soul-locking array within the 100 Ghosts banner. Devour him. Yes, I shall obey." Xiao Shan steeled himself and lunged at Zhao Chang's formidable soul, akin to a wild dog, beginning to ravenously tear apart and consume Zhao Chang's essence. Immediately, Zhao Chang howled in agony, his cries resonating with heart-wrenching despair. The pain of a soul being torn apart is tenfold that of a woman in labor. Even cultivators dread such torment. Yi Zhou, you shall find no rest in death." Zhao Chang screamed, still defiant even as he realized that Xiao Shan posed no threat and was, in fact, a delectable morsel. The speed at which Xiao Shan consumed Zhao Chang grew ever more rapid. Before long, Zhao Chang's soul became increasingly translucent, unable to sustain its consciousness, while Xiao Shan's presence grew stronger. "Thank you, master, for this boon." A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Shan's strength had ascended to the 5th level of qi cultivation, and he fervently bowed before Yi Zhou, proclaiming, "I am willing to traverse fire and water for you, my master." Yi Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The 5th level of qi cultivation is of some utility, but still far from sufficient. "Here, take these 10 Huang Yun Dan. Consume 5 for yourself and allow the others to be devoured by the remaining spirits to enhance their strength." As he spoke, 10 Huang Yun Dan floated into the space of the 100 Ghosts banner. Although Huang Yun Dan are typically consumed by humans, the essence remaining after alchemical refinement can be absorbed by spirits to enhance their cultivation speed. "Thank you, master, for bestowing these pills." Xiao Shan and the other spirits prostrated themselves in gratitude. Yet Yi Zhou was not yet satisfied. He cast dozens of spirit stones into the array, embedding them around the focal point of the 100 Ghosts banner. Instantly, the aura of spiritual energy within the 100 Ghosts banner surged, visibly swirling in vibrant currents. Consequently, all of his ghostly servants would experience a meteoric rise in their cultivation speed. It would not be long before not only Xiao Shan's powers would soar, but all the other malevolent spirits would also enhance their levels by 1 or 2. The might of the 100 Ghosts banner would grow ever more formidable. Chapter 48. Exorcising Evil Spirits. Gaining the people's favor in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. That night, unlike the vibrant lights illuminating other areas of Luofeng City, the slum district lay shrouded in darkness. Hundreds of households dared not light a single oil lamp, as malevolent spirits had wreaked havoc in the slums for over 2 months. The city guards were powerless against these fiends, leaving the impoverished populace in a state of constant fear. Those with means had already fled to relatives in other cities, while those without were left to grit their teeth and endure. As dusk descended, the citizens would retreat into their homes, bolting doors and windows, not daring to venture outside or even make a sound, lest they draw the attention of the malevolent spirit and lose their lives. At that moment, within a dilapidated, thatched cottage, the plaintive cries of a child pierced the silence. "Mother, mother, I fear the dark." The silvery moonlight streamed through the cracks in the window, casting a faint glimmer that allowed the inhabitants to discern the outlines of their surroundings. "Why, little ancestor, please do not make a sound." A pair of calloused hands, guided by the meager light, swiftly covered the mouth of the boy sitting on the wooden bed. "Watch the child," a deep voice called from the doorway, revealing the head of the household, who gripped a wooden stick resolutely, prepared to defend against any intruding specter. The man gazed at the tightly shut door, a low sigh escaping his lips. He had witnessed firsthand how even the blades of the guards could not harm the spirits. And he knew that his wooden stick would be utterly futile. Yet, in this dire moment, he felt compelled to do something for his family, even if it was merely to offer them a semblance of reassurance. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed within the cottage, sending heartbeats racing. The boy, cradled in his mother's arms, was now wide-eyed with fear, tears brimming as he opened his mouth to scream, but his mother clamped her hand firmly over his lips. "What was that sound?" the mother inquired, her voice trembling. "It was the wind." The man surveyed the cramped space, his gaze settling on the shabby window, where a gust of cold air whistled through a fist-sized hole in the paper. The three of them collectively exhaled in relief, thankful that it was merely the wind. After the commotion, the boy began to feel drowsy, gradually closing his eyes against his mother's embrace. At that moment, a wisp of dark energy slithered through the broken window, unnoticed in the depths of the darkness. Sensing the rich aura of blood emanating from the man at the door, the dark energy revealed a gluttonous face. Its long scarlet tongue licking its lips. "It seems I shall feast well tonight," it cackled. Who is speaking?" The man's clammy hands tightened around the wooden stick, rising cautiously to scan his surroundings as he edged closer to his wife and child. "Let your flesh and blood merge with me." The malevolent spirit lunged at the man, its ghastly visage looming near. Just as it was about to strike, the tightly shut door burst open, and 3 black iron orbs whistled through the air, hurtling toward the fiend. "Damn it! Where did that cultivator come from?" Sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the iron orbs, the malevolent spirit recognized that the cultivator behind them surpassed its own power. And being severely wounded, it was no match. In a panic, it fled toward the window. However, as it leapt through the opening, it collided with a pitch-black alchemical furnace. Before it could turn to escape, the lid of the furnace slammed shut with a resounding clang, trapping the malevolent spirit inside, no matter how desperately it struggled. Wah! The sudden turn of events left the couple inside the house utterly stunned. The woman's hand, which had been covering the boy's mouth, fell away without their noticing. The boy let out a series of terrified cries. Both of them turned their gaze towards the door, where they beheld a frail figure clad in a gray robe standing against the cold wind. Ijo, who had been lying in wait in the impoverished district for quite some time. "Do not cry. Yes, it is an immortal. The immortal has subdued the malevolent spirit. The immortal has come to save us. Come, pay your respects to the young immortal, and express your gratitude for the life-saving grace." In an instant, the family knelt down together, fervently bowing their heads to Ijo. The surrounding villagers, hearing the commotion, hurriedly lit their oil lamps and rushed over to join in the act of reverence. "Bow to the immortal. The immortal has driven away the vengeful spirit, granting us a new lease on life. Long live the immortal, long live infinitely." At that moment, Ijo had already captured both malevolent entities, and thus, there was no longer a need to conceal his identity as a cultivator. With a swift gesture, the clattering alchemical furnace that had been standing on the ground soared into the air, transforming into a palm-sized cauldron that landed back in Ijo's hands. He then stowed the furnace away in his storage pouch. "Dear villagers, please rise. I have come at the behest of the immortal sect to capture the malevolent spirits. Now that they have been vanquished, you can live in peace. Thank you, immortal." Many heads nearly cracked against the ground as they continued to bow fervently in gratitude to Ijo. With a sigh of exasperation, Ijo waved his hand, and all felt an irresistible force compelling them to rise to their feet. As he looked upon the impoverished populace, each individual bore rough hands and tattered clothing, reminiscent of his own childhood struggles, stirring a twinge of emotion within him. With another wave of his hand, several silver ingots and a handful of jewels flew forth. Take these and share them among yourselves. Buy some food and warm clothing to endure the winter. These riches held little significance for him, but represented unimaginable wealth for these common folk, potentially life-saving. Moreover, given that these funds were bestowed by Yi Zhou, even the most audacious of tyrants would not dare to seize them. With that, Yi Zhou ascended on his sword, vanishing into the night sky. Farewell, immortal. May you live for eternity, long live. Having concluded the matter, Yi Zhou received a letter of proof from the city lord. Ignoring the lord's repeated entreaties to stay, he promptly took flight towards his next mission destination. The subsequent 2 exorcism tasks were completed with remarkable ease. After capturing the malevolent spirits that had plagued the small mountain, Yi Zhou obtained the necessary proof of exorcism and returned to the sect to report his findings. He then accepted 3 more missions to eliminate spirits from Wu Yong. Fervently tackling tasks to accumulate contribution points was now Yi Zhou's foremost priority. As half a year swiftly passed, he had completed all the Grade C exorcism tasks available within the sect. But his contribution points remained insufficient. Having no interest in other Grade C tasks beyond exorcism, Yi Zhou shifted his focus to Grade B missions, of which there were many, thanks to Wu Yong's connections. It would not be overly difficult for him to take on Grade B tasks. However, Grade B missions were exponentially more perilous than their Grade C counterparts. Chapter 49. Grade B missions. Just how dangerous are Grade B missions? Even some of the formidable inner disciples could fall during the execution of such tasks. Yet, the reward for completing a Grade B mission could yield as much as 400 to 500 contribution points. And the spirits that needed to be eradicated were of a higher cultivation level, making them ideal for enhancing the prowess of the small mountain. After 3 months of tasks, having devoured Zhao Chong, the small mountain had consumed over 10 malevolent spirits, elevating its cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th stage of qi refinement. Now, the small mountain's consumption of ordinary malevolent spirits at the 3rd or 4th stage of qi refinement yielded negligible improvement. With merely a few months remaining until the inner disciple assessment, it was not difficult for him to pass, given his current strength. The challenge lay in competing with numerous exceptional inner disciples for the foundation establishment till 2 years hence. All of those outstanding inner disciples possessed formidable strengths at the 11th or 12th stage of qi refinement. By that time, Yi Zhou could not expose his true level of cultivation. To secure the foundation establishment pill, he had to cultivate the small mountain into a powerful malevolent spirit at the 11th or 12th stage of qi refinement. At that point, the 100 Ghost Banner could be upgraded to a top-tier magical artifact of qi refinement. And coupled with the earth-shattering seal and the 3 dragon spitting pearls furnace, he should be able to compensate for his lack of cultivation and defeat his competitors to obtain the foundation establishment pill. Resolved in his decision, Yi Zhou approached Wu Yong to articulate his intentions. Wu Yong, upon hearing this, jumped from his seat in shock, gazing at Yi Zhou with an expression that screamed, "Are you mad? You aren't seriously considering this, are you? Even inner disciples may not return unscathed from such endeavors." Without waiting for Yi Zhou to respond, Wu Yong continued, "I have a list for you to peruse before making a decision. Every year, our sect loses over 2 inner disciples to Grade B missions, and the number of injured is far greater. Why, Yi Zhou? Do not let your rapid rise in cultivation lead you to underestimate the danger. You must think this through. I believe this Grade C alchemy task would suit you perfectly. Alchemy is your forte. It is not only safe, but also offers substantial contribution points." Wu Yong gestured toward a Grade C task within the Jade Slip. While assigning Yi Zhou a Grade B mission would yield him more spirit stones, Wu Yong did not wish to sacrifice Yi Zhou's life for a mere handful of coins, nor jeopardize his own steady source of income. Yi Zhou was indeed his major benefactor. Yet, Yi Zhou remained steadfast. "I appreciate your concern, brother, but I am well aware of the dangers of Grade B missions. Kindly provide me with the Jade Slip for the task." With a resigned sigh, Wu Yong relented. "Very well. Here is the Jade Slip for a Grade B mission. Choose wisely." Seeing Yi Zhou's determination, Wu Yong's persuasion proved futile. He sighed, shaking his head, and retrieved a Jade Slip from his storage pouch. Handing it to Yi Zhou, Yi Zhou meticulously selected what appeared to be a simpler exorcism task from the dense array of missions. paying Wu Yong a gratuity before preparing to depart. Yi Zhou, Wu Yong called out urgently, halting him. Yi Zhou turned in confusion to face Wu Yong. If the situation seems dire, abandon the mission. Do not force yourself. If you fail, the worst you will face is a minor penalty from the law enforcement hall. But if you lose your life, everything is truly lost. Wu Yong earnestly cautioned. Understood. Yi Zhou nodded. Though outwardly composed, his heart warmed. Though Wu Yong was greedy for wealth, who in the cultivation world wasn't? Every cultivator lacked resources. And while he may not have the purest intentions, he was certainly better than the vast majority of his sect. The mission jade slip indicated that 3 days prior, Furong Town had sent out a distress signal. 3 powerful malevolent spirits had invaded the town, wreaking havoc upon the populace. Furong Town was approximately 1,000 miles from the blood spirit sect. It took Yi Zhou 2 full days of travel to arrive. As he reached the clouds, Yi Zhou stood upon his flying sword, his spirit energy coursing through his eyes, gazing towards Furong Town. To his astonishment, he saw a colossal surge of gray-black, ghostly energy rising from the town. Upon witnessing this, Yi Zhou's expression shifted, his brows furrowing in concern. It was unlikely that merely 3 malevolent spirits could unleash such overwhelming ghostly energy. To proceed recklessly would be unwise, descending from the sky. Yi Zhou sheathed his flying sword and tapped his storage pouch. The 100 Ghost banner flew out, and with a flick of it, the small mountain appeared before him. Small mountain, investigate the situation in the town ahead. If you encounter danger or are discovered, immediately render yourself invisible to ensure your safety. The small mountain's cultivation had significantly increased, and its invisibility duration had extended to 2/4 of an hour. Therefore, sending it to probe the ghost-infested Furong Town was the most suitable course of action. Even if it encountered malevolent spirits of much higher cultivation, it could still make a clean escape. Understood. The small mountain transformed into a wisp of black smoke, rapidly vanishing from Yi Zhou's sight. At the entrance of the town, several clusters of relatively powerful dark energy floated back and forth, as if on alert. Not far from the dark energy, several decaying corpses lay on the ground, surrounded by heaps of rotten vegetables and grains, seemingly the remains of villagers who had come to the nearby market to buy produce. Unaware of the malevolent spirits terrorizing Furong Town, the expressions of these corpses were grotesque, their eyes wide open in fury as if they could not rest in death. Fortunately, the small mountain's cultivation far exceeded that of these malevolent spirits. After concealing its aura, the spirits remained completely oblivious to the small mountain's arrival. The small mountain took a circuitous route and drifted into Furong Town. Within Furong Town, the doors and windows of the houses stood wide open. Debris littered the ground, and the town was filled with the dismembered and decaying bodies of its residents. Occasionally, wisps of black energy floated by like patrolling soldiers above the corpses, their faces occasionally revealing vacant expressions. They were solely tasked with searching for the living within the town, completely ignoring the kindred small mountain that had infiltrated their midst. Do not slack off. Go search for the living, or you will answer for it. Yes, I'll go right away. On a narrow mountain path, in the central square of Furong Town, the atmosphere was thick with an ominous aura, more so than in any other place within the town. At the heart of the square sat a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his countenance sinister and gaunt. His pallid face was shrouded by a slight veil of darkness, and before him floated a banner adorned with 100 ghosts. To the left of the black-robed man lay several large cages filled with living souls, their faces contorted with terror as they trembled, fearful of attracting the man's attention. On the right side, the ground was littered with dried corpses, surrounded by a dozen malevolent spirits awaiting orders from the black-robed figure. Before long, the black-robed man concluded his meditation, opened his eyes, and coldly commanded, "Bring the people forth." The waiting spirits immediately obeyed, drifting towards one of the large cages. With a sharp click, the lock on the cage sprang open, and the terrified individuals within recoiled, only to be herded out one by the spirits. Forced to stand before the black-robed man, "Immortal Master, spare me. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant for eternity," devoutly following the path of the immortal sect. Many among the crowd knelt and pleaded. But the black-robed man remained unmoved. With a mere wave of his hand, several incantations struck the banner, causing it to tremble violently, radiating an ominous black light as a swirling vortex materialized around it. Kill them. Chapter 50. traitor of the demon's sect. Kill them, the black-robed man bellowed. The spirits, now unleashed, lunged at the living, and the air filled with desperate screams that echoed throughout the town in the blink of an eye. Those who had been forced out were transformed into a pile of lifeless bodies. The black-robed man directed a surge of spiritual energy at the banner. The vortex began to spin, drawing in a powerful suction that pulled white mist from the heads of the freshly slain corpses into the banner. Before long, the white mist was completely consumed. These fresh morsels shall be your reward, the black-robed man declared, closing his eyes to commence the refinement of the souls within the banner. Meanwhile, the spirits, ravenous for flesh, scrambled toward the heap of corpses, eagerly devouring the remains. Unbeknownst to the black-robed figure, a spirit named Xiaoshan observed from a distance amidst a dense thicket, continuously relaying information back to Yizhou. Xiaoshan's essence had merged with the banner, becoming Yizhou's ghostly servant, allowing for real-time communication within a radius of several kilometers. This was precisely why Yizhou had invested heavily in Xiaoshan's development. Its reconnaissance abilities were formidable, enabling him to evade numerous lethal threats. Master, this individual is extraordinarily powerful, at least at the 8th level of Qi refinement. What should we do? Xiaoshan inquired. This person is likely a disciple of the Blood Spirit sect. Continue to observe closely. If you are discovered and he intends to attack you, retreat and become invisible. With this intelligence, Yizhou's brow furrowed deeper. The regulations of the Blood Spirit sect strictly prohibited its members from wantonly slaughtering mortals within their domain. Not only was killing forbidden, but members were also obliged to ensure that the common folk were well-fed, warmly clothed, and able to live peacefully to provide fresh blood for awakening spiritual roots. Though the Blood Spirit sect was deemed a demonic faction, they understood the importance of their foundation. Yet, this cultivator clad in the sect's robes had orchestrated the massacre of a significant portion of the town's inhabitants without fear of repercussions. Was he perhaps a traitor to the Blood Spirit sect? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled another task listed on the B-rank mission Jade slip, apprehending the sect's traitor, Zhang Tian. Having only glanced at Zhang Tian's portrait once, Yizhou possessed an uncanny photographic memory, allowing him to remember the man's appearance vividly. Xiaoshan described this person's features. He has a pronounced hooked nose, thick lips, and a grotesque scar running down his left cheek. I see, it is indeed him, Zhang Tian, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, an inner disciple of the Blood Spirit sect. To his astonishment, he discovered that he and Zhang Tian were peers in strength. Zhang Tian had been injured by the sect's enforcers when he fled. The 3 malevolent spirits that had terrorized the town previously were likely released by him to slaughter innocents, consume their souls, and replenish his strength. Now that he had recovered, he likely sought to annihilate all remaining townsfolk to elevate the banner's rank. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 10 days for a B-rank mission to be reported and allocated. He probably never anticipated that Yizhou would arrive within 5 days. Once assured that Zhang Tian posed little threat to him, Yizhou sighed in relief and decided to enter the town. Although he had not officially accepted the task of killing Zhou Tian, obtaining the man's head and reporting it later would suffice, allowing him to complete 2 B-rank missions in one go. Just then, a sudden whoosh echoed through the sky, interrupting his thoughts. Yizhou quickly concealed his presence. He observed a man in a Taoist robe descending from above. This man appeared to be in his 40s. Bearded and tall, bearing a large, heavy sword on his back that glimmered with a faint white spiritual light, indicating it was a fine mid-grade artifact for Qi refinement. As soon as the middle-aged man landed, he made a beeline for Furong town. Could he be allied with Zhang Tian? Yizhou's heart sank. The man possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi refinement. While Yizhou was confident in his ability to withstand an assault from the two, he remained uncertain about the presence of other potential allies. While Yizhou pondered this, the middle-aged man had reached the town's entrance. Upon sensing the blood and flesh of the living, the spirits stationed there lunged at him. A mere ghost dares to be arrogant before me. With a sudden burst of speed, the middle-aged man dashed forward, and Yizhou soon heard a series of slicing sounds as the blade cleaved through the air. The man's swordsmanship was fierce, striking true with every swing. The spirits he struck down dissipated into nothingness before they could even utter a cry in mere moments. The middle-aged man had dispatched all the spirits guarding the entrance. It seemed he was not allied with Zhang Tian after all. Most likely, he was just a rogue cultivator here to investigate the situation. This development offered Yi Zhou an opportunity to leverage the man's strength to jointly eliminate Zhang Tian. Yi Zhou then purposefully released his aura. Friend, wait, who are you? The middle-aged man turned sharply, his expression wary as he sized up Yi Zhou. May I inquire if you seek to eliminate the rogue cultivator wreaking havoc in the town? Yi Zhou asked. What are you in league with that rogue? The middle-aged man observed Yi Zhou with suspicion as his blade glimmered ominously. Not at all. Our objectives align. I too am here to slay this fiend. The middle-aged man relaxed somewhat, though a flicker of doubt remained in his eyes as he sheathed his sword. Then let us join forces to eradicate this demon. What say you? That would be most agreeable. Yi Zhou replied eagerly. Typically, when executing tasks outside the sect, Yi Zhou refrained from wearing the blood spirit sect's robes. As long as he kept the banner concealed, his identity would remain secure, even if it were exposed. He had no fear of the middle-aged man. As they conversed, they walked side by side into Furong Town. It turned out that this man, surnamed Wu, was merely a rogue cultivator who harbored a deep-seated disdain for senseless slaughter by individuals like Zhang Tian. He had been en route to a gathering of rogue cultivators when he stumbled upon the townsfolk fleeing from Furong Town. Upon learning that he was a cultivator, they had implored him to rescue those still trapped, prompting him to divert his path to confront the rogue. Brother Wu, your courage is commendable, Yi Zhou praised, recalling tales from elders in his village about noble individuals like this middle-aged man. May I ask why you find yourself in this place? Wu inquired, shifting his gaze to Yi Zhou. Chapter 51. Encircling the traitor of the demon sect. Yi Zhou replied calmly. To speak candidly, I am here on the orders of my sect to eliminate the malevolent spirits plaguing Furong Town, only to discover that the true source of chaos is a rogue cultivator. Upon hearing Yi Zhou's words, Wu's eyes brightened with admiration. Brother Yi, you are a disciple of the immortal sect. How embarrassing for me. A mere rogue cultivator. Yi Zhou smiled and nodded. The blood spirit sect has never publicly declared itself as such, and any disciple who reveals their affiliation would face severe punishment. Mildly, they might be condemned to a lifetime of mining, or, more gravely, executed. The sect consistently claims to be a righteous celestial sect, dedicated to safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the common people. Long before the blood spirit sect's rise, Yi Zhou had heard Wu Yong speak of loose cultivators. Loose cultivators are those who neither belong to a sect nor are part of a cultivating family. They often inherit their cultivation methods from ancestors who practiced cultivation. Due to a scarcity of resources, loose cultivators generally possess low levels of cultivation and have very few magical artifacts. This Wu surname cultivator could be considered quite talented, having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement by the age of 40. This has led to the lowly status of loose cultivators within the cultivation world, often looked down upon by the practitioners of sects and families. To alter their status, most loose cultivators aspire to join powerful sects, while a small fraction, accustomed to freedom, finds the constraints of sect life intolerable and intends to remain loose cultivators for life. The blood spirit sect has never recruited loose cultivators. Initially, the middle-aged man addressed Yi Zhou as Brother Yi, but upon learning of his affiliation with the cultivation sect, he changed his address to Brother Y. Yi Zhou found this amusing yet somewhat poignant. It was inconceivable in the secular world for someone significantly older to refer to him in such a familiar manner. Yet in the cultivation realm, it was entirely reasonable, as age does not determine seniority there. Subsequently, they conversed about various topics, and upon discovering Yi Zhou was a disciple of a cultivation sect, the middle-aged man's demeanor became even more cordial, and he willingly introduced himself as Wu Feng. Loose cultivators typically lack a fixed residence, wandering from place to place, and Wu Feng had thus traveled to many countries. Yi Zhou, intrigued by the outside world, listened intently as Wu Feng passionately described nations beyond the great martial dynasty. From Wu Feng's words, Yi Zhou gleaned an understanding of the world outside. Their continent was named Linghuan, which hosted hundreds of countries, and the great martial dynasty, where he had grown up, was but a small nation at the edge of the continent with the shallowest spiritual energy, while simultaneously vanquishing the malevolent spirits lurking in the town and engaging in conversation. Yi Zhou noticed that the number of vengeful spirits attacking them had diminished significantly. Wu Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Not good. He has discovered us. It seems he is recalling the spirits to escape." With that, both he and Yi Zhou hurried towards the town center. Seizing the moment, Yizhou lagged slightly behind Wu Feng and stealthily collected a small mountain hiding in the shadows into the 100 Ghost banner before catching up. Wu Feng harbored no suspicion. After all, Yizhou's displayed strength was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, making his speed quite reasonable. Before reaching the town center, Yizhou spotted Zhang Tian ceasing his ritual with the 100 Ghost banner. He abruptly stood, grasped the banner before him, and swiftly captured the surrounding vengeful spirits within it, drawing out his flying sword to make his escape. Fortunately, Wu Feng had already arrived. He tightened his grip on his blade, pointing its edge at Zhang Tian, and coldly declared, "Your heinous deeds are well documented. You shall not escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Feng's spiritual energy surged, and he swung his great blade towards Zhang Tian, unleashing a fierce crescent-shaped white blade of energy that cleaved towards Zhang Tian's back. The surrounding air seemed to part before this strike. At the sight of this blade mark, Yizhou's pupils dilated in astonishment as he inwardly exclaimed, "Spirit Blade Technique." This technique, as the name suggests, involves transforming one's internal spiritual energy into a tangible attack, released through magical artifacts. Both pseudo-sword energy and genuine sword energy operate similarly. The distinction lies in that pseudo-sword energy is automatically released through formations within the artifact, while sword energy relies on the cultivation of the swordsman, and spirit blade technique can be learned through specific practices. Yizhou was taken aback that Wu Feng, a mere loose cultivator, possessed such an extraordinary technique. Seeing this, Zhang Tian's face twisted in fear. The blade mark flew towards him in an instant, leaving him no time to flee. Hurriedly, he clapped his hands, summoning a wall of ice, a thick and impenetrable barrier before him. The next moment, the blade mark struck the ice wall with a resounding crash, shattering it into 2 halves, though the blade mark dissipated as well. Before Zhang Tian could catch his breath, Wu Feng seized the opportunity to leap in front of him, swinging his great blade down once more. In a panic, Zhang Tian cast a spell at the 100 Ghost banner, which flashed with a dark light, releasing over a dozen vengeful spirits at the 3rd level of qi refinement to confront the advancing Wu Feng. Wu Feng laughed heartily, saying, "Just in time. I haven't had my fill of slaughtering yet with Brother Yi." He swiftly turned his blade towards the incoming malevolent spirits. In an instant, Wu Feng dispatched the majority of the vengeful spirits, leaving only a few who regarded him with fear, hesitating to charge forward. Yizhou was greatly astonished by Wu Feng's prowess. A disciple of the blood spirit sect at the 9th level of qi refinement was being thoroughly dominated in mere moments. Could he truly be just a loose cultivator? Yizhou couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness. The remaining vengeful spirits, witnessing Wu Feng's overwhelming strength, retreated in fright, scattering in all directions. Zhang Tian, hidden behind the spirits, furiously bellowed, "You useless fools! Charge forth and kill him. Otherwise, I will make you experience a fate worse than death." Upon hearing Zhang Tian's command, the remaining spirits, lacking any choice, charged at Wu Feng once more. Zhang Tian, seeing this, prepared to control his flying sword to escape. But just as he turned, a youthful, icy voice called out from behind him, "Zhang Tian, you have betrayed the celestial sect and joined the demonic cult. Your crimes are unforgivable. I, as a disciple of the celestial sect, have come to execute the traitor on behalf of the sect. If you acknowledge your sins and cease all resistance, I may persuade the law enforcement elder to spare your life." Finding his escape blocked by Yizhou, Zhang Tian's heart sank. However, upon sensing that Yizhou's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, his expression contorted into one of extreme malice. "You dare to challenge me with your pitiful 6th level of qi refinement? You seek death." Chapter 52. The eerie soul-devouring skeleton. With that, Zhang Tian unleashed a spell upon his flying sword, which soared towards Yizhou with a sharp clang, aiming directly for his dantian. "Humph!" Yizhou scoffed coldly, retrieving 3 iron-blue seeds from his storage pouch, which shot forth, intercepting the flying sword. The sounds of clashing echoed as the sword and seeds collided midair, sparks flying in every direction. The iron-blue seeds surprisingly matched the flying sword in combat. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback, his face contorted with malice. "What formidable spiritual energy! No wonder you have such audacity." He then slapped the 100 Ghost banner again, causing it to tremble slightly as another dozen vengeful spirits at the 3rd level of qi refinement surged forth to attack Yizhou. You are merely at the 6th level of chi refinement. Controlling an iron blue seed to engage my flying sword is already pushing your limits. Let us see how you withstand my 100 ghost banner. Obey my command and devour him in an instant. More than a dozen vengeful spirits lunged at Yi Zhou. Kikik, the flesh and blood of a cultivator is highly nourishing for you. His soul can elevate your cultivation. Whoever delivers the final blow shall be rewarded with 100 mortal souls. At this, the spirit's eyes lit up with greed, transforming into even more fearsome apparitions. Yet, Yi Zhou did not hastily draw his other magical artifacts but instead retreated swiftly on his sword. Zhang Tian, intending to command the spirits to pursue Yi Zhou, was suddenly startled by a sound of blades slicing through the air from behind, followed by a voice filled with concern. "Brother Yi, are you all right?" Wu Feng had already slain all of the strongest vengeful spirits Zhang Tian had released and was now launching an attack against him. Zhang Tian quickly sidestepped to escape, all the while waving his 100 ghost banner, releasing another dozen spirits to hinder Wu Feng's advance. As soon as Zhang Tian steadied himself, Yi Zhou finally took out several talismans from his storage pouch. With a flick of his hand, the talismans flew forth, transforming into fireballs the size of watermelons, soaring towards the oncoming spirits. With a series of explosive sounds, the fireballs detonated upon impact with the spirits, instantly decimating half of them. Transformation Fireball Talisman. Upon witnessing Yi Zhou unleash several fireball talismans, Zhang Tian's expression changed drastically, while Wu Feng looked on with envy. Each fireball talisman was worth 5 or 6 spirit stones, a precious commodity for loose cultivators. Zhang Tian realized that the spirits he had released posed no threat to Yi Zhou any longer, so he waved his 100 ghost banner, commanding the remaining spirits to scatter and buy himself some time. "You have all forced my hand." Zhang Tian's countenance was shrouded in an ominous pallor, his head throbbing painfully as he retrieved a black, soul-eating skeleton from his storage pouch. With a swift motion, he used a dagger to slice open his own arm, a small trickle of blood oozing from the wound and cascading onto the soul-eating skeleton. As the blood was absorbed, a flash of dark light emanated from the skeleton, and 2 crimson glimmers ignited within its hollow eye sockets. The flow of blood intensified, causing the red glow to brighten even further. Just as the crimson orbs swelled to the size of eggs, Zhang Tian stemmed the bleeding from his arm and cast a spell upon the soul-eating skeleton, which began to levitate slowly from his grasp, its toothy maw snapping incessantly, resembling a living creature. "This is bad. I never anticipated that this creature could forge such a malevolent, disposable artifact." Wu Feng and Yi Zhou's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhang Tian's visage had turned as pale as a sheet. His features contorted into a ghastly grimace, resembling a fiend rather than a living being. "Go. First, eliminate this brat." In Zhang Tian's estimation, despite Yi Zhou's profound spiritual energy, he was merely at the 6th level of chi refinement, while Wu Feng was at the 9th level, making him a far more formidable foe. If he could eliminate Yi Zhou, he might seize the opportunity to escape. In that moment, the soul-eating skeleton lunged at Yi Zhou, its gaping maw brimming with fangs. The skeleton moved with lightning speed, closing the distance to Yi Zhou in an instant. Sensing the peculiar nature of the skeleton, Yi Zhou hesitated not, summoning several talismans that transformed into 4 or 5 fiery projectiles, launching toward the advancing skeleton. Before the fireballs could reach their target, the skeleton opened its mouth, unleashing a plume of black smoke that enveloped the oncoming flames. The watermelon-sized fireballs flickered within the smoke for a moment before extinguishing without releasing their power. Yi Zhou's heart sank. He dared not underestimate this soul-eating skeleton. He hastily reached into his storage pouch, producing a small sword that shimmered with spiritual light. With a deft motion, Yi Zhou sent the sword hurtling toward the left eye socket of the skeleton. "Humph! Seeking death!" Zhang Tian scoffed from a distance, seemingly unconcerned about the small sword's capacity to destroy the skeleton. Yi Zhou, however, felt a knot of anxiety. He had never encountered such an artifact before. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, entangled with a vengeful spirit, briefly exhibited surprise upon glimpsing the soul-eating skeleton, indicating he too was unfamiliar with its origins. In the midst of contemplation, Yi Zhou's small sword approached the skeleton, which once again exhaled a cloud of black smoke, engulfing the unsuspecting sword. The weapon spun chaotically within the smoke, akin to a headless fly. Realizing the peril, Yi Zhou attempted to recall the sword, only to discover the connection severed in the next instant. The sword fell to the ground, devoid of spirit, reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. Yizhou's brow furrowed in concern. What an odd soul-eating skeleton. Its emitted smoke can actually erode the spirit of artifacts. It seems I cannot rely on them any longer, as he pondered. Wu Feng swiftly dispatched the vengeful spirits surrounding him and approached Zhang Tian, preparing to strike. However, Zhang Tian turned with a sinister grin. "I've been waiting for you. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Zhang Tian hurled a slightly smaller soul-eating skeleton, comparable in size to a fist, toward Wu Feng. No one had anticipated that Zhang Tian possessed not one, but two soul-eating skeletons. Wu Feng halted mid-swing, retreating hastily as the gaping maw of the skeleton pursued him relentlessly. Wu Feng dared not confront it with his blade. He had witnessed the fate of Yizhou's small sword and realized he was but a lone cultivator without the abundant resources of a sect like Yizhou. If his solitary weapon were destroyed, acquiring another would prove exceedingly difficult. Seeing Wu Feng, who had previously boasted of killing him, now fleeing from his own soul-eating skeleton, brought Zhang Tian a sense of vindication. Redirecting his focus toward Yizhou, the latter, maintaining a calm facade, retrieved several more talismans from his storage pouch, launching another volley of fiery projectiles at the approaching skeleton. Zhang Tian dismissed them with scorn, taunting, "Do you think mere talismans can harm my artifact?" Yet Yizhou retorted coolly, "Your soul-eating skeleton is indeed formidable. However, I've noticed that with each exhalation of toxic smoke, its forehead bears more cracks. Let us see how many more it can expel." Zhang Tian's expression shifted once more, filled with rage. Damn it! This brat, despite being merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, proves to be such a nuisance. The previous skirmish had drained much of his spiritual energy, leaving him with barely enough to sustain the two soul-eating skeletons for a mere quarter of an hour. However, a more pressing concern loomed. The skeleton entangled with Yizhou might not endure even that long. If his only reliance on the skeleton were to be destroyed, escape would be impossible. With a fierce resolve, Zhang Tian unleashed 2 consecutive spells upon the 100 Ghosts banner, which he had refined into a superior artifact. Instantly, a torrent of ghostly energy surged forth, and over 20 vengeful spirits erupted from the banner, clamoring to engage Yizhou. I must spare no effort to eliminate this brat. The onslaught of spirits charged at Yizhou, who countered with an unceasing barrage of fiery talismans. The explosions echoed, scattering the vengeful spirits into disarray. In the midst of the chaos, Yizhou produced a radiant flying sword from his storage pouch. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the scattered spirits. Cursed be this child. Is he not merely at the 6th level of qi refinement? How can he wield 2 artifacts simultaneously? At that moment, Yizhou commanded both the Iron Green Child and the Flying Sword to combat Zhang Tian's spirits while simultaneously deploying talismans against the encroaching soul-eating skeleton. His focus remained unerring, executing each action flawlessly, an accomplishment far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 6th level qi refinement cultivator. Wu Feng, momentarily taken aback, observed with astonishment. Indeed, Yizhou's spiritual essence was exceptionally robust, and his energy was immense. The sharp blade of the sword gleamed as it effortlessly cut down the leading spirits, causing the remaining spirits to falter and hesitate. Zhang Tian, realizing that these spirits posed no substantial threat to Yizhou, had summoned them merely to distract him while the soul-eating skeleton struck. However, it appeared that these spirits could hardly impede Yizhou, who continued to unleash a relentless barrage of talismans and superior artifacts with remarkable quality. Zhang Tian, gritting his teeth, bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the 100 Ghosts banner, which immediately absorbed the blood, emitting a crimson glow. The eyes of the spirits ignited with red light, dispelling their previous trepidation, and they lunged at the sword with reckless abandon, intent on ensnaring it. We must restrain him. Meanwhile, the larger soul-eating skeleton, riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse, could only emit a faint wisp of nearly transparent black smoke. Yizhou unleashed several fireball talismans, the glowing symbols transforming into scorching projectiles aimed at the skeleton. As predicted, the skeleton's maw opened wide, releasing only a thin wisp of smoke, unable to expel enough to mitigate the fireballs. Explosions erupted as the flames engulfed the skeleton, obliterating it into nothingness. Simultaneously, The 10 or more red-eyed spirits summoned by Zhang Tian fell beneath Yi Zhou's flying sword, leaving Zhang Tian bereft of means to threaten Yi Zhou's safety. "Traitor! You shall pay!" Yi Zhou's voice rang out coldly as he swiftly cast a spell upon his flying sword. With a whoosh, the sword soared toward Zhang Tian, whose pallid face turned ashen as he scrambled to evade, simultaneously casting a spell upon the 100 Ghosts banner, summoning forth another dozen spirits, who pleaded, "Do not kill me. I am willing to return to my sect for punishment." It is too late. Zhang Tian had reached a dead end. Yi Zhou would not grant him any further opportunities. As despair washed over Zhang Tian, and the spirits he summoned failed to launch an attack on Yi Zhou, instead forming a protective barrier around him. Yi Zhou declared, "Sword Qi, banish the demons," as he executed a decisive spell upon his sword. The spiritual sword emitted a resonant clang, its cold light flaring brilliantly as it coalesced into a fierce sword Qi that cleaved towards Zhang Tian's neck. Zhang Tian hastily attempted to evade, narrowly escaping the fatal blow. However, the sword severed both of his calves. As for the vengeful spirit guarding him, it was instantly obliterated, leaving no room for resistance. This formidable sword Qi was unleashed by the spiritual sword that had been seized from Zhao Chong. The sudden, agonizing pain and loss of balance caused Zhang Tian to tumble helplessly to the ground. Noticing the flying sword turning back to strike at him once more, he hastily bowed his head in a plea for mercy, exclaiming, "Please spare me. I will give you all the magical artifacts on my person, and I possess numerous secret methods to enhance one's cultivation that I can share. I only ask for—" Zhang Tian's voice abruptly fell silent. As he could not complete his sentence, the flying sword had already plunged unimpeded into his dantian. After stirring within his dantian, the sword withdrew and severed his head. The multitude of spirits nearby, enticed by the scent of blood, surged towards Zhang Tian's lifeless body, ravenously devouring his flesh and blood. Had it not been for Yi Zhou's quick reflexes in retrieving Zhang Tian's head, it would have undoubtedly been consumed entirely, thereby hindering Yi Zhou's ability to present proof of his mission. With a thunderous boom, as Zhang Tian met his demise, a small skeletal spirit known as the Soul Devourer, which had been relentlessly pursuing Wu Feng from a distance, exploded in place. A thick cloud of black smoke, measuring half a zhang in width, suddenly emerged, transforming any nearby flora and fauna that came into contact with it into pools of black liquid. Fortunately, Wu Feng was far enough away to avoid the fallout of this ominous smoke. Upon Wu Feng's arrival, Zhang Tian's corpse lay in a mere handful of remnants, having been partially consumed by the vengeful spirits. He gazed at Yi Zhou with admiration, exclaiming, "Yi brother, you truly are a remarkable disciple of the sect. Such a formidable demon cultivator stood no chance against your prowess. I am in utmost admiration." Yi Zhou exchanged a few polite niceties with him, their eyes silently acknowledging the scattered magical artifacts that lay upon the ground. While Wu Feng's interest was drawn to Zhang Tian's flying sword, Yi Zhou's gaze was fixated on the 100 Ghost banner. "Brother Yi, although we arrive late, we have eradicated the demon cultivator, preserving the lives of the remaining townsfolk. Should we not discuss the distribution of this demon's treasures?" Though Yi Zhou had been the one to slay Zhang Tian, Wu Feng had also played a role, and according to the unspoken rules of the martial world, he was entitled to a share of Zhang Tian's possessions. Yi Zhou replied with a smile, "Of course, however, the 100 Ghost banner, which specializes in the manipulation of human souls for its own use, is exceedingly malevolent. This demon, Zhang Tian, has used it to slay innocents. As a disciple of the immortal sect, I cannot allow it to remain in circulation. It is best to bring it back to the sect, where the elders can use their great powers to cleanse it of its malevolent aura and facilitate the spirit's reincarnation, ultimately destroying this artifact. This is the most prudent course of action." Without waiting for Wu Feng's response, Yi Zhou promptly collected the 100 Ghost banner. From their earlier battle with Zhang Tian, it was evident that while Wu Feng had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Yi Zhou was even stronger, and as the one who had slain Zhang Tian, he naturally held the authority in this matter. Yi Zhou cast a spell upon the 100 Ghost banner, causing a black vortex to appear on its surface. He then tossed the banner into the air, proclaiming, "Gather." The vengeful spirits within a radius of several zhang were drawn into the banner, and as the last spirit was captured, the vortex vanished, and the banner gently returned to Yi Zhou's hand. Wu Feng, witnessing this, laughed heartily and praised, Indeed, brother Yi, You are truly diligent. I lack the means to utilize this 100-ghost banner, so it is of no use to me. Yi Zhou sighed. I cannot bear to see them suffer eternally within, only to end up dissipated. With that, he stored the 100-ghost banner in his storage bag, contemplating that upon returning to the sect, he would release the spirits for Xiao Shan to consume, thus providing a form of salvation. As for the notion of requesting the elders to assist the spirits in reincarnation, that was utterly implausible. The blood spirit sect was a demonic sect, and the righteous sects were unlikely to engage in such thankless tasks. With a wave of his sleeve, the flying sword darted towards a nearby cage, severing the chains that bound the ordinary townsfolk imprisoned within. The rescued citizens, experiencing a resurgence of life, were overwhelmed with joy. Some were so moved that tears streamed down their faces, unable to comprehend their miraculous survival. Once they regained their composure, they knelt and bowed deeply to Yi Zhou and Wu Feng, exclaiming their gratitude. Thank you, immortal. Thank you for saving our lives. May we know the names of the two immortals? The townsfolk of Furong Town would like to honor your names in our ancestral hall, never to forget your kindness. Yi Zhou responded, Please, rise. I am but a disciple of the immortal sect, sent here to vanquish the demon cultivator. All malevolent spirits have been eradicated, and you may now live in peace. As he spoke, he produced a generous sum of silver coins, distributing them among the townsfolk. You have endured much hardship. These coins should be used to procure food and clothing, so that you need not fear freezing or starving. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk were even more grateful, weeping profusely and fervently bowing. Refusing to rise, Yi Zhou picked up the storage bag and Zhang Tian's flying sword from the ground. Wu Feng's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this, but he quickly regained his composure. That moment, Yi Zhou turned to Wu Feng and said, Brother Wu, after you. Yi Zhou mounted the flying sword, and Wu Feng ascended atop his great blade, the two ascending into the sky and flying away. Once they had distanced themselves from Furong Town, Yi Zhou descended from the flying sword, casting a wry smile at Wu Feng, for although this was not his first experience with the townsfolk's reverence, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Brother Wu, having claimed the 100-ghost banner, you may select from the remaining artifacts, Yi Zhou said, handing the storage bag to Wu Feng. Having previously scanned the contents of the storage bag with his divine sense when picking up the 100-ghost banner, Yi Zhou couldn't help but feel disappointed, muttering to himself, Is this Zhang Tian truly an inner disciple? He appears even poorer than Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang at least had a few artifacts to his name. But aside from that flying sword, Zhang Tian's storage bag holds only 20 or so spirit stones, and some odds and ends. It seemed he had expended all his resources crafting the 100-ghost banner and the Soul Devourer. According to the unwritten rules of the cultivation world, the one who slays a foe is entitled to claim the lion's share and has the right to choose first. Only after their selection can others choose. Nevertheless, Yi Zhou allowed Wu Feng to go first, a gesture that undoubtedly signaled goodwill towards him. Wu Feng rubbed his hands together, taking the storage bag from Yi Zhou, and exclaimed excitedly, This is inappropriate. Besides, Brother Yi, you are not keeping the 100-ghost banner for yourself, but are taking it back to the sect for destruction. Wouldn't that mean I am taking advantage of you? Despite his words, there was no hint of embarrassment on his face as he eagerly probed into the storage bag with his divine sense. After a moment, he joyfully extracted the flying sword, turning to Yi Zhou with utmost seriousness. Brother Yi, I only desire this flying sword. I shall not claim anything else. Everything else belongs to you. Yi Zhou already possessed a flying sword capable of unleashing pseudo-sword chi and had no interest in Zhang Tian's sword. Thus he readily acquiesced to Wu Feng's request. Wu Feng expressed his gratitude profusely, eagerly inspecting the sword as if it were a long-lost beloved. Brother Yi, do not be amused. For us wandering cultivators without the protection of a sect, it is no easy feat to acquire a precious artifact. One must wait for many years. The last time I acquired one was a decade ago. I understand. Yi Zhou acknowledged. Having slain Zhang Tian, he had also incurred significant costs, losing a low-grade flying sword distributed by the sect and expending over 30 talismans. Fortunately, he had obtained the 100-ghost banner, which was refined to a high-grade level, allowing him to complete his mission and receive generous rewards from the sect. Completing a B or A-level mission not only grants corresponding contribution points to the sect, but also additional rewards such as spirit stones, spirit herbs, and talismans. Though not in great quantity, they would at least help mitigate his losses. With the demon cultivator vanquished, Yizhou calculated that the annual gathering of wandering cultivators should have commenced. If they delayed, all the good treasures would be claimed, and that would be a significant loss. Brother Yi, do you have any interest in accompanying me? Although the treasures of wandering cultivators cannot compare to those of the sect, there are still many good items at the annual gathering. That Wu Feng, having just acquired a mid-grade flying sword, was in high spirits and attempted to invite Yizhou to join him. Upon hearing about the gathering, Yizhou hesitated briefly. Wu Feng, sensing his reluctance, immediately reassured him, "Fear not, Brother Yi. Attending the gathering will not take much of your time." Why Yizhou had indeed been intrigued by the gathering of wandering cultivators. Having been surrounded by Blood Spirit sect members, and he yearned for contact with other practitioners. The Blood Spirit sect was a demonic sect, and lingering there was not advisable. Why Yizhou knew he must eventually leave. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng secretly exhaled in relief, his eyes momentarily gleaming with excitement, though this gleam quickly vanished, unnoticed by Yizhou. "Go be honest. I have never attended such a gathering of cultivators before. I shall accompany Brother Wu today to witness it. If I can exchange for some useful treasures, that would be splendid. Here are a few spirit stones as your guide." Yizhou smiled as he retrieved 6 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Wu Feng. "Rest assured, this journey will not disappoint you," Wu Feng replied enthusiastically. He then shook his head, adding, "Please, Brother Yi, take back these spirit stones. I have already taken advantage of you once, and I feel quite embarrassed." Yizhou, showing no signs of hesitation, stowed away the spiritual stones and, alongside Wu Feng, made his way towards the direction of the gathering of loose cultivators. As they journeyed, they engaged in casual conversation, during which Yizhou inquired about various aspects of the cultivation world that were previously unknown to him. After some time, the two arrived at the edge of a dense forest. "This is the place," Yizhou exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. However, contrary to his expectations of a bustling market, he observed a rather tranquil scene. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced the reason for the sparse activity. Although the area was not devoid of people, it was likely that the organizers of the gathering had established a formation to deter ordinary folk from intruding. Indeed, Wu Feng produced a sound transmission talisman from his robe, brought it to his lips, and uttered a few words, causing the talisman to soar into the depths of the forest. Chapter 55. Attending the gathering of loose cultivators, the talisman flew approximately 2 zhang before vanishing as if it had sunk into water. Wu Feng turned to Yizhou, saying, "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. This illusion will dissipate shortly. Brother Wu, might I inquire if there are any particular rules governing this gathering? I would hate to encounter difficulties due to my ignorance of the customs." Yizhou asked, his voice tinged with mild concern. Wu Feng, his spirits lifted since Yizhou had agreed to accompany him, replied candidly, "We, as cultivators, are quite free-spirited and do not adhere to strict regulations. However, if Brother Yi wishes to set up a stall to sell items at the gathering, a fee of some spiritual stones must be paid to the event's organizer. Other than that, you are free to wander as you please." In no time, the scenery before them began to dissolve like mist, revealing a winding pathway shrouded in white fog on either side. "After you, Brother Yi," Wu Feng gestured invitingly, and together they stepped onto the path. Wu Feng fell half a step behind Yizhou and, upon witnessing Yizhou enter the path, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling with joy as they stepped onto the path. Yizhou faintly heard the distant murmur of conversations, suggesting a considerable turnout for the gathering of loose cultivators, perhaps promising him numerous opportunities for gain. 15 minutes later, the path led them to an end, where a large square came into view, bustling with cultivators of various levels, reminiscent of a lively market in the mortal realm. "Brother Wu, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you the entire day." A middle-aged cultivator, who had been waiting by the side of the path, greeted them with a smile, patting Wu Feng on the shoulder. "My apologies, Brother Chu. I should have arrived a day earlier, but I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances along the way." Wu Feng replied with a smile. Wu Feng then turned to the elder standing behind the middle-aged cultivator and respectfully said, "Elder Su, it has been a decade since we last met. You seem to have regained much youth, indicating a notable advancement in your cultivation." Yizhou observed Elder Su, noting his youthful countenance, suggesting signs of rejuvenation. "Your keen eye has not dulled over the years. Dao friend Wut was merely a fortunate breakthrough in my cultivation to the 12th layer of Qi refinement 2 years ago. Elder Su replied with a contented smile. Both Wu Feng and Yi Zhou's eyes brightened, and they offered their congratulations to Elder Su. With Yi Zhou reflecting inwardly, it appears that resources are indeed scarce for loose cultivators. Reaching the 12th layer of Qi refinement is an achievement that many would envy. At this moment, Elder Su turned his attention to Yi Zhou, his brow furrowing in curiosity. I do not believe I have seen this young friend before. Are you not a loose cultivator from the Great Wu dynasty? Wu Feng then recalled Yi Zhou's presence and quickly offered an apologetic smile. Introducing him, Elder Su, you are mistaken. Brother Yi is indeed visiting for the first time. But he is not a loose cultivator. He is a prodigious disciple from a celestial sect, possessing extraordinary abilities. A disciple of a celestial sect? Both Elder Su and the middle-aged cultivator exclaimed in disbelief. Their gazes fixed on Yi Zhou. The celestial sects were known for their aloofness, often looking down upon loose cultivators, and it was rare for them to attend such gatherings. What Yi Zhou did not know was that typically, the overseers and elders of sects would advise their disciples against attending gatherings of loose cultivators, as frequent interactions could potentially expose the secrets of their sections. However, Yi Zhou, being under Elder Shu's tutelage, had not received such warnings. Wu Feng, noticing the shock on Elder Su and Brother Chu's faces, could only chuckle helplessly and turn to Yi Zhou to explain. Brother Yi, Elder Su is the organizer of this gathering, and Brother Chu here is a close friend of mine for many years. Greetings, Elder Su, Brother Chu. Yi Zhou nodded respectfully to both, showing no inclination for further discussion, as he was eager to experience the gathering and seek out treasures he might need. Brother Wu, may I have a word with you? The middle-aged cultivator beckoned Wu Feng aside, who cast an apologetic glance at Yi Zhou. Please go ahead. I shall wait here for a moment, Yi Zhou replied nonchalantly, watching as the two walked a few paces away. Though Yi Zhou had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation, he keenly sensed their furtive glances cast in his direction as they spoke. Elder Su approached Yi Zhou, inquiring, Dao friend Yi, there is a question I am hesitant to ask, but may I inquire what brings you to accompany Wu Feng? Yi Zhou furrowed his brow slightly at Elder Su's words. Sensing a shift in tone that suggested their earlier camaraderie was not as strong as it seemed. Becoming increasingly cautious, he recounted the circumstances of his earlier encounter with Wu Feng, explaining how they had eradicated the demon cultivator Zhang Tian. An event witnessed by many common folk and, therefore, not a secret. Elder Su's expression shifted to one of surprise. He deliberately diverted his path to slay a demon cultivator. Indeed, Yi Zhou affirmed with a nod. Elder Su scrutinized Yi Zhou, a trace of concern etched on his face. Just as he was about to speak further, Wu Feng and the middle-aged cultivator returned, prompting Yi Zhou to refrain from further inquiries. Wu Feng addressed Elder Su and Brother Chu. Elder Su, we must take our leave for now. Brother Chu, I shall visit you both later. The middle-aged cultivator responded with a beaming smile. Do not worry. Take your time, but be sure to attend to Brother Yi. That is only natural, Wu Feng replied before bidding farewell to the two and leading Yi Zhou towards the opposite side of the square. As Yi Zhou walked away, Elder Su glared at Brother Chu, admonishing, I will not mention the misdeeds of the past, but how could you entertain thoughts of involving a disciple from a celestial sect? If they were to come looking for us, before Elder Su could finish his sentence, the middle-aged cultivator scoffed dismissively, his previous jovial demeanor replaced by a steely glare. Bah! Nonsense about celestial sects. They are merely remnants of the blood spirit sect. They deserve to be exterminated. Elder Su's face paled in horror. The blood spirit sect? Are you referring to the sect that was eradicated years ago by the joint efforts of several major cultivation sects? How could it be resurfacing within the Great Wu dynasty? The middle-aged cultivator shook his head, cautioning, I do not have the answers to that. What I do know is that the celestial sect is here for a specific purpose. Seeking him out, it is best not to inquire too deeply into their affairs. Given your strength, it would be wise not to interfere. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave danger. As for why the righteous sects would seek out a mere outer disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, only they know the answer. As they walked, Wu Feng pointed patiently towards the left side of the square. This area is designated for trading among cultivators. If Brother Yi wishes to set up a stall, you may pay a fee of spiritual stones at the small building at the entrance to select your desired location. Yi Zhou followed Wu Feng's gesture and beheld the so-called trading area, a vast expanse paved with bluish stones. At the entrance stood a simple wooden structure, through which cultivators occasionally entered and exited. On either side of the trading area were scattered small stalls, with numerous cultivators bustling about, some pausing to inspect the wares while others inquired of the stall owners. Yizhou felt a surge of excitement. His purpose for attending was precisely to acquire useful items. Wu Feng continued, "Do not rush, Brother Yi. For the first couple of days, most of the stalls are occupied by lower-tier cultivators. The gathering will truly reach its peak tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yizhou nodded, his eagerness to explore the trading area somewhat tempered. Following Wu Feng, they made their way to the right side of the square, where several small buildings had been constructed, each protected by a formation. A few cultivators were seen moving between the buildings, holding wooden tokens. Wu Feng pointed towards the small buildings, explaining, "This is a resting area established by Elder Su. A night's stay here requires a payment of 3 low-tier spiritual stones." Yi Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. "Does that mean attending this gathering would require at least 21 spiritual stones?" Wu Feng shook his head, gesturing towards an open area about 100 meters away from the small buildings. "Brother Yi, you are mistaken. Most who rest here are from esteemed cultivation families. The loose cultivators tend to be quite frugal and will rest over there in that open space." Yizhou followed Wu Feng's indication and saw a section of ground where simple tents had been erected, with many cultivators moving among them. In the foreground, a small stall was selling tents. Wu Feng added, "Cultivators only need to spend 2 spiritual stones to purchase a tent, allowing them to rest here free of charge." Yizhou chuckled inwardly, realizing that Elder Su was so meticulous as to not miss even the smallest opportunity for profit. As long as cultivators attended the gathering, he would undoubtedly gain 2 spiritual stones from each one. At that moment, a figure emerged from the small building, flying towards Wu Feng with urgency. Before landing, the figure exclaimed, "Brother Wu, have you brought the items?" Wu Feng glanced at Yizhou, hesitantly nodding at him. "I have brought the items," but Yizhou had already grasped the general layout of the gathering and felt no need for Wu Feng's company. Coupled with Elder Su's earlier remarks, he sensed that Wu Feng was not as simple as he appeared, and thus wished to minimize their entanglement. He interrupted Wu Feng, saying, "Brother Wu, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. I shall take this opportunity to explore the trading area. Thank you for your earlier introduction." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, No, Brother Yi, you are new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. How can I allow you to wander alone? It's just..." A person beside them grew anxious. "The gathering area is not that large. What is there to worry about? I have brought the spirit stones. Let us complete our transaction first." A flicker of ferocity crossed Wu Feng's eyes as he looked at the person. Realizing he could no longer insist, he turned to Yizhou with reluctance, saying, "Then Brother Yi, do enjoy your stroll. Should anything arise, you can use this communication talisman to reach me." With that, Wu Feng retrieved several communication talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Yizhou. Yizhou accepted them, bidding farewell to the two and making his way toward the trading area. In the trading area, Yizhou strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing at the small stalls lining the path. He had initially believed that the items for sale would pertain to the realm of cultivation, yet to his surprise, he encountered numerous mundane weapons, herbs, and even stalls selling food. An astonishing array of peculiarities. As he continued forward, Yizhou finally spotted some items belonging to the realm of cultivation. A low-grade fireball talisman was being sold for 2 spirit stones. A damaged low-grade qi refining artifact was astonishingly priced at 50 spirit stones. Yizhou shook his head in dismay. Low-grade qi refining artifacts had long since ceased to capture his interest, let alone ones that were damaged. While he dismissed the items, the other 2 potential buyers engaged in a fierce struggle over the broken artifact, prompting the nearby cultivators tasked with maintaining order to swiftly subdue the troublemakers. The life of a rogue cultivator was indeed challenging. It was no wonder Wu Feng had been so thrilled to acquire a mid-grade qi refining flying sword. Noticing that the remaining stalls offered little variety, and feeling a growing wariness towards Wu Feng and the rogue cultivator, Yizhou lost his desire to continue browsing. He turned and headed towards the resting area, intending to leave quietly and return to the blood spirit sect. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing azure dress blocked Yizhou's path. Her face was veiled in a layer of azure gauze, revealing only her delicate willow-like eyebrows and enchanting large eyes. Upon meeting her gaze, Yizhou felt a chill wash over him, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, an overwhelming aura of danger enveloping him. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat from her presence, but to his dismay, an unresisting, Terrifying divine consciousness bore down upon him. Yizhou's face turned pale as he stifled a groan. The spiritual energy within him ceased to flow under this oppressive force, leaving him in a state of profound shock. This is bad. Her cultivation is far too formidable. She has likely reached the late stage of foundation establishment, or perhaps even stronger. Initially, he had been cautious but did not leave. Knowing that the strongest cultivator at this rogue gathering, Elder Su, was merely at the 12th level of qi refining. Even if he were to act, Yizhou felt he could handle the situation without sustaining harm. Yet he never anticipated that such a terrifyingly powerful presence would suddenly target him. He was certain he had never encountered this woman before. His back prickled with fear, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. "Come with me," the woman in azure commanded, her voice devoid of emotion, as she turned and soared towards a small building, with Yizhou following behind like a marionette, rigid and compliant. They came to a small courtyard filled with intricate formations, surrounded by lush green bamboo. Here, Yizhou spotted Wu Feng and the middle-aged cultivator who had accompanied him. In an instant, Yizhou realized the truth. He had been ensnared by Wu Feng, who seemed so amiable and righteous. "Since the task has been completed, may I now receive the promised reward?" Yizhou asked, his tone tinged with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The middle-aged cultivator, who had been standing silently, turned eagerly toward the woman in azure. "Naturally," she replied coldly, "but I prefer that this matter remains confidential." Both Wu Feng and the middle-aged cultivator immediately nodded in unison, assuring her, "We understand, esteemed one, rest assured, we would not dare to disclose this matter." The woman nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "The mouths of the dead are the most tightly sealed." Suddenly, Wu Feng and the middle-aged cultivator's expressions shifted dramatically, and they turned to flee. A flash of red light shot forth from the woman's hand. Before Wu Feng and the middle-aged cultivator could even cry out, gaping holes the size of fists appeared in their heads, charred edges emitting the scent of roasted flesh. As the woman retracted the red light, Yizhou caught a glimpse of its true form, a crimson, fire-infused whip. The whip was adorned with sharp, blood-red scales, its handle fashioned into the shape of a dragon's head, its mouth agape, clutching a fire-red orb the size of a small child's fist. The fiery aura emanated from this orb. Yizhou recognized that the orb was the inner core of a demonic beast. Yet he could not discern the species of the beast that possessed such a formidable core. After retracting the dragon-headed whip, the woman seated herself upon a chair beneath the eaves, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yizhou, musing aloud. "Not bad. Your spiritual sense is quite formidable. You should catch that old man's attention." She then observed Yizhou, who stood frozen in place, and produced a green pill exuding a putrid odor. With a flick of her finger, the pill was sent directly into Yizhou's abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones, surged from his dantian throughout his body, causing him to pale and tremble. A quarter of an hour later, just as Yizhou thought he might faint from the agony, the pain suddenly dissipated entirely. The woman retracted her divine consciousness, and Yizhou regained control of his body. Albeit feeling extremely weakened, he stood firm, trying to maintain his composure. Despite being gripped by terror, Yizhou managed to speak calmly. "Esteemed one, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. I assure you, I have never encountered you before. I implore you to see reason and spare my life. Or perhaps you require my assistance with a task?" The woman replied slowly, "I know you are Yizhou, an outer disciple of the blood spirit sect, a genuine little demon. Though young, you are quite clever, and your spiritual sense is strong. I have a task for you." Why Yizhou's heart raced in response. She referred to him as a little demon. Could she be a righteous cultivator? "Please, esteemed one, speak. If it falls within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate to serve you." Yizhou understood that since she had dared to relinquish control of his body, she possessed absolute confidence in her own strength. The gap in their power was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Even if Yizhou produced 1,000 talismans, it was nearly impossible for him to defeat her. He resolved to play along with the woman, biding his time until he could escape the danger. "Rest assured, you will not die in the short term. Once you return to the blood spirit sect, you are to infiltrate the side of your sect master, striving to become his personal disciple, and then follow my instructions to have any chance of survival." Why Yizhou forced a smile. "Esteemed one, you may not realize, but I am merely an ordinary outer disciple. Even if I were fortunate enough to become an inner disciple, I could not possibly infiltrate the sect master's side. All disciples serving him are exceptionally gifted personal disciples. I am but a waste of spiritual roots. The sect master would never accept me. The woman shook her head and laughed. Do not worry. You will undoubtedly be accepted by that old man. Wei Zhou was perplexed by her unwavering confidence that he would be chosen as a personal disciple. But given the circumstances, he dared not push back further, lest he provoke her ire. His priority was to preserve his life. Very well, if the sect master truly accepts me as a personal disciple, I shall comply with your wishes and await your instructions by his side. Then, shifting the topic, he asked, might I inquire if there is any way to mitigate the effects of this poison pill within me? If the pain recurs intermittently, it may very well lead to my demise before I can even infiltrate the sect master's side. The woman, having obtained the answer she sought, replied with satisfaction, do not worry. As long as I do not activate the pill, its toxicity will not manifest. Additionally, do not attempt to neutralize the poison's effects. Any misstep could result in your soul's dispersion, and I would regret losing a valuable piece. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman raised her hand, and a small, palm-sized copper mirror flew into Yi Zhou's possession. This mirror is called the communication mirror. It can transmit messages to me. Disregarding formations and restrictions, I will also use it to contact you. If I cannot reach you, I will promptly activate the poison pill, ensuring your immediate demise. With no other options, Yi Zhou could only comply with the mysterious woman's directives, planning to figure out how to resolve the poison once he was safe. Chapter 57. Great Crisis, Great Opportunity. Yi Zhou accepted the communication mirror. Serving the righteous sect while lurking beside the sect master could very well lead to his death, but if he refused to comply now, he would likely not escape this courtyard alive. This was undoubtedly the greatest crisis he had faced since embarking on his cultivation journey. Yi Zhou felt an unprecedented clarity and calmness. As all his previous panic and fear vanished without a trace, as he saw the woman preparing to leave, Yi Zhou suddenly called out, Esteemed one, please wait. The azure-clad woman, with a hint of impatience etched upon her brow, inquired, What more do you desire? Yi Zhou, his countenance fraught with difficulty, replied, Esteemed senior, as you are aware, I am but a mere practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The entry requirements for the inner disciples of the Blood Spirit sect stipulate a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of Qi refinement. I humbly beseech you to bestow upon me some resources for cultivation, to aid in my swift ascension and secure my place among the inner disciples, thus fulfilling your esteemed trust. Given the certainty of this internal traitor within the righteous path, Yi Zhou naturally intended to leverage this identity to reap ample benefits. His audacity to directly request favors stemmed from his firm belief that it would not be a simple task for this woman to implant her own people beside the sect leader of the Blood Spirit sect. He could afford to bide his time. The expression on the azure-clad woman darkened, yet upon observing Yi Zhou's earnest demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, and after scrutinizing his cultivation level, she confirmed that he was indeed at the 6th level of Qi refinement without any concealment. Relying solely on his arduous training, given his inferior spiritual root, it was indeed unfeasible for him to reach the 7th level in a short span of time. After a moment's contemplation, the azure-clad woman retrieved a dozen vials from her storage pouch and tossed them all to Yi Zhou, who feigned excitement as he caught the containers. Noticing Yi Zhou's naivete, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she arrogantly proclaimed, These elixirs are remnants from my own refining during the Qi refinement stage. They serve no purpose in my possession, so I shall bestow them upon you. Grateful am I for your generosity, esteemed senior. Might I inquire if you possess the formula for a foundation establishment pill? I am fervently passionate about alchemy and have long coveted the recipe for the foundation establishment pill. The azure-clad woman let out a cold huff. The formula for the foundation establishment pill is exceedingly precious. Even if I possessed it, your current contributions fall far short of earning it. Once you have rendered meritorious service in vanquishing the demonic path for the righteous sect, the foundation establishment pill shall surely be yours, along with its recipe. With that, the azure-clad woman drew forth a jade flute from her waist, which soared into the air, expanding to a length of 3 zhong, and with it, she ascended into the sky, treating the formation at this location as mere trifles. Once the azure-clad woman departed, the joy on Yi Zhou's face dissipated, replaced by a somber demeanor as he glanced at the remains of Wu Feng and his companion on the ground. allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. Though he had navigated a perilous crisis, he had emerged unscathed, and he had finally gleaned valuable information regarding the Foundation Establishment Pill's formula, an essential boon for him. When the time was ripe for their plan, he would demand the recipe from this malicious woman. Without it, the obliteration of the blood spirit sect would remain an impossibility. Yet, prior to that, he must discreetly resolve the poison pill's effects. As for how to counteract the poison, Yizhou had begun to formulate a plan. He possessed a small gourd that could facilitate the growth of detoxifying herbs by 500 years each day. He was confident that the legendary super divine dragon grass, cultivated for 10,000 years, would suffice to neutralize a poison pill that merely controlled a chi refinement practitioner. Therefore, despite being under the threat of the poison pill that jeopardized his life at every moment, he did not feel utterly hopeless. Upon returning to the sect, he would commence the cultivation of the 5,000-year-old dragon grass. No, 10,000 years was not sufficient. He needed to cultivate the dragon grass for 50,000 years. Once the poison was resolved, he would be able to exploit the cultivation resources and the Foundation Establishment Pill's formula from the righteous sect. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. This could indeed represent a significant opportunity for me. Having discerned a feasible resolution, Yizhou retrieved the storage pouches of the two individuals and casually dispatched them into ashes with 2 fireballs. Not daring to linger, he swiftly departed the small courtyard. Heading towards the exit of the gathering, however, halfway through, he paused. Since the azure-clad woman had taken her leave, and even she was committed to preserving his life, he would not easily perish here. With Wu Feng and his companion dead, there was no one left to recognize his identity. It would be prudent to remain and exchange for needed items before departing. Yi Zhou, bold yet astute, turned back towards the small building, deliberately avoiding the previous courtyard, and sought out another room. Upon entering, Yizhou swiftly secured the windows and doors, then eagerly retrieved the vials bestowed by the azure-clad woman, opening each one to inspect the elixirs within. With each glance, the joy on his face deepened. This is the Qingyu pill. This is the floating spirit pill. And this is the Yuling pill. After thoroughly examining the contents, Yizhou cradled the elixirs as though they were treasures. Each of these elixirs was undoubtedly beneficial for enhancing cultivation, crafted from extraordinary spiritual herbs, their efficacy far surpassing that of the Huangyun pill refined by Elder Shu. He pondered the origins of this azure-clad woman, who so generously dispensed such wealth. Even a single vial of these elixirs could fetch several hundred spirit stones in the market, yet she had given them away without a second thought. After stowing away the collection of elixirs, Yizhou turned his attention to the storage pouches of Wu Feng and his companion. Upon examination, his smile vanished instantly, and he could not help but exclaim, "These storage pouches must be so pitiful that even a rat would cry upon entering." The combined contents of their pouches yielded barely 100 spirit stones, and only 3 artifacts of middling quality in the chi refinement stage. 2 were Wu Feng's large sword and the flying sword he had acquired from Yizhou, while the third was a lesser quality flying sword, presumably belonging to the middle-aged cultivator. Aside from that, there were only some inferior talismans and an assortment of jars, most containing mundane herbs, with just a few subpar, unidentifiable elixirs that looked grotesque, varying in color and form. Yizhou would never consider consuming them. After extracting the spirit stones and artifacts, he incinerated everything else. Yizhou remained in the room, meditating to restore his spiritual energy until the dawn of the following day. After a brief wash, he made his way directly to the trading area. The stalls in the trading area today were markedly different from the sparse displays of the previous day. They were now lined up in an orderly fashion, brimming with a plethora of items, and no mundane goods were to be found. The number of cultivators traversing the trading area had also significantly increased. Yizhou focused intently on the stalls, where the vendors, akin to market traders, eagerly called out to attract customers. The stall at the entrance was laden with an array of bizarrely colored jerky, and the vendor enthusiastically proclaimed, "Come and take a look. This stall specializes in refined beast meat. Consuming it can aid in enhancing your cultivation." A variety of flavors to choose from. Yizhou had heard of beast meat. Fresh beast meat could not be consumed directly and required refining by cultivators to expel the contained demonic energy before it could be safely ingested. Come one, come all. This stall has just received a freshly refined inner core from a chi refinement stage black python beast. It is an excellent material for alchemy. Feel free to touch it. It is still warm, the vendor boisterously advertised, drawing a circle of eager cultivators around his stall. Yi Zhou turned his gaze to the left, where a white bead, the size of a bird's egg, rested on a delicate wooden stand, seemingly stained with fresh blood to signify its freshness. However, upon merely glancing at it, Yi Zhou swiftly averted his eyes. This was not the inner core of a black python beast. It was evidently that of a red python. Others may struggle to distinguish between the two, but Yi Zhou had had the fortune of perusing Elder Shu's collection and knew that while the outer cores of black and red pythons appeared similar, the inner core of a black python was white with a tinge of black, while that of a red python was purely translucent white dye in terms of efficacy, while both were cores from serpent beasts. The inner core of a black python was medicinally valuable, whereas that of a red python held no worth. Yi Zhou shook his head. Truly, the hearts of men have grown increasingly unprincipled. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a burly man, who had been observing for quite some time, finally muster the courage to inquire, "How much for this inner core?" The lean vendor, upon seeing a customer approach, flashed a grin that revealed his two missing front teeth and replied, "Not expensive at all, just 30 spirit stones." The burly man gasped in disbelief. This inner core from a black python beast is only 30 spirit stones. To put this in perspective, a chi refinement stage black python beast's inner core typically commands a market price of at least 100 spirit stones. The vendor, with wide eyes, retorted defiantly, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, "Would I dare deceive you? If you don't want it, then be on your way." The burly man hastily produced 30 spirit stones from his storage pouch and eagerly declared, "I'll buy it. I'll buy it." After completing the transaction, he carefully cradled the black python beast inner core and excitedly made his exit. Once he was out of sight, the vendor quickly retrieved another identical black python beast inner core from his pouch and displayed it on the stand. Come, take a look. A chi refinement stage black python beast's inner core, just one available, only 30 spirit stones." Yi Zhou continued onward when he suddenly heard a high-pitched voice calling out from a nearby stall. "This stall is closing down. The vendor's partner has run off with someone. Today, everything is discounted. Spend 20 spirit stones and receive one free. Don't miss out." Yi Zhou cast a curious glance toward the small stall, casually surveying the peculiar assortment of items on display. Although the stall boasted an array of goods, they were all bizarre and of little value, merely suitable for deceiving newcomers who had recently ventured into the realm of cultivation. Just as Yi Zhou was about to avert his gaze, he unexpectedly caught sight of a solitary wooden bead, no larger than a finger, nestled in the corner of the stall. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through him, and he squinted slightly, releasing his spiritual awareness to carefully examine the wooden bead several times. The bead was adorned with strange patterns, and he could faintly sense a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from within. Initially, he doubted his own perception. Such a rare item could hardly be found in a place like this. After meticulous scrutiny, Yi Zhou finally confirmed the identity of this wooden bead beyond any doubt. Quickly regaining his composure, he feigned nonchalance and strolled over to the stall. The stall owner, a portly middle-aged man, swiftly appraised Yi Zhou's attire, his eyes revealing a glimmer of excitement. In his estimation, Yi Zhou was likely the scion of a prestigious cultivation family. Such individuals, regardless of their high cultivation level, often lacked experience and were thus easily duped. Instantly, the hefty stall owner donned a naive and warm smile, but when he spoke, his shrill voice shattered his amiable facade. "What does the esteemed senior wish to see? I do not boast, but everything here is truly one of a kind in the entire cultivation world." Although the stall owner was significantly older than Yi Zhou, his cultivation level was only at the third stage of chi refinement, a stark contrast to Yi Zhou's apparent prowess, thus compelling him to address Yi Zhou as senior. Yi Zhou discerned the glint of cunning in the stall owner's eyes. Realizing he was being regarded as an easy target, without further ado, he lowered his head and began to sift through the items on display. After a thorough selection, Yi Zhou lifted a handful of goods and inquired, "I will take all of these. How many spiritual stones do I owe?" The wooden bead was perfectly camouflaged among the other items. Upon seeing Yi Zhou's haul, the stout stall owner beamed with delight. "The total comes to 300 spiritual stones. Senior, your discerning eye has truly chosen well." Each item is a treasure of this stall. With an impassive expression, Yizhou replied coolly, "What a remarkable claim that every item is a treasure. This stall selling oddities is not the only one around. 50 spiritual stones. Will you sell or not?" At this, the other stall owners perked up. "Young senior, come over to my stall. I can offer you a package deal for just 30 spiritual stones." "No, no. My goods are even cheaper. Only 25 spiritual stones." The portly stall owner's expression shifted, forcing a sheepish smile. "Senior, you have keen insight. Their items are pure deception. However, my collection includes several rare artifacts unearthed from the graves of cultivators. Thus priced a tad higher. 50 it is. Let us conclude this deal promptly." Yizhou tucked his purchases away and casually produced 50 spiritual stones to hand to the stout stall owner. Just as he intended to depart, a figure suddenly darted out from the crowd, seemingly pursued by someone, and collided into Yizhou. "Ah, forgive me, esteemed senior. My apologies." The individual bowed their head, not bothering to see whom they had bumped into. Hastily apologizing and attempting to leave, only to be seized by Yizhou. Yizhou's lips curled into a cold smile, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes, in broad daylight, under the clear heavens. "You dare to steal my storage bag and attempt to flee." This person appeared to have cultivated some form of agility technique, moving as swiftly as lightning, pilfering the storage bag with ease. Were it not for Yizhou's formidable spiritual awareness, he might not have noticed the theft at all. The thief's face contorted with a fierce expression, and he swung his hand in an attempt to break free and escape. However, Yizhou's grip was akin to an iron claw, firmly clamped around his wrist, rendering him unable to shake loose. "You dare to seek death?" The thief glared at Yizhou, revealing a sharp, monkey-like visage. His aura surged from the third stage of chi refinement to the fifth, as two accomplices, one at the sixth and the other at the fifth stage, emerged from the throng, encircling Yizhou. Chapter 59. The wrath of the masses. In this gathering of rogue cultivators, any act of aggression, regardless of the motive, would incur the severe punishment of the esteemed Elder Su. Even theft would be met with repercussions, albeit of a lesser degree. The three individuals encircling Yizhou had no intentions of striking first. Instead, they collectively unleashed their imposing presence, hoping to intimidate him into retreat. "Humph, do not be ungrateful. Which of your eyes saw my brother stealing your storage bag? You should think carefully before speaking. Although this is Elder Su's territory, and we all respect him, you will eventually leave here. If you wrongfully accuse my brother, we shall certainly have a proper discussion as we exit the gathering. Indeed, speak up. Did my brother steal your storage bag or not?" The trio's expressions were menacing, as if they intended to consume Yizhou whole. Yet, Yizhou remained unfazed, calmly stating, "I will say this one last time. Hand over the storage bag, or regardless of whose territory this is, you three shall meet your demise here." Elder Su was already aware that Yizhou hailed from a sect, and Yizhou had little doubt that Elder Su would risk offending him over the misdeeds of these unscrupulous cultivators. The reason Yizhou refrained from directly attacking was that the storage bag had slipped from his grasp, rendering his talismans and magical artifacts ineffective. To crush these three instantly would necessitate revealing part of his cultivation level. At least the seventh stage of chi refinement. If the storage bag could be reclaimed, Yizhou could wait until he retrieved it to settle the score. However, should they resolutely refuse to return it, he would have no choice but to expose his cultivation and forcibly eliminate them. Upon hearing Yizhou's audacious declaration of intent to kill them on the spot, the trio exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. At that moment, they realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Though Yizhou's storage bag had been stolen, he showed no fear of the three of them and even dared to defy Elder Su's regulations. Indicating his extraordinary background, just as the three deliberated whether to return the storage bag immediately, several cultivators at the 8th stage of chi refinement approached. "Stop right there, Zhang Wu. You have been caught stealing at our gathering more than once. Will you not return the storage bag? Elder Su has taken notice, and can you withstand his wrath?" The trio's expression shifted slightly. The diminutive middle-aged thief, named Zhang Wu, hesitated but ultimately returned Yizhou's storage bag. The enforcer coldly huffed, "According to the rules, you three are to be expelled from this gathering and banned from returning for 5 years. At that moment, a dashing young man in a long robe stepped out from the crowd, his voice ringing with authority. "You are truly a disgrace to the cultivation world. Your skill in thievery is nothing short of exceptional. Upon finishing, the young man's aura surged to the 9th stage of chi refinement, causing the 3 thieves to pale, trembling like quail. With a fierce glare, the young man declared, "Today, I shall cripple one of your hands to teach you a lesson. If I catch you stealing again, no matter where it may be, I will take your lives." The young man unleashed his spiritual energy, raising both hands as dozens of green wind blades materialized behind him. With a swift motion, he commanded, "Go!" Instantly, the wind blades flew toward the right arms of the 3 thieves. The 2 accomplices exchanged glances and shouted, "Split up!" before darting in opposite directions. The young man coldly responded, "Divide." As the wind blades split into 3 streams, they shot toward each thief's right hand. Before the trio could cast defensive spells, the blades struck swiftly. 3 anguished cries echoed as their right hands fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The young man acted without hesitation. Seemingly indifferent to Elder Su's authority, Yizhou snorted derisively, releasing the trembling thief, seizing the storage bag from his waist. His own storage bag. Yizhou then raised the thief's storage bag, channeling his spiritual energy to erase its soul mark, causing several storage bags to float into the air. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. "Isn't that my storage bag? How did it end up with him? By the heavens, when was my storage bag stolen?" Amidst the uproar, the gathered cultivators clamored to reclaim their belongings, their gazes filled with malice toward the trio, wishing to flay them alive. These rogue cultivators were not wealthy. Their storage bags contained their entire fortunes. Realizing they had stirred the wrath of the masses, the 3 thieves fell to their knees, wailing for mercy, but the surrounding cultivators were clearly filled with loathing, unwilling to let them off the hook. "Let us join forces and eliminate these 3. I refuse to believe Elder Su will punish dozens of us for the misdeeds of these 3 vile individuals." "Well said." The 3 thieves' faces turned as pale as paper upon hearing this. A torrent of spells rained down upon the trio, and Yizhou joined the fray, unleashing 3 ice spikes into their dantians. The enforcers, too, were taken aback, realizing the collective fury of the crowd was not to be trifled with, and they did not dare intervene. The young man extended his hand, summoning one of the ornate storage bags from the heavens into his grasp. "Thank you." The young man in the long robe, shedding his earlier cold demeanor, offered a bashful smile to Yizhou. Yizhou returned the gesture with a cupped fist salute, expressing, "I owe you my gratitude." At that moment, Elder Su arrived in haste with others, and upon seeing the 3 disfigured corpses on the ground, he could only shake his head, muttering, "They got what they deserved." Rather than reprimanding Yizhou and his companion for disturbing the peace, Elder Su repeatedly expressed his thanks to them. However, when his gaze fell upon Yizhou, his expression noticeably shifted to one of unease. As Yizhou prepared to depart, the young man in the long robe called out to him, "I am Yunfeng. May I inquire your esteemed name, young brother?" Ergo," Yizhou replied. Being a member of the demon sect and amidst the righteous sects that eyed the blood spirit sect with suspicion, he dared not reveal his true name. Yunfeng paused slightly, seemingly aware that Yizhou had not disclosed his real name, yet he merely smiled and did not press further. "Farewell, brother." Since acquiring the wood bead, Yizhou had developed a keen interest in the treasures sold at the street stalls. He wandered through the remaining stalls, only to find himself greatly disappointed. It appeared that finding a hidden gem was not a daily occurrence. Upon reaching the end of the trading area, just as he was about to turn away, he unexpectedly spotted a row of newly constructed small houses. There were 10 in total, each with tightly shut doors and windows, and an array of formations set up outside to thwart prying eyes. Curious about their purpose, Yizhou observed as a few cultivators occasionally entered, only to emerge shortly thereafter, each wearing a mysterious expression, which only intensified Yizhou's curiosity about what transpired inside. After a prolonged observation, Yizhou noticed that when someone entered a small house, a faint silver pattern illuminated the windows, while the windows of unoccupied houses remained dark. Chapter 60. The sale of spiritual herbs. At the entrance of the small houses hung a row of various masks. Each cultivator donned a mask upon entry and returned it upon exit. Yizhou approached the entrance and, like the others, put on a mask resembling a tiger's face. The moment the mask was affixed, Yizhou felt a hazy aura envelop him, effectively shrouding his original presence and cultivation level, suggesting that the mask was inscribed with a certain formation. Afterward, Yizhou pushed open the door to enter an unoccupied small house. The interior was modest, dimly lit, furnished only with a wooden table and 2 chairs. Behind the table sat an elderly man clad in a blue robe, gazing at Yizhou with an impassive expression. The old man rasped, "Might I inquire whether you wish to sell items or purchase them?" It turned out this was also a trading venue, albeit one with greater privacy than the bustling marketplace outside. Yizhou recalled that he had several high-grade spiritual herbs he no longer needed, which were difficult to sell within the blood spirit sect due to the risk of attracting suspicion and exposing the secret of his small gourd. Here, few were privy to the knowledge of the blood spirit sect, and none of his acquaintances were present, making it an ideal opportunity to exchange them for some spiritual stones. Spiritual stones were the hard currency of the cultivation world, and Yizhou would never scoff at acquiring more. He took a seat at the table, adjusted his throat muscles to alter his voice, and inquired in the tone of a man in his 20s. "Do you accept high-grade spiritual herbs?" The old man paused, taking a closer look at Yizhou. High-grade spiritual herbs generally referred to those over 200 years old, which were exceedingly rare. Many wandering cultivators would risk their lives to compete for such treasures, underscoring their preciousness. Raising his voice slightly, the old man explained, "You may not be aware, but we do not engage in direct transactions here. Instead, we register the items for sale, and if a buyer expresses interest, we will notify the seller to proceed with the trade." Yizhou nodded, "I see." The old man then asked, "What type of spiritual herbs do you wish to sell?" Yizhou selected 3 roughly crafted wooden boxes from his storage pouch and casually tossed them onto the table. These contained some leftover herbs from refining Huangyun Dan, which held little use for him now, given that he had no shortage of medicinal pills to consume. Yes, the old man reached for the box. Ready to open it, he suddenly uttered a soft exclamation, his murky eyes seeming to brighten with astonishment. Could it be? This is at least 400 to 500 years old. He stood up, excitement radiating from him as he inhaled the rich fragrance of the herbs, his demeanor transforming into one of sheer joy. "Please, kindly register it," Yizhou requested. The old man quickly shook his head, his tone becoming much more respectful as he said, "Please hold on for a moment while I verify the exact age of the herbs." With that, he opened the wooden box, revealing a particularly fresh and well-preserved spiritual herb lying quietly within. His hands trembled slightly as he confirmed, "Indeed, this is a 500-year-old spiritual herb, an exceedingly rare find. In my 90 years of life, I have scarcely encountered such treasures." After meticulously examining the herb and confirming its exceptional quality, the old man carefully closed the box and placed it back on the table. Verification complete. 500-year-old Huangshikao. After stating this, the old man turned his gaze to the other 2 similar boxes, his excitement palpable as he asked, "Do you intend to sell all 3 of these spiritual herbs at once?" Yizhou nodded. Having witnessed the previous example, the old man cautiously opened the remaining 2 boxes. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, 2 more 500-year-old Huangshikao? His surprise was warranted, as high-grade spiritual herbs were already scarce, with most falling into the hands of immortal sects, leaving only a handful to be fortuitously discovered by wandering cultivators. To encounter 3 identical high-grade spiritual herbs simultaneously was nothing short of a miracle, and the freshness of each suggested they were harvested at the same time. Realizing this, the old man cast a look of incredulity at Yizhou, pondering what kind of extraordinary luck allowed him to stumble upon 3 500-year-old Huangshikao at once. He gently set down the boxes and hurriedly opened a thick ledger kept nearby, meticulously recording the details of the 3 Huangshikao. As he wrote, he inquired, "Esteemed guest, for these 3 500-year-old Huangshikao, the estimated value of each is at least 200 lower-grade spiritual stones. Would you prefer to exchange them for spiritual stones, or something else?" Yizhou contemplated briefly before responding. "I would prefer spiritual stones. 600 spiritual stones could only procure an ordinary upper-grade qi refining artifact." While Yizhou already possessed numerous artifacts and had no need for more, instead, he sought to amass some spiritual stones for future use within the blood spirit sect. Although he could refine pills to trade for spiritual stones, the time required for pill refinement was substantial. Had it not been for the initial desire to improve his alchemy skills, he would never have squandered his precious cultivation time on such endeavors. Without the ability to establish a foundation, one remained akin to an ant in the cultivation world. This was evident from the way the mysterious woman had effortlessly controlled him, forcing him to consume a toxic pill. Now, having nearly mastered the art of alchemy, Yizhou intended to devote less time to it moving forward. Ordinary cultivators would undoubtedly opt for barter, but only those scions of long-established sects, who had never lacked for artifacts and pills, would choose to accumulate vast amounts of spiritual stones. The old man categorized Yizhou among such individuals, his gaze now filled with increased respect. After noting Yizhou's request in the ledger, the old man retrieved a communication talisman from a box beside the wooden table, handing it to Yizhou. Esteemed guest, your 500-year-old Huangshikao have been registered. Please keep this communication talisman safe. Should a buyer express interest, we will contact you through it. And the mask? Yizhou asked, ever cautious. Given his unexpected windfall, he worried that without the mask, he might increase the risk of exposure. The old man chuckled. This mask was crafted by Elder Su as a lower-grade qi refining artifact, designed to prevent the divine senses of qi refining 11 cultivators from intruding. If you desire it, it can be purchased for 30 spiritual stones. Yizhou accepted the communication talisman, stored the 3 Huangshikao on the table, and promptly handed over 30 spiritual stones to the old man. Please do not stray too far. Such a sought-after spiritual herb will likely attract a buyer swiftly. Yizhou nodded and retraced his steps out of the small house. At present, he had one crucial task remaining: to find a sufficiently safe and confidential location to examine the mysterious wood bead. Chapter 61. The foundation materials of the heavenly path. As Yizhou passed through the trading area, he noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance, seemingly engrossed in a commotion. Peering through the throng, he caught sight of a familiar burly man, one hand clutching a black python monster beast inner core while the other hand grasped the thin stall owner, vehemently disputing the sale. The burly man's face flushed with rage as he accused the stall owner of selling counterfeit goods, claiming he had been sold a red python inner core under the guise of a black python inner core. The stall owner, defiantly puffing up his chest, retorted, "Nonsense. You speak without basis. I have never sold a black python inner core. I have always peddled the red python inner core. If you don't believe me, just take a look with that." The stall owner pointed to a wrinkled cloth the size of a fist propped up beside his stall, on which faintly appeared the words "Red Python Inner Core for Sale" in tiny script. The burly man, exasperated, laughed incredulously. "Is that your sign? To the untrained eye, it looks like a rag. Compensate me, or let us see if your frail frame can withstand my wrath." The vendor exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Compensate for what? With your mere 30 spirit stones, you dare attempt to purchase the inner core of a black python demon beast? Are you dreaming?" Amidst the crowd of onlookers, someone appeared to recognize the vendor and stepped forward, stating, "Wu Ergu, you're at it again, deceiving others. Haven't you learned your lesson since the last time when you lost 2 front teeth?" It dawned on Yizhou that the vendor was indeed missing his front teeth, and a faint smile crept across his lips as he navigated through the throng. Yizhou made his way directly to the resting area. Upon returning to the secluded little room he had rented with spirit stones, he eagerly secured the doors and windows, carefully retrieving the items he had purchased that day from his storage bag. He discarded the haphazard assortment into the trash bin, leaving only a seemingly ordinary wooden bead. Yizhou's eyes sparkled as he gazed at this wooden bead, and his expression shifted to one of mild excitement. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed the seed of the rare mugwa fruit. Were it not for Yizhou's remarkable memory and his penchant for studying alchemy, having perused numerous books on spiritual herbs, he might not have recognized the seed that had long vanished from the realm of cultivation. The mugwa fruit is a rare spiritual fruit required during the foundational establishment of the heavenly path. Of course, the materials needed for this process are numerous, and the mugwa fruit is merely one among many. Moreover, the mugwa fruit can substitute for several essential materials during the earthly path's foundational establishment, rendering it invaluable in the eyes of many cultivators. However, due to the increasingly sparse spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation, the mugwa fruit had become extinct thousands of years ago. Only a few remnants of ancient cultivators might still possess some mugwa fruit, leading Yizhou to ponder whether this vendor was indeed a rustic cultivator who had stumbled upon the seed in some unknown ancient cultivator's tomb. Should this seed fall into the hands of others, it would hold no value, as it cannot yield the mugwa fruit without proper cultivation. A mere seed is of no use. The growth conditions for the mugwa fruit are exceedingly stringent. Even some highly skilled predecessors in the realm of cultivation have attempted to nurture it, but ultimately failed for various reasons. However, while they could not succeed, with my little gourd in hand, cultivating it shall be effortless. Yizhou's heart raced with excitement. This indicated a significant hope for his earthly path's foundational establishment, and a glimmer of hope for the supreme heavenly path's foundational establishment. However, due to the fact that the mugwa fruit cannot be stored for more than 3 days after ripening, Yizhou planned to cultivate it only when he was ready to consume it. Carefully stowing away the mugwa fruit, Yizhou immediately consumed a medicinal pill and began to meditate, channeling the unnamed residual technique for his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and Yizhou had been here for 2 days. During this time, he had not received any communication from the elder. Just as he pondered whether all the scattered cultivators here were too impoverished to afford anything, a communication talisman suddenly flew before Yizhou. Emitting the elder's delighted voice, "Please hurry back to the previous little room with the huangshe grass. The buyers have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yizhou felt a flutter of excitement in his heart, promptly donning his tiger mask and rushing towards the little room. Upon re-entering, Yizhou discovered that, in addition to the elder, 4 or 5 masked cultivators were present. Upon his arrival, all eyes turned towards Yizhou. The elder, spotting Yizhou, rose with joy and respect, approaching him. "You have finally arrived. These individuals have been waiting for quite some time." Why Yizhou, puzzled about how to divide his 3 huangshe grasses among 5 individuals, was interrupted by a cultivator on his left wearing a terrifying ghost mask, who scrutinized Yizhou and, upon noticing his youthful stature, spoke first. "Is he the seller?" The elder nodded. "Indeed." The ghost-masked cultivator arrogantly declared, "Listen well. I will take your 3 huangshe grasses for 500 spirit stones." A soft scoff interrupted before Yizhou could respond, emanating from his right side. It seemed someone was mocking the ghost-masked cultivator. Glancing over, Yizhou saw a tall figure in a wolf mask, who appeared to be a youth. The ghost-masked cultivator barked, "Are you looking for death?" The wolf-masked cultivator chuckled lightly. "You realize I'm laughing at you? It seems you too understand that your offer of 500 spirit stones is a joke." This, everyone in the room, including Yizhou, laughed, and he couldn't help but feel a fondness for the wolf-masked cultivator, who did not seek to take advantage of him simply because of his youth. Subsequently, a female cultivator wearing a rabbit mask spoke up. "I will offer 600 spirit stones." The other 2 competitors, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. "I will offer 620 spirit stones." "I will offer 630 spirit stones." Seeing this, the ghost-masked cultivator grew anxious and exclaimed, "I will offer 650 spirit stones." At this point, the wolf-masked cultivator interjected, "I will offer 651 spirit stones." The ghost-masked cultivator glared at the wolf-masked cultivator, clearly infuriated, wishing he could unmask him to reveal who was hiding behind the facade. The atmosphere in the little room grew tense. The elder stepped forward, clearing his throat to break the heavy silence. "Is there any other guest willing to raise the bid? If not, the 3 huangshe grasses, aged 500 years, will be sold for 651 spirit stones." The ghost-masked cultivator quickly retorted, "Who said no one will raise the bid? I will offer 680 spirit stones." The wolf-masked cultivator replied, "I will offer 681 spirit stones." It appeared that the 2 were locked in a fierce contest. The ghost-masked cultivator shouted in anger, "I will offer 700 spirit stones." "I refuse to believe you will not follow." Unfazed, the wolf-masked cultivator replied nonchalantly, "Then I will offer 701 spirit stones." The other 3 spectators exchanged glances, realizing that the 3 huangshe grasses were now beyond their reach, and they sighed inwardly as they departed from the little room. Chapter 62. 9 medium-grade spirit stones. The ghost-masked cultivator clenched his fists, striding towards the wolf-masked cultivator, but before he could reach him, the elder stepped in front of the wolf-masked cultivator with a grim expression. "Customer, many bad practices have arisen at recent gatherings, and Elder Su is quite furious. You not regard the rules set by Elder Su?" As the elder spoke, 2 auras of the 9th level of Qi refinement suddenly surged outside the little room, completely restraining the ghost-masked cultivator. He emitted a muffled groan, halting in place, forcing out the words through clenched teeth, 720 spirit stones. Only then did the elder step aside, allowing the bidding to continue. Wei Yizhou remained unfazed by the conflict between the two. The more fiercely they competed, the greater his gains would be. In fact, he secretly hoped for an even fiercer competition between the two. Under the ghost-masked cultivator's murderous glare, the wolf-masked cultivator continued in a tone designed to infuriate. 721 spirit stones? The ghost-masked cultivator glared at the wolf-masked cultivator for a long while, clearly feeling extremely frustrated, and gritted his teeth. 800 spirit stones. The wolf-masked cultivator sighed, shaking his head, casting a look of pity. 800 spirit stones are akin to robbing me of 3 Huangshi grasses aged 500 years. You are truly naive. 900 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the ghost-masked cultivator's eyes turned frigid, and he instantly exuded his 9th-level Qi refinement cultivation, pressuring the wolf-masked cultivator. The wolf-masked cultivator seemed to have anticipated this, releasing his own 9th-level Qi refinement cultivation in response. Yizhou was momentarily taken aback as he recognized the wind attribute spiritual power emanating from the wolf-masked cultivator. It was the same power that had severed the arms of those who had attempted to steal the Qingkuan bag. Yunfeng had blatantly violated Elder Su's rules with his 9th-level Qi refinement cultivation in front of everyone. While Yizhou had also been involved, he could tell that Elder Su held no grievances against him. This indicated that his background must be quite extraordinary, as Yizhou pondered. A sudden boom resounded as the 2 9th-level Qi refinement forces clashed violently, prompting Yizhou to instinctively channel his spiritual power, forming a protective shield around himself to ward off the impact. The collision generated shockwaves that swept through the entire little room, causing the wooden tables and chairs to shake violently. The elder in the green shirt, with his lower cultivation level, emitted a grunt and fainted almost instantly from the overwhelming force. "What, do you still wish to engage me?" the wolf-masked cultivator asked coldly. At that moment, Yizhou felt 2 9th-level Qi refinement forces and 1 10th-level force swiftly locking onto the little room, swiftly separating the wolf-masked and ghost-masked cultivators. The little room returned to tranquility. At this juncture, Elder Su entered, accompanied by a 10th-level cultivator and 3 9th-level cultivators, all bearing serious expressions. Elder Su surveyed the room, looking at the wolf-masked and ghost-masked cultivators, then furrowed his brow. "Gentlemen, let's discuss matters amicably. Resorting to violence would be too detrimental to our harmony." The ghost-masked cultivator snorted coldly. "Elder Su, you are astute. It is not that I refuse to adhere to the rules you established, but rather this person is far too deceitful." Upon hearing the voice of the ghost-faced practitioner, Elder Su's expression shifted slightly, indicating that he had discerned the identity of the masked individual. Wei Yizhou recalled that the mask was crafted by Elder Su himself, rendering it ineffective against the probing of a practitioner at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Thus, to Elder Su, those donned in masks were no different from those without. Elder Su's gaze then turned to Yunfeng, who was wearing a wolf mask, his brow furrowing into a pronounced frown. Yunfeng spoke coolly. "Elder Su, I have always adhered to the rules of fair competition. Is it truly the case that having more money during an auction equates to bullying? This is a notion I have never encountered before." Both the esteemed host of this transaction and the friend selling the medicinal herbs can attest to my words. At this point, the elderly host of the transaction, having been roused, Elder Su commanded, "Relate to me, in detail, all that has transpired. Remember, I demand the truth. Should I discover any falsehoods, you shall bear the consequences." The old man glanced at the ghost-faced practitioner, whose face had turned pale with fear, and, not daring to be remiss, recounted every detail of the previous events. Upon hearing the account, Elder Su's gaze towards the ghost-faced practitioner grew notably frosty. He pointed at the practitioner and declared, "Though you did not cast any spells, relying on your oppressive aura is equally against the rules. Expel him from this gathering, and let it be known that he shall not return for 3 years." The ghost-faced practitioner, incredulous, pointed at Yunfeng and exclaimed, "Elder Su, you, silence, fool. Remove him." Elder Su's formidable aura, at the 12th level of Qi refinement, erupted like a massive stone pressing down upon the ghost-faced practitioner. The latter trembled in terror, his face likely drained of color were it not for his mask. The 3 practitioners behind him, each at the 9th level of Qi refinement, swiftly advanced and escorted the ghost-faced practitioner from the small room. Elder Su then glanced at Yunfeng, who stood quietly to the side. his tone inadvertently laced with respect. "I sincerely apologize. That individual is a nephew of mine, accustomed to the indulgence of our elders. It is indeed regrettable that he has committed such an infraction today. I shall ensure his parents discipline him strictly upon our return." Yizhou cast a slightly surprised glance at Yunfeng. He had anticipated that Yunfeng's background would be extraordinary, but he had not expected that on Elder Su's own turf. Yunfeng would overpower Elder Su's nephew, prompting Elder Su to apologize to a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Could it be that Yunfeng hailed from a prominent family of cultivators? A lineage even Elder Su dared not offend. Within the territory of the Blood Spirit sect, cultivator families were exceedingly rare, yet the Blood Spirit sect had not even fully claimed its own territory, while beyond it, countless cultivator families and sects thrived. Yunfeng replied nonchalantly, "Let it, I shall grant you this favor today." Elder Su breathed a sigh of relief. "This matter is resolved. Please, continue your transaction." With that, Elder Su and his entourage exited the small room. Yunfeng addressed the elder, "My friend, I propose to purchase 3 stalks of Huang Shikao at the previously bid price of 900 spirit stones. What say you?" Yizhou responded, "That is certainly agreeable. The ghost-face practitioner was never a match for you. 900 spirit stones aligns perfectly with my expectations." He then produced a wooden box containing the 3 stalks of Huang Shikao and handed it to Yunfeng. After inspecting the contents, Yunfeng's voice brimmed with excitement. "Indeed, these are rare spirit herbs aged 500 years. Remarkable, simply remarkable." He then extracted 9 gleaming mid-grade spirit stones. Both Yizhou and the elder were taken aback. These were mid-grade spirit stones, imbued with an extraordinary abundance of spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, 1 mid-grade spirit stone held the value of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Transactions among Qi refinement practitioners typically relied on low-grade spirit stones, making mid-grade stones exceptionally rare. Yet here was Yunfeng, effortlessly producing 9 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 63. The mysterious worm that devours spiritual energy. Upon receiving the mid-grade spirit stones, Yizhou retrieved the 3 500-year-old Huang Shikao from his storage pouch and handed them to the elder, who verified their authenticity before passing them to Yunfeng. With the transaction complete, Yizhou felt no need to linger. He clasped his hands in farewell to Yunfeng. "My friend, I take my leave." Yunfeng nodded, watching as Yizhou departed. After exiting the small wooden house, Yizhou headed straight for the exit of the gathering. Perhaps due to the approaching conclusion of the event, many practitioners chose to leave at this time. Upon exiting the loose cultivator gathering, Yizhou did not head toward the Blood Spirit sect. Instead, he chose a path devoid of any practitioners, maximizing his spiritual sense to ensure he was not being followed. After confirming he was alone, he paused atop a small hill, removed his mask, and changed his attire before soaring back toward the Blood Spirit sect on his sword. Blood Spirit sect. Upon his return, Yizhou headed directly to the miscellaneous hall where Wu Yong was situated. After submitting the 2 tasks he had completed, Yizhou's sect contribution points accumulated to over 1,000, granting him eligibility to register for the inner sect disciple selection occurring in half a year. Wu Yong produced 2 rare low-grade Yunwan herbs from his storage pouch, smiling as he presented them to Yizhou. "Here you go. This is an extra reward for your tasks." The Yunwan herb was a spirit herb Yizhou had previously asked Wu Yong to procure. It was exceedingly rare, requiring very specific growing conditions. Not even in Elder Shu's small courtyard had it been cultivated. However, it was an essential material for concocting the basic ghost pill, a precious elixir most suited for enhancing the strength of ghost servants. No formulas for such pills circulated in the outside world. Only in demonic sects like the Blood Spirit sect could they be found. The formula itself was something Yizhou had requested from Elder Shu after acquiring the 100 Ghost Flag. Once back, he intended to cultivate the Yunwan herbs in a small gourd, allowing them to blossom and yield numerous seeds. In doing so, he would be able to produce a substantial quantity of ghost pills for the vengeful spirits within the 100 Ghost Flag to consume. As long as he could concoct a large number of ghost pills, Yizhou could swiftly elevate his own cultivation to the 12th level of Qi refinement, while the other vengeful spirits in the 100 Ghost Flag could be nurtured to the 7th or 8th levels. By then, even without revealing his true cultivation, leveraging the strength of the 100 Ghost Flag would make acquiring a foundational pill almost a certainty. This was Yizhou's plan to obtain his first foundational pill without exposing his cultivation. However, Yizhou found himself puzzled. Were the extra rewards for a sect B-level task truly so generous? The Yunwan herb was indeed a rare treasure. What then of the rewards for an A-level task? Just as Yizhou contemplated taking on more A-level tasks once his cultivation improved, Wu Yong cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Upon confirming no one was near, he leaned in closer to Yizhou and whispered, "Did you not mention wanting Yunwan herbs? These two are special requests I made from my master. Otherwise, do you think a mere B-level task would yield such generous rewards?" Yizhou's demeanor softened considerably as he accepted the herbs without reservation. "Now, how many high-quality Huangyun pills do you require in return?" Wu Yong awkwardly coughed into his fist, retracting his plump form back into his chair, his expression serious. "Do you think I, Wu Yong, am so driven by profit? Could this not simply be a normal exchange of courtesies between friends?" A smile crept onto Yizhou's lips. "Pray tell, how many Huangyun pills should I prepare as a gesture of friendship?" Wu Yong grinned, his eyes squinting into crescent moons, as he held up a finger to signify 10. "Not too many, just 10 Huangyun pills will suffice." Yizhou promptly retrieved 12 Huangyun pills from his storage pouch and handed them to Wu Yong. "The extra 2 are to express my gratitude for your care over these past years, Brother Wu." Wu Yong joyfully accepted the Huangyun pills, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Much appreciated. In the future, should there be any good fortune, I shall reserve it for you and notify you in advance, my younger brother." Upon returning to Elder Shu's courtyard, Yizhou found the place as tranquil as ever. Following the usual routine, he first inspected the spirit herbs cultivated within the courtyard. Yizhou had only been away for a total of 10 days, and most of the spirit herbs thrived splendidly. However, upon reaching a corner of the wall, his gaze fell upon several spirit herbs leaning against it. Prompting a soft gasp from his lips, those spirit herbs had completely withered, as if the spiritual energy contained within them had been entirely drained by some entity. What could have caused this? Yizhou hastily crouched down for a closer inspection. He carefully uprooted one of the withered herbs, yet found no apparent abnormalities in its leaves or roots, leaving him puzzled. Just as he was deep in thought, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a leaf exhibiting an unnatural curling formation. He gently lifted the leaf to investigate further. To his astonishment, nestled behind the leaf was a black egg, no larger than a grain of rice. So it was a pest. "Cursed insects, I shall make you pay for this insolence today." Having identified the source of the problem, Yizhou felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to dispose of the unidentified black egg, he felt a slight tug on his finger as he touched it, a thread of spiritual energy being drawn from his fingertip. "What?" Yizhou's expression shifted to one of shock. He quickly glanced down at the black egg, which emitted a faint black glow that vanished in an instant, leaving the surface of the egg calm once more. Yizhou furrowed his brows thoughtfully. This black egg contained a creature unlike any ordinary pest. It fed solely on spiritual energy, and the withered spirit herbs had perished as a result of being drained. This conclusion intrigued Yizhou greatly. Such creatures were rare. Perhaps collecting them would yield some benefits. Even if he found no use for them himself, trading them with practitioners skilled in raising pestilent creatures could prove advantageous. Thus, he retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, placing the black egg within it with care, alongside a blood spirit grass fruit. Let us first observe what peculiar creature hatches from this black egg. Due to the prohibition against placing living creatures within the storage bag, Yizhou had no choice but to conceal the jade box within the sleeve of his robe. After dealing with the few withered spirit grasses, he meticulously inspected the surrounding area but failed to discover a second black egg. It appeared that the mother insect had deemed this location suitable for laying her eggs before departing. Yizhou gazed quizzically at the misty array that protected the small courtyard. This insect, capable of devouring spiritual energy, might have consumed the array's power, allowing it to move freely within this formation, rendering it incapable of confinement. Once this thought crystallized in his mind, Yizhou returned to his chamber, securing the doors and windows before summoning Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan respectfully bowed to Yizhou, proclaiming, "Xiao Shan pays homage to my master." Yizhou nodded, and, with a flourish, summoned a superior grade 100 ghost banner from his storage bag. This banner had been meticulously refined by Zhang Tian and was of far superior quality compared to Yizhou's own. Yizhou intended to transfer all the fierce spirits he had cultivated into this superior 100 ghost banner, thereby augmenting his combat prowess once more. Chapter 64. Refining ghost pills, the superior 100 Ghost Banner not only possessed double the capacity of a regular one, but could also accommodate fierce spirits of up to the 12th level of Qi training. Yizhou infused a stream of spiritual energy into the banner, causing a chilling wind to sweep through the small room. Dark, ghostly faces emerged from the banner, swirling chaotically around Yizhou. He counted. There were still over 30 fierce spirits left. After recognizing Zhang Tian's banner as their master, the fierce spirits within it became Yizhou's subordinates. On the day he had slain Zhang Tian, he had inadvertently vanquished over 100 of his fierce spirits, which was indeed a loss. Why Yizhou couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Unlike Zhang Tian, who could recklessly harm innocent lives to refine and enhance his 100 Ghost Banner, Yizhou was compelled to rely on tasks, capturing one spirit at a time. The speed at which he collected spirits was painfully slow. He began the transfer of fierce spirits, subsequently retrieving his own medium-grade 100 Ghost Banner to release the 100 or so fierce spirits he had. Most of these spirits had initially been at the first or second level of Qi training, but under Yizhou's careful nurturing, many had now reached the third level. However, spirits at the third level were quite vulnerable in the context of battles at his level, as evidenced by the tragic fate of the 100 fierce spirits from Zhang Tian's banner. Thus, Yizhou had refrained from deploying them as cannon fodder. Once these ordinary spirits reached the 5th or 6th level of Qi training, they would form a formidable force, capable of summoning a veritable horde of ghosts. At that point, even inner disciples would think twice before crossing his path. At this juncture, Xiao Shan stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, "Master has commanded that we shall move to a new home, to reside in a grand house. The connection between you and your current 100 Ghost Banner has now been severed. All brothers and sisters, enter the new abode." With Xiao Shan's command, all the spirits surged into the superior 100 Ghost Banner. Yizhou cast over 100 streams of spiritual energy to establish connections between his fierce spirit subordinates and the new banner, successfully completing the relocation. Afterward, Yizhou stowed away the 100 Ghost Banner and retrieved a piece of rolling cloud grass from his storage bag for careful examination. The rolling cloud grass was slender and elongated, its hue a deep green with hints of black. The leaves were long and curled, resembling rolling clouds, hence its name. This plant bloomed once every 500 years and bore fruit after a millennium, thriving only in places thick with deathly energy. Consuming the essence of rolling cloud grass could greatly enhance the cultivation of spirits, making it an exceptional spirit plant for raising ghostly companions. For this reason, rolling cloud grass was highly sought after in the blood spirit sect, where many disciples raise spirits. Given its unique growing conditions, the sect had specifically cultivated a medicinal field on Blood Cloud Peak, rich in spiritual energy and suffused with deathly energy, solely for the purpose of growing rolling cloud grass. Despite these efforts, the annual yield remained bleak, with the cultivated grass typically reserved for the elders and overseers of the sect. Had it not been for Wu Yong's assistance, Yizhou, as a mere outer disciple, would have found it nearly impossible to acquire rolling cloud grass, even if he held a slightly elevated position among inner disciples. Yizhou opened the small gourd hanging around his neck, depositing a stalk of rolling cloud grass within, and then began to meditate, awaiting the plant's maturation. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye. 6 days had passed. Yizhou opened the gourd, and a green radiance erupted from its spout, revealing a mature stalk of rolling cloud grass, approximately 2 feet in length, in Yizhou's hands. The grass was a deep green, almost black, and at its apex, it bore a cluster of black seeds resembling wheat ears, with each seed roughly the size of a small pearl. A rough estimation revealed that this stalk had produced over 20 seeds. Yizhou rummaged through his storage bag to find a jade box, opening it to reveal another cluster of identical rolling cloud grass seeds. Carefully, he plucked the black seeds from the stalk, placing the 2 clusters together before solemnly returning the jade box to his storage bag. With these seeds alone, Yizhou would no longer have to worry about acquiring rolling cloud grass in the future. Just as he was preparing to rise and head to the pill refining pavilion to concoct ghost pills, a surge of qi from the 7th level of training erupted from the 100 Ghost Banner. Had Xiao Shan finally broken through to the 7th level, such an achievement was no small feat. Ghost cultivators differ significantly from human cultivators. As long as they consume other spirits and possess ample spiritual energy, they rarely encounter bottlenecks, allowing for rapid advancement. This explains why some fierce spirits can achieve the status of ghost kings merely months after their emergence, wreaking havoc across towns and cities. In contrast, human cultivators face various bottlenecks, resulting in a relatively slower pace of cultivation. Having just recognized Xiao Shan as his master, he had consumed the soul of the 8th-level Qi training expert Zhao Chong, along with many fierce spirits, and his long-term consumption of the essence from Huang Yun Dan had now propelled him to break through to the 7th level, which seemed reasonable enough. Yi Zhou summoned Xiao Shan, who floated before him, kneeling in utmost reverence. "Master, how may I serve you?" Yi Zhou had rummaged through Xu Lao's study for quite some time before finally uncovering a dusty jade tablet. He handed the tablet to Xiao Shan, saying, "This jade tablet contains the record of a spell known as the Ghost-Killing Palm, created by a ghost cultivator over 10,000 years ago. It teaches spirits to wield their own malevolent energy in battle and consists of 5 levels. Once perfected, a single strike can shatter boulders, far surpassing the fireball technique. Memorize it well, and return it to its rightful owner, Xu Lao." Xiao Shan eagerly accepted the jade tablet, declaring, "Rest assured, Master, I will diligently cultivate and not betray your trust." Yi Zhou nodded and rose. "You may return to the 100 Ghost Banner to cultivate. I shall prepare a batch of superior ghost pills for you, allowing your cultivation to advance swiftly." Xiao Shan was deeply moved by Yi Zhou's kindness. Such a wonderful master was truly hard to come by. At the pill refining pavilion, Yi Zhou sat cross-legged on a mat, surrounded by a collection of prepared spirit grasses, including the 2 stalks of rolling cloud grass. After ensuring his state was optimal, he placed the 3 dragon spitting pearls furnace upon the stone platform. As the temperature within the furnace gradually rose, Yi Zhou skillfully added the spirit grasses in a precise order. As this was his first attempt at refining ghost pills, Yi Zhou dared not be careless, employing only a single ghost pill's worth of ingredients. When a rich medicinal fragrance began to waft from the furnace, Yi Zhou let out a slow sigh of relief. It seemed that refining ghost pills was not as daunting as he had feared. Mass production should pose no issue. Before long, a ghost pill exuding gray-black death energy erupted from the furnace. This was the ghost pill. For a first attempt, the quality was classified as inferior. However, Yi Zhou was quite satisfied. Achieving success on his first try was largely due to his exceptional pill refining skills and innate talent that had astonished Xu Lao. With experience gained, Yi Zhou gradually increased the quantity of ghost pills he refined per batch. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. With a series of clattering sounds, the 3 dragons spitting pearls furnace began to shake violently. Yi Zhou struck the furnace, causing the lid to fly off, and a cascade of thumb-sized, perfectly round ghost pills burst forth from within. Remarkably, this batch yielded a total of 40 pills, all of which were of superior quality. Chapter 65. Devouring the 5,000-year divine dragon grass. Yi Zhou waved his sleeve, releasing a stream of spiritual energy that guided the newly produced ghost pills into a jade vial resting on the stone platform. "Not too shabby. I have thoroughly grasped the process and techniques for refining ghost pills. While I am not yet at the pinnacle of my craft, failure is no longer a concern. At the very least, I can reliably produce inferior ghost pills. With the addition of these 40 ghost pills, Yi Zhou has crafted over 100 in the past few days, leaving him with nearly exhausted stocks of the spiritual herbs required for their creation. Nonetheless, this substantial quantity of ghost pills is sufficient for the malevolent spirits within the 100 Ghost Banner to sustain themselves for a considerable duration." Satisfied, Yi Zhou stored the jade vials away, dispatching one of them into the 100 Ghost Banner, instructing Xiao Shan to distribute the pills among the spirits to devour the deathly energy contained within. Currently, the malevolent spirits within the banner remain rather weak. Even 10 of them together would require a significant amount of time to completely absorb the death energy from a single ghost pill. Yi Zhou's primary focus is on nurturing Xiao Shan, allocating half of all the ghost pills to him. After departing the alchemy pavilion, Yi Zhou returned to the modest courtyard of Elder Shu, entering into an extended and monotonous period of secluded cultivation. During his training, he tirelessly cultivated various detoxifying spiritual herbs, as he was afflicted by an unknown poisonous pill. At any moment, should that woman harbor a single malicious thought, his life could be extinguished. Although she had warned him against attempting to detoxify himself, lest the incorrect antidote provoke the poison to take effect and lead to his untimely demise, Yi Zhou felt compelled to try. He believed that he could not fully trust her words and was confident that the detoxifying herbs cultivated from the small gourd possessed sufficient potency to neutralize the unknown poison. The poison lodged in his throat demanded resolution. If not addressed, his fate would remain in that woman's hands. No one wishes to have their life and death dictated by another. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had elapsed. Yizhou had cultivated all the detoxifying spiritual herbs he could acquire, including 5,000-year-old Shinnon grass, 3,000-year-old dragon gall grass, 3,000-year-old Lingji grass, and 3,000-year-old snake fruit. Yizhou knew well that the 5,000-year-old Shinnon grass was extraordinary, its spiritual essence resplendent. Once revealed, the energy it emitted would likely attract the attention of everyone within the blood spirit sect. Thus, he made a special return to his private cave. Upon sealing the cave's entrance, it transformed into an isolated space, enhanced by a formation designed to obstruct perception at the doorway. He intended to consume the herb in one swift motion, hoping it would not draw any unwanted attention. After all, the small gourd merely increased the age of the spiritual herbs without granting them sentience. Even after 1,000,000 years, they would not become monsters. I refuse to believe that this collection of detoxifying herbs cannot counteract the poison inflicted upon me. Just as Yizhou was about to open the gourd to retrieve the 5,000-year-old Shinnon grass, he felt it prudent to release the 100 ghosts. Once the spiritual essence begins to overflow, you must devour it with utmost fervor. Not a single trace of energy is to escape, Xiao Shan promptly replied. Understood. We will ensure the brothers consume it greedily. With a fierce expression, Yizhou swiftly opened the small gourd, and instantly, a colossal Shinnon grass, stretching 3 to 4 zhang in length, erupted from within. The moment the Shinnon grass was drawn forth, waves of visible and potent spiritual energy radiated from it. Crack, crack, Yizhou's teeth, akin to serrated edges, voraciously tore into the Shinnon grass, stuffing his mouth to the brim until his cheeks bulged like a great orb. Gulp, gulp. An abundance of the Shinnon grass was chewed and swallowed, quickly causing his abdomen to swell, resembling that of a large frog. Burp. A refreshing sensation spread from his abdomen, enveloping his entire being, ultimately converging at his dantian, cleansing it with each wave. After 2 hours, this invigorating essence gradually dissipated, prompting Yizhou to circulate his spiritual energy and inspect his dantian, revealing that the dark mass that had resided there had swiftly vanished under the cleansing influence of the refreshing essence. Wonderful! The poison has been dispelled. Initially, he feared the poison would remain unremovable, or that he might inadvertently consume other herbs in a desperate attempt. Fortunately, such was not the case. Although the poison was neutralized, the formidable potency of the 5,000-year-old Shinnon grass had yet to fully dissipate. Yizhou's complexion flushed, and streams of spiritual energy began to seep from his pores. The remnants of his unknown technique surged within him, transforming the spiritual energy into cultivation progress. Fortunately, the Shinnon grass possessed a gentle nature. Had it been any other more potent herb, Yizhou would have likely perished from the experience. After another day passed, Yizhou felt the bottleneck of the 10th level of qi refinement begin to loosen, as the medicinal power and spiritual energy within him were gradually resolved. At last, his life was firmly back in his own hands. The sensation of autonomy was indescribably liberating. That woman, distanced from him by an unknown span, likely remained unaware that the poison had been dispelled. Nevertheless, even with the detoxification achieved, he still intended to heed her advice and strive to align himself with the sect's leader. On one hand, this would provide him with an opportunity to gain benefits from her in the future. On the other, his current weakness rendered him defenseless before her, making it unwise to confront her directly at this juncture. Moreover, aligning himself with the sect's leader would yield numerous advantages. Currently, the righteous factions had set their sights on the blood spirit sect, and Yizhou sensed an impending storm. He needed to elevate his strength with utmost urgency. Otherwise, should a conflict erupt between the righteous and demonic sects, he would merely be cannon fodder, lacking even the means to escape. That woman undoubtedly had numerous spies embedded within the blood spirit sect. How else could she possess such detailed knowledge of his circumstances? Therefore, he must not reveal any signs of having escaped her control. Half a year quickly passed. Today marked an event of great significance for the blood spirit sect. As the annual internal disciple assessment was set to take place, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as all outer disciples who had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement were eligible to register for the assessment. In preparation for the internal disciple assessment, the Blood Spirit sect had constructed 20 competition platforms in the square. The competition format involved participants drawing lots. Those who drew matching numbers would engage in combat on the same platform, with victory determined by a single match, regardless of life or death. Aside from prohibiting the use of talismans, all other methods were permissible. Early in the morning, the square brimmed with spectators, the majority of whom had come to observe. Among the crowd were numerous disciple stewards tasked with maintaining order. Directly opposite the square stood a high platform, where ordinary chairs were arranged on either side of the lower level. Some early arrivals took their seats there. On the middle level of the high platform were 4 slightly ornate chairs, with 2 waiting disciples standing behind each chair, designated for the 4 elders of the Blood Spirit sect. At the very top of the viewing platform sat an exquisitely crafted chair, adorned with several black skulls, flanked by 2 stunning female disciples of the 8th level of Qi refinement. This was the seat of the sect's leader. According to Yi Zhou's knowledge, the leader had been in seclusion on Blood Cloud Peak, rarely appearing in public and remained shrouded in mystery. Since joining the sect, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her in past assessments. Only the 4 elders had attended to observe, as the leader either did not attend or only made an appearance during the finals. Once all the outer disciples participating in the competition had gathered, the 4 esteemed elders, donned in flowing crimson robes, arrived gracefully on their swords and took their seats. The steward overseeing the assessment respectfully reported the competition details to the Grand Elder. Respected Grand Elder, a total of 120 participants have registered for this internal assessment, with 98 disciples at the 7th level of Qi refinement and 22 at the 8th level. The Grand Elder, his demeanor grave, nodded in satisfaction and spoke slowly. In recent years, the number of our sect's disciples participating in the internal assessment has steadily increased. This is a favorable omen, indicating that our sect is growing stronger under the leadership of our esteemed master. Let the internal disciple assessment commence. The steward then raised his voice to announce the competition rules. This year's internal disciple assessment will consist of 3 rounds of platform battles, lower, middle, and upper tiers. Opponents will be decided by random drawing, and those who win 3 matches will successfully advance to become internal disciples. Life and death are disregarded on the platform, with the match concluding only upon one party's demise or verbal surrender. All outer disciples registered for the assessment, please come forward to draw lots. 2 strikingly beautiful female disciples then presented a massive box filled with swirling mist. The disciples approached to draw lots, quickly retrieving jade tokens inscribed with numbers. A sinister-looking young man with long hair extended his snake-like tongue to lick his lips, a malicious glint sparking in his elongated eyes. Who drew the black token number 2? The individuals surrounding this malevolent youth paled at his words, breathing a sigh of relief only after confirming their tokens were not the dreaded black token number 2. Thank goodness I'm not number 2. If I were to face that fiend, I would likely end up dead or worse. You have quite the audacity to speak of him as a fiend in his presence. Be cautious, or he may seek retribution once he becomes an internal disciple. Yi Zhou lowered his gaze to glance at the number inscribed on his jade slip, red slip number 22, which coincidentally corresponded to the second arena for the competition. However, he would have to wait until the battles at the second arena concluded before it was his turn. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the crowd, a robust youth clad in coarse clothing slowly moved his finger away from the number on his slip, revealing the inscription, Black Slip number 2. This individual turned out to be Erzhuang, a childhood companion from Yi Zhou's village. Since joining the Blood Spirit sect, Erzhuang had diligently practiced, yet due to the limitations of his inferior spiritual root, his cultivation speed had been rather slow. Initially, he had no chance of participating in this inner sect disciple assessment, but fate smiled upon him. During an external mission, he unexpectedly encountered a significant opportunity. Since then, his cultivation had skyrocketed. To Yi Zhou's astonishment, Erzhuang had actually broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement just a day before the assessment, granting him not only eligibility to compete, but also a substantial chance of emerging victorious in this trial. Erzhuang seemed unfazed by the presence of the enigmatic youth and did not respond to the fact that he had drawn black slip number 2. Instead, he sought out Yi Zhou in the crowd. Upon locking eyes, both boys, who had entered the sect together, were taken aback. Yi Zhou was astonished that he, who had consumed pills like candy, had only reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, with an external cultivation level of the 7th. While Zhuang had inexplicably surged to the 8th level, Zhuang was equally astonished by Yizhou's cultivation speed. It was common knowledge that Yizhou possessed a waste spiritual root. Yet here he was, participating in the assessment alongside someone who had received a fortuitous opportunity. Both Yizhou and Zhuang exchanged a faint smile, though it felt somewhat alien. The two children who had emerged from the mountain village had undergone tremendous transformations. Zhuang's demeanor had grown increasingly sinister and ruthless, while Yizhou remained remarkably unremarkable, appearing less like a disciple of the demonic sect. Zhuang remarked, "Yizhou, if you draw me later, it would be wise to concede. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our friendship, as the inter-sect disciple assessment is of great significance, with all 4 elders observing. However, given your mere entry into the 7th level of Qi refinement, it is uncertain whether you will even progress to the 2nd round." Yizhou replied with a calm smile, "I am merely here to test my luck. If I draw someone of the 7th level of Qi refinement 3 times, it would be quite hopeless for my advancement." Zhuang chuckled, "Then I wish you good fortune. If we both become inter-sect disciples, we can look out for each other. I have heard that the outstanding candidates from each inter-sect disciple assessment have a significant chance of being taken as direct disciples by the 4 elders. I hope my performance this time will be worthy of their attention." At that moment, a sharp and piercing voice echoed in Zhuang's mind. "You are the one I have chosen. With my assistance, it would be effortless for you to be accepted as a disciple by the elders of this trifling sect. Do not think that merely being a direct disciple is the limit. In the future, slaying the current sect leader and ascending to the position of sect master in the blood spirit sect will be within your grasp. Young man, broaden your horizons. Do not associate too deeply with this Yizhou. If you become entangled with him, he will undoubtedly become your burden. Indeed, esteemed one, you are absolutely correct." At this moment, the attendant disciples at the arena began to call out, "Those who have drawn black slip number 2. Please take the stage for the assessment." Zhuang stepped forward, revealing his jade slip. The attendant responsible for the 2nd arena approached to collect the wooden slips from Li Jiao and Zhuang. Gesturing for them to proceed, Li Jiao lightly tapped his right foot against the ground, and his body soared into the air, gracefully landing at the center of the 2nd arena. In contrast, Zhuang calmly ascended the steps to the 2nd arena. A cold and confident smile etched on his lips. Both Zhuang and the enigmatic youth were at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and as the match commenced, the two disciples faced each other with intensity, drawing considerable attention from the audience. This fellow named Zhuang seemed destined to falter from the outset, as Li Jiao was at the pinnacle of the 8th level, on the verge of breaking into the 9th level. Indeed, Li Jiao seems determined to secure a spot among the inter-sect disciples, one spectator remarked. However, Zhuang is not to be underestimated. I have heard he has obtained some fortuitous opportunities and his cultivation has advanced rapidly. I believe this match will be quite intriguing. Chapter 67. The black-boned serpent bracelet. Zhuang cast a cold glance at Li Jiao, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. A faint purple glimmer suddenly appeared in his gaze but quickly vanished. Feeling the intensity of Zhuang's stare, Li Jiao was taken aback, sensing a chill run down his spine, as if a fearsome beast were fixating on him in the wild. Li Jiao's expression shifted as he realized that this newly ascended 8th-level cultivator, Zhuang, might not be so easily dealt with. The attendant at the 2nd arena stood beside a bell, tugging on the cord beneath it. Inquiring, "Are both contestants ready?" Li Jiao and Zhuang exchanged a sharp glance and nodded. The attendant pulled the cord, and the sound of 3 crisp ding chimes resonated. "The match begins." As soon as the attendant finished speaking, Li Jiao sprang into action. His spiritual energy surged as he raised his hands from his sides, summoning a dozen 2-foot-long ice spikes that materialized before him, hurtling toward the vital points of Zhuang's body. "Go!" Standing motionless, Zhuang maintained his composure. Just as the dense array of ice spikes was about to pierce him, his body contorted into a peculiar posture, effortlessly evading the seemingly dense barrage of ice. Li Jiao's pupils dilated as he exclaimed, "Damn it! What kind of bizarre movement technique is this?" With no time to ponder, Li Jiao extended his right hand, rapidly channeling his spiritual energy to form 5 slender, razor-sharp ice blades, each a foot long. With a flick of his hand, the 5 ice blades spiraled toward Zhuang, locking him in with their cunning angles, leaving no escape route. "Now, let us see how you evade this." As he spoke, Li Jiao's movements did not cease. He patted his storage pouch, and a flying sword of superior quality emerged, hovering before him. This sword was translucent with a faint blue hue, resembling one sculpted from ice. Emanating wisps of white cold air, the hilt was crafted from black mysterious iron, with a delicate blue tassel hanging from the end, tied to a miniature version of a flying sword pendant. Upon its appearance, the crowd erupted in excitement. Isn't that Li Jiao's prized flying sword, the frozen ice sword? It is said that he spent 5 years searching for a piece of millennium-old ice to forge this sword with his master's assistance. It remained to be seen whether this remarkably agile Erzhuang could evade the attack of the frozen ice sword. Li Jiao cast several incantations upon the frozen ice sword, which then sliced through the air towards Erzhuang, unleashing a wave of chilling energy with its first strike. Swish! As the frozen ice sword passed, a thin layer of ice formed upon the ground. Standing still, Erzhuang removed a mysterious black bone bracelet from his right wrist, rubbing it between his hands. The bracelet transformed into a slender black serpent, which slithered out of his palm, its fiery serpent eyes brimming with intelligence as it affectionately nudged Erzhuang's hand. Erzhuang cast several incantations at the black serpent, which suddenly grew in size, rapidly becoming a 10-foot-long black serpent enveloped in flames, radiating a scorching heat that distorted the surrounding air. The serpent turned its head and lunged at the incoming 5 ice blades. And just as it was about to collide, it whipped its tail, shattering the 5 ice blades in mid-air. It then hovered, opening its mouth wide to hiss provocatively at the frozen ice sword. Standing behind the serpent, Erzhuang murmured, "This frozen ice sword possesses some merit. I wonder how it compares to my black bone serpent." The sharp voice concealed within Erzhuang's body chuckled sinisterly upon hearing this. "The black bone serpent bracelet I bestowed upon you is crafted from the spiritual bones and souls of a foundational black bone serpent. A genuine foundational artifact. However, due to your current cultivation level, this artifact can only unleash the might of a top-tier chi refinement tool, which will not raise suspicion from the 4 elders of your sect. It will be a breeze to deal with this mere superior quality frozen ice sword." In the next moment, the frozen ice sword, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of cold air, struck the serpent's head, rapidly forming a layer of ice that sealed the flames emanating from the serpent's mouth, and the ice continued to spread across the serpent's body, threatening to freeze it entirely. The once fierce serpent now lay subdued, akin to a lifeless creature. Should the frozen ice sword strike again, it would shatter the immobilized serpent and eliminate the defenseless Erzhuang behind it. Li Jiao snorted coldly, speaking with venomous intent. "This is where your journey ends." Yet, unexpectedly, in the next instant, the serpent stirred. Its completely frozen head rose high, and its massive body flicked its tail, shattering the ice encasing it. Hiss! The massive serpent once again swung the Xianbing sword, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth, colliding with the blade. Instantly, the chilling aura enveloping the sword diminished significantly, and dense steam began to rise around them, as the fiery breath threatened to engulf the Xianbing sword. Li Jiao hastily cast several incantations towards it. The sword responded with a resonant hum, its power surging as a new wave of cold energy enveloped it, and the razor-sharp blade descended once more upon the serpent's head. With a swift twist of its body, the serpent's sturdy tail struck the descending Xianbing sword, sending it flying through the air. The surrounding cold dissipated, leaving the sword suspended, its spiritual energy dimmed. Li Jiao frantically unleashed a flurry of incantations upon the sword, barely restoring a fraction of its spiritual flow. Before the sword could react, the serpent lunged forward as if soaring through the air, its massive jaws opening wide to clamp down on the blade. A sharp crack echoed as the serpent's bite left numerous fine cracks across the Xianbing sword's surface. With a sickening crunch, the severely wounded sword shattered, and Li Jiao, connected to it through their shared essence, coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a mere thought, the serpent exerted a slight pressure, causing the already fractured sword to disintegrate into shards of ice, which it consumed whole. Li Jiao's eyes widened in horror, his vision tinted with crimson. The Xianbing sword was his most prized magical artifact, and he never anticipated it would be so effortlessly shattered by this fearsome serpent. "I concede! I concede!" he cried out frantically. If he did not yield at that moment, he too would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the Xianbing sword, crushed and devoured by the serpent. The surrounding disciples were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Li Jiao had lost. How could this be possible? Had the serpent truly become so overwhelmingly powerful? Chapter 68. Securing the first victory. Clang, clang, clang. The match concluded, and the referee swiftly announced victory to the black side, Zhuang. Moments after Li Jiao's concession, a servant stationed by the bell hastily rang it to declare the outcome. Zhuang cast a disdainful glance at the defeated Li Jiao before summoning the black serpent back to him. The serpent's colossal head rubbed against his hand and swiftly transformed into a dark light, returning to the form of a black-boned serpent bracelet, which he adorned on his wrist once more. How quick you are to concede. It's truly a pity you didn't become a meal for my precious serpent. Zhuang sneered as he regarded the weakened Li Jiao. Li Jiao, trembling, struggled to rise from the ground. We shall see, he retorted defiantly before shakily taking flight on his mid-grade flying sword. Zhuang mocked, do take care not to fall. At his words, Li Jiao's body jolted violently, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, but fortunately, he managed to remain aloft, safely departing on his sword. Before leaving the arena, Zhuang glanced at the 4 crimson figures seated in the spectators' area. Sensing one pair of eyes linger upon him momentarily, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Had he successfully captured the attention of the elders? Zhuang felt no apprehension regarding the powerful entity within him being discovered by the elders or the sect leader. For that entity's soul realm far surpassed their own. Once both Li Jiao and Zhuang had exited the stage, the servant called out, contestants with red sign 22 and black sign 22. Please ascend the platform. Prepared in advance, Yi Zhou and a young man clad in black attire approached the arena from opposite sides, brushing past the departing Zhuang in a remarkably good mood. Zhuang took a moment to advise Yi Zhou to refrain from overexerting himself, emphasizing the importance of survival. Yi Zhou merely nodded in acknowledgement, despite warnings from an elder to maintain distance from Yi Zhou. Zhuang's darker impulses were not yet sufficient to quell his desire. Witnessing his childhood friend perish on the arena would evoke a sense of sorrow, albeit one he could somewhat accept. On the platform, Yi Zhou submitted his wooden token, and while waiting for the match to commence, he assessed the black-clad youth's cultivation level, recognizing him to be at the peak of the 7th stage of Qi refinement. The spectators below began to murmur as they scrutinized the cultivation levels of both combatants. I wonder who will emerge victorious. One has just entered the 7th stage of Qi refinement, while the other stands at its pinnacle. I'd say the odds are 50-50. This Yi Zhou appears to be a genius in alchemy, having consumed numerous spiritual pills. He even defeated Zhao Chong, who was at the 8th stage, on the life and death platform. However, it seems he merely relied on talismans, and his inherent strength appears rather mediocre. Upon hearing the news of Yi Zhou's triumph over Zhao Chong, the crowd gasped in astonishment, only to be met with disdain upon learning that Yi Zhou had used talismans to secure his victory. Fortunately, our sect leader possesses keen insight, discerning that some practitioners lacking genuine skill often resort to talismans as a means of cheating. Thus, the use of talismans is prohibited during assessments for inner disciples. It seems evident that with Yi Zhou's trump card rendered unusable, his defeat is all but assured. Zhuang, having just stepped off the stage, cast a surprised glance at Yi Zhou, as he had been unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world since returning to the sect after a fortuitous encounter years prior. However, upon hearing that Yi Zhou had relied on talismans to defeat Zhao Chong, Zhuang's surprise faded, and he shook his head. How could someone at the 6th stage slay an 8th stage practitioner? It turns out he was using talismans, truly a duplicitous method. An elder once remarked that once one enters the golden core realm, no cultivator would resort to talismans anymore. Are both parties ready? The servant responsible for ringing the bell inquired. Yi Zhou and the black-clad youth both nodded slightly. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang, and the servant announced loudly, the match begins. Before the words had fully left his lips, the black-clad youth swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Yi Zhou. Simultaneously, he tapped his storage pouch, producing a 3-foot-long black iron umbrella that spun rapidly, emanating a flow of spiritual energy. As the umbrella flew towards him, the youth swiftly executed a series of incantations, causing a cold gleam to radiate from its surface, and with a whoosh, it hurtled towards Yi Zhou. 3 iron green needles shot forth from Yi Zhou's storage pouch, orbiting around him to form a sturdy protective barrier. Clang! The sharp tip of the umbrella collided with the barrier, producing a crisp sound as it rebounded slightly. The black-clad youth unleashed another incantation upon the umbrella, commanding, "Open!" In an instant, the once-closed umbrella unfurled, spinning rapidly as countless small black shadows surged forth, raining down upon Yizhou. After a cacophony of clattering and clanging, the ground around Yizhou was littered with deformed silver needles, darts, and other hidden weapons. Upon seeing these hidden weapons, Yizhou's eyes gleamed with excitement. After a quarter of an hour, as the umbrella's rotation slowed, the barrage of projectiles diminished significantly. The black-clad youth furrowed his brow and cast another incantation at the umbrella. Suddenly, the top of the umbrella opened like petals, releasing a thick cloud of black mist that swirled downward. Any concealed weapon that came into contact with the black mist instantly transformed into a pool of black sludge. This black mist must be highly toxic. Yizhou swiftly tapped his storage pouch, summoning the 100-ghost banner, which immediately conjured forth Xiaoshan and other spirits. "Disperse the poison," Yizhou commanded, and at his behest, Xiaoshan and the other spirits opened their mouths, unleashing a chilling gust that cleared the toxic mist from the arena. The black-clad youth's expression shifted dramatically, a ghost servant at the 8th stage of qi refinement. The spectators below were taken aback, and even Zhuang couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Xiaoshan, sensing a profound aura of danger emanating from him. "I concede," the black-clad youth declared decisively. Realizing that with an 8th stage ghost servant collaborating with Yizhou, his chances of victory were non-existent, and continuing would only risk his life, he promptly surrendered. The nearby servant rang the bell. Match concluded. "Yizhou is the victor." Yizhou retracted the iron-green needles and the 100-ghost banner, noticing the dejected expression on the black-clad youth's face as he left the arena. He hastily pursued him, calling out, "Brother, please wait." The youth turned, surprised to see Yizhou addressing him, his wariness resurfacing. "I've already conceded." "What more do you want?" Yizhou clarified. "You've misunderstood. I'm merely curious. Was that magical artifact you used earlier self-crafted? It's quite formidable to command so many hidden weapons. Had it not been for the unparalleled spiritual energy granted by his nameless cultivation technique, Yizhou would have been overwhelmed by the iron-green needles. Naturally, he sought to exchange knowledge on the creation of such a treasure. Yizhou was proficient in alchemy and poison-making, yet he lacked a means to administer toxins. That umbrella would be an excellent addition. Chapter 69. The Rare Talent of Qi Refinement. Gu Feng, upon hearing Yizhou praise his 1,000-mechanism umbrella, the youth's wariness diminished significantly, replaced by a hint of pride tinged with regret. "Indeed, this 1,000-mechanism umbrella is a product of my own crafting, but alas, due to insufficient materials, it remains a mere half-finished artifact. Otherwise, the one who would have been defeated on the arena would undoubtedly have been you." Yizhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. If a half-finished creation was already so impressive, how much more potent would a completed version be? Coupled with the corrosive concoction he had brewed, the possibilities for triumph were exhilarating. Yizhou eagerly inquired, "If provided with ample materials, how many times more powerful could you make the 1,000-mechanism umbrella?" The youth pondered for a moment before confidently asserting, "At the very least. This half-finished Qianji umbrella possesses 3 times the power of its current state. However, creating a complete version is exceedingly difficult." After speaking, he cast a wary glance at Yizhou and inquired, "What do you want to know all this for?" Yizhou hurriedly explained, "Actually, I wish to make a trade with you, senior brother. My next match is tomorrow, and I propose we discuss our matters in a more secluded location away from prying eyes. The inter-sect disciple assessments are not akin to a round-robin tournament. They must also take into account the disciple's spiritual energy and recovery from injuries. Each day, a disciple is only required to participate in 1 round of assessment." The youth, still perplexed and cautious, replied, "A trade? You wish to learn the secrets of my Qianji umbrella? That is utterly impossible. Even if I were to provide you with the blueprints, you would not be able to forge it. Moreover, this treasure was acquired at the cost of my life. I do not share it with anyone." Yizhou continued, "I am aware of my limited skills in crafting, which is why I wish to study under you to learn the art of forging. Once I have honed my abilities, I would then like to attempt crafting the Qianji umbrella. You may set the price, be it spiritual stones, elixirs, or spiritual herbs, as long as I deem it reasonable." "I will comply." If this were a typical transaction, Yizhou would certainly negotiate. However, The youth seemed reluctant to divulge the methods for creating the Qinji umbrella in such a scenario. Yizhou felt compelled to part with his valuables to demonstrate his sincerity. After all, wealth could be replenished, but the knowledge of forging is invaluable for a lifetime. Otherwise, the secret to crafting the Qinji umbrella would remain elusive for the foreseeable future. To Yizhou's surprise, the youth did not even contemplate the offer before shaking his head in refusal, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in such matters, nor in teaching you the art of forging. These trivialities would only serve to squander my time. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Yizhou standing in astonishment. He had never encountered a cultivator who would turn down elixirs and spiritual herbs. Yizhou muttered to himself, "This person truly is obstinate." At that moment, the voice of Wu Yong reached Yizhou from behind. "Haha, ye junior brother, or rather, ye senior brother, do not be offended. Ji Yufeng is not merely an eccentric. He is also a prodigy in forging." Theo speak somewhat irreverently of the elders and the sect leader. If one were to claim that Gu Feng ranks second in talent for forging within the blood spirit sect, no one would dare claim the top spot. It is no wonder you wish to learn from him. Regrettably, you have sought the wrong individual, as he never teaches anyone the craft. Of course, this was merely talent. Similar to Yizhou, who possessed a high aptitude for alchemy, without stepping into the foundation establishment stage, one would not garner the attention of the higher-ups in the blood spirit sect. Below the foundation establishment, no matter how gifted one might be, they would only live for about a century and achieve little. Turning to face Wu Yong, Yizhou saw him panting as he descended slowly upon a slender flying sword. His considerable weight bending the sword's body slightly, Wu Yong seemed to anticipate that Yizhou was about to become a focal point as an inner sect disciple, as he had shifted his address from junior brother to senior brother. After all, Yizhou's ghostly servant at the 8th layer of Qi refinement had already been revealed, and few could match him in combat alongside that formidable ally. Yizhou gazed at the flying sword beneath Wu Yong with a twinge of sympathy. Pondering the immense debt he must have incurred in his past life to become Wu Yong's sword in this one. From Wu Yong's words, it appeared he had some understanding of the youth in question. Prompting Yizhou to inquire, "His name is Gu Feng? From your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with him." Wu Yong extended a hand towards Yizhou, who instinctively retrieved several spiritual stones from his storage bag and offered them. These spiritual stones in exchange for detailed information about Gu Feng. However, to Yizhou's surprise, Wu Yong did not accept the stones but instead pointed beneath his flying sword, saying, "What I mean is, lend me a hand." Looking down, Yizhou noticed that the flying sword had halted directly above a pile of dog excrement. With the nearby presence of blood spirit sect disciples, Wu Yong was unable to reposition. Yizhou could not help but marvel at the unfortunate placement. He pocketed the spiritual stones and assisted Wu Yong down from the flying sword. Wu Yong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He instinctively attempted to rub it on Yizhou's sleeve, only to find Yizhou had already retreated 3 steps back. Wu Yong could only awkwardly wipe his forehead before turning to stow away the flying sword. Grumbling, "I haven't ridden a sword in ages. My aim seems to have faltered." He then looked at Yizhou and continued, "You were indeed trying to glean information about Gu Feng, weren't you? My knowledge of him is somewhat limited. I only know that he possesses exceptional talent in cultivation and entered the sect as an inner disciple." Yizhou was taken aback, exclaiming, "An inner disciple? How has he become an outer disciple now?" Wu Yong cast a sidelong glance at Yizhou and calmly replied, "Do not rush. Allow me to finish. He was initially an inner disciple, but became so obsessed with forging that he neglected his cultivation, resulting in stagnation for many years and incurring the ire of the elders and a fit of anger. They demoted him to an outer disciple." Yizhou thought to himself, "No wonder," and inquired further. "Then is he participating in the inner disciple assessments this time to regain his status?" Wu Yong shook his head, stating, "Not at all. Ever since he became an outer disciple, he is registered for the inner disciple assessments every year, merely to find opponents to test the power of his newly crafted magical tools, allowing him to further refine his creations. After all, within the blood spirit sect, everyone is fixated on cultivation, and who has the leisure to help him test his tools? Furthermore, he is quite reclusive. Aside from the inner disciple assessments, he has no other means of finding challengers." Having heard Wu Yong's words, Yizhou felt an even stronger desire to learn forging from Gu Feng. This individual not only possessed great talent, but was also remarkably passionate about forging. Studying under Gu Feng would certainly provide him with a wealth of invaluable knowledge. Observing Yizhou's silence, Wu Yong added, if you wish to learn the craft, it is not imperative to seek Gu Feng. I know a few individuals within the sect who have decent forging talent. If you're willing, I could recommend them to you for a fee. Unwilling to give up, Yizhou pressed. Is there truly no way to persuade him to teach me forging? Wu Yong initially intended to shake his head but seemed to recall something, hesitating before saying, there is indeed a method, though its success is not guaranteed, and it carries considerable risk. Personally, I would advise against pursuing it. Why Yizhou's interest was piqued, and he promptly asked, what is this method? Several months ago, the sect issued a Class A mission to slay a Qi Refinement 9th layer beast. Because the reward was not substantial and the task perilous, it went unclaimed from the outset. Unexpectedly, 2 months ago, Gu Feng sought to undertake this mission at the Outer Branch Hall, but due to his status as an outer disciple, he was deemed ineligible for Class A missions. Moreover, his inflexible nature led the hall managers to refuse him outright. Yizhou remarked, indeed, this individual seems rather stubborn and inflexible. It's a miracle he has survived in our sect for this long, likely due to some connections. By the way, what is so special about this Class A mission? Wu Yong explained, what you may not know is that after slaying a beast within the sect, one is not required to submit the beast's corpse. The soul and body of the beast are excellent materials for forging. And Gu Feng is particularly interested in the body of this beast. However, since he did not accept the mission, he is unaware of the beast's whereabouts. Jiyu Feng has attempted to pester the Outer Branch Hall several times, but he was turned away each time. I only happened to overhear my master mentioning this matter. Given that he has gone to such lengths to pursue this beast, it must be an important material for his forging endeavors. If you were to bring the body of that beast to him, perhaps he might agree to teach you the art of forging. As Wu Yong concluded, he noticed a flicker of interest in Yizhou's expression and quickly added, of course, this is merely my conjecture. You must not take unnecessary risks and foolishly attempt to slay the beast for this reason. That is a Qi Refinement 9th layer beast. In terms of physical strength and the depth of its internal spiritual energy, it rivals a peak Qi Refinement 10th layer cultivator. With your Qi Refinement 7th layer cultivation, you would barely be sufficient to serve as a snack for that beast. Why Yizhou merely smiled and nodded. But inwardly he resolved that once the inner disciple assessments were concluded, he would undertake this mission and strive to slay that beast, thereby gaining the opportunity to learn forging from Gu Feng. Alchemy, forging, and talisman crafting were, in Yizhou's eyes, essential skills for any cultivator, secondary only to the enhancement of one's cultivation level. Having already acquired knowledge in alchemy and talisman crafting, he was merely lacking in forging. If he were to master the art of forging, his ability to safeguard his life would be significantly enhanced. Indeed, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down, provided that the stability of one's cultivation is assured. Currently, Yizhou had reached the 10th layer of Qi Refinement, while Xiao Shan, having consumed the Ghost Elixir, had also ascended to the 8th layer of Qi Refinement. It was likely that they would soon break through to the 9th layer. Not to mention, together, they could contend with even a peak Qi Refinement 10th layer beast, or even one at the 11th layer. Lost in thought, Yizhou was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a small bell hanging from Wu Yong's waist. Wu Yong clapped Yizhou on the shoulder and said, my master is calling for me. Come, let us go meet him. As Yizhou lifted his gaze and followed Wu Yong's line of sight, he beheld a kindly and affable figure seated upon the high platform, a jovial, portly steward, none other than Wu Yong's master, Wu Yu. This marked Yizhou's inaugural encounter with Wu Yong's mentor. However, Yizhou could not shake off the feeling that Wu Yu bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Upon scrutinizing Wu Yu closely and casting a glance back at Wu Yong, he discerned that while their features were not identical, they certainly shared a striking familial likeness, with at least 70% similarity. Given that both bore the surname Wu, Yizhou could not help but ponder, was the relationship between Wu Yong and Wu Yu truly a mere master-disciple bond? Was there perhaps a deeper connection, such as that of father and son? Yet, Yizhou refrained from voicing his inquiries. Although Yizhou remained silent, Wu Yong was acutely aware of his unspoken thoughts. With a slight twitch of his lips, he promptly clarified, I assure you, my relationship with my master is purely that of mentor and disciple. Orphaned at a tender age, I wandered alone until my master, during his travels, took pity on me and brought me under his wing when I was but 8 years old. Understanding dawned on Yizhou as he nodded in acknowledgement. It was likely the striking resemblance that had led to his confusion. As they spoke, they ascended the platform, and upon seeing Wu Yong hurriedly approached him, bowing respectfully with Yi Zhou following suit. Wu Yong gestured towards Yi Zhou, introducing him to Wu Yu. Master, this is Yi Zhou, the one I often mention. Wu Yu's expression softened as he regarded Yi Zhou, praising him. So you are Yi Zhou. I observed your combat on the arena. That ghost servant you possess is exceptionally formidable, indeed, to cultivate to the 7th level of qi refinement within such a short span. Despite the aid of elixirs, is commendable. It is undeniable that you possess great determination. However, Wu Yu continued in a hushed tone, yet, mere perseverance without opportunity is insufficient. Should you seek longevity on the path of cultivation, you must also cultivate favorable circumstances. For this, you ought to extend your gratitude to Elders Huda. Yi Zhou was taken aback. Elder Shu. While he indeed owed a debt of gratitude to Elder Shu for saving his life, he believed his own efforts had been solely responsible for his progress. Wu Yu, reading the confusion on Yi Zhou's face, merely smiled enigmatically and offered a few words of encouragement, urging him to perform well in the upcoming matches. In the crowd, Zhuang regarded Yi Zhou on the platform with palpable disdain. To him, it appeared that Yi Zhou was currying favor with a steward in hopes of securing a position as an inner sect disciple under his tutelage. In the past, Zhuang might have considered such a path, but having recently encountered a fortuitous opportunity, he now set his sights higher. His aspirations were to become a disciple of an elder or even the sect leader. Yi Zhou's ambitions seemed trivial in comparison, rendering him unworthy of Zhuang's attention. With that, Zhuang turned and departed the assessment venue. The following day, Yi Zhou found himself pitted against another opponent at the 7th level of qi refinement. Upon recognizing Yi Zhou, the opponent surrendered before the battle commenced, as news of Yi Zhou's ghost servant at the 8th level of qi refinement had spread among the assessment participants. Yi Zhou claimed an effortless victory. On the 3rd day, after the elimination rounds, the original 120 outer sect disciples had dwindled to merely 30 among them. Only 10 remained at the 7th level of qi refinement, while 20 had ascended to the 8th. The remaining 7-level disciples were filled with trepidation, fearing they might draw an 8th-level opponent, while the 8th-level disciples surveyed their lesser counterparts with predatory gazes, including several lingering on Yi Zhou with ill intent. Yi Zhou furrowed his brow, choosing to disregard their glares as he focused on Zhuang, who was preoccupied not with the arena but with the elder's platform, where a figure cloaked in crimson observed him with a smile, and it appeared that Zhuang had captured the attention of the Grand Elder. Should all go as expected, he would soon become the Grand Elder's personal disciple. Chapter 71. The arrival of the Blood Spirit sect leader. With this thought, Yi Zhou's gaze shifted to the observation platform, where his focus landed upon Wu Yu and his disciple. Wu Yong waved enthusiastically at Yi Zhou, seemingly encouraging him, to which Yi Zhou responded with a grateful smile. Just then, Zhuang's voice, tinged with frost, broke through. Yi Zhou, I didn't expect your luck to hold. You indeed drew a 7th-level opponent yesterday. However, with mostly 8th-level competitors remaining today, your fortune may not last. On account of our childhood friendship, I must advise you to avoid straying down the wrong path. Alchemy, artifact forging, and spirit summoning pale in comparison to cultivating one's own strength. If you provide me with ample high-quality elixirs, perhaps in my generosity, I might share some powerful techniques to swiftly elevate your cultivation. Zhuang's demeanor exuded arrogance as he spoke. Yi Zhou merely smiled faintly, replying, Thank you for your advice. I will give your suggestions due consideration. It was clear to Yi Zhou that Zhuang's intent was to convey a message. While both hailed from the same village, he had long surpassed Yi Zhou in strength, and Yi Zhou should now strive to win his favor. The steward responsible for the inner sect disciple assessment called for the drawing of lots. The 2 female disciples who had previously carried the lot box gracefully reappeared. The 30 remaining disciples approached in turn to draw their lots. When it was Yi Zhou's turn, he reached into the mist-shrouded box, randomly grasping a wooden stick and withdrawing it. Glancing down to find he had drawn the red sign number 5, he quickly scanned the crowd to locate the individual who had drawn the black sign number 5. At that moment, Zhuang, who drew his lot after Yi Zhou, inquired of the assembly, Who has the red sign number 1? The Qi Refinement 7th-level disciples, upon meeting Zhuang's gaze, instinctively averted their eyes. A peak 8th-level disciple in a black robe stepped forward, declaring, I am the one with red sign number 1. Let us see whose fortune prevails, yours or my techniques. The attendant at platform 1 rang a bell, announcing loudly, "Please have the holders of wooden signs one to take the stage for their duel." The final round of assessment was of utmost importance. Any participant who triumphed in this single match would ascend to the prestigious status of inner sect disciple. Each contest was a solitary bout, with a total of 15 matches scheduled for the day, allowing the gathered outer sect disciples to witness the spectacle in its entirety. Moreover, the esteemed sect leader occasionally graced the final assessment with their presence. As Zhuang and the black-robed disciple prepared to mount the platform, a chilling wail echoed through the air, causing all in attendance to look skyward. A massive, blood-red skull, the size of a house, emerged from the blood cloud peak, trailing a mist of crimson, with the haunting wail emanating from its cavernous maw. Upon this skull stood a towering figure clad in a crimson robe, their icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. Yizhou felt a shiver race down his spine as that gaze fell upon him, an overwhelming sensation of being seen through, as though his very essence was laid bare. Had he not cultivated the concealment technique, he might have unwittingly revealed his true cultivation level before the sect leader. Yizhou sensed the profound power emanating from the sect leader. He could not help but mentally compare them to the veiled woman, ultimately concluding that the sect leader's cultivation was subtly superior, although the woman's methods were far more inscrutable, allowing her to lead him uncontrollably to her abode. Excited exclamations rippled through the crowd. "Look! It's the sect leader! The sect leader has arrived! This is my first time seeing the sect leader since joining the sect. The sect leader's cultivation truly is unfathomable." Many disciples were filled with exuberance, akin to fervent admirers beholding their idol. Among the crowd, Zhuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he beheld the sect leader, lamenting inwardly, "What a pity! I've heard the sect leader has not taken disciples in many years. Otherwise, how splendid it would be to be under their tutelage. I've heard the sect leader is exceedingly lenient with their disciples, offering treatment far superior to that of the personal disciples of elders. However, their attendance today might signify a change of heart regarding accepting disciples. Perhaps I shall be the fortunate one." A shrill voice echoed in Zhuang's mind, mocking him with a series of derisive cackles. Indeed, what a small sect this is. A mere foundation establishment expert can assume the role of sect leader. No wonder they hide away in such a desolate place to establish their sect. As the enormous skull descended onto the high platform, all disciples below bowed respectfully to the sect leader, and Yizhou, along with the crowd, joined in reverence. Disciples pay their respects to the sect leader. May the sect leader enjoy everlasting blessings. The stewards who had previously occupied the high platform also rose to pay their respects to the sect leader. The 4 grand elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they simultaneously stood and bowed slightly to the exalted sect leader, declaring, "We greet the sect leader." Upon taking their seat, the sect leader raised a hand, gesturing, "You may all rise." The crowd gradually straightened up, and Yizhou lifted his gaze towards the sect leader. He beheld a man in his 30s, tall and robust, with a ruddy complexion. However, it was his jet-black pupils that instilled a sense of unease in Yizhou, causing him to avert his gaze. The sect leader glanced down at the assembly and casually inquired, "Has the competition commenced?" The 4th elder promptly replied, reporting to the sect leader, "The contest is about to begin." The sect leader nodded and said, "Then let it commence." The official in charge of the assessment received the order, turned, and announced the beginning of the contest. The disciples, filled with fervor, seemed eager to present themselves before the sect leader, suggesting that the ensuing battles would be particularly intense. Before the assistant could utter another word, Zhuang and the disciple in the black robe simultaneously ascended the stage, unwilling to show weakness. After exchanging wooden tokens, the black-robed disciple, noticing that Zhuang was merely at the initial stage of the 8th level of Qi training, displayed a hint of malevolence in his eyes and said, "Then I shall seek your guidance, junior brother." Zhuang replied, "I too request your guidance, senior brother." As the assistant announced the start of the match, both competitors sprang into action. The black-robed disciple clutched his storage bag, from which a large black gourd soared into the air. Without hesitation, he cast a spell upon the gourd, causing its mouth to swing open, from which a plume of black smoke erupted, swiftly enveloping the black-robed disciple and obscuring him from view. The smoke gradually spread across the arena. Zhuang, Having just removed the black bone serpent bracelet from his wrist, held it in his palm, and was about to manipulate it when he suddenly witnessed this scene. Instinctively retreating a few steps to distance himself from the unknown black smoke. Unaware of the smoke's origin, Zhuang hurriedly cast 3 layers of protective shields around himself. Just as he completed this, the black smoke crept closer, but was thwarted by his protective barrier. Zhuang discerned that the outermost shield, upon contact with the black smoke, showed no signs of corrosion, leading him to surmise that the smoke was non-toxic. Even if it were toxic, it posed little threat. Nonetheless, he remained cautious. As Zhuang was about to summon the black serpent, he heard a sharp whistling sound behind him. Quickly turning, he saw a razor-sharp short sword imbued with spiritual energy thrusting towards his shield. Breaching the first layer and being halted by the second, the short sword, having failed to strike, retreated swiftly back into the black smoke. With a cold snort, Zhuang now confirmed that the opponent had released the smoke solely to obscure his vision and launch a sneak attack. Humph, mere tricks, he scoffed. Before absolute strength, such underhanded tactics are utterly futile. Zhuang swiftly summoned the black serpent, sending out his consciousness to locate the black-robed disciple. Upon sensing the enemy's presence, he was taken aback. Perceiving 3 figures within the black mist. Why have 3 individuals suddenly appeared? He mused, furrowing his brow. At that moment, 1 figure stood to his left, another to his right, and 1 directly opposite, each wielding a colossal hammer, axe, and sword respectively. All were clad in black robes that obscured their true identities, their faces concealed by iron masks, rendering Zhuang unable to discern which among them was the true threat. The black serpent seemed to sense Zhuang's uncertainty, raising its head while its elongated tongue flicked out repeatedly. After several attempts, the serpent subtly tilted its massive head to focus on a patch of black smoke not far from Zhuang. Zhuang's consciousness swiftly scanned the black smoke once more, but this time, he detected nothing but the smoke itself. Have they activated some form of concealment technique? Intriguing, he murmured, if that is the case. Then I shall take them down one by one. With a decisive command, the black serpent lashed its tail and darted towards the figure wielding the giant hammer. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 figures, armed with the axe and sword, advanced toward Zhuang. When the black serpent was merely 2 zhang away from the hammer wielder, it halted abruptly, opened its mouth, and unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards him. The hammer wielder, somewhat stiffened, dodged to the side. However, the serpent's fiery breath followed closely, singeing the hem of his garment. After extinguishing the flames that licked at his attire, the hammer wielder charged at the black serpent, which swiftly turned to flee. Yet, a whistling sound filled the air as a giant hammer plummeted from above, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, sending shards of stone flying and blocking the serpent's escape route. Momentarily halted, the serpent found itself ensnared as the hammer wielder seized its tail with one hand while yanking it towards him with the other. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the serpent's high temperature scorched the hammer wielder's hands, releasing wisps of smoke and a fragrant aroma. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, maintaining his grip. The serpent twisted its head, coiling around the man's upper body several times before tightening its grip, producing a sound akin to searing meat. Under this immense pressure, the hammer wielder's form began to deform slightly. With his robust arms straining against the serpent's constriction, desperately attempting to break free in that moment of stalemate, the sword and axe struck against the outer shield surrounding Zhuang, slicing through the first 2 layers with ease and crashing against the 3rd layer. With cracks beginning to appear on the 3rd layer, threatening to shatter, Zhuang hastily circulated his internal spiritual energy and retrieved a red orb the size of a baby's fist from his storage bag. Casting several spells upon the orb, it began to spin rapidly above Zhuang's head, emitting a misty red glow that enveloped him entirely. Just as he completed this, the last shield crumbled under the relentless assault, its brilliance shattering like glass. The sword and axe plummeted towards Zhuang, only to be firmly repelled by the red glow that now surrounded him, preventing them from encroaching upon his space. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhuang's eyes as he swiftly executed several more spells on the black serpent. The serpent's aura surged, and its previously taut body rapidly coiled back. After a series of explosive sounds, the hands gripping the serpent's tail slackened, and the serpent released its hold, leaving the man below to collapse lifelessly to the ground. the black serpent turned and blasted flames toward the fallen figure. Igniting him in a blaze, it then darted back towards Erzhuang, its tail lashing out and sending the axe and sword wielders flying. Before they could react, the serpent lunged back, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of fire upon them. As flames engulfed the two, Erzhuang cast spells that swiftly extinguished the fire, revealing the true identities hidden beneath their black robes. One was a 5-level Qi training corpse puppet, and the other a 4-level Qi training corpse puppet. Erzhuang observed the black-robed figures emerging from the mist with an expression of calmness, as if he had anticipated their presence all along. "You finally decided to show yourselves," he remarked coolly. With that, the black serpent surged forward towards the black-robed figures, but they hastily declared, "I concede." Thus, the battle concluded. Erzhuang beckoned the black serpent, which transformed back into a bracelet on his wrist. He extended his right hand, and the red glowing orb, having gathered its light, returned to him, whereupon he stored it away. The black-robed figure cast a spell at the black gourd in the air, causing it to emit a powerful suction that drew all the black smoke back inside. The assistant standing before the bell promptly rang it and announced, "The competition is over. Erzhuang is victorious." Feigning indifference, Erzhuang cast a glance at the sect leader seated upon the high platform, who appeared inscrutable, revealing no emotion. It seemed that he had yet to capture the sect leader's attention. With a hint of disappointment, Erzhuang withdrew his gaze, only to notice the elder on the platform nodding slightly in acknowledgement, his expression revealing a sense of appreciation. Chapter 73. Appreciation from the sect leader. Following his victory, Erzhuang had secured the first spot for the inner sect disciples. Many spectators below the arena erupted in astonishment. This Erzhuang is extraordinarily formidable. Even 2 corpse puppets maneuvering through the mist fell before him. Moreover, did you not notice? It seems he won with remarkable ease, clearly holding back his true strength. Erzhuang has encountered great fortune. He is destined to soar to new heights. Just now, I even glimpsed the elder smiling and nodding as he watched Erzhuang fight. Perhaps he is considering taking him as a disciple. Truly terrifying, truly terrifying. Not long after Erzhuang stepped down, the servant disciple responsible for ringing the bell announced in a booming voice, "Red sign number 2 and black sign number 2 may now ascend the stage to compete." 2 figures swiftly made their way to the arena, marking the commencement of the third bout. As if influenced by the previous duel of Erzhuang, the ensuing matches grew increasingly spectacular, showcasing an array of spells and magical artifacts. The competitors engaged in a battle of wits and courage, revealing their hidden talents, much to the delight of the spectators gathered around, who cheered fervently from the sidelines. The elders, too, wore broad smiles. The more formidable the outer disciples of the blood spirit sect, the more prosperous the sect would become. Meanwhile, the sect leader maintained an expressionless demeanor. Before long, the arena had progressed to the 5th match of the day, featuring a duel between Yizhou and another disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yizhou, with a composed expression, approached the stage, handing over his wooden token to the servant at the edge of the arena. He cast a glance at the man in black who had ascended the stage before him and then quietly stood to one side, awaiting the match to commence. The servant collected the wooden tokens from both contestants and approached the bell, inquiring loudly, "Are both contestants ready?" Yizhou and the man in black exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. The servant then declared with authority, "This is the 5th bout of the inner sect disciple assessment, pitting the 7th level of Qi refinement Yizhou against the 8th level Zhonglang. The match officially begins." Unbeknownst to anyone, at the moment the servant uttered Yizhou's name, a ripple of intrigue flickered in the previously tranquil eyes of the sect leader seated high above, as a subtle and secretive strand of divine sense was quietly released from him, sweeping toward Yizhou in the arena. This hidden divine sense went unnoticed even by the 4 esteemed elders under the sect leader, and naturally did not alert the others present. As Yizhou was momentarily swept by this divine sense, he instinctively turned in the direction from which it emanated and caught sight of the sect leader's unwavering gaze fixated upon him. Yizhou promptly averted his eyes, recalling the words of the mysterious woman. This sect leader would undoubtedly take him as an apprentice. Yet, Yizhou remained perplexed at what it was about him that had captured the sect leader's attention or admiration. Surely, his mere talent in alchemy could not be sufficient to sway the leader's interest. On the high platform, the sect leader, upon noticing that Yizhou, despite being merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, had the capability to perceive the divine sense he had emitted, something even the four elders had failed to detect, was momentarily filled with delight. Good, good, good. Yizhou truly lives up to old Shu's words. His spirit is remarkably potent. Seems this trip has not been in vain. No one could have anticipated that the sect leader had come solely for Yizhou today and the arena. Zhang Lang extended his hands, clad in finely scaled gloves inscribed with magical arrays, from which spiritual energy continuously flowed. He spread his hands wide, 2 razor-sharp, 10-inch long, light blue ice blades shot forth from beneath his palms with astonishing speed. Whoosh! One blade aimed directly at Yizhou's brow, while the other targeted his dantian, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In response, Yizhou's mind flickered, and 3 iron-green spheres flew out from his storage pouch, colliding directly with the incoming ice blades. With a resounding crack, the sharp ice blade shattered into a small pile of fragments that scattered evenly across the ground. Zhang Lang's arms surged with spiritual energy as the magical arrays on his scaled gloves glimmered with tiny white lights. In an instant, multiple ice blades, accompanied by a chilling wind, launched toward the vital points of Yizhou's body. Yizhou concentrated, summoning the iron-green spheres back to form a protective shield around himself. Bang, bang, bang. Over 20 ice blades crashed into the iron-green shield like falling snowflakes, disintegrating into tiny shards of ice amidst the swirling cold air. Moments later, all of Zhang Lang's attacks were thwarted by Yizhou's shield. Yet he displayed no signs of anger. Instead, a calm demeanor adorned his face, with a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Yizhou's expression darkened. Zhang Lang was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Zhang Lang launched a second wave of attack, unleashing more light blue ice blades, this time increasing the number to over 30. The onlookers below began to grow impatient, voicing their discontent. Zhang Lang's attacks can't even breach Yizhou's defenses. Why doesn't he change his tactics? Could it be that this is his strongest move? If so, how pitiful. As an 8th-level disciple, he possesses only this one mid-grade magical artifact inscribed with a magical array. If I were Zhang Lang, I would rather concede now than face defeat later when my spiritual energy runs out. Indeed, Yizhou hasn't even unleashed his ghost servant, clearly handling this with ease. Ignoring the surrounding jeers, Zhang Lang remained intensely focused. The 30-plus ice blades shattered against Yizhou's shield. The previously mist-like white chill intensified, gradually enveloping the area around Yizhou's shield in a dense fog. At a certain moment, Yizhou sensed that the 3 iron-green spheres, spinning rapidly around him, were beginning to slow down. This chilling force was indeed capable of hindering the operation of magical artifacts. One must admit, Zhang Lang was quite clever. Seizing the opportunity while the shield held, Yizhou clapped his storage pouch, and the 100-ghost banner soared out, settling before him. Yizhou performed several hand seals upon the 100-ghost banner, causing a surge of ghostly energy to erupt. A small mountain of 8th-level chi refinement ghosts sprang forth from the banner, charging directly at Zhang Lang. Unfazed, Zhang Lang retrieved a flying sword from his waist storage pouch. Casting a spell upon it, the sword, imbued with flowing spiritual energy, suddenly soared into the air with a sharp whoosh, its blade aimed at the approaching small mountain. The small mountain raised its right palm, channeling its malevolent energy, which swiftly coalesced on its hand, striking down heavily against the incoming flying sword. The black malevolent energy adhered to the blade, encasing it in a thick layer of ice that swiftly froze the entire sword, rendering it powerless. The flying sword, now devoid of spiritual control, plummeted heavily to the ground. Zhang Lang was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "How is this possible? A ghost servant possesses such formidable magic?" Not only Zhang Lang was flabbergasted, but the spectators below and the overseers above were equally astonished. It is well known that ghost servants typically lack consciousness, driven solely by the instinct to devour flesh and blood, incapable of cultivating like humans. Only a minuscule fraction of formidable spirits possess intelligence, and even among those, the degree of intelligence varies. Ghost servants with low intelligence cannot learn spells. The rarity of such highly intelligent spirits means that they can cultivate far more easily than humans, facing fewer bottlenecks in their training. The notorious ghost cultivators of the immortal realm are predominantly formed from such formidable spirits. Any major sect discovering that Yizhou had cultivated such a formidable ghost would place immense importance on it, dispatching numerous powerful individuals to hunt him down. However, Within the demonic sect, his fellow disciples could only marvel at Yizhou's fortune in having tamed such a ghost servant on the high platform. The previously calm expressions of the four elders shifted, their gazes toward Yizhou becoming fervent and filled with unspoken admiration. Although Yizhou was perceived as a waste of spiritual root, in due time, his ghost servant, with its exceptional aptitude for cultivation, could potentially rival their top-tier disciples with high-grade spiritual roots, holding great promise for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Accepting Yizhou now would be akin to securing a promising seedling for the future. Exchanging glances, the four elders began to secretly deliberate on how to propose conditions that would allow them to surpass the others, ensuring Yizhou would willingly become their disciple. Observing that all four elders were eager to take Yizhou under their wing, Erzwang's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. According to the unspoken rules of the Blood Spirit sect, each elder was permitted to accept only one direct disciple within a year. Should Yizhou choose to align with the Grand Elder, Erzwang would undoubtedly be cast aside. Having narrowly escaped numerous perils to gain the Grand Elder's favor, Erzwang could hardly bear the thought of being supplanted by Yizhou, who had merely stumbled upon a ghost servant with awakened intelligence. The notion was utterly intolerable. Erzwang recalled his prior boasting before Yizhou, and a wave of humiliation washed over him. Surely, at that moment, Yizhou viewed him as nothing more than a jester. A source of amusement, with this thought in mind, Erzwang's gaze toward Yizhou transformed into one of envy and even malice. How wonderful it would be if Yizhou were to perish in the arena. Initially, Erzwang had considered their childhood friendship, but that was when Yizhou posed no threat to him, lacking the strength to rival his own. Now, Erzwang harbored only the desire for Yizhou's swift demise. In the arena, the battle reached a fever pitch. Yizhou had already retracted the iron-green spheres that had been affected by the chill, leaving several mid-grade magical artifacts scattered across the ground. Struck down by the small mountain's malevolent energy, Zhang Lang waved his hand again, launching dozens of ice blades that split into two streams, each hurtling toward Yizhou and the small mountain. Confronted with the oncoming sharp ice blades, the small mountain waved its palm, unleashing a wave of black malevolent energy that obliterated the ice blades into dust with a resounding explosion. Meanwhile, Yizhou, unfazed by the incoming ice blades, calmly retrieved a mid-grade flying sword from his storage pouch, casting a spell upon it. A cold light emanated from the sword's blade as Yizhou gently lowered his right hand, directing the flying sword to slice down upon the approaching ice blades. Zhang Lang scoffed, "A mere mid-grade flying sword dares to harm me. You must be dreaming." Before he could finish his retort, a sharp beam of icy light suddenly erupted from the blade of the mid-grade flying sword. The icy blade that descended was instantaneously shattered into a fine frost. This was, astonishingly, a form of pseudo-sword intent. After shattering the ice blade, the pseudo-sword intent merely dimmed a fraction, yet it continued its unyielding trajectory towards Zhang Lang. The pseudo-sword intent was not born of sword will, but rather coalesced from spiritual energy. The greater Yizhou's cultivation, the more formidable the pseudo-sword intent became. Moreover, the nameless and incomplete technique that Yizhou practiced boasted an immensely potent spiritual energy, rendering the pseudo-sword intent significantly more powerful than that of other cultivators of the same realm. Zhang Lang's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly crouched down, slapping the ground twice with his hands. The spiritual energy from his dantian surged forth, and two solid ice walls, each approximately 4 feet thick, rose from the ground to shield him in the blink of an eye. Shards of ice scattered across the ice walls as the pseudo-sword intent broke through both barriers. Its strength considerably diminished, however, the last remnant of sword energy still sliced diagonally across Zhang Lang's chest. A metallic clang echoed as the blade's remnant struck, tearing Zhang Lang's clothing to shreds, revealing a mid-grade chi armor beneath. The remaining pseudo-sword intent had precisely impacted the armor, with its attack entirely absorbed, causing no harm to Zhang Lang. A cold wind swept in, and the majority of the shattered ice, reduced to fragments by the pseudo-sword intent, fell to the ground at Yizhou's feet, while a few shards were carried by the chilling breeze towards Yizhou. Noticing the glimmer of concealed delight in Zhang Lang's eyes, Yizhou's instinct screamed a warning. Without hesitation, he tapped his storage bag, and a palm-sized black shield flew out, halting before him. Yizhou quickly cast several spells upon the shield, causing it to expand to a size of 3 feet. Standing protectively in front of him as the cold wind struck the shield, It produced several faint sounds, and a few broken transparent ice needles fell to the ground. These ice needles, hidden among the frost, would have gone unnoticed had Yi Zhou not been vigilant. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by them. With a command from Yi Zhou, Xiao Shan charged towards Zhang Lang with a fierce intent. Upon realizing his ice needles had failed to ambush, Zhang Lang's expression darkened, overwhelmed by despondency as he gazed at the ferocious Xiao Shan rushing towards him, and he hastily conceded defeat. With the bell on the arena ringing, the attendant announced loudly, "In this contest, Yi Zhou is the victor." Yi Zhou retrieved his shield and Xiao Shan, descending from the stage with an air of indifference. He stood among the crowd observing the subsequent battles. A gaze filled with malice pierced through the throng and landed on Yi Zhou's back. Sensing it, Yi Zhou turned to see Wu Yong approaching to offer his congratulations, his round face beaming. Upon noticing Yi Zhou's glance, Wu Yong quickly donned a fawning expression and said, "Congratulations, senior brother Yi, on your swift ascension to an inner disciple. Your future is bound to be limitless. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do everything in my power to help." A smile flickered in Yi Zhou's eyes as he replied, "Rest assured, junior brother Wu, I shall undoubtedly call upon you in the future. I would never forget your support." Wu Yong's grin widened at Yi Zhou's words, ready to offer more congratulations, when suddenly a tall, slender inner disciple appeared beside Yi Zhou. "May I inquire if you are Yi Zhou?" "Junior brother?" Yi Zhou nodded, and the tall disciple continued, "Our elder requests your presence. Please accompany me." With that, the tall disciple gestured for Yi Zhou to follow. Yi Zhou, however, remained still, countering with a question, "Which elder are you referring to?" The tall disciple replied hastily, "It is the third elder. Yi junior brother, please come quickly. Do not keep the elder waiting." Before he could finish, another figure stepped forward, exclaiming, "Wait! My second elder wishes to see Yi junior brother. Please accompany me to pay your respects." Yi Zhou glanced at the newcomer, a disciple with a horse-like face. His appearance, the tall disciple's expression soured, and tension filled the air as the two faced off. Chapter 75. A dilemma. Yi Zhou pondered. It seemed the relationship between the second elder and the third elder was quite strained. Before Yi Zhou could respond, the tall disciple quickly asserted, "My third elder invited Yi junior brother first. Let him meet with the third elder before proceeding to the second elder." The horse-faced disciple retorted, "By seniority, Yi Zhou should meet the second elder first." Both disciples refused to yield. Their eyes turned to Yi Zhou. Awaiting his decision, Yi Zhou felt a wave of distress. Regardless of whom he visited first, he would inevitably offend the other elder. What a predicament! Considering this, Yi Zhou cast a pleading glance at Wu Yong, signaling that he needed assistance. Sensing Yi Zhou's silent call for help, Wu Yong stepped forward, squinting his eyes as he smiled at the two inner disciples. "I am Wu Yong, a direct disciple of the External Affairs Hall's steward. May I ask both of you to allow Yi junior brother a moment to contemplate his decision?" The tall disciple and the horse-faced disciple had intended to chastise Wu Yong for overstepping. But upon hearing his connection to the steward, they refrained from offending him, knowing they would need to collaborate with the External Affairs Hall in the future. After exchanging a glance, they reluctantly nodded, urging Yi Zhou to make a swift decision so as not to keep the elders waiting, lest they incur their wrath. Wu Yong nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, we would never keep the elders waiting. We shall merely confer for a moment." With that, Wu Yong led Yi Zhou aside. Once they were away from the two disciples, Yi Zhou inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" To his surprise, Wu Yong shook his head with a wry smile. "I have no plan." Yi Zhou felt a headache brewing, and Wu Yong continued, "For now, we can only attempt to stall for time. I did not come merely to congratulate you on your successful advancement to inner disciple. I was sent by my master to inform you not to pledge yourself to anyone before the competition concludes. My master believes your true opportunity lies ahead." Yi Zhou recalled Wu Yong's previous cryptic remarks about expressing gratitude to Elder Shu. Could it be that the opportunity mentioned by Wu Yong was related to Elder Shu? Meanwhile, the actions occurring here had already caught the attention of the four elders on the high platform. The Grand Elder immediately recognized the two disciples sent by the second and third elders and scoffed, "Old Two, did you not complain to me days ago about the burdensome management of the inner disciples? You claimed it was easier to oversee the sect's spiritual veins. You have several direct disciples under you but no time to guide them. Now I present you with such a promising talent. Do you even have the time to mentor him? The second elder awkwardly rubbed his nose and stammered, "That was a few days ago, wasn't it? I have realized recently that managing the inner disciples is not so taxing. I certainly have time to guide my direct disciples. And you, old three?" The Grand Elder switched his focus to the third elder. "Did you not lament yesterday about the dwindling supply of elixirs produced in the sect? You claimed you could not even distribute elixirs to your direct disciples. If you were to take in such a promising talent, how would you ensure they receive sufficient elixirs throughout the year?" The third elder chuckled awkwardly. "It is true that the sect's elixir production has declined in recent years. However, I can still provide elixirs for my direct disciples. Moreover, I have heard that Yizhou possesses extraordinary alchemical talent. I have numerous recipes, and only Elder Shu's alchemy skills can rival mine. He would be perfectly suited to teach this young man and address our sect's needs." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder inwardly cursed the two crafty elders. Suddenly, the fourth elder, who had been silent until now, smiled and said, "Why must we jeopardize our long-standing camaraderie over a single inner disciple? Since we all wish to take him as our direct disciple, why not present our terms to him simultaneously and allow him the freedom to choose? It is evident he is in a state of distress. It would be unkind to pressure him." The other three elders agreed, confident they could present conditions satisfactory to Yizhou, and unanimously accepted the fourth elder's proposal. Exchanging glances, the four elders rose simultaneously, taking to the air on their swords to descend towards the arena. Below, as Yizhou contemplated how to buy time, for crimson figures landed before him, startling him into lifting his head. Upon recognizing the four figures, every disciple in the vicinity, including Yizhou, bowed in respect. Exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the four elders." The fourth elder smiled kindly. "No need for formalities. Continue to observe the competition." "Thank you, elder." The disciples dared not defy the elder's command and promptly shifted their attention back to the arena. Though their gazes returned to the stage, they remained acutely aware of the movements of the four elders. When they saw the four elders advancing towards Yizhou, shock rippled through the crowd. This was likely the highest honor an outer disciple had received in a century. Amidst the astonishment, jealousy brewed within their hearts. Why was it not them who caught the elders' attention? Even if only one elder showed interest, it would be a dream come true. The Grand Elder smiled and said slowly, "Yizhou, please come forward." Why Yizhou felt a slight sense of unease in his heart. Among the four elders, each possessed at least mid-stage foundation-building cultivation, and the Grand Elder was an even more formidable presence at the late stage of foundation building. With a mere flick of his hand, he could crush Yizhou like an ant. No matter how many life-preserving measures he had, escape was impossible. The most pressing concern was that he could not choose any elder as his master. The ruthless and enigmatic woman had demanded that he be taken as a disciple by the sect leader, or else she would take his life. Just moments ago, Wu Yong had advised him to bide his time, suggesting that opportunities lay ahead. Was this not also a veiled indication that the sect leader harbored intentions of accepting him as a disciple? After all, within the Blood Spirit sect, the chances of becoming the sect leader's disciple far outweighed those of becoming an elder's disciple. Wai Yizhou cast a brief glance in the direction of the sect leader, only to find him still seated there, expressionless, indifferent to the four elders' intention of taking on disciples. With a faint, bitter smile, he respectfully said, "Disciple Yizhou pays his respects to the esteemed elders. May I inquire what instructions you have for me?" "I shall face any trials without hesitation." The second elder interjected, "Instructions, you say?" "Not quite. Your performance on the arena earlier was remarkable. All four of us have taken a liking to you. We wish to accept you as our direct disciple. And we are here to inquire about your preference for which elder you would like to follow." I in the crowd. The burly second Zhuang's countenance darkened at these words. His clenched fists hung by his sides, and his eyes bore into Yizhou with intense resentment. How infuriating! After enduring countless hardships, I finally gained the Grand Elder's favor, yet Yizhou, merely fortunate enough to possess a ghostly servant with awakened intelligence, now seeks to seize the opportunity that belongs to me. Chapter 76. The four elders compete for disciples. Among the four elders, the Grand Elder was the most powerful and wielded the greatest authority. He anticipated that Yizhou would most likely choose him as a master. Should Yizhou successfully become his disciple, then Second Zhuang's prospects would be dashed. A sharp voice within Second Zhuang sneered coldly. "A bunch of blind fools, unable to recognize a gem among stones. No wonder the blood spirit sect remains holed up in such a resource-poor region. I foresee that it won't be long before the blood spirit sect vanishes from this continent. Moreover, an awakened ghostly servant is a tremendous boon for me. If you can procure one to aid in my recovery, I shall bestow upon you another foundation-building artifact. Second Zhuang's expression transformed with astonishment at these words. Is this truly the case? He had already received 3 artifacts from this mysterious individual, each a rare treasure among inner sect disciples. Should this enigmatic figure grant him yet another artifact, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant increase. The mysterious figure chuckled. When have I ever deceived you? As I reside within you, your strength ensures my safety. My growth directly correlates with yours. Our interests are mutual. While Second Zhuang conversed with the mysterious figure, the 4 elders eagerly presented enticing offers to Yi Zhou. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. I oversee the management of the sect's spiritual veins. The treatment for direct disciples under the 4 elders is 15 low-grade spirit stones and 3 Huangyun pills per month. I offer you 20 low-grade spirit stones and 5 Huangyun pills, along with the importation of powerful magical arts, far superior to your current incomplete techniques, enabling you to directly cultivate to the core formation stage. Yi Zhou fell silent upon hearing this. Such treatment was indeed exceedingly generous for an ordinary inner sect disciple, yet it paled in comparison to the profits he earned from selling Huangyun pills each month. The second elder spoke with subtle implications. I manage all inner sect disciples. Though this position may not be particularly wealthy, it does afford certain privileges regarding assignments. Should you come under my tutelage, you will not be neglected. Most importantly, I can offer you a position that ensures your safety for cultivation. Nothing is more valuable than life. Hearing the second elder's words, the third elder scoffed. What do you mean by not being neglected? At least the Grand Elder has shown some sincerity. Your offer seems rather perfunctory, as if our direct disciples regularly meet untimely ends. Aren't all direct disciples nurtured with care? Who doesn't treat their disciples as treasures? The third elder's remarks held a grain of truth. Once one became an inner sect disciple, the chances of death decreased significantly, and for direct disciples, the safety net was even greater. After all, with an elder's protection, one would be wise to consider their actions. Who would dare provoke a foundation-building powerhouse? The second elder's expression darkened at this, sensing a potential argument brewing between the two. The fourth elder hastily interjected. Enough! It's time for the third elder to share what you can offer Yi Zhou. The second elder huffed in annoyance, turning away to ignore the third elder, who then began, I am responsible for all medicinal affairs within the sect. The quantity of pills distributed each year is determined by me. Furthermore, I oversee all medicinal fields and spiritual herbs, including foundation-building pills, which I organize for refining. I have heard of your considerable talent in alchemy, and should you choose to follow me, I can additionally allocate a portion of the spiritual herbs you require each month, atop what the Grand Elder has offered. Moreover, considering your ghostly servant requires ghost pills for cultivation, I can grant you 5 low-level ghost pills monthly and assign you a private medicinal field. In no more than 20 years, your ghostly servant will surely break through to the foundation-building stage. Furthermore, I possess considerable insights into alchemy. While Elder Shu is also skilled, he lacks my expertise in crafting magical and blood pills. I can provide you with guidance in this regard, allowing you to avoid many detours and expedite your cultivation. Upon hearing the third elder's extensive offers, the expressions of the Grand Elder and Second Elder darkened considerably. They acknowledged that the third elder's proposal, particularly the allocation of a medicinal field, surpassed anything they could offer. Not to mention the potential guidance in refining magical and blood pills. While all 4 elders were eager to claim Yi Zhou as their disciple, they could not deny that the third elder's alchemical skills ranked second only to the sect leader within the sect. Yi Zhou's demeanor visibly shifted as he absorbed the third elder's words. However, his desire was not sparked by the 5 low-level ghost pills. He could refine those himself. His true interest lay in the medicinal field. Even under the sect leader, there was no guarantee of obtaining a private field. If he became the third elder's disciple, he would have free access to harvest low-grade spiritual plants from the medicinal fields, provided he did not disturb the higher-grade plants. Yet, he could not afford to offend that mysterious woman. Should he choose to become the third elder's disciple, it would likely provoke trouble from her through that mirror tonight.